for me, the simplest, because I was at an age through those years that I could just enjoy existing during that race in technology, without any responsibilities to worry about. The Nintendo DS felt like it was never far away from me throughout that time period, and it felt like it existed through nearly the entirety of that technological race. It enjoyed a long life cycle, it was ahead of its time in many ways, and it eventually lost relevance during the rise of smartphones. But it enabled new and exciting ways of designing games. The DS as well as the DSi were both incredibly important to me, and represent the simplest times in my life. Let's step back in time for a moment and revisit an ironically simpler time amidst constant evolution and change. I'm Liam Triforce, and this is a video about the Nintendo DS.
The grid.
The DS began development in 2002, not long after the release of the GameCube and Game Boy Advance. The idea allegedly came from former president of Nintendo, Hiroshi Yamauchi. Apparently he came up with the idea for a dual-screen console himself, and the company ran with it. It was officially announced in early 2004, with Iwata promoting its reinvention of how people played games, just as he would later do with the Wii. Originally, however, it was envisioned as a third pillar, complementing the GameCube and GBA. Before the DS was released, Yamauchi was quoted as saying, "If the DS succeeds, we will rise to heaven, but if it fails, we will sink to hell." Which is a little dramatic, but the GameCube wasn't doing so well at the time. Ultimately, the DS succeeded the Game Boy Advance, and went on to complement the Wii during Nintendo's Blue Ocean strategy, something that set themselves apart from their competition during the 7th generation. Satoru Iwata led the charge on that philosophy, hoping that their strategy would introduce video games to a broad audience. Nintendo's handhelds traditionally enjoyed strong sales, but the DS was on another level. Though the Nintendo Switch will likely surpass it someday, the DS is Nintendo's best-selling system. After combined sales of every model in the DS family, it sold 154 million units as of 2016. So yeah, I think it's safe to say they rose to heaven. Let's briefly go over the features of the DS and the included firmware. The Nintendo DS had all the buttons of a Super Nintendo controller and 2 screens, with the bottom screen being touch sensitive, and you could interact with it with the included stylus pen or your finger if you're in the heat of an action game, or a coin or whatever else you had lying around. Sometimes you had to improvise if you couldn't find your stylus. It also had a built-in microphone, with certain games asking you to say certain phrases into it, like calling your dog's name in Nintendogs or shouting "Objection!" in Ace Attorney. It could also be used for easy voice chat, though the voice chat I remember being pretty crusty. Most games wanted you to blow into the microphone whenever it would use it, which I always found to be incredibly gimmicky, and it's probably the only feature that DS games utilized that I don't miss. The system was released in 2004 in 6 colors, and it adopted the clamshell design from the Game Boy Advance SP. When closed, the DS goes into sleep mode, conserving battery while keeping your game running in the background. Every DS and DS Lite came with the ability to play Game Boy Advance games, with some DS games even using the cartridge slot for additional accessories. It also allowed you to set your system name, which would be displayed in local multiplayer games, your favorite color, birthday, and the date and time. You could also set an alarm clock, which was one of the loudest and most obnoxious alarms I've ever used. That is to say, it did its job very well. The DS also allowed you to download software from other players in order to play multiplayer, which was a novel way of making multiplayer across multiple systems accessible. Granted, the other players had to download a smaller, more restricted version of the software in order to play, so not all of the levels in Mario Kart DS would be playable, for example, but it still made portable games viable as a multiplayer option at the time. You could also use DS Download Play to download demos from download stations, and later on the Nintendo channel on the Wii, among other things. These demos did not require a constant wireless connection to another system, so you could take it with you and keep it loaded on your DS until you turned it off, which I did multiple times because I was a child and I took what I could get. There was also PictoChat, which allowed you to write and draw messages and send them to any DS systems that happened to be nearby and logged into one of the 4 chat rooms. Really, this was just a diversion in case you didn't have anything else to play with your friends, but it was still fun. You could even show off that you had a DSi when talking to filthy DS and DS Lite peasants by drawing with a rainbow pen and sending a different message chime. I do have some fond memories of trying to find people on PictoChat whenever I bring my DS on vacation, or even when sitting in the backseat of the car while driving on the highway. Granted, it wouldn't maintain a connection for very long, but it was still cool when it happened. PictoChat was representative of something that I remember the Nintendo DS fondly for. It brought people together, and you'll see the many ways it was able to do that as we go through its history. The Nintendo DS was home to several fully fledged entries in established franchises, and they took advantage of the technical capabilities of the system, the ability to bring people together, and the distinct features of the DS itself to create new ways of experiencing games. These philosophies aligned with Iwata's Blue Ocean strategy, and firmly positioned the DS as a companion to the Wii, as it was both accessible to those that wouldn't normally play video games, and allowed for new kinds of games to be created by designers. A lot of people tend to think that DS stands for dual screen, which, yeah, that's a logical conclusion, but it actually stands for Developer's System, according to Nintendo themselves, as it, quote, gives game creators brand new tools which will lead to more innovative games for the world's players. From here, we'll be looking into how a handful of DS games managed to do these things. Please understand that in the interest of length, I won't be able to mention everyone's favorite DS games. I primarily want to focus on the clever ways developers utilize the Nintendo DS, and the memories we all share with the console itself. The game that headlined the system's launch was actually a remake of a Mario game, Super Mario 64 DS, just as the Game Boy Advance had a remake of Super Mario Bros. 2 at launch. I've already talked about this game in my retrospective on Mario 64, so I'll give a brief summary of what the remake brought to the table, and why it was so novel as a DS game. You begin the game not as Mario, but as Yoshi, and you eventually gain the ability to play as Mario, Luigi, and Wario through solving new and expanded mysteries around the castle. The nature of this game expanded on the aura of mystery surrounding the original game, even adding new power stars to find. It's not exactly the same game as before, with each character having their own specific applications. 64DS was also a great technical showcase for what was possible on the DS in terms of graphics, as it proved that fully 3D games were possible. I was a big fan of the new textures and art design across each level, especially the skyboxes, which were both faithful and unique in their own right. 64DS deliberately chose to go for a hand-painted look for its skyboxes, which makes Wet Dry World look slightly less unsettling, though it still used the same photo reference. It may not have had the most ideal control scheme for a game that was designed around an analog stick, but it still holds a special place in the hearts of many, with some first experiencing Mario 64 on the DS. It essentially created its own generation of fans obsessed with its many secrets and rumors, and for that reason I felt it was a worthwhile remake. In terms of DS-exclusive gameplay features, the bottom screen allows you to view a map of each level, complete with the location of the star, and you could hang out in the rec room and play some minigames whenever you wanted a break. These minigames were what I remembered most fondly from the game, particularly because a few of them were carried over to New Super Mario Bros. With multiplayer. So on top of the incredibly fun assortment of single-player minigames that I used to play over and over for high scores, you could also play some of those minigames with friends and compete to see who was the best. My favorites were the bomb sorting minigame that becomes gradually more chaotic, the slingshot one that asks you to hit rows of bombs for score multipliers, the bullet hell minigame that feels like you're dodging cheese puffs from Bowser, this trampoline minigame where you have to draw and angle your trampolines correctly for the Marios to reach the other side, and of course, the one where you have to find the characters in the wanted posters. I am not joking when I say that I could play this minigame for an hour and still not get tired of it. It gets much more difficult as it goes on, and the rush of being able to spot someone amidst a crowd of characters placed in patterns is something I lived for when I was younger. It's still an excellent minigame today, and I honestly don't mind popping the game in and playing it again sometimes. It also helps that New Super Mario Bros. Is still a pretty fun game for what it's worth. I don't think it necessarily did anything revolutionary in terms of designing a Mario game, other than the visual style it went for, of which I was a big fan, at least until the sequels came along. But Mario's added moves from the 3D games and the level design both made New Super Mario Bros. Pretty refreshing at the time. It did end up spawning a 2D Mario sub-series that eventually grew stale, but that's not really this game's fault on its own. It was fun. If anything, it had more to do with the fact that it sold over 30 million freaking copies. So there you go. I still love the minigames to death, though. There were also a handful of gambling minigames for some reason, and to this day I'm still not sure why or how these made it in. You had poker, blackjack, roulette, and a few others, all fully functional and allowing you to bet a handful of coins given to you. There was even a slot machine minigame. Straight up slots in a Mario game. If this game got some kids addicted to gambling when they grew up, somehow I would not be surprised because I played these minigames for an alarming amount of time while recording. Okay, that's a little hyperbolic, but even my friends and I played blackjack and poker for a while against one another, which had us all scanning each other's faces to see if any of us were bluffing. Not only are a lot of these minigames extremely addictive and fun to play, but the nature of them meant that you could play them quickly wherever you were, even putting the DS to sleep when you were in the middle of them, which is perfect for when you're on the go. Keep in mind, this was a handful of years before everyone would have a smartphone in their pocket, so this was welcome. Not to mention, they're really well designed and don't try to get your money all the time. Well, your actual money anyway. Moving on, however, let's talk about the game that I think made Nintendo realize that the DS was more than just a third pillar in their console strategy. Mario Kart DS. I recorded a lot of this game while working on this video simply because I had a hard time putting it down. It's hard to overstate just how cool it was to have a proper, three-dimensional Mario Kart entry that built on its predecessors, all playable on the go. Rather than just featuring the traditional 4 cups, the game was the first to include 4 additional cups composed of courses from previous games. The controls were tight, the drifting and snaking were both satisfying and deep, you had a plethora of vehicles to choose from, you could unlock Rob the Robot, and it even featured a mission mode that I feel inspired the tournaments of Mario Kart Wii, in which you would have to complete a specific objective and get at least 1 star, the rank above A rank, in every course to unlock a boss fight. Yeah, boss fights in a Mario Kart game. And they play to this game's strengths, while also adapting ideas from previous Mario games. They aren't just gimmicks, and are a great complement to the already excellent original courses. In terms of single-player Mario Kart, this is how you do it. Unlockable karts and characters earned through skill, and the mission mode is perfect for portability. And when it comes to the track selection, I mean, dude. This game introduced Waluigi Pinball, Tick-Tock Clock, Yoshi Falls, Delfino Square, Peach Gardens, so many great tracks, on top of the awesome ones from older games. The multiplayer allowed for both DS download play and multi-card play, and although download play limited everyone to a selection of 8 courses and 3 battle arenas, if everyone in the room owned the game, which was extremely likely as the game sold 23 million units worldwide, up to 8 players could race on all 32 courses, and battle across every mode and course. It was simple to set up, yet just as robust as the home console Mario Kart games at the time. And, after remaining staunchly against an online strategy with the GameCube, the team behind Mario Kart DS decided that the time was right for online multiplayer. Mario Kart DS became the very first game to feature Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, and although it was limited to 4 players, there was no battle mode, and only a handful of courses were playable, online races definitely separated the men from the boys, so to speak. While not entirely stable, it was fun to race not just against random strangers that happen to be pros of the game, but also friends that live far away. Back then, Mario Kart DS was mind-blowing for me. While you might argue that its sequels quickly rendered this game obsolete, I still think Mario Kart DS's balancing, features, and track selection still make it a worthwhile game in the series today. Moving from one major franchise to another, we have Generation 4 and 5 of Pokemon. At this point in history, Pokemon was guaranteed to release on every handheld Nintendo console, but the DS Pokemon games, particularly Gen 4, represent a time where I was obsessed with Pokemon. Whether it be the games, the trading card game, the anime, or any form of media, I was there. We were introduced to this generation through Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. The graphical style combined both the pixel art of the previous games and simplistic 3D models to give the world of the game depth, and seamlessly blend with the look of previous games, a look that was expanded on dramatically in black and white. The addition of online functionality meant that trading and battling with friends became much easier. You could receive gifts from Nintendo during events, and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum were even cross-compatible with Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the Gen 2 remakes. In short, Pokemon thrived on the DS, and so many people have played these games and loved them that I don't feel like I need to say a whole lot here. Oh, and I missed the underground bases. They were a fun diversion, and I loved playing capture the flag and setting up traps down here. One thing I'll point out is just how natural it felt to have the battle commands on the bottom screen. You could navigate them with buttons if you wanted to, but the convenience of being able to navigate the menu by tapping the screen made gameplay in a lot of menu-heavy games a lot smoother. Take the Ace Attorney series, for example. Rather than having to scroll through menus with the D-pad, you can just tap the option you want. You can investigate for evidence and scroll through the court record with ease. The touchscreen is often an ever-present, seamless, yet optional way of interfacing with games on the system. Ace Attorney may have originally been a Game Boy Advance trilogy in Japan, but when it came to the West, I think it redefined what could make for a great game. It was a visual novel through and through, but the problem-solving made the trial sequences these adrenaline-fueled rushes that feel amazing once you put the pieces together on your own, untangling a web of lies and discovering the truth. I credit them with not just popularizing visual novels in the West, but also proving that they could be a viable method of creating brilliant gameplay scenarios as well, with solid writing and attention to detail that contributes directly to your own ability to prove your clients innocent. 999, the first game in what eventually became the Zero Escape series, is another fantastic example of the DS being great for visual novels, all the while presenting you with new ways in which the genre could be experienced. You've got all of the text on the bottom screen describing scenarios thoroughly, all the while you have full-size illustrations on the top screen. As you attempt to escape each area, you have to tap around to find things, rotate objects, etc. The manner in which you interact with the game reminds me a lot of point-and-click adventure games, a genre that also thrived on the DS. Basically, if there were a game that worked well with a cursor on a computer, it translated beautifully to the touch-based controls of the DS. While the Wii's pointer controls did make this kind of gameplay possible as well, they paled in comparison to the organic feeling of simply touching the screen with a stylus. To demonstrate this, let's take a look at Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. The game was directed by the same person that directed the original Ace Attorney trilogy, Shu Takumi. You control Sissel by dragging his spirit to different objects and possessing them, and by interacting with them you can slowly begin to unravel the puzzles laid before you, and alter the fates of those that have just passed away. An extremely novel concept for a puzzle game, and something that just feels natural to control with a stylus. And as an aside, the graphical style they went for was genius. It conforms to the hardware constraints of the DS, while still brimming with style, and evocative of old-school PC games like Another World. I couldn't get enough of this when I first saw it. The DS's stylus controls didn't just benefit existing genres by making them easier to play, though. It also invited entirely new ways of designing games in those genres. Take, for example, Elite Beat Agents. This was one of the most frequently recommended games when I asked about DS games on social media, and I'd heard about it beforehand. It is a westernized take on the Oendon series, being absolutely ridiculous and having a bunch of English-speaking songs in its soundtrack instead of Japanese ones. Though I'd heard about it, I had no idea how it played. And upon playing the first level, I came to realize that it's literally just Osu, and Elite Beat Agents turned me into an Osu player. Okay, more accurately, this series served as the inspiration for that game, with the name Osu being derived from the Japanese title of the first Oendon game. Seriously though, this game is fantastic, and it thrives thanks to the touchscreen. I've tried playing Osu with a mouse, and it doesn't even compare to the feeling of using a stylus. As you're tapping and dragging your stylus frantically, you're playing along to the rhythm of a pretty awesome soundtrack that both feels representative of the era it was released in, as well as adapting some classic songs that are a welcome treat to hear. Most of the scenarios are hilarious to play through, and they reward you for playing well with more ideal outcomes for the characters. Then, in the middle of the game, they throw you this emotional Christmas level about a little girl's father that passed away, set to Chicago's You're the Inspiration. I can't believe this game exists. It also gets extremely difficult by the end, which is welcome, but it made my hands shake and cramp as I attempted to beat the final level. I will never hear the Rolling Stones' Jumping Jack Flash the same way again. But let's reel things in a bit. Let's play a simpler rhythm game, something that anyone can enjoy. This is Rhythm Heaven, a game that happens to be one of my all-time favorites. The entirety of this game is controlled through simplistic tapping, rubbing, and flicking motions on the touchscreen. And yet the minigames breathe so much life into those simplistic controls through both their presentation and how the visuals and wacky concepts lend themselves to distinct rhythmic patterns across multiple musical genres. Trying to achieve perfection in each minigame proved to be an obsession of mine. I genuinely cannot stress just how inventive and fun the Rhythm Heaven games are. And while I think the others are brilliant, I specifically love what staying in rhythm with the stylus lends to the fun of this game. That and the simplicity of the control scheme made it appealing to a broad audience. It made sense that this game would be so varied and wild because a lot of the people behind it, including legendary artist Ko Takeuchi and designer-programmer Kazuyoshi Osawa, worked on the WarioWare series. WarioWare had a couple of entries on the DS, and I believe the stylus makes them incredibly accessible to even people who are unfamiliar with video games. The first, WarioWare Touched, was a good demonstration of what could be possible with touch controls in a WarioWare game, but WarioWare DIY opened Pandora's box and let players design their own microgames and allowed them to share them over the internet, inviting seemingly endless possibilities for both the touch controls and WarioWare as a concept. You could play built-in microgames created by the developers, all themed to each character, of course, but you could also download games to your save file and play all of them in a customized blend. You could create whatever you could think of, as well as play anything from the minds of anyone who decided to create things. It was brilliant, and it's a shame that the community of microgames seems to have been lost to time. I think some of them have been preserved, and the microgames created by notable people are still playable, but this game was a triumph not just for WarioWare, but also as a tool for enabling creativity in people that play games. And I believe the control scheme and user interface had a lot to do with that. Keep that in mind for later in this video, by the way. An unexpected genre to be reinvented on the DS was first-person shooters. Much like Metroid Prime 3 on the Wii, Metroid Prime Hunters aimed to solve a similar problem in designing an FPS game for a control scheme that at first glance seems ill-fitted for it. But Metroid Prime Hunters wouldn't be developed by Retro Studios. It was instead developed by Nintendo Software Technology, known for Mario vs. Donkey Kong and more recently, F-Zero 99. This was probably their most ambitious project, or at the very least the most ambitious project that actually saw the light of day. Metroid Prime Hunters' single-player campaign was still a Metroid game through and through, even introducing the ability to travel to different planets before Metroid Prime 3 did. You move Samus with the D-pad or face buttons with your non-dominant hand, and look around using your dominant hand with the stylus. This is pretty much the most optimal way you could possibly control a first-person game on the DS, and for the accuracy the touchscreen affords you over an analog stick without aim assist, I have to commend them for their efforts. The hand cramps unfortunately made the game annoying to play. I don't think our hands and fingers are meant to move and bend the way this game asks them to. The game is also extremely graphically impressive for a DS game, as was Metroid Prime for a GameCube game, essentially setting the standard for what was possible with realistic 3D graphics on the DS. While the campaign is cool, the game's major selling point was its multiplayer, even being the central focus of the first Hunt demo that was included with DS systems at the system's launch. You had the option to play as the multiple hunters you run into throughout the game, each with their own unique abilities, weapons, and heads-up display, in 4-player local and online multiplayer deathmatches. This is essentially where the game transformed into Quake or Half-Life Deathmatch, and with every player being forced to acclimate to this control scheme, it created a unique environment where every player had to master turning and aiming within the confines of a Nintendo DS. It was awesome, and it even had voice chat and online leaderboards if you were willing to take it more seriously. I'll save my further thoughts on the game for a full video, but this control scheme quickly became the standard for all first-person games on the DS. And for some reason, there were quite a few of them. Call of Duty had DS ports for some reason, and I remember playing the Zombies mode on there a few times with a friend. The most creative and impressive use of the perspective I've seen on the DS was in Dementium the Ward. The game utilizes the Doom 3 technique of having you switch between your flashlight and your weapon to trade off your defensive option for visibility, and this low visibility enables both that gameplay dynamic as well as great performance. The game runs at 60 frames per second. Yeah, a fully 3D first-person game running at 60 frames per second on a Nintendo DS. That is an accomplishment. It isn't a revolutionary game or anything, and it has a fairly linear and obvious sense of progression and an unforgiving distance between save points, but it is pretty cool for its tense gameplay and atmosphere. and the use of the DS's features, like being able to take notes in your notebook while exploring the hospital to solve puzzles. Having two screens also meant certain games were just more enjoyable on the DS in terms of quality of life changes. You could get the heads-up display out of the way and put it all on the bottom screen, display a map, or whatever developers felt was necessary to make the gameplay the core focus. Super Princess Peach, for example, made it so that the bottom screen was used to activate Peach's vibes, essentially giving you 4 extra buttons to press all clustered near the corners of the screen, right next to the D-pad and face buttons. Mario Kart DS had an adjustable map on the bottom screen, allowing you to zoom in or out to keep track of the action, while the top screen only showed you the most important information. Kirby Superstar Ultra had absolutely no HUD elements on the top screen, putting it all on the bottom and giving you a clear view of the visuals and gameplay. Different games had different needs, but I feel that nearly all of them almost certainly benefited from being able to separate information to different screens. Also, dual screen cutscenes. These were cool ways of showing multiple angles and vertical images when presenting story beats. Other games used the two screens to present new ways of designing games. The Sonic Rush trilogy is an example of how both screens could be simultaneously taken advantage of to present a singular image, guiding your eyes between screens and giving you a vertical look at the level as you blaze through. Blaze, that's funny. Okay, seriously though, the name is right. These games are a rush. At least until you encounter a bottomless pit as punishment for making a small mistake, because these things are everywhere. But otherwise, they're great games. I loved Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga for its whimsical tone, sense of humor, and timing-based battle system, and it received 2 sequels on the DS that built on the concept of using both screens. The first was Partners in Time, which let you take control of the brothers and their adult and baby counterparts at the same time, doubling both the screen space in which you could explore and the characters you can factor into battles. It felt pretty seamless, and it is a fun game in its own right, but I feel like Bowser's Inside Story managed to come up with a dual-screen gameplay mechanic that blew most people away. On the top screen, you control Bowser, while on the bottom screen you control Mario and Luigi inside of his body. That might sound disgusting, but the artist very cleverly gave everything a rounded and colorful look so that it wouldn't make you want to throw up the whole time, and instead the focus is placed on how Mario and Luigi can interact with Bowser's body parts to make him do things in the overworld. You have 2 separate adventures going on at the same time, and their adventures intersect with each other, like when you inhale enemies from Bowser's battles and allow Mario and Luigi to take them out and earn some experience. All the while, the game has the trademark sense of humor Mario RPGs are known for. It manages to surprise around every corner, tying every new idea back to its core concept of balancing the brothers and Bowser in their parallel journeys. RPGs were in no short supply on the DS, as you could imagine, but I specifically wanted to highlight an example of a game that thrives because of the Nintendo DS, and Bowser's Inside Story is a prime example of that. Perhaps the greatest simultaneous use of both screens and the stylus controls that I have ever seen on the DS was in The World Ends With You. This was another game that was frequently recommended to me, and I ended up playing through the whole thing for this video. I loved it, and it probably would have been a formative game for me had I played it as a teenager. The game is set in an alternate plane of existence parallel with real-world Shibuya, in which Reapers make players that have died in the real world take part in a sadistic game for a chance to be brought back to life, all orchestrated by the composer. The concept might seem esoteric as I describe it, but it is used as the setting to protagonist Neku Sakuraba's development, as he gradually learns to open up to other people through the other players he partners up with. It's a touching story accompanied by one hell of an action RPG, and it works because of the platform it was developed for. Here's how the battle system works. On the bottom screen you control Neku, and you drag him along the arena to avoid enemy attacks. Each pin you equip will call for a different input, whether it be rubbing an enemy to have them burst into flames, quick swipes to slash at an enemy, etc. At the same time, you have your partner character on the top screen. You use the D-pad to navigate your partner's combo branches, each with their own minigame that you have to play in order to fill your fusion meter. Provided you've been increasing your partner's max fusion level by getting the most out of Shibuya, you can continue to fill that fusion meter for an attack that deals a ton of damage. Though both characters fight the same enemies, both screens are in real time and you do have to keep track of them both at once. Your partner can go on autopilot after a short while, of course, but you still have to be careful. While this might sound like a lot to balance, the game guides you between each screen with the light puck, and you can pass it between each character by completing a combo on an enemy. By doing this quickly, you can both fill the fusion meter and keep both characters in good health at the same time. Also, there are times where you can just find a good dodge route with Neku while attacking with your partner, and you can develop strategies with pins to help turn the tables. This system has an incredible amount of nuance and depth, and both its nature, interactivity, and thematic relevance to the narrative were all born from the concept of the Nintendo DS. When this combat system clicked with me, I fell in love with the game. Shibuya was also the perfect setting for this game's narrative, as having been there myself, far away from friends and family, I can say that being lost in an ocean of people really made me recognize how small I am. For a story about a kid that feels like closing himself off, it was perfect to have him blend in with those crowds. But throughout the game, he learns to expand his world and open up to people, lest he let it end with him. The World Ends With You doesn't just take advantage of the Nintendo DS, the system is core to the experience in both gameplay and narrative, and it's something I think anyone should play. These are the kinds of games that validate the DS's existence as a console. The Zelda games released on Nintendo DS, Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, are also two great examples of that. Zelda as a series is known for making players think outside of the box with the tools at their disposal, and the DS enabled them to do this in intuitive and clever ways. In essence, the DS stylus is a tool in and of itself, as it not only simplifies the exclusive method in which you control Link, but also redesigns familiar and new Zelda items to fit the Zelda formula, creating new potential for puzzles, combat, and more. One of its most memorable features was being able to write on the map, which is an incredible feature for a Zelda game, while also implementing that feature into its puzzles, and in Phantom Hourglass's case, attempting to speedrun the Temple of the Ocean King, taking notes of your path through each floor so that you can blaze through them later on. I have problems with both of these games, of course, but that's also just because I love Zelda more than most things, and I've made a full retrospective about these games if you'd like to hear some more detailed thoughts. In the context of a Nintendo DS discussion, though, these games are an all-encompassing demonstration of how the DS could be used to make cool games. Since the DS was positioned alongside the Wii as part of an initiative to expand the medium's outreach, there were several games that took advantage of the nature of the hardware to do just that. Take Brain Age, for example. The games were created to help keep players' brains sharp through problems that test quick reaction times and memorization, influenced by Ryuta Kawashima's experience with neuroscience. Honestly, there's not much else to them. They're exactly as I described them. Brain Age 2 had a bonus minigame where you could play a relaxing version of Dr. Mario once you've completed an exercise for the day, as well as a multiplayer drawing minigame where each player would draw a prompt and vote on other people's drawings. I played both of these way more than the actual game, to be honest, although the latter was basically just an excuse for people to draw phallic imagery and farm votes because we thought it was the funniest shit we'd ever seen. There was also Nintendogs, which was another launch title for the Nintendo DS. You could take care of virtual dogs using the DS's touchscreen and microphone. In hindsight, these were extremely simplistic and casual concepts for games, and they're games that you could download for free on your phone these days, but in the days where smartphones didn't exist, these games were stupidly popular. Brain Age and Nintendogs both sold millions upon millions of copies, ranking as some of the best-selling games for the console. They had a broad appeal, just like a lot of the Wii's best-selling games. Just as Wii systems were being set up in senior centers, a lot of people that don't normally play video games bought a Nintendo DS to play Brain Age and Nintendogs. And you know what? I don't necessarily mind. If anything, I was entranced by the casual, portable nature of DS games, and some games managed to take advantage of that, while also creating fully fledged, enriching experiences in the process. Professor Layton and the Curious Village combined puzzles with a point-and-click adventure game to create an overarching mystery that you could work your way through on the go. Although it is really funny how sometimes you'll just be like, I want to go upstairs, and then the character will give you a math equation. For real though, this game was great. Scribblenauts also had bite-sized puzzles powered by this incredible engine that let you type in nouns and adjectives to spawn whatever object you could think of to solve puzzles, leaving each problem with multiple solutions, and honestly, I think it could do wonders for imagination and teaching vocabulary. In contrast to the garbage factory of free games that you see nowadays on smartphones, attempting to monetize every facet of their casual games, having to design a fleshed out video game for a casual market may not be as profitable now, but it certainly led to some memorable solutions. I am somewhat divided on how I felt about the Wii's motion controls in hindsight, and I felt that the Wii's best games made that control scheme optional a lot of the time, or limited their use of it. On the other hand, my favorite games on the DS often made direct use of the touchscreen and dual screen concepts, with those concepts being intrinsic to the kinds of games that thrived on the console itself. I even ran a couple of polls on social media asking how people felt about each console, with the poll results for the DS being far less mixed than the Wii, in which people either still held a palpable disdain for it, or they were picky about which Wii games they remembered fondly. I even specifically asked if they liked the motion controls in the Wii's best games, but I don't think that helped. Potato Cat summarized my feelings best, saying, "Some games' motion controls were created because they had the opportunity to be on the Wii, while others only had them because it was on the Wii. To me, it wasn't about gamers not wanting to stand up and move their body, it was about whether or not an experience actually warranted that, or needed to be built from that. While a lot of DS games align with the former statement quite well, as many games were born from its unique design, I feel like the second screen was often a great addition to games that didn't even necessarily need them. It was convenient for both displaying information and for adding a user-friendly interface to already existing games, so long as they didn't just shoehorn in gimmicks for no reason, because that certainly did happen. Still, I think the nature of the DS played a part in people remembering it more fondly than the Wii, even though both consoles were two sides of the same coin. For several years, the DS enjoyed strong sales and a healthy selection of game releases. Its sales only dwindled because of the release of the 3DS. Unlike the Wii, where the motion control fad died out by the end of its life, the DS reached the end of its life naturally, informing the future of portable and mobile games in the process. Many games on iOS and Android went on to be affordable, casual experiences that non-gamers could check out via the universal, malleable interface of a touchscreen. It also led to a lot of companies learning that they could rake in cash through those storefronts, but I don't blame the DS directly for inspiring that trend. One thing I do lament about the original Nintendo DS was its lack of features and upgradable firmware in comparison to the PlayStation Portable. The PSP had many multimedia features, a digital storefront, and the system and its games could receive updates. All things that the DS lacked, as it was intended to be a third pillar for Nintendo, alongside the GameCube and Game Boy Advance. It certainly didn't need these features in order to be successful, but I guess Nintendo decided that it wouldn't hurt to try. Before the release of the 3DS, Nintendo created the DSi, which had all of these extraneous features and more closely aligned with the capabilities and user interface of the Wii. The ambient music accompanying the menu even echoes that interface, creating a tranquil sense of familiarity no matter what you decide to play. The DSi sold over 40 million units in the end, and it did end up stimulating Nintendo's hardware sales at a time where the Wii was losing steam, but these days, it's nothing more than a curious piece of history. The DSi existed during an awkward transitional period for the technological landscape. Smartphones were just starting to pick up traction, but before they were widely adopted, there was all sorts of hardware coming out in this limbo period. The DSi had features like 2 cameras with all sorts of wacky filters you could put on your photos, a sound app that let you mess with audio recordings, including audio from SD cards. It had a digital storefront like the Wii that sold DSiWare, and it even had a web browser, which was previously something you could only use on the original DS if you bought the browser and a memory expansion separately. That said, the DSi swiftly lost relevance. If this was what the DS was from the beginning, I'm sure it would have been far more impressive, but the 3DS usurped all of its features just 2 years later, and rendered the DSi almost entirely pointless. On top of that, smartphones basically offered everything that would have made the DSi appealing to a casual, non-gaming audience. It was a gimmick console. And it worked. It probably wouldn't have worked out in the long term, but it worked for the 2 years it was relevant. Despite all of this, I loved the DSi. And it's not because of the DSiWare games you could download. It's not because the DSi XL's large screens are fantastic for playing DS games in crystal clear quality. It's because of how representative it is of an era that was short, but simple, before new technology became standard. The last truly enjoyable years of my childhood, before things got complicated quickly. I got sick. Some of you know the story already, I won't repeat it again. For me, the DSi is a time capsule from the short time before everything changed, both in the larger context of technology and video games, and my life as I know it. It was also a constant amidst everything changing around me. These days, it has photos from before and during some of the darkest times in my life. I have pictures of the family dog when she was just a puppy, from road trips I'd take with my family, and from when my friends and I were still kids. I cherish these photos, and I've backed them up in case something happens to them, but every time I open the DSi home menu, I am greeted with a random photo from those times. Every time I want to play a DS game on this thing, I am met with a snapshot of those simpler times. Traditionally, I end these console retrospectives with a look back at a game that seems to perfectly reflect a console's circumstances. For a while, I thought about what game would perfectly encapsulate what I love about the DS, and how it enabled new ways to create things. At the same time, I wanted it to be representative of those simpler times I remember so fondly. Animal Crossing Wild World was something that I played the hell out of back in the day, and like I said in the GameCube retrospective, it made me appreciate having a routine in my daily life. Animal Crossing was a perfect series for a portable console, as you could pop in and see how your villagers were doing, do some work around town, and then carry the game around with you in sleep mode before opening it back up and playing some more. It was a game that encouraged you to play a little bit each day, rather than for extended sessions. It made a lot of tasks more convenient and fun to work on in comparison to the GameCube version. It had a ton of events throughout the year, unparalleled customization, at least until New Horizons. There are several features that remain unique to the game, and it introduced Brewster, my favorite character. For many, this game would be the perfect choice for representing this era. However, my choice isn't Animal Crossing. In fact, my choice isn't even a video game. It's a piece of software that comes pre-installed on every DSi system. Flipnote Studio. Simply put, Flipnote Studio lets you create your own animations. You can draw and paint with 2 colors at a time, each on separate layers. You can adjust the frame rate of your animation, record sound effects and audio, and copy, insert, and delete frames at your discretion. You could even take pictures and insert them into your projects as drawings, creating some horrifying results. Also, the audio quality was pretty bad.
Hello guys, welcome to my...
Flipnote Studio was extremely easy to use, and despite its limitations, it gave birth to one of the most incredible communities of creative people I have ever seen, simply because it enabled everyone to start making things. Alongside the launch of the program came the online service Flipnote Hetena, which allowed people to share their Flipnotes on a specialized social media service. You could comment on people's Flipnotes, add stars to show your support, and you could even purchase colored stars, which would in no way support the creator of the Flipnote financially, and even download Flipnotes and create spin-offs by animating over the existing audio, or just making dumb changes for fun. The service had problems, don't get me wrong. You could add an infinite amount of stars to a Flipnote, which led to a lot of star bagging and low-effort Flipnotes that would eventually crowd the most popular sections.
If you like Justin Bieber, add stars. Huh? Another one? If you hate Justin Bieber, add stars. What is all this?
Also, the spin-off system just led to people stealing and re-uploading other animations with the original creator left in the dust, resulting in people seeing the same Flipnotes every single day with little to no changes. You could at the very least lock your Flipnotes upon uploading them so that no changes could be made, which was pretty much the only safeguard from theft. Despite the mild drama this caused on the platform, it feels so funny to be talking about this stuff in hindsight because I have nothing but the fondest memories for Flipnote Hetena. Sure, a lot of the stuff on it was very much evocative of the era, which isn't really a bad thing. But the bottom line is that Flipnote Studio and Hatena both gave people an opportunity to create things and express themselves, just as the DS itself enabled game developers to do the same. These days, social media platforms are all homogenous. Whether you use Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, or Twitter, or maybe I should say Xwitter, they're all trying to operate similarly and uniformly in an effort to appeal to as large a market as possible. Flipnote Hatena was an example of a platform that had an identity, and something that stood for creativity above all else. There was no promise of monetary gain there, just a sense of fulfillment in completing an animation. When you launched Flipnote Hatena, you knew exactly what you were going to get, and you could create whatever you could imagine with the tools at your disposal. And it left a lasting impression on me when I was younger. It conveyed to me that I, too, had the potential to create something that would resonate with people, and it was all thanks to just how beautifully crafted the program's tools were for simplicity and accessibility. That's why I feel Flipnote Studio reflects my sentiments toward the Nintendo DS. Nintendo gave developers the potential to create one-of-a-kind experiences, and Flipnote Studio put those tools in the hands of your average DS owner. And in browsing Flipnote Hatena day by day, the service comforted me and inspired me, just as the DS itself did. At least, until they shut Flipnote Hatena down in 2013. The only constant in life is change, after all. Everything has to end sometime. Since then, Sudo Memo has kept its memory alive, running custom servers where people can share their Flipnotes as they did back then, and not long ago they uploaded a massive archive of Flipnotes from the Hatena days, totaling at about 44 million Flipnotes. Thank you, Sudo Memo, for preserving the hard work of so many creators. Nostalgia is a complicated beast. It is a powerful drug, and it can cloud your judgment, but it is also never a permanent escape. In looking back at the Wii, I found myself questioning its decisions just as much as I did enjoying them. But for some reason, I don't feel that way about the DS. I fully expected this retrospective to give me a new perspective on its position in the industry, but if anything, all it did was reinforce my love for it. And I'm more than okay with that. Sometimes, that's all you really need. To me, the Nintendo DS succeeded in doing pretty much everything it set out to do. It captured a new audience, it expanded on the possibilities for game design, and it just gave people a lot of fond memories. And while the DS's relevance has long since faded away, it was with me through some of the best and worst times in my life. An era of rapid change, all encapsulated by developers creating new kinds of games for an unorthodox platform. It played a huge part in Iwata's strategy for introducing new people to video games. The nature of the console unfortunately makes most of its games impractical for playing on other hardware, unless major sacrifices are made. But because of this, the best way to experience DS games today is still a Nintendo DS. And coming back to this thing immediately takes me back to a simpler time. Like the GameCube, it put the games before everything else. Like the Wii, it thought differently about how games could be made. It was an example of drastic change that ended up bringing so much joy into the world. Like Iwata said at E3 2004, better technology is good, but technology's not enough. Most importantly of all, the DS offered a platform for both developers and players to create things. Things that had never been done before, and things that opened people's eyes to new possibilities for self-expression. And at a time where I had no voice and it felt like life was out of my control, I needed those things. And here I am now. The DS, in many ways, informed how I view video games and self-expression as a whole. And it's part of the reason I'm here making videos today. And for that, I will always love the DS. So I had the urge to make this video as I felt like creating something that was pretty much just warm and fuzzy without any extensive critique to it, and I felt that the thesis for this video embodied that most as it came together. If I ever do another retrospective on a Nintendo console, it'll probably be the Wii U. And don't worry, that one will have a healthy dose of criticism in the script. For now, I wanted to recommend some stuff by Rasputin, as his videos also have that warm, comforting vibe. He's known for creating the Gaming for a Non-Gamer series on YouTube, and a while back he released a bonus cut of his wife actually playing Elden Ring and beating the game's tutorial boss, getting pranked by the liars around the game world, and just having a great time trying not to get smoked by everything. This, as well as many other exclusive videos, can be found on Nebula. Nebula is a platform that was built by and for creators, and by using it, you can directly support the people you like to watch most. By joining, you'll be able to watch my videos early, such as this video you're watching right now, as well as view bonus content and extended cuts of videos whenever I decide to make them. And this doesn't just go for me, this goes for every creator on Nebula. By watching my videos there, you are directly supporting me, as well as whoever else you decide to watch, be it Jacob Geller, Low Spec Gamer, Game Maker's Toolkit, Hello Future Me, and many more. Just in time for the holidays, Nebula is offering lifetime memberships. For a one-time payment, you can gain access to Nebula forever, all the while contributing to the expansion of exciting, creator-owned projects like Jetlag or the documentaries of Lindsay Ellis. You can even gift a lifetime membership to a friend if they've been wanting a Nebula subscription themselves. And the best part of lifetime memberships is that you'll never have to worry about price increases or monthly fees, which we all know are just the worst parts of streaming services in general. If you sign up using the link below, you can support me directly and gain access to Nebula for 40% off an annual plan, which is as little as over $2.50 a month. I hope you'll consider checking it out. As always, I've been Liam Triforce, and I'd like to thank you for watching. When Nintendo Switch Sports was revealed, I remember being completely bewildered. It felt like we had traveled back in time to an era that I never thought Nintendo would want to relive. These days, the motion control fad is a distant memory. Virtual reality games have been able to explore them to a much further extent, but those early days of experimentation are long gone. For a while, most had shunned motion controls for feeling unnecessary or just not being as reliable or practical as a traditional controller. But regardless of that, the Wii and its flagship motion-based games sold unbelievably well, and everyone and their grandmother wanted in. For the longest time, I just considered motion controls a strange phenomenon that targeted non-gamers and families. But the more I thought about the impact the Wii left on the world, the more I rediscovered my appreciation for it. My favorite console of the 6th generation was the GameCube, despite how poorly it performed against its competitors. The primary reason for this was its high-quality library that delivered unique experiences you couldn't find anywhere else. The Wii was able to accomplish the same feat in an entirely different way, and it was all thanks to its unorthodox controller. It was risky for Nintendo to leave their comfort zone and escape the status quo with the Wii, and they made mistakes along the way, but their trailblazing left a deep impact. Satoru Iwata always felt that video games should just be fun for everyone. The Wii instilled that philosophy into its most successful games, and it ended up demolishing its competition. It invited new ways for us to interact with our games, and introduced millions of people to the interactive medium. I've both loved and hated the Wii at different points in my life, but I felt it would be worthwhile to rediscover when and why this happened. I wanted to understand why the Wii found tremendous success and acclaim. I wanted to reacquaint myself with the wonder of those motion controls, and see how they enabled creative new ways to experience video games. On the flip side, I also wanted to figure out why it isn't always fondly remembered. I wanted to recall those missteps Nintendo made with the console, and determine the true legacy it left behind. I'm Liam Triforce, and this is a Nintendo Wii retrospective. A quick thank you to Likewise for sponsoring this video. Likewise recently launched Likewise TV, which aims to solve the dilemma we face with the overabundance of streaming services available to us. Likewise TV serves as a hub for this content by conveniently informing you of the different platforms your favorite stuff is available on. There's no need to keep track of what you're watching across multiple platforms either, because your watch list or custom lists on Likewise TV can serve as the only ones you'll ever need. Each show has a label on it indicating where to watch, and you can also look into other options for watching on the show's info page. You can be watching within a click or two. Say for example I want to watch Gurren Lagann. It's on Netflix here in Canada and I'm subscribed to Netflix, so I click on Watch Now and boom, I'm watching. If you feel like checking out Likewise TV for yourself, you can click the link I've provided in the description to follow me there. I've created a few lists of some of my favorite stuff, and a nice hub for all of the stuff I used to watch on the Canadian TV block Bionics. Once again, thank you likewise.
We gave you DS, a new Game Boy, and new games to play on them. And now you say, you want a revolution? Well, we've got one.
By simply pulling a new Nintendo console out from his jacket, Satoru Iwata cemented the Wii's reveal as one of the most iconic in Nintendo's history at E3. Then known as the Revolution, Iwata wanted the company's next console to have a much broader appeal in the 7th generation of gaming. While the GameCube did have the breadth of its contemporaries in its library, featuring landmark games in a plethora of genres, it failed to hold the attention of third-party publishers for a number of reasons, such as the console's lunchbox-like design, its lack of multimedia features like DVD playback, and barely any online functionality to speak of. The GameCube's focus was on, well, the games, and that was especially evident when it came to its first-party lineup. The experiences the GameCube delivered were consistently exceptional. It hosted definitive games in each genre, and otherwise bent genre rules altogether, resulting in an unmistakably high-quality game library for the ages. That said, this system was not a must-own for consumers, and even though developers adopted a cross-platform strategy during the 6th generation, the GameCube's limitations and narrow focus led them to forego the system altogether to cut costs. For the first time, the game industry was evolving beyond Nintendo, and they had been cornered by their competitors. In May 2002, Hiroshi Yamauchi retired as president of Nintendo after over 50 years in office. He was succeeded by Satoru Iwata, who lived and breathed video games. His background was atypical for a corporate president. Whereas Yamauchi didn't play video games himself, Iwata came from a background of game development and passion for the medium. Before joining the board of directors at Nintendo, he made a name for himself at HAL Laboratory, working on games like Kirby, Earthbound, and Super Smash Bros. Under his direction, HAL Laboratory managed to find stability and develop a close relationship with Nintendo, ensuring the company's future. As a person, Iwata felt like he represented the fun essence of Nintendo in how he presented himself and in how he spoke about games and the industry at large. And his desire to share his love of video games with the world drove the development of Nintendo's next home console. Realizing that the company would stagnate if it continued to compete directly with Sony and Microsoft, Iwata decided to double down on Nintendo's uniqueness and creativity in a blue ocean business strategy. Iwata wanted the company to sail uncharted waters and create an entirely new demographic, rendering the competition irrelevant to their success. He wanted the console to appeal to non-gamers, parents, grandparents, basically anyone that wouldn't typically be targeted by a video game company. After several prototypes, the Wii and its controller, the Wii Remote, were born. It might seem ridiculous now to think that people were lining up around the block to buy the Wii at launch, but believe me when I say that almost everyone wanted a taste of those motion controls. They seemed like such a novel concept at the time. Finally, the future had arrived. Our movements in the real world could be translated into every game we play, and when you consider that the console was built on that, it was exciting. How could Zelda take advantage of this? What would first-person shooters be like? What about racing games? Fighting games? I know it's silly now, and the overacting in these commercials just make the whole thing seem even stupider in hindsight, but the possibilities for games felt endless back then, and I think the Wii's astronomical sales figures should speak volumes. Nintendo had bet on a revolution, their revolution, and it had seemingly paid off. Let's take a look at how that happened. The goal of the Wii and its interface was to ensure accessibility. The ways in which players interact with the console and its games needed to be universally understood. Their solution? Well, let me put it this way. You know how in the electronics department of a Walmart or Target they have rows of televisions all displaying a different channel? That's what they did with the Wii. I'm sure we all have our own memories with the Wii menu, and I'll talk about a few of my own, but the one that is most relevant here is that my parents figured out how to navigate the menu before I did. It perfectly emulated a motion they were already familiar with, channel surfing. All you had to do was point and click, and the plus and minus buttons could flip through pages and channels. The design was clever, but the atmosphere was what sold it for me. Coming off of the GameCube menu, which always seemed to represent the space between games that allowed for a moment of reflection, I was amazed at how the Wii menu managed to carry a similar feeling in an entirely different way. Like the electronics department in a supermarket, each channel has idle animations. Certain channels even display information without you having to do anything, meaning that as soon as you turn the Wii on, you can get a glimpse at the forecast, headlines from your local news, photos from your SD card, questions and possible answers to polls, contests, Mario Kart tournaments, and so much more. As your digital library expands, so too will the amount of things to look at. There was so much life in the Wii menu, and to this day it remains my favorite console interface of all time. It acted as a central hub for everyone in the house, regardless of whether or not they played video games regularly. But it wasn't just the universal accessibility that resonated with people. It was the theming, which was tied together by the ambient music composed by Kazumi Totaka. The rapid and seemingly random nature of the notes in this song are also soft and calming, and it unifies the Wii menu's incessant amount of information beautifully. There is a quaint simplicity to the Wii menu in that regard, and I can recall moments where I would just flip through the Wii channels, scroll through my messages, or otherwise just stare at the idle activity without clicking on anything, and just taking it all in. Like the GameCube, the Wii asks you a simple question: what do you want to play? Although in this case, it's more accurate to say, what do you want to do? It poses that question in a stark contrast to the GameCube's Black Void, but the Wii menu is especially memorable in its own right for the variety, customizability, and familiarity it offers. Let's talk about the features of the Wii for a second. For most of the Wii's life, the following channels would come pre-installed: the Disc channel for playing games, the Me channel for creating Miis, the Forecast and News channel, the Wii Shop channel, and the Photo channel for messing around with the photos on your Wii and SD card. Every game you insert has a little animation to accompany it on the Disc channel, which gives you a taste of what's to come. With my most anticipated Wii games like Super Smash Bros. Brawl, for example, it was enough to get me excited all over again. I was seconds away from finally playing a game I'd waited years for, and the channel animation would be electrifying. The Forecast and News channels gave credence to the idea that the Wii menu was meant as a central hub for your family. I distinctly remember jumping out of bed every morning and turning on the Wii in my room to check the forecast. The Photo channel was rather gimmicky in hindsight, but its simplicity brought my family together from time to time. It's funny to think about this now, but smartphones rendered these channels obsolete by the time we had reached the early 2010s. That said, it's fun to reflect on the impact they had on the Wii's family-oriented focus. The way we go about our days has changed dramatically since the Wii came out, and it's funny to think that something like the Forecast channel, or applying funny filters to photos, was an exciting prospect at one point. In contrast to the GameCube, which shied away from online functionality in most areas, the Wii was designed from the very beginning to use the internet in as many ways as it could, for the sake of both convenience and fun. Before I had a cell phone, I remember exchanging friend codes with my friends so that we could play online games together and message each other on the Wii message board. You could even post memos on the message board for people in your household to see. I used this feature to provide insightful social commentary, as you can see here. Most of the system's online services operated on a service known as Wii Connect 24. It allowed the Wii's disc slot to glow blue when in standby mode to indicate that you had a new message or that you'd received something from Nintendo. You could even send emails and SMS text messages from the Wii message board, which is a little absurd, but worth mentioning. Still, it attempted to further solidify the Wii as a family hub not just for entertainment, but also communication. I have fond memories of coming home from school and being excited to see the disc slot glowing blue. It always meant that there was something new to check out. There were downloadable channels on the Wii that took advantage of the Wii message board in Wii Connect 24. The Everybody Votes channel would just run polls every now and then that you could participate in, but the Check Me Out channel was where I sunk a lot of time. I shouldn't have to explain what a me is. Creating Miis of myself, my friends, my family, and Steve Harvey has provided me with hours of entertainment. The process of making Miis, like most other things on the Wii, is simple and fun, and you have a wealth of customizable options for just about everything on your Mii's head. Mii's are so accessible and customizable, in fact, that people have been able to use the tools at their disposal to create Mii's of just about any character you could possibly imagine. The Check Me Out channel showcased this best. You could post your own Mii's and download ones from around the world, and it held contests in which people had to create Mii's that fit into a certain theme. This is where most people gained access to the goofy Mii's you've likely seen, if they hadn't just used a Peter Griffin Mii tutorial off the internet. And because you could use your Mii in many Wii games when playing online, you bet I saw plenty of Peter Griffins in my day on Mario Kart. Mii's allowed for a degree of personal expression and theming that I don't think any console profile has been able to rival today, at least when it comes to fun, simplicity, and creativity. The point I'm trying to make by showcasing all of these online features is that Nintendo fully embraced the possibilities of the internet in their own ways. While they still implemented online multiplayer and downloadable games as their competitors did, and I'll discuss the ups and downs of those things later, these channels were distinct from anything else their contemporaries attempted and strengthened the overall uniqueness of the Wii. Take the Nintendo channel, for example. It might seem like it only hosted trailers for Nintendo games and pushed promotional material to your message board, but it also hosted Nintendo Week with Gary and Allison. You know the Light Gary and Dark Gary meme? Nintendo Week got there first. The Nintendo channel also allowed you to download demos to your Nintendo DS, which I remember doing as frequently as possible. I couldn't buy many games as a kid, but this at least gave me the chance to try them out. These were elements that made owning a Wii such a one-of-a-kind experience, and contributed to Nintendo's abstract thinking in developing the console. Some of my fondest memories with the Wii have been making and downloading Mii's from the Check Me Out channel, or watching Mario collect those coins when downloading stuff from the Wii Shop channel. Unfortunately, Wii Connect 24 was terminated long ago. I haven't seen that blue light glow in many years. The only traditional thinking when it came to the online infrastructure of the Wii was through its phenomenal take on backwards compatibility.
Matt!
Yeah, update day.
What?
New Wii titles.
What? I'm in the bathroom. Update day for the Wii shopping channel. It's funny because normally they do it at midnight, but it's like 11. It's like 11:15.
By far, the most substantial amount of downloadable content from the Wii Shop channel came from the Virtual Console. You might have heard of it.
Because everybody knows about the Wii shopping channel, and everybody loves to shop on it every Wednesday.
It allowed you to purchase and download emulated versions of past Nintendo games. This was one of the major talking points during the Wii's first mention at E3 2005. Iwata wanted to eliminate clutter in people's households by making sure the Wii could play all of Nintendo's past games. So along with the Wii's native backward compatibility with GameCube games, and nearly all of its peripherals, which allowed those that skipped the GameCube to experience everything they'd missed out on, you'd also have the option to buy and play NES, Super NES, and Nintendo 64 games at your leisure. The service would later go on to support Commodore 64, Sega Master System, Sega Genesis, TurboGrafx 16, Neo Geo, even arcade games were on there. At the system's launch, the original Legend of Zelda and Super Mario 64 were available to purchase on the Wii Shop channel to whet players' appetites, but new games would be added every single week. So while there weren't many games at first, the service eventually hosted a plethora of classic games from across Nintendo's history, nearly everything you could ask for, aside from Earthbound. I swear, the Wii had the best backwards compatibility during the 7th generation. The PlayStation 3 came close with its downloadable PS1 and PS2 games, and its ability to play discs from the previous generations, but the removal of the original PS2 compatibility hurt its viability in the long run. And it took a very long time for the PlayStation Store to become as filled out as the Wii Shop channel. I mean, the Wii Shop channel had
Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, King Snipe, Dig Dug, Juman Fu.
Well, you get it. While the Wii Virtual Console's emulation doesn't offer any features or customization to speak of, for the time, it was fairly accurate and one of the most accessible and legal ways to play a lot of Nintendo's legacy content. And now it's all gone. While the Switch Online subscription fee may have earned its price tag now, it took a few years of drip feeding for that to be the case. Meanwhile, within 7 months, the Wii Virtual Console had reached 100 games, and it went strong for several years to come. On top of that, the Switch's emulation isn't always up to snuff. The Wii still reigns supreme in that regard, at least to me. Now, all of this is what made the Wii such a fantastic and feature-complete piece of hardware, but it doesn't exactly speak to the Wii's true purpose. Nintendo needed a compelling game at the Wii's launch to demonstrate how the controller would reinvent video games. Previously, Nintendo's pack-in games at launch have been enough to sell units. When designing the perfect launch game for the Wii, I'm sure Super Mario 64 came to mind amidst both hardware and software developers within the company. That game decimated preconceived notions of what a video game could be, which is what I believe Iwata wanted to recapture with the Wii. Super Mario 64 had the advantage of being developed in conjunction with the hardware it ran on, but it was the philosophy behind the game that made it and the console a success. It wasn't just about 3D graphics, it was about 3D gameplay. Full 360-degree control, freedom to explore and choose your own journey. Essentially, it explored what the Z-axis could do for video games, and it struck gold. Everyone followed in its footsteps, and the industry was forever changed. If Nintendo were to sell the Wii as this revolution that they'd been proposing, they'd better have something similar in the works. Like Super Mario 64, the final game revolutionized the way we think about and play video games. But most importantly, it drew people in from many different walks of life, and unified seasoned, casual, and new players through its unique skill ceiling that didn't rely on knowledge of the interactive medium to play. It realized Iwata's vision for the console, and it's what most people around the world associate with the Wii. That game was Wii Sports. It's both nostalgic and surreal to be revisiting this game after all these years, but I've always wanted to know if it truly holds up. What I said about it has always been true. Regardless of our experience with video games, my elderly grandfather and I both stand an equal chance in nearly all of the sports featured in the collection, and I think that is a testament to how it was able to bring people together. That said, how much of it demonstrated what the Wii was capable of, and how does it hold up as a video game? As you probably already know, Wii Sports is controlled almost entirely through motion-based inputs. You mimic the action of each sport's real-life counterpart, and that's that. Each sport is made as accessible as possible in subtle ways, and the controls are intentionally simple but highly nuanced. Some sports hold up better today than others, but the overall package is brilliant. Let's run through them one by one. In tennis, the direction, angle, and timing of your swings will steer the ball and control its speed, and your character will move toward the ball automatically. That's all you need to know in order to play the game. The depth in this sport comes from mastering those three elements in your swings to outsmart your opponent. The longer you wait to hit the ball, the faster it travels. The smarter your angles, the more you can trick your opponent by adding spin. Let's look at some gameplay and observe how mastery of your swings can affect a match. My serve here was rather slow because I didn't hit the ball at the height of the toss. I hit it as it was coming down. Force doesn't equate to speed in Wii Sports Tennis, despite how badly you might want to violently swing your Wii Remote. It's all about timing. This is far easier to understand and implement than measuring the velocity of each swing. And you can probably see how timing affects speed across a lot of my gameplay here. Here my brother attempted to lob the ball upwards, but because he was at the back of the court and his timing was poor, I was able to return the shot with ease. Conversely, I angled my Wii Remote slightly downward from the net here, which confused the heck out of my brother and set me up for an awesome return. Realistically, the controls in this sport could have been mapped to buttons and analog sticks, but they are so much more intuitive with the Wii Remote. It's no wonder it was such a hit. Thanks to the surprising amount of depth behind its simplistic controls, I feel Wii Sports Tennis has stood the test of time. There are a couple of other sports on the disc that excel in intuitive and rich control schemes. First, there's golf. While I don't think I'd be willing to play this over Mario Golf today, it's pretty effective at demonstrating the Wii's ability to measure the force behind your swings. To send the ball toward the hole, you'll need to be precise with the velocity of your swings. This also means each club will have a different learning curve, and you'll need to experiment in order to learn how much force should be applied. The course map will guide you, and the meter will effectively communicate how you can adjust your swings. As is the case with every game of golf, you need to factor in the terrain when you swing the Wii Remote. I've found that I get the best results across most courses if the amount of force I want to apply is consistent throughout my swing, resulting in one smooth motion and full control over where I want the ball to land. While its mechanics are derivative of other golf games and its courses are mildly appealing to look at, the control scheme is what drives the uniqueness of this particular iteration of golf. However, the real crowning achievement of Wii Sports when it came to intuitiveness was bowling. Man, everyone in my family used to play this one. The controls seem pretty simple at first. All you need to do is hold the B button, let go, and bowl as you would in real life. Your character will even move forward for you as you wind up. The nuance of this sport comes from the ways in which you can position yourself and add spin to your throws. Due to the difficulty of actually performing these spins in real life, it is once again timing based. The closer your Mii's arm is to the ground when you let go, the more spin you'll add to your throw. Not needlessly complicated and extremely accessible, but the skill ceiling is much higher than it appears. All that needs to be done to tie it together is a physics simulation for the pins, and oh boy, does Wii Sports Bowling deliver on that front. Knocking pins into each other and landing trick shots is euphoric. There is a surprising amount of attention to detail in Wii Sports Bowling, and while I can't make a definitive statement on whether or not it is the best bowling simulator, it is certainly the most fun I've had with one primarily due to the controls. They are simple yet endlessly rewarding, and for a while it rendered actual bowling alleys obsolete within our household. That is a testament to the balance this sport struck between accessibility and skill. It is by far my favorite of the Wii Sports package. Although it boils down to the luck of the draw when it comes to fielding and running, baseball feels incredibly natural and satisfying to play. When pitching, different kinds of throws come out depending on which buttons you're holding down, and the ball will almost always target the strike zone, unless you choose not to with a splitter. Also, the force of your throw will affect the speed the ball travels as it would in real baseball. Pitching in Wii Sports is much easier than it is in real life, and yet it still manages to feel like the real thing, and give players a great degree of control over where the ball goes. Batting is all about the timing of the swing and the position of your bat, just like real life. The game is usually lenient with allowing the bat to connect, but trying to find that sweet spot between the outfielders, or timing it just right to send it into the crowd, is where the depth of this sport lies. Of course, it isn't a robust simulation or anything, as it's all about hitting and pitching, and in that regard I still prefer Mario Baseball, but the strong focus on those two elements once again shine a light on that remarkable Wii Sports balance between immediate and instinctual controls, and the high level of skill and mastery they allow for. Your proficiency in each sport is measured by a skill ranking, and in nearly every sport you can climb the ranks and take on one of the pros. I have fond memories of my brother and I climbing the ranks in tennis and taking on the champion Elisa. I even wrote a memo on the Wii message board after we won. Beautiful. This balance between skill and ease of use has shot Wii Sports into the stratosphere, and it's the reason the game is still fondly remembered. However, Nintendo, being the ambitious bunch that they are, went a little crazy when attempting to showcase the capabilities of their motion controls. This is boxing, and it's the only game in the collection that requires the nunchuck attachment. While boxing can work really well with enough patience, it requires a level of accuracy and technique that isn't effectively communicated, nor is it entirely reliable due to the limitations of the Wii Remote. So let me explain the controls. You start by holding the Wii Remote and nunchuck upright like so. This is how you'll be throwing out jabs. You can block your face and your stomach by holding the controllers close together and positioning them in front of each respective body part. You can also tilt them to the left or right to dodge. This works pretty well most of the time. It's everything else that isn't as reliable. Throwing out a hook means swinging the Wii Remote or nunchuck in from the left or right, but it doesn't always work. I'm not kidding, it says the same thing on Strategy Wiki. Also, to perform an uppercut, you have to be very specific. You have to punch up from around your waist, but it can be a bit finicky. And in order for any of these punches to register accurately to your movements, you have to be precise. But even then, this isn't a guarantee. Everyone will accustom themselves differently to the controls, and everyone has a different technique. Regardless of that, though, how much of this is communicated to the player? Positioning, blocking, and dodging are talked about in the instruction manual, but that's about it. It got to the point where I had to look up a tutorial on YouTube to see if I was doing something wrong. But as it turns out, even this guy's punches weren't registering sometimes, despite him having mastered the sport to an extent. I mean, I eventually picked up on the controls and I eventually worked my way up to Matt, and to that end, Wii Sports Boxing can be pretty enjoyable. But this is easily the hardest game to master on Wii Sports, and by far the most unreliable. This is due to the inherent limitations of the Wii Remote, its ability to track finer movements, and to that end accommodate for the techniques of all players, had its limitations, which should foreshadow the problems that the Wii faced throughout its life. But we'll get to that in time. Despite its hiccups, Wii Sports left an immeasurable impact. The game brought people together, regardless of their experience with video games. I can't speak for anyone else, but based on my own experience and the memories others have shared, I'm sure the game succeeded in captivating the world. It might seem silly to consider Wii Sports one of the best games ever made, but as I've come to appreciate how elegantly it was able to reinvent the way we play video games, and the shocking amount of skill you could develop in it, I think that is a fair assessment to make. Wii Sports changed the way the world viewed video games, and it was a stellar way for the Wii to begin its life. Wii Sports wasn't the only game to reinvent the way we play. A few months after the Wii launched, we received the minigame collection Wii Play. Most of its minigames are controlled by pointing the Wii Remote at the screen and pressing A and B, but it feels like a continuation of the philosophy behind Wii Sports. Accessible controls and a striking amount of depth. Its control scheme was so easy to understand that my grandpa was shooting clay pigeons and going for the gold medal in no time. Nearly every minigame has its own variation on the point-and-click control scheme, with the exception of this cow racing minigame which has you tilting the Wii Remote while holding it sideways. Wii Play feels like an introduction to the Wii, and video games in general. But with how addictive and challenging its minigames become as you get better at them, I find myself coming back to this game a lot and trying to get the gold medals. Find Me is essentially just Where's Waldo, but it gets progressively more difficult with different variations on what you need to find. And I loved trying to find the right Miis as fast as possible to increase the time limit. Pose Me gets super intense as you have to twist the Wii Remote and match the pose without letting the bubbles hit the bottom of the screen. Of course, the depth is spread a little thin in comparison to Wii Sports. You've got air hockey and billiards, which function as expected with the Wii Remote. The tank minigame is a fan favorite. Being the only minigame playable with the nunchuck, you have to move and aim at the same time in order to survive. This is a super effective way to condition players to games with this control scheme, as a lot of the AAA games on the Wii will require the nunchuck, from Zelda to Mario. The replayability of Wii Play comes from its medal system. Depending on your score, you can be awarded a bronze, silver, or gold medal. This is why I revisit Wii Play. The minigames are both splendid introductions to the console and the medium at large, and rewarding to replay over and over. A lot of Wii Play's controls were universal, and the skill you develop would translate to other games like Trauma Center Second Opinion. This was a Wii launch title and a remake of Under the Knife on DS. The story is utterly nonsensical, and I think the Game Grumps playthrough of this game is more entertaining than any of the game's actual writing, but the fast-paced yet precise nature of the operations are super engaging and often quite challenging, and a prime example of how the Wii Remote's pointer-based precision can work in game design. Elebits also use the pointer as you tear apart rooms to capture those sneaky little critters. It features the most substantial physics engine I've seen a Wii game utilize, and it really tests the increased horsepower of the console. Excite Truck was also a launch game, and like the cow racing minigame, it let you steer your truck by tilting the Wii Remote as you would the steering wheel of a car. You could also flip it around while flying through the air to do tricks, which increased your star rating. Excite Truck was unique in that you didn't actually win races by coming in first, although that certainly helped. You win a race by racking up the most stars. The game also lets you terraform mid-race for massive jumps, and yeah, it's an Excite Bike game. A pretty fun one at that. The horizontal tilt control setup would become the standard for Wii racing games, good and bad. And while it did make the game easier for casual players to pick up, it was less accurate than an actual steering wheel or analog stick. Thankfully, Excite Truck accommodates for these controls through its wide level design. That said, my favorite use of this tilt control setup doesn't actually belong to a racing game. That distinction goes to a WiiWare puzzle platformer known as Fluidity. You control a body of water through a Super Mario 64 Metroidvania-esque world that has you solving puzzles and collecting rainbow drops to open doors and progress. Fluidity works so well through this control scheme because you aren't controlling a single object. You're controlling an entire body of water that can divide in accordance with the terrain, and it uses a full physics simulation that just feels right with the Wii Remote and makes the game more fun to play. That and the concept is ingenious to begin with. But these games are merely appetizers. If you want to see a Wii game that demonstrates the capabilities of the Wii Remote, WarioWare Smooth Moves is an excellent one. Now, I love WarioWare's microgames. So long as the controls were communicated well, WarioWare and the Wii would be a match made in heaven. This game doesn't just work well on the Wii, it only works on the Wii. WarioWare's smooth moves makes the methods in which you hold the Wii Remote paramount to your success. Not only do we have the remote control, but we also have methods such as the umbrella, the chauffeur, the sketch artist, the thumb wrestler, the waiter, the finger food, the mortar and pestle, and my favorite, the big cheese.
The big cheese. With the form baton at your hip, force your chest and hips forward. This dance honors the CEO, unsung hero standing proud on the backs of his employees.
These methods of holding the form baton aren't simply gimmicks. They actually make mastering the microgames in such a short time span far more reliable. And in each marathon, you'll need to swap control methods on the fly. Putting both hands on the form baton during the curling minigame makes it easier to sweep. The big cheese makes it easier to actually mimic the motion of a hula hoop. Holding it as demonstrated in the sketch artist intro makes tracing and drawing more reliable than simply pointing the Wii Remote at the screen. The handlebar and the chauffeur have minor differences that can allow for different microgames. And some control styles like the waiter are so unique that they invite creative possibilities for microgames that could only be possible on the Wii. The game strikes a remarkable balance between player control and communication despite its complexity. WarioWare's microgames are designed to be understood within a split second. Because of this, WarioWare's Smooth Moves is so deliberate with how it wants its players to hold the Wii Remote, and it makes understanding the motion controls part of the fun. When it comes to genres that lend themselves well to the Wii Remote, shooters seem to fit the console like a glove. In contrast to other console and PC shooters, wherein your reticle is locked into the center of the screen, most first-person games on the Wii allowed you to point anywhere on the screen to aim, and you'd turn your character and pan vertically by pointing toward the screen's edges. This resulted in a very delicate, immersive, and unique way to experience the genre. Games like Medal of Honor Heroes 2, and especially Call of Duty 4, were great examples of this. Call of Duty 4 was unlike the other Call of Duty games on the Wii. While the other games gave you multiple control options and allowed you to forego motion control entirely, Call of Duty 4 was exclusively controlled with the Wii Remote and Nunchuck, meaning every player had to use this control scheme against one another in multiplayer. This results in a very careful and anxious version of Call of Duty that you can't experience anywhere else. I mean, the campaign is awful in this version as it wasn't designed for this control scheme, but the multiplayer is incredible and highly customizable. Along with adjusting your dead zones and UI, you can bind specific actions to any button or a motion-controlled input if you'd like. If you want to throw a grenade with the nunchuck, you can. If you want to melee by swinging the Wii Remote, you can. If you want to jump by flicking the nunchuck upward, you can. You can rip out the innards of this game and experiment to your liking. And if you want to learn more about it, I highly suggest watching my friend Lamhoot's video. It's a little old, but it still holds up. Nintendo even introduced a peripheral that was made for shooters called the Wii Zapper, which was bundled with Link's crossbow training. Essentially, it's just a piece of plastic that attempts to further simulate the feeling of using an actual firearm in Wii games. When you move the zapper to the left or right, your character will turn with you, which feels a little less awkward than playing with the Wii Remote and Nunchuck separately. In my old video on Link's crossbow training, I mentioned that it felt unnecessarily restrictive when a game isn't designed for the zapper, and features customizable options for the Wii Remote and Nunchuck separately. While that may be true, I don't agree with what I said in that video at all about playing shooters with the zapper. It doesn't hamper fast-paced gameplay in the slightest. Sin and Punishment Star Successor is proof of that. Rail shooters and the Wii were made for each other, and the Wii Zapper is the closest you'll get to that arcade experience. Aside from maybe Panzer Dragoon Orta, Sin and Punishment Star Successor is perhaps the greatest rail shooter ever, due in large part to how effortlessly it controls. You point at the screen to shoot, and you have buttons to dodge and melee. The rest is driven by some tight game design, stunning set pieces, an over-the-top narrative, and a delicious soundtrack. It's a playable action movie in the best ways imaginable. My favorite shooter on the Wii, however, isn't primarily a shooter. It's a first-person action game hailing from one of my favorite video game series of all time. It's Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Despite borrowing the framework from early Wii shooters, Metroid Prime 3's controls are unique in that they merge the lock-on combat from the earlier Prime games with the ability to aim within the dead zone of your screen. This means that you can strafe around enemies and aim while locked on, which many enemies and bosses take advantage of in clever ways. This results in the same Metroid Prime gameplay that we've all come to love being translated gracefully to the Wii, with the added luxury of the accuracy that the Wii Remote affords you, regardless of whether you're locked on or not. It is a seamless blend of both styles that maintains the fast pace of Metroid Prime, and implements the finer accuracy of the Wii Remote, along with unique actions like disarming enemies with the grapple beam by using the nunchuck. The controls in Metroid Prime 3 were so good that Retro Studios actually went and implemented them into the first two games, bundling them together as the Metroid Prime trilogy. Even though they've been retroactively implemented, the GameCube Prime games play like a dream with Prime 3's control scheme. I would recommend this collection, but it was released in a very limited quantity, and copies nowadays are extremely expensive. The trilogy is available on the Wii U eShop, but only until it closes in March 2023. Nintendo, please do something with these games. People will have no way of giving you money for them after that date. And with Prime 4 coming out, eventually, you guys better make it happen. These games are too good to remain abandoned. Speaking of which, Nintendo actually implemented motion controls into other GameCube games both through their port of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess and under their new Play Control line. Aiming in Twilight Princess felt much smoother thanks to, you guessed it, being able to point at the screen, and although swinging the sword with the Wii Remote and parrying with the nunchuck felt pretty cool, they were merely replacements for what were buttons on the GameCube. Still, it managed to organically and immersively integrate the Wii Remote's concepts into an existing game, and in some areas, improve them. Not all of them, but some of them for sure. And Nintendo making this game a launch title for the Wii definitely helped them ship units initially, as many people skipped the GameCube. When it comes to new play control, the new versions of Mario Power Tennis and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat weren't anything special, but the Pikmin games managed to feel even better than they did on GameCube. All they really did was allow you to point at where you wanted to throw your Pikmin instead of using an analog stick, but this was enough to make it feel definitive. Certain games took a very minimalist approach to motion controls. Most other games, however, used motion controls as nothing more than replacements for button commands. Sometimes this would feel horribly gimmicky, other times it would feel oddly satisfying. Let's go back to Wii Sports Tennis for a second. The game could realistically be played with a traditional controller, but it is far more intuitive due to the fact that actions are mapped to Wii Remote gestures. The inputs mimic the actions of real-life tennis, and that's what makes the sport work so well. I find that gimmicky Wii controls can provide you with that kind of feedback without intruding on a game's design. Mad World is the perfect game to demonstrate this. Mad World was Platinum's first game, and it proved that the Wii didn't necessarily have to shy away from having mature games. Well, I use the term mature with this game loosely. It is absurd, irreverent, and supremely and cartoonishly gory. With an art style inspired by the film and graphic novel Sin City, Mad World oozes style and delights in its violence. The object of each level is to rack up as many points as possible. The faster you achieve that goal, the sooner you can fight the area boss. The more creative you are with your kills and the more pain you inflict on your victims before killing them, the higher your point rewards will be. Stick a signpost through their head, jam them through a tire, and impale them on a rose bush to finish them off. There are challenges and multiple opportunities to increase your score across each level, all accompanied by some repulsive commentary from the voice actors behind Bender and Bob the Builder. No, I'm not kidding. I mean, the commentary isn't always hilarious. There are some moments that'll make you groan, but I suppose that's what you get when you work with the writers behind Happy Tree Friends and the more recent Sonic games. It was probably funnier back in '09.
Nobody left to kill! Yeah, but Jack could still defile the bodies. What do you mean? You know, take trophies and shit. Check out my necklace of human ears. Check out my stream of projectile vomit.
Anyway, setting aside the questionable writing, Mad World just might be one of my favorite Wii games. Sure, it might get repetitive after a while and its shock value wears thin by the end, but its scoring system is truly unique and the game is a treat to play thanks to the creativity in the fights. The motion controls replace button commands such as the chainsaw, backflip dodge, and using objects to maim and kill enemies, but it's viscerally satisfying to mimic the actions taking place on screen. As you can imagine, this sparked a bit of controversy. Not as much as Manhunt 2 due to this game's less realistic violence and decidedly comical tone, but still enough worth noting. Mad World was even banned from release in Germany due to its violence. Nintendo should be ashamed of themselves for letting this filth release on their platform. Seriously though, the action I perform in Wii Sports Bowling is the same as the one used to rip this dude's heart out. I can't help but laugh in retrospect. Mad World is a fun game, and showcases how sound presentation and clever game design can come together and make gimmicky motion controls that serve as button replacements fit right in with the overall experience. No More Heroes is another bloody Wii game that seeps style and personality through every sweaty crevice. As you can see, you play as a degenerate that calls himself Travis Touchdown, a hitman aiming to kill other assassins and climb the ranks to avoid becoming a target himself. The game is intentionally repetitive. Between hits, you'll find yourself picking up odd jobs around the city, which are meant to be menial in order to have you appreciate the good stuff. The game's sense of humor and self-aware tone carry this monotony, and it's a unique vibe worth checking out for yourself. I mean, Travis uses a beam katana to fight, which can run out of power. You know how you recharge it? Well, I'll show you. Everyone playing this game has to jerk off their Wii remote in order to recharge their katana. Every time. This game fully embraced how ridiculous the Wii can make you look. The controls don't try to be too ambitious, but they serve their purpose well. You can attack from a high or low position depending on how you hold the Wii remote, and the other actions are QuickTime events. Like Mad World, the presentation is enough to make this feel right at home. The boss fights are all marvelously distinct. The game is consistently entertaining, and the amount of fun to be had all around make trudging through the side content well worth it. Thankfully, this game and its sequel have been re-released on the Nintendo Switch in HD, fully playable with motion controls if you'd like. Both of these games shattered the notion that the Wii had to exclusively remain a family-oriented console, but I think their low sales should speak to the impact they ultimately had. The audience they were targeting was not interested in the Wii, which brings me to my next point. Nintendo's core gaming audience that stuck with them through previous generations felt alienated by the Wii. While we've been able to evaluate great examples of motion control, we've also touched upon some that were gimmicky. Despite what I've said about Mad World and No More Heroes and how their motion controls can heighten the fun, they are undeniably corny, and especially with some of the games I'm about to showcase, a button is objectively the better option. Super Mario Galaxy. This game was one of the heavy hitters for the Wii, and it isn't just regarded as one of the console's best, it's also regarded as one of the best games ever made. This game did away with the sandbox approach to level design used in 64 and Sunshine, instead creating linear missions with oodles of variety and fun in store. The central gravity mechanic reinvents the way players evaluate platforming challenges, and the game utilizes it to the fullest extent. This game is a miracle of game design, with a surprisingly touching story for a Mario game, a ton of heart, and a soundtrack that still manages to rock me to my core. What a wonderful game this is. And yes, it'll get its own retrospective someday. All of the 3D Marios will. These games are so good that you might be wondering why I bring them up as an example. Even their pointer-based interactions like collecting star bits, launching Mario across these sticky things, or pushing him through hazards in a bubble are so inventive that it's hard for me to get upset about their inclusion. I understand if perhaps these break your immersion a bit, but I had fun with them. There are two elements of this game's motion controls that I take issue with. The first is very minor. The spin. When you shake the Wii remote, Mario will do a spin attack, which can be used to stall yourself in midair, break crystals, use launch stars, and hit enemies. This action feels natural and requires little movement, but you perform it an awful lot, and it clearly could have been mapped to a button on any other controller and deliver a more immediate response. The other element is the game's use of these rolling ball levels. You tilt the Wii remote to steer the ball around the course. You can play these levels, but I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that wouldn't agree that these are some of the worst levels in the game, or that Super Mario Galaxy doesn't exactly benefit from having them. Let these two things be an introduction to the gimmicky nature that motion controls often took on. Another game that uses a motion-based button swap is Wario Land Shaken, but I don't want to undermine its quality. This game is great, and somewhat of a forgotten gem in the Wii's colossal library. The traditionally animated cutscenes and hand-drawn character sprites and art design make it a joy to look at, and the platforming and puzzle solving Wario Land is known for are both accounted for here. The gimmick of the game, however, has you shaking the Wii remote every single time you want to empty a bag of coins or shake an enemy. It gets old fast. Donkey Kong Country Returns is a triumph in 2D platforming and one of the best games on the Wii, but every single time you want to roll through enemies and keep your speed going, you have to shake the Wii Remote. It gets old really fast. But by far, my least favorite example of this implementation is in Mario Super Sluggers. These Mario baseball games contain my favorite simulations of the sport, but this one on the Wii decides to replace a lot of the GameCube's button commands with motion-based inputs. Other than that, the gameplay is nearly identical. While this gets tiring rather quickly on its own, if someone skips the transition between hitting and running or hitting a foul and you were previously shaking the Wii Remote to run, there's a good chance that you will accidentally pitch or swing immediately after. As you could guess, this gets old super fast. Now here's the thing. If introducing motion control to a game could potentially innovate on the medium as a whole, I am all for it. Games like Metroid Prime 3 and multiple shooters on the Wii prove that there was still room for exploring how we control games of that ilk. Wii Sports managed to bind the multiple inputs required to simple motions of the Wii Remote, which made the game far more intuitive to control and easier for almost anyone to pick up and play. WarioWare's smooth moves showed us how holding the Wii Remote in different, specific ways could actually impact the way we play. A lot of people seem to be sour on the idea of motion control as a concept now, and there are legitimate reasons for this that I will outline shortly. But I'm willing to bet that a lot of the issues raised with certain Wii games feeling unreliable, especially first-party ones, are because players don't understand what they're doing wrong, and that might not always be their fault. Like I said, Wii Sports Boxing was ambitious, and it didn't communicate the proper technique required for each command. After watching a tutorial, I fared much better, and my attacks were starting to register more often. With a lot of the most notable Wii games, it was a matter of questionable communication and necessity. Not every game could create a sound case for why they required motion controls, nor could they communicate every detail of what technique was required of the player. Motion controls were often egregiously implemented into games that clearly don't benefit from them. Of course, we have the games I mentioned earlier, but there were other games that took things way too far. Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. Those of you that have been watching me for a while now know that I love Super Monkey Ball, but I would not include this game in that discussion. While the level design reverts back to the original inspiration for the series through its labyrinthine-esque pathways, it goes on to ask an absurd amount of accuracy from an input method much less responsive than an analog stick. It's an okay game, but it isn't nearly as fun to play or control as the GameCube originals. Soul Calibur Legends wasn't a good game to begin with, as it was a mediocre action-adventure hack-and-slash game from inception, but imagine trying to perform combos on a controller with limitations in tracking and positioning. Dodging and blocking is mapped to nunchuck gestures, while different strikes come from different swings of the Wii Remote. It feels awkward. Then there are bottom-of-the-barrel examples like Sonic and the Secret Rings, which mandated clunky motion controls for every action in the game, and the plethora of shovelware that barely registers your Wii Remote waggles as inputs half the time. But I also don't think early Wii games had enough time to work out the tech behind the Wii Remote. It was a very complicated situation, and it eventually hurt the Wii's image. And then they put Guilty Gear on the Wii. Guilty Gear is one of my favorite fighting games, but did you know they actually ported one of its entries to the Wii? How could a 2D fighting game possibly work on a controller like this? Well, here's how. First of all, the four main attack buttons, punch, kick, slash, and heavy slash, were bound to each direction on the D-pad. This is probably the only way they could have possibly been bound to match the layout of the face buttons on a traditional controller, but because it is a D-pad and the buttons aren't separate, you're bound to accidentally hit two buttons at once or hit the wrong button entirely. We're just getting started though. If you hold C and Z simultaneously and shake the Wii Remote or nunchuck, you perform a super. Usually these are performed through a stick movement like a Z input, half circle, or double quarter circle. You can still perform them that way with the analog stick, but the fact that you can instantly perform a Potemkin Buster with a shake of the remote is wild. In that regard, it feels like Accent Core on the Wii has its own meta. These complicated inputs that take a little bit of time to master are suddenly being outperformed by these Wiimote warriors. Thankfully, the motion controls are entirely optional, as you can use either a classic controller or a GameCube controller and rebind those buttons to your liking, but that doesn't change the fact that the primary control scheme that comes bundled with the console looks like this. This is perhaps the most ironic thing about the Wii. A lot of its best games are entirely playable with a more traditional controller, and play much better that way. The Wii iteration of Punch-Out is one of my favorite games of all time. You have all these distinct contenders with gorgeous animations and different methods of telegraphing their attacks, and different openings to memorize. The enticing feedback loop of Punch-Out is challenging but immensely rewarding all the same. The personalities of each boxer are significantly fleshed out rather than just being simplistic stereotypes, and the way they arranged the main theme of Punch-Out to match the instrumentation of the Rocky theme is the cherry on top. Unsurprisingly, the game plays best with a control scheme that mimics the layout of the controller the original game was designed for. The Wii Remote and Nunchuck combo offers a far more reliable and accurate control scheme than something like Wii Sports Boxing, but the important thing to note is that it gives players options. Then there are games that completely ignore the motion capabilities of the Wii to great effect. Rhythm Heaven Fever, being a sequel to a DS game that used tap and flick motions for its minigames, could reasonably be expected to use some form of motion input to parallel its predecessor. Probably realizing the problems this would create in a rhythm game that requires insane precision and fast reflexes, Rhythm Heaven Fever instead opts to just use the A and B buttons for its minigames. The game is a lot better for this decision, which just adds more shameful irony to the Wii's situation. Nearly all of the Wii's best games, especially the ones made for core gamers, either scaled down its use of motion controls or made them entirely optional altogether. This defeated the motion-based purpose of the console, but it allowed for those high-quality experiences the GameCube was known for to shine through and transcend the console's reputation. Plus, these games were accessible to everyone in their own ways, much like how Rhythm Heaven Fever only required 2 buttons. Mario Kart Wii is perhaps one of the most famous Wii games, primarily due to how it was able to unify gamers and non-gamers through its multiple control schemes and simplicity. It sold 37 million copies, and remains one of the most fondly remembered Wii games of all time. It offered not only a selection of enjoyable and well-designed original tracks, but also a selection of ported and reworked retro tracks for good measure. It had a fully fledged online multiplayer suite, and it let you choose between 4 different control schemes. No matter your skill level, Mario Kart Wii was streamlined and had something to offer for everyone. I poured so many hours into this game's offline and online modes, and I played coin runners far more than any of my friends were willing to. There's just something so satisfying about trying to hang on to as many coins as possible when everyone is trying to get you. I don't know, I like that mode a lot. Mario Kart Wii has also cultivated a sizable modding scene, and long after Nintendo's official servers went offline, the fans have kept the game alive. The only game on the Wii to rival Mario Kart in terms of playtime and fan passion would be Super Smash Bros. Brawl. For those of you that are somehow unaware, the months leading up to Super Smash Bros. Brawl's release was one of the most exciting times to be a fan of video games. During E3 2006, they revealed that Solid Snake would be joining the roster. This announcement was massive. It's honestly difficult for me to articulate the impact it had. This opened Pandora's box for nearly every single third-party character suggestion you could possibly imagine. Ultimately, only 2 made it into Brawl as playable characters, the other being Sonic the Hedgehog. I probably should have seen it coming, but the announcement still got me more excited for Brawl than I had ever been for any video game in my life. Aside from Breath of the Wild or Half-Life Alyx, it has been exceptionally rare for any game to match that aura of excitement I felt as Brawl's release date drew closer. While future Smash games may have eclipsed Brawl mechanically, I still think Brawl is my favorite game in the series. Its amount of content was vast, wonderfully diverse, and all an absolute treat to experience. Classic adventure all-star event matches, home run contest, multi-man brawl, stage builder, coin launcher, oh my god, the coin launcher. This game had everything you could possibly want. Most single-player modes offered 2-player co-op now. The challenge mode was addictive and offered astronomical levels of replayability to the game, and the amount of respect it pays to the history of video games through its trophies, stickers, and especially its soundtrack is admirable. The Subspace Emissary adventure mode remains unmatched. Seeing all of these characters interact with one another and form relationships without dialogue still leaves me giddy. And it all built up to this overarching narrative that concluded this subtle trilogy across the 3 then-current Smash Bros. Games. The fighters in Smash were all depicted as toys, with the master hand being the one playing with them. The implications of the kid growing older and still playing with his toys is personified in Taboo, a name that is very on the nose and not subtle at all, but it makes for a climactic battle in the end. Each character has multiple unlockable routes, but every single one of them could be unlocked through the Subspace Emissary. 3 of them were found via secret paths in some of the levels: Jigglypuff, Toon Link, and Wolf. It was pretty exciting to have options in that regard. Speaking of options, Super Smash Bros. Brawl lets you rebind every single button on every controller you could use with the game, and you could toggle motion inputs on or off. So even if you were stuck using the Wii Remote and Nunchuck combo, you could still customize it to your liking. This was surprisingly rare for a system designed to be accessible to everyone, and I applaud Brawl for taking this step. Like Mario Kart Wii, Brawl was also highly modded. When it comes to custom characters, stages, or music, if you can name it, chances are it has a Brawl mod. One of the most famous mods in Wii history is Project M, which retooled Brawl's physics and combat mechanics to be in line with Melee's. It tweaked character movesets to accommodate for this, creating and balancing its own meta, and you can even play online with the mod active so long as both consoles were using it. It even added a couple of characters that were excluded from Brawl, Mewtwo and Roy, and there were planned to be newcomers at one point before the project was unfortunately discontinued. But as you can see, Brawl's legacy has nothing to do with the Wii, and everything to do with it being a great game with a passionate fanbase. The fact that Nintendo released Super Mario Galaxy, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and Mario Kart Wii within a few months of each other still astounds me. When it came to making beautiful games, their teams were still firing on all cylinders. And like Wii Sports, Brawl and Mario Kart Wii brought people together. Only they were legendary enough to hold the attention of the gaming audience Nintendo was thought to have cast aside with the Wii. There were plenty of hidden gems on the Wii that flew under the radar due to the console's largely casual install base. Muramasa, the Demon Blade, the Klonoa remake, Dokapon Kingdom. There are so many games to talk about in a library this vast that it became overwhelming for me to highlight specific games in this video. I realize I'm leaving out games like New Super Mario Bros. Wii, Kirby's Epic Yarn, and Return to Dreamland, but I don't want to stray too far away from the focus of this video. The point of all this is that it was difficult for Nintendo to expand their demographic while maintaining their traditional gaming audience, and this was further evident in the console's library. Many of its best-selling games were aimed at a casual or young audience, and that includes games that were essentially shovelware. Meanwhile, if the game wasn't a first-party Nintendo title, and it was a single-player game aimed at a specific hardcore gaming demographic, it was almost always guaranteed to fall into obscurity. Also, although the Wii's library was indeed vast, high-quality third-party games would often be drowned in an ocean of mediocrity. The system was easy to develop for, its casual audience was sizable, and publishers took full advantage of those things. The console's focus on motion control also ended up being self-defeating. Ultimately, most of the Wii's acclaimed hits were selective about how much motion they used. And while it is true that Wii Sports motion controls introduced many new people to the interactive medium, and they are a marvel of game design, the insistence that Wii games use motion controls drove some players away from otherwise great games, and also ensured that certain players simply could not play. Players with disabilities have legitimate reasons for not being able to use motion controls, preventing them from enjoying certain games on the system to the fullest. For a video game console that attempted to have such a broad appeal, all of this is tragically ironic. The Wii still had several problems of its own that had less to do with motion controls and more to do with hardware limitations and oversights. For one thing, most online multiplayer games had awful connectivity issues. Even with an Ethernet adapter, Super Smash Bros. Brawl lagged to infamous degrees. Certain games like Mario Kart Wii, Monster Hunter Tri, and Mario Strikers Charged fared better, but the majority of games that attempted to have online multiplayer shared the same fate. On top of that, Nintendo felt that giving each game an individual friend code for you to share with your friends was a good option, as mere scraps of an online infrastructure were scattered across the Wii's many features. Sure, I appreciated their originality, but being able to play games online with my friends shouldn't have been as difficult as it was. Then there's the topic of third-party support for the Wii. We've discussed the shovelware and hidden gem side of things, but what about major multi-platform games? The Wii was obviously technically incapable of running a game like Mass Effect or Red Dead Redemption, being a small step up from the GameCube, but certain developers did attempt to bring their multiplats over. Call of Duty surprisingly fared pretty well on the Wii, as did games like Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. Games that cross-released with the PS2 also fared well, as you'd expect, due to the Wii's architecture being 6th generation in many ways. Other ports lacked certain features. LEGO Star Wars didn't have online multiplayer, and the Toy Box mode in Toy Story 3, the video game, was completely butchered. Then there are games that ended up being completely different from their other versions because the Wii couldn't run them, but the publisher still wanted a Wii version out the door. Star Wars The Force Unleashed and Sonic Unleashed first come to mind here. This was often confusing for parents that wanted to buy these games that were being promoted, only for their kids to discover that they are nothing like the games they'd been seeing trailers for. Companies would try to communicate this, but it was still pretty rough. Nintendo set themselves back a generation technologically with the Wii, and the effects of that were felt through the Wii U's life and into the Switch era. And then there were the issues with WiiWare games. Although I loved the Wii Shop channel, the WiiWare program wasn't handled flawlessly. WiiWare enabled both AAA and independent developers to release their games digitally on the store, and it hosted several great games. So many great games that, if they weren't made available on another platform, are now lost to time. That said, WiiWare had some problematic restrictions. Nintendo refused to budge on the 40 megabyte file size limit, despite the fact that you could expand the console's storage with an SD card. This led to the Wii versions of Super Meat Boy and Sonic 4 Episode 2 being cancelled. On top of that, the service allegedly had even worse restrictions imposed on developers wanting to release their games. According to the developers behind Retro City Rampage and Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition, Nintendo required a certification process that could last up to 9 months, and the games had to sell at least 6,000 copies before any payment would be received from Nintendo. This was apparently done to ensure that low-quality games don't flood the service, but it ended up being a hindrance to most developers. And also, kind of scummy. I'm sure the situation is complicated, but not really a fan. Despite criticism of the Wii mounting, Nintendo doubled down on their focus, resulting in one of the most embarrassing E3 conferences in history. Nintendo's E3 2008 conference lives in infamy. It leans so heavily into the Wii's success with the casual market that the company would end up shooting themselves in the foot. The Wii Balance Board and other Wii peripherals had a huge focus, as did Wii Music. For this video, I decided to buy the game just to investigate whether or not it was as stupid as the presentation made it seem. I figured you would have the option to compose your own MIDI music just like Mario Paint, and then play along at your own tempo, and you wouldn't be forced to just thrash around to existing songs. But no, Wii Music barely qualifies as a game. You indeed simply thrash around to public domain music. It is the digital equivalent of a baby's rattle. There's a music quiz minigame here too, I guess? I am baffled by the notion that Nintendo thought Wii Music would be the right note to end on at that year's conference. Well, in all fairness, they did find time to address one piece of criticism, and they did so in a major way. I've always felt as though the Wii Remote had limitations that restricted what developers could accomplish with it. Does anyone here remember Red Steel? It was a mediocre first-person shooter that ran terribly and was buggy in strange ways. My console crashed after attempting to return to the Wii menu, and my cursor would often jitter until I figured out what was causing the problem. As it turned out, the jittering of my reticle was caused by my Wii Remote volume being turned on. If the source code ever gets released for this game, I would love for programmers to take a look at it, because that sounds like some horrifying and hilarious spaghetti code. Anyway, the game got ambitious with its swordplay. Sadly, the Wii Remote could not track the position of your sword as accurately as the developers probably wanted, resulting in promising but ultimately weak sword fighting in the end. To enable full 360-degree movement within the Wii Remote, Nintendo came up with the Wii Motion Plus. This peripheral was incredible, and it was implemented best in 3 games, the first being Wii Sports Resort. It sounds silly, but it felt like there was a lot riding on this game. It was a sequel to one of the biggest games of the 7th generation, and it was being bundled with new technology as well. But dare I say, I might enjoy this game more than the original. It isn't as focused as the original 5 sports, and not all of its sports are winners, but its cohesion in its theming and setting of Woohoo Island, and its improved controls, make it infinitely more enjoyable to experience for me. Wii Sports Resort has 12 sports to choose from instead of 5, and there are variations of each sport to tackle as well. Some returning sports like bowling featured sub-games like the 100-pin bowl, which I spent a lot of my time on. It is so satisfying watching all of those pins fall on top of each other. Another returning sport, golf, had more accurate measurements of force to work with on top of the new Frisbee golf version. But by far the most effective demonstrations of what the Wii Motion Plus could do lie with swordplay, table tennis, and air sports. Table tennis can take advantage of nuanced serves and returns, as well as the force that you apply to the ball. You could twist and turn your wrist in any way you wanted and the game would react accordingly. This makes it one of the best table tennis simulations I've ever experienced, even counting virtual reality, because it features the automation and subtleties that made Wii Sports accessible in the first place, like your characters automatically moving, and the ball's highlighted trajectory. Air Sports showcased the accuracy that 360-degree movement could allow for, and although you could explore Woohoo Island at your leisure and see how part of the island was connected, the dogfighting was where the real twists and turns of the Wii Remote happened. But by far, my favorite sport in Wii Sports Resort was swordplay. Swordplay finally implements the finer movements of the Wii Remote that boxing could not allow for in the original game. You can swing your sword from any direction and block attacks accordingly. It feels exceptional to control. Being able to attack from so many angles and cut through your opponent's guard was tremendously satisfying. My brother and I used to pop Wii Sports Resort in just to fight each other in duels, and Speed Slice was a ton of fun. Speaking of swordplay, the next game to use the Wii Motion Plus well is one of the coolest games I've ever played, and surprisingly, it's a sequel to a game we talked about earlier. It's Red Steel 2. You play as the last remaining member of the fictional Kusagari clan, and you have a revolver and a katana at your disposal. The mix of Western and Eastern elements are evident right down to the weapons you wield. While the revolver functions as you'd expect and the first-person animations hit all the right notes with me, the katana is where things get wild. Thanks to the Wii Motion Plus, both every minute position from which you swing your sword and the force behind each swing are almost always translated into the game. While you can get away with swinging your sword lightly or shooting from afar on the most common grunts, wide swings are required to destroy armor, and enemies can parry specific swings, so you'll need to stay on your toes. You can also parry yourself should you feel the need to stagger your opponent, and it feels just right. As you collect gold from exploring, racking up combos through kills, and completing side missions along the main path, you'll be able to unlock new skills. Early in the game, you'll obtain the uppercut, which allows you to jump up and slash enemies in midair, or juggle them with your revolver like a badass, or this awesome counter finisher that allows you to immediately thrust your sword behind you and into an enemy's chest. Honestly, I haven't finished this game because I had to record multiple games for this video, but while recording it, I had a hard time putting it down. It's not a perfect game, its missions and enemies do get repetitive after a while, but I would love to see a Red Steel 3 in virtual reality at some point. There's so much they could do with this concept, and the game is proof that the Wii was often ahead of the curve in game design. The Wii Motion Plus's high-fidelity motion tracking was revolutionary, and served to foreshadow the upcoming VR revolution we'd feel in the mid to late 2010s. There's just one problem with it. The Wii Motion Plus is what the Wii Remote should have been in the first place. By the time the Wii Motion Plus could be taken advantage of by other games, it was far too late. The Wii had entered its twilight years. Sales were on the decline as the casual market migrated to smartphones. Although I tend to cite the Wii as an example of Nintendo being ahead of the curve, they were also behind it as well. Smartphones rendered the forecast channel, news channel, and the Wii message board obsolete. While the nature of the smartphone gaming market led to that same demographic Nintendo once captivated, abandoning the Wii in a flash. As it turned out, most of them were buying the console for Wii Sports or Wii Fit and leaving it at that. That and the increase in graphical fidelity and more demanding games left the Wii far behind its contemporaries. This was a conscious choice by Nintendo in the beginning, and it worked out back then, but it hurt the console's longevity. The last Wii Motion Plus game I wanted to talk about means a lot to me. I won't discuss it in too much detail, but it was Nintendo's last bastion for the Wii. Their final work of art that would showcase everything that the Wii's unique interface could enable. The Legend of Zelda: Skyward Sword. I made a 2-hour-long retrospective on the game that you can check out if you want, and I'll keep things brief here. Skyward Sword made the Wii Motion Plus's added accuracy an integral part of combat and puzzle solving. Rather than focusing on items or varied sword techniques, the combat of Skyward Sword wants you to focus on where your slashes are coming out from. The designers created a large amount of scenarios for this philosophy to flourish, and it makes for some of the most fun I've had with combat in a Zelda game. It's also a pretty great game, albeit an undeniably flawed one. With that said, the trappings we've discussed from prior Wii games still plagued it. Many actions in Skyward Sword felt ham-fisted, and I have to question the necessity of certain motion gestures when an analog stick would have sufficed. Flying the loft wing, maneuvering the beetle, swimming, diving. Does every single action in this game truly benefit from motion controls? I would say no. Some do, like being able to physically draw back the bow as you would in real life, a concept adapted from Wii Sports Resort, but many fans were not exactly receptive to the implementation of motion controls in Skyward Sword. I at least agree with questioning the necessity of these controls, but they do function as they're supposed to. Like I've said before, there's a chance these people were simply doing something wrong in this game, but this brings us back to another point I made. It is impossible to account for the way in which every person moves, which means that a percentage of people are inevitably not going to be able to acclimate themselves to the controls. And if you're left-handed or have a disability, you just kind of have to put up with them if you want to play. This ironically defeats the purpose of the Wii, and it's a touchy subject today. Making them mandatory in a mainline Zelda game is going to be controversial no matter how you slice it, and the sad truth in the matter is that the game's sales were impacted by this decision. But I believe if they were optional from the beginning, this game's legacy might have shaken out differently, especially with how many people are finding themselves enjoying the game through Skyward Sword HD and its button controls. The Wii eventually faded out and left behind a complicated legacy. A few more great games released toward the end of the Wii's life, like the aforementioned Kirby games and Sonic Colors. The game was a huge deal as it ushered in a new, promising age for the Blue Blur. Trimming the fat of the boost formula introduced in Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Colors was all about the speed and the platforming. Although these elements would often disconnect from one another in certain levels, it was a fresh start for Sonic, and that momentum continued through Sonic Generations. Aside from that, the Wii's last years were mostly crowded with the usual shovelware. The Wii's experimentation with motion control, and the response to the options available in some games and lack thereof in others, would leave its mark on the future of video games. Gyro aiming would be adopted in console games as it gave players more control than an analog stick, and improved reaction times. And it is completely optional in nearly every game. Required motion controls have been relegated to casual party games on Nintendo Switch, which represents Nintendo's willingness to dip their toes back into those waters. These games feel much more welcome now, as it isn't the primary focus of the console, instead having its own dedicated audience alongside the mainstream. It gave consumers options, and that's the biggest takeaway from the Wii's rise and fall. Motion controls only partially invited accessibility, but making them mandatory limited players' options. Options drive accessibility. While motion controls allowed Wii Sports and other games of its kind to succeed, other games found far more success with multiple demographics thanks to their broad appeal, and most importantly, their wide assortment of control options. While the Wii's motion controls may not have been a focus for future Nintendo consoles, the philosophies that brought it to life remain with the company in some fashion. The Wii U's asymmetrical multiplayer and gameplay possibilities continue to represent Iwata's unorthodox manner of thinking, while the Nintendo Switch incorporates multiple control styles and ways to play in order to give players and developers freedom to experiment. Iwata left a deep impact on the company and video games in general, and he will never be forgotten. If there's anything to take away from my experience revisiting the Wii, I believe one thing remains true today. The Wii was a social console. From its roots as a central hub for your family to gather, to its simple learning process and innovation in Wii Sports, to hiding Wii remotes around the living room and playing Word Hot Potato in Wii Party, to the multiplayer memories we share with Smash Bros. And Mario Kart, the Wii was designed to bring people together, no matter their background. To that end, I believe the Wii succeeded, and Satoru Iwata realized his vision. It's just unfortunate that its best games were forced to grapple with its unorthodox control scheme, and its hardware limitations prevented it from having a more stable life cycle. With that said, I'd like to discuss one more game. It's one of my favorite games of all time, and its message reflects beautifully on the life and death of the Wii. And it almost didn't come out in North America. Late in the Wii's life, Nintendo didn't feel the need to localize certain Japanese games due to how niche they would be in the West, and how poorly they'd fare given the Wii's demographic. Operation Rainfall was a campaign that attempted to make these localizations happen. Although Nintendo initially stated they had no plans to localize the 3 games Rainfall was campaigning for, all 3 games were eventually released in English. These 3 games were Pandora's Tower, The Last Story, and the game I wanted to talk about today, Xenoblade Chronicles. This game was great in spite of everything that would have held it back. Hardware limitations and an awkward control scheme were of no concern thanks to clever use of the system's architecture and the option to use a classic controller. Monolith Soft worked with the system's weaknesses and delivered an experience that no one thought possible. It was a true-to-form open-world game on the Wii, and it would often leave me speechless. Xenoblade is a technical marvel. It's hard to articulate the sense of scale, as it presents 2D images of a 3D space. But when you pan the camera out and see just how much of the game there is to explore and observe, and how much is being rendered at once, this game's existence seems almost impractical. And yet, here it is. The game featured a revolutionary real-time action RPG combat system that was relative to you and your partner's positioning and synergy, a hard-hitting orchestral soundtrack composed by a host of talented musicians, and an emotionally rich and deeply resonant narrative about revenge and the future. Shulk has the ability to see the future. However, this ability, while useful, creates an air of tension around everything he and his partners do. Eventually, he realizes it is best not knowing what the future holds. That's all I'm going to say about the game's narrative in case you haven't played it, because its thesis is relevant to the leap Satoru Iwata took with the Wii. Iwata committed to his vision for the Wii, despite the scrutiny it ended up facing. While his vision did seem to be realized initially, unforeseen consequences ended up putting the console in hot water. That, and many elements of the maturing game industry, rendered it obsolete. Still, he gave it a shot, despite not knowing what the future held, and his efforts left their own impact. We can't predict the future, but we can influence it. It's more worthwhile trying and not knowing than knowing and not trying. And that's exactly what Shulk and Satoru Iwata have in common. For every wise and poor decision he made as president of Nintendo, he stood for change. And for that, I will always respect him. I've been Liam Triforce. Thanks for watching.
Absolutely critical was Ethernet. The Sega Dreamcast was basically the first console in history to have any kind of online component to it. But theirs was dial-up internet using a modem. That was the technology of the time. We realized that that was a short-term solution. What we wanted to do was to point towards the future and integrate Ethernet and high-speed broadband internet to the television set. We wanted to bet on the future rather than on the present.
The ability to connect machines to each other and to the internet was a core part of the DNA.
We were pitching a very traditional game console, and the Xbox team proposal, as I understood it, it sounded to us like, hey, we're going to take a PC and we're going to go build a console out of that, and it just didn't seem credible. It's just not the way the business worked.
Final round, fight.
These two groups came at the idea of building a game console in very, very different ways. So this meeting got really contentious.
We have to watch these guys like on our plan and tell us it's not going to work and talk to Bill about how game consoles really work. I'm waiting. I'm like, come on, Bill, kill him, shut him down. They're full of He doesn't do it.
I wanted to see the Bill Gates of old. I wanted to see Old Testament Bill Gates, the guy that was famous for throwing people out of meetings and telling them never to come back and telling them that they're the dumbest person in the company. To my horror, Bill sat back and stroked his chin and was very thoughtful. Bill said, well, I think both teams raised some good ideas.
But he didn't seem really that impressed.
In front of that audience, we realized we had to bring out every stop.
The guys from the DirectX side knew that you don't go to a Bill Gates review without showing something really spectacular.
And And so leading into this meeting, none of us had slept for like a week.
We made this little device that had relatively old PC technology with a game console-like case on it. And we modified Windows with a hack that like tears open a hole from the bottom up and exposes the hardware.
It was a bunch of PC components and a game controller, and it was literally just held together by chewing gum and tape.
Soldering stuff, stripping wires.
And this was like, in the back of our car or like, on the floor in a conference room that we were making this stuff.
An ugly timer on it that showed Windows booting up from power.
Booting a PC 20 years ago would take like 3 minutes. It could take longer. It could take 5-6 minutes. These guys played with a PC, pulled stuff out that wasn't necessary, changed the BIOS.
And I turned it on, and so it booted in like 3 or 4 seconds.
Bill Gates almost jumped across the table. He was so excited when he saw that.
Bill immediately looked at us.
Why the doesn't Windows boot like that all the time? Yeah. Bill wanted to see it multiple times. He's like, turn it off and do it again. Turn it off and do it again.
I saw his jaw drop. This is a guy who knows more than most people in the world will ever possibly know about PCs. Saw a PC, probably for the first time, come on immediately. And we had a software emulator of a PlayStation that had been written for Windows. So you can imagine the executive's surprise when we took a PlayStation disc, stuck it in the Xbox prototype, and immediately Tomb Raider came on screen in all its glory.
It bridged the gap of believability. It made the idea of Xbox seem tangible and real and achievable.
The DirectX guys were stuntmen, and they played the game a lot better.
We, frankly, I think, underestimated what they were going to walk into the room with. That meeting wasn't a great outcome for us.
The Windows CE guys literally said, it's not fair, we weren't given the opportunity to make hardware. And somebody said,
eliminate him.
Well, nobody told them to build hardware, but they did.
Unfortunately for the Windows CE team, they brought a PowerPoint to a demo fight.
Looking back on it now, I really do think that Bill looked at us and saw some aspect of himself or the early days of Microsoft, and that's what he thought was going to work.
Bill's reaction was, you guys are proposing that it's doing good things for Windows, and it's based on Windows, and we get Windows in the living room. That all makes sense. You're proposing that we spend $500 million on it. You need to make this presentation to Steve.
How much do you think this advanced operating environment is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. Watch.
Steve is one of the most enthusiastic and energetic people I have ever met in my life. That energy and enthusiasm that you see on stage is 100% authentic.
At the time, if the biggest fan of Xbox was Bill Gates, the biggest opponent was Steve Ballmer.
Steve, as a good businessman, liked to make money. He liked, big, bold bets, but he liked big, bold bets that would pay off.
This was right at the time when Bill was transitioning the CEO role to Steve. And they had already agreed for a couple of years that if Bill came up with some crazy idea that cost a lot of money, that Steve should get a chance to say yes or no on it first. And that led into this final meeting where we really had quite a large group of executives across the company.
The room was packed. There were a lot of different constituencies there, all the way from the field sales force to the most technical side of the company. You had a lot of people very, very interested.
Steve's a big guy. Bill's in there, and you're in there with these two super famous guys who hold your destiny, and Steve is really upset that we wanted to take this risk.
Ballmer understood very well where Microsoft's bread was buttered and where the money came from. We were a company known for productivity software. He didn't want some video game, or even the fact that we made video games, to threaten the very lifeblood of the company.
Steve looked at the Xbox idea and saw insanity. He went to his whiteboard and he said, okay, what's this going to cost? What's the hard drive going to cost? What's the Ethernet port going to cost? What's the graphics chip going to cost? And he totaled it all up and said, there's no way you guys, what's your reserve for returns? Reserve for returns, what does that mean? Well, We freely admitted that we didn't understand the first thing about hardware, but we were gamers and we were game developers. Our entire careers have been built around games. We knew that 3D gaming was taking off and online gaming was just around the corner. And the best and brightest in the game development world, they were moving all their thinking from the PC to consoles. We had the opportunity to go create something that was going to take all of the equity, all the goodwill, all the technology, and all of the programming tools that had ever been created to make Windows applications and carry it forward to the living room. And that was the product that we were proposing, Xbox.
Looking back at that moment, what Steve and Bill were seeing was the future passing Microsoft by. You know, Microsoft was thought of as this dominant company of the era, but success or even survival was anything but preordained. If Microsoft didn't grab this opportunity, that Microsoft would be on the wrong side of the future of tech.
It made everybody step back for a second and think.
The console business was something that we needed to seize. I think that that was where Bill and Steve realized that they needed to move forward with Xbox.
An incredibly electrifying moment.
We'd finally convinced Steve. Bill was convinced.
They've done an outstanding job so far, haven't they?
I think Bill did have a view that software running on hardware in a family room could really bring some unique experiences into the home. We could start with video games, but it could go many directions from there.
It was really an opportunity to recapture the soul that Microsoft had at the beginning, to create that revolution, to create that new platform.
We were going to do something no one else had done. We were going to launch a console from a software company. Microsoft had done nothing like that before.
And then it became clear that there was just some really big challenges for us.
At the beginning, it was about credibility.
We had a task ahead of us to ensure that we were taken seriously in the game industry.
This equation of power, performance, and price. You have to come correct on every single part of that, you know, to be successful.
There were so many tasks that had to be done on both the hardware and software side. We realized that we needed to have a leader. It was clear to all of us that that person was Rick Thompson. He had asked the best questions, the most insightful questions. We wanted him to be part of the answers.
So Rick was brought in as the seasoned senior executive who had experience in hardware with peripherals, mice and keyboards, and he had to construct a plan and a go-forward strategy.
My comment at the time was, I'm not big enough for this job. But a couple days later, Steve Ballmer calls me into his office and says, let's get this straight between the two of us. This is your job now.
You're making a big splash. You say you're getting into this consumer market. You know, if that doesn't work out well, it could really give the company a huge black eye, and that would be very difficult to recover from.
The risk here is enormous, the amount of money we could lose on this project. And for me, it was fear, uncertainty, and doubt, because you got a business guy who's going to try to figure out a business model with my little team of people who help me with the hardware business. You got 4 people coming over from DirectX. None of us actually knew the rules of the game that we're playing. And we basically just stood there and looked at each other and said, oh, like, now what do we do?
idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo.
Microsoft is going to make a game console.
It was seen as a bit of a joke.
You might as well call it Nerd Box, right?
We needed to prove our credibility. This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, shooting a laser out. I want it to blind people. Game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all. I opened up the first machine, I'm like, what the? Oh my God, what happened in there?
Seamus is backstage soldering as the auditorium is filling up.
And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
The Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line.
Bill's not gonna be happy.
And it was terrifying.
He's screaming at us. You guys have lied to me. You guys have played me for a fool.
And he says, this is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company.
It was terrifying. I thought my career was over.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Meet the Microsoft Mouse Line. There's a mouse for everyone, whether you're an expert or first-time buyer. Let's start with the basics.
I joined the hardware group back in 1987. I ran it for 13 years, hired 300 people into the group, and by 1999, we were doing $600 million worth of business a year.
Rick was working for me running our hardware business. Think mice, keyboards, we had some speakers, we had this thing called Interactive Barney.
That's super duper.
At some point, Steve Ballmer shows up and says, Rick's gonna go do this business exploration. I want you to help sort of supervise and support him.
Steve Ballmer tells me that Xbox is my new job and is very convincing about it. Having been in hardware all of my career at Microsoft, I need to understand how this is going to be a good business for us.
Do you ever want to make hardware?
If you want to be a great software company, you have to be only a software company. You can't dabble in other things.
The idea of building a game console from scratch, the risk here was enormous.
We really understand what it is to be gamers, but we're panicking. We have to figure out how to build the hardware.
We had no idea what we were doing. None. Couldn't have been less qualified to build a console.
Everything about making a console is hard, including taking an upfront loss on the hardware. Sony, Sega, Nintendo, they design their own hardware, they manufacture it themselves, and they sell it at a loss and make a profit on games. That's how the business model works. So for Microsoft, that is an insane business to get into.
Our P&L said we were going to lose $2 billion for the privilege of maybe later on, somewhere way down the road, we'll make money. And once you started it, with all the commitments that you make trying to convince the game developers to make Xbox games, you can't really stop it.
What have you done? What madness has claimed you?
We made it the point to Steve Ballmer to say, if you guys start this thing, don't come back 6 months from now and say it hurts too much.
Any new console hoping to have even a chance of success needed to win over a group of notoriously tough critics, game developers. And getting past those gatekeepers would require Microsoft to make a flawless debut at the world's largest game developer conference, GDC.
Games sell consoles, and so in order to sell consoles, we had to win the hearts and minds of the developers.
The only place I think we could have ever announced Xbox was GDC.
The next GDC would take place in March of 2000, so the Xbox team had only 11 months to design and deliver a functioning prototype.
Time is running out for Microsoft to get on the board. If they didn't announce by GDC 2000, they were going to be ceding too much of the playing field to Sony. They had to do it.
And there was still one massive problem to solve. Who was going to build the console hardware? The plan had never been for Microsoft to do it alone.
The only way that we could actually get Xbox made properly was to go to the people that were really good at building hardware.
Rick was trying like hell to find somebody to partner with us, people had expertise that he knew we didn't have.
Companies like Dell and Compaq and NEC and Toshiba. We start these meetings, and most of the guys would look at me and go, "Who are you? And should I believe you or not?" And I'm like, no, really, we're going to do this.
And the OEMs all, laughed in his face. Like, we understand enough about the console business to know that all the money is made on the software. And you're coming to us and asking us just to make the hardware while you make the software. We're not that dumb.
Rick's point of view was, we have no chance of doing this ourselves. And so then the question became, how do we partner with Nintendo? Or maybe we should partner with Sega.
Sega seemed like a natural choice because of Microsoft's previous collaboration on the Dreamcast. But there was pushback against the partnership. Dreamcast had never been competitive with Sony, and Xbox needed to be unlike anything Microsoft had tried before. That left one last great hope.
With Nintendo's 64-bit technology, now Mario lives in a 3D world, and you can make him go wherever you want.
As we began to understand the business model, we really appreciated Nintendo. People don't buy consoles, they buy games. They want to play Mario, they want to play Pokemon, they want to play Zelda.
Accepting the award for Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, will be Shigeru Miyamoto.
And you look at Nintendo and you find the Spielberg of the video game industry in Miyamoto, and you go, wow, this guy's unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
I knew I could convince Microsoft to outright buy Nintendo. I mean, it would be an amazing accomplishment because it's the national treasure of Japan.
So if you buy Nintendo, you get credibility in the Japanese market. You maybe even get Miyamoto.
Was there a way to make that happen? Because that would give us instant credibility.
If Microsoft were to acquire Nintendo, they would have gotten two things. One was the hardware, and second is a massive games portfolio.
From Rick's point of view, if you could acquire Nintendo, you would immediately have access to the best game library in the world, full stop. So I made an introduction to the people that ran Nintendo of America, told them what we were interested in, and then we made a trip to Kyoto.
And who do you think you are barging into my office?
But I could tell from the first meeting that there wasn't a chance this was going to happen. They were highly skeptical.
Guards!
They were like not even remotely interested in selling the business. I never got past square one on trying to acquire them.
That to me is the pivotal point for Xbox. Oh my gosh, we're actually going to do this ourselves. And that scared the crap out of us. Because once it became a do-it-ourselves project, now the Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line, it's going to be big and public. We're going to have to do a lot of things new. We're going to do hardware at scale. We are no longer in the Microsoft playbook.
An unprecedented challenge called for some change-ups and new additions to the team. Ted, Nat, and Otto left for other pursuits, while Thompson brought on someone new. Someone known within Microsoft for delivering complex projects against impossible deadlines.
One day, this guy comes into my office and he sits down and I'm like, who are you? And he says, I'm Jay Allen. I said, who's Jay Allen? And he looks at me like, everybody knows who I am, right?
We're really on the cusp of this digital entertainment revolution. So while for 25 years now, Microsoft prided itself on making the world more productive. Now our challenge is to blend that with making the world less productive.
He was seen as a futurist that had a lot of credibility internally at Microsoft.
There was, the famous internet memo.
He sent Bill Gates this memo that basically said, hey, Bill, we gotta wake up because this thing called the internet is coming. And it is going to transform commerce, it's going to transform society, and it's going to be powered by broadband connections. And so we made a huge, bold bet by putting a broadband connection in the back of the Xbox. Everybody thought we were nuts.
You have to remember, back in 1999, less than 5% of the U.S. households even had broadband.
But I remember Jay saying, we're going to bet on the future, not against it. He had a vision for where online gaming could go and what Xbox could become. And Bill paid attention to Jay.
Well, it's very hip to be on the internet right now.
With the right team together, Xbox needed the right operating system, and that was a little tricky. And political.
It's just amazing how popular PCs are.
Windows had been the catalyst for Microsoft's meteoric rise.
Games, word processors, calculators, calendars, all running faster than ever.
Bill Gates had been won over to the team's pitch on the understanding that Windows would power Xbox. But the team knew that Xbox needed to be leaner than a PC. Windows was an all-purpose tank. Xbox needed a street racer.
One of the things that makes Windows great is that you can do lots of things at once. You can be running Word next to Excel, next to IM, next to Photoshop.
And so the idea was, if we're going to put a video game console in the living room, it's going to run Windows.
Once or twice a week, we'd get pings from all sorts of different groups around Microsoft. Office was kind of the notorious one, saying, hey, I hear we're doing a console. I hear it's going to run Windows. What do I have to do to get a build of Office running on this? I bet people would like to edit their Word documents while sitting on the couch. What's the rating of this? Okay, so we had to do two things. One, we had to tell these groups off. That is not what this is. If you actually think people want to sit back on their couch doing spreadsheets, it's not going to happen. At the same time, we needed a lot of code from these groups. So we had to tell them off nicely.
You're dismissed.
The services that Windows provides are really valuable, but the most important thing for games is speed. If you have an operating system taking 15% of the CPU and half the disk, you're dead.
One possible solution was to use just the Windows NT kernel, essentially the brain of the operating system. This would leave more space and flexibility for developers to program games. There was just one problem with that solution. The Xbox team didn't have access to that kernel, and the Windows team wasn't about to share it.
Here we are in the computer room that holds all of our server machines.
If we'd have gone and asked the Windows team, they would have insisted that we take Windows as is, no modifications, subject to their approval, and we just could not bring that baggage over. So we had to steal it. We stole it. We stole it, yes.
I have it running on this machine here.
We actually grabbed it at night off of a server when no one was looking, about 3 weeks before a major Windows release was going to happen. We brought it back and just started hacking and slashing stuff out of it. We had to refactor and cleave off functionality to make this box so tuned that the games could be brilliant. What started out as a 4.5 megabyte working set for the kernel got that down to about 200K. So a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what Windows is actually made it over to Xbox.
You could call this the evolutionary approach.
It becomes clear that what we're going to do is not what Bill and Steve thought they had approved.
Xbox would have the heritage of Windows, but not actually Windows itself.
The new operating system was streamlined, but nothing like the Windows-powered version the team had pitched to win the technology bake-off against Windows CE. With GDC 2000 just 1 month away, for Thompson and the team, it was the moment of truth. Time to call one final meeting. A do-or-die presentation to Bill Gates on Valentine's Day to ask if he could open his heart to a Windows Lite version of Xbox.
We had to go to Bill and tell him that what he wanted most out of this, he was not going to get. This wasn't going to run Windows.
I can't imagine how it could be better.
Oh, Bill's not going to be happy.
This was the final meeting to either approve the Xbox or cancel it. One of the highest stakes meetings I was at my whole time at Microsoft.
Which is the Valentine's Day Massacre. It's like a 4:30 meeting. Rick, Thompson, myself, Ed Freeze, Jay Allard are the 4 Xbox folks there. Steve's in.
There was a whole outer group of people too. So this room was packed.
Well, about 15 minutes late, Bill walks in.
He's holding the PowerPoint presentation, and he walks up to the table, and he throws it down on the table, and he says, "This is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company."
Leans across at me and says, "Why are you trying to kill Windows?"
You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool.
I start to try to argue for this, why we can't have the normal version of Windows. Bill doesn't want any of it. He doesn't want to hear it. He yells at me, he shuts me down.
You got a lot of alphas in the room and all alpha males, and so there's a lot of pounding the table and you're wrong, I'm right.
By then Jay is up, he's ready to fight, and so then Jay goes in, then Robbie tries to talk to Bill, and Bill yells at Robbie.
If I'd had glasses on, I would have needed windshield wipers on him because he was spitting at us so hard and so fast.
Bill would yell at us for a while about these different things, and then Ballmer would take over on the business case, and the business case looked terrible.
By now, and the reason it's called the Valentine's Day Massacre is because all Valentine's Day activities are now off.
The candles at home, they're melting, and we're all missing dinner.
And the meeting gets to this sort of crescendo, and I said, okay, well then let's not do it. We haven't announced anything. So that led to another hour.
And then somebody says, what about Sony?
Microsoft had owned the den and the office.
How cool!
And the thought of Sony owning the rest of the home is offensive to Bill. But the Xbox, it's the antithesis of everything that Microsoft is. It takes all of the hardware burden onto us, so it's really hard to make business sense of it. That's equally offensive. And what's going on with Bill and Steve was figuring out which of those was least offensive to them.
Bill kind of pauses and he thinks, and he says, I think we should do this. And Ballmer's like, yeah, we should do this. And then they start getting excited and it starts going back and forth. We should do this. We should let these guys do this. Bill's like, okay, we're gonna give you guys everything you asked for. Really want you to be successful in this project. You have all my support. And that part of the meeting took 5 minutes. And I turned to Robbie, I'm like, Robbie, that was the weirdest meeting I've been in at 15 years at this company.
All I remember is Kevin Bacchus coming by and basically saying, we're doing it, we're doing it.
The system was going to get built. Hundreds of millions of dollars would be spent marketing it.
Even Ballmer said, once we say yes to this, we're saying yes to this. This is real. This is as real as it gets right now. We're going to book the speech at GDC.
Bill Gates was going to go on stage in front of the world and announce it.
And it became very real when Rick Thompson sent an email saying that Xbox had been approved for an initial funding of $1 billion.
With $1 billion on the line and less than a month left until GDC, Xbox's big debut had more writing on it than ever. The team set to work creating a prototype and recruiting game developers to the platform, a monumental task for a software company that didn't have much street cred.
When it came to console gaming in the late 90s, there was no perception of Microsoft. They weren't in the picture. But when it came to the PC side of gaming, Microsoft had a reputation.
Ed Freeze had built Microsoft Game Studios and kind of organized the studio structure by genre. We had like a role-playing studio. We had a sports studio.
We were doing golf. We had a basketball title and we had a baseball title.
But it was around the time we shipped Age of Empires that we started to really get respect.
You've built a glorious empire.
It was just a beautiful game. It was beautifully scored.
Age was a great game. It was a ton of fun. Everyone loved it.
Age of Empires is a grand franchise. But if you talk to somebody that likes to play Super Mario Brothers, it's really kind of a different customer entirely. And I think that they didn't necessarily view Microsoft as being in the gaming business.
Here we go!
To recruit console game developers to its unproven platform, Microsoft had to innovate development tools that would rival the competition, making game developers an offer they couldn't refuse.
We were all about what we were giving the game developers to work with to create the greatest games ever made.
The PS2 was really, really unfriendly environment to developers. Seamus Blackley and Kevin Bacchus and Ed Freeze, they were saying, we're going to fix this. So more of the money is going on the screen, not just trying to figure out the convoluted hardware. And that was like, really? I mean, it was like oxygen.
This was going to do things that the PlayStation can't, which meant to me, we could tell more stories, create characters that people care about, and create worlds that would be very difficult to do on the PlayStation.
It's time.
We know at this point we're heading toward Xbox announcement at GDC. Game developers have to be excited so that they could talk to their other friends in the games industry and tell them, you know what? Xbox is legit.
The innovations offered in the Xbox created a promising future for console game developers. But to deliver that future, Microsoft still needed to complete a working prototype to debut on stage at the Game Developers Conference.
When Microsoft first started talking about doing a game console, everybody's willing to listen, but you need to see it.
We had to create a prototype game console that was obviously not going to be the final design of the hardware because we didn't know what Xbox was ultimately going to look like, but at the same time, looked nothing like a PC.
I had started working with the hardware guys' rapid prototyping group, which was literally in the parking garage. And they had like built a temporary structure and a bunch of parking spaces and like made it like a little office. So I went to this area where the artists were, and they were having a remote control car race in the office. Around the desk, going right around. And that's how I met Horace Luke.
In a lot of ways, I work very scattered mind. I don't really work on a linear path. Most of my days spent with markers and paper and just doodling.
I remember the guys coming in about 6 or 7 in the evening when everybody's leaving the office with this big motherboard from the 90s, this gigantic board that had all these PCI slots on it, and said, put this into something that is presentable on stage. And I still remember staring at it going, what do I do with this thing? The traditional Microsoft product was very ergonomic centric. The mouse, the keyboard. Though the Xbox was very different. It was about storytelling.
There's a lot of people focused on what's this set-top box gonna look like in my living room. But that wasn't what we cared about. Horace was really interested in what was happening when you got sucked through that screen.
The role of the designer, it was how to tell the story at a glance. That Microsoft is about to go into a space that is brand new to what Microsoft was accustomed to. Telling people that this thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
I would go down and visit Horace, and there would be scraps of prototype drawings and other pieces of vision work that he would have.
The whole idea was this nuclear reactor almost, trying to hold this energy that's inside that is so intense.
He's like, dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out.
And he's always gonna use sound effects, so he's gonna be like...
I wanted to blind people, because that's kind of how Horace would talk about these things.
That sense of escape and that sense of capability and power is what we try to create with this green portal. And inside there, everything is possible. That was how we wanted people to feel when it's on stage.
You could have shown up to GDC and plugged in a PC and tried to tell people it was a console, and not a single person in the audience, I don't even think we would have believed that that was really going to be a console. So we knew we needed to show something beautiful.
People got to be able to tell in an instinct that this thing is called Xbox.
What we ended up building was a 40-pound machined aluminum X that had been buffed to a chrome finish.
These big, beautiful, shiny chrome X's, they were like these incredible sports cars.
We ended up taking literally a solid hunk of aluminum and carved it with a 6-axis CNC machine. That box took 2 weeks to carve and 1 week to polish.
Building those metal X's was very trying.
Drew and I just, after work, you know, get a can of kerosene, get a rag, and just keep buffing it. Rub, rub, rub until that thing was polished.
Somebody brought it out into a meeting and took a towel off of it and showed it to us, and I was like, that can't be in people's living rooms. Everyone's like, calm down. It's a concept.
And I'm like, okay, awesome about the green eye. How am I going to fit the components in there? And what we ended up doing is, if you look at a PC, there's like this main motherboard. So we stuck the motherboard at this, you know, on like one angle.
We had to shave off the edge of the motherboard because it just didn't fit.
We soldered the hardware together ourselves and borrowed space in the lab.
You know, I'm sure people looked at that and they're like, whoa, it's like this polished X. It's got this, you know, amazing green eye. But it was the world's messiest PC build. Like, it was components like just jammed in there. And you're like, is it gonna work? Oh, well, you know, work this time. I guess that's the one we'll take with us to GDC.
It's sometimes possible to forget about the people who actually make the games. And so we're here in San Jose, California for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
Announcing Xbox at the Game Developers Conference was like every Christmas morning rolled up together.
Video game developers are upping the ante on creating realistic games. Microsoft upped the competitive ante, announcing a new concept, codenamed Xbox.
At GDC, the idea was that Seamus would go on and basically be the demo guy, talk about Xbox, show the demos.
But this was the first time that Seamus had stood in front of an audience of game developers and gamers since the launch of Trespasser.
Before he came to Microsoft, we knew Seamus from his stint at DreamWorks on Trespasser.
It was a personal passion of Spielberg. He was very involved in it.
I'm in Steven Spielberg's office, and we're going to do a game that could be a spiritual successor to Jurassic Park that takes all of the principles of game design that I thought were important.
Seamus really hit on this idea of trying to use physics to simulate a world populated by dinosaurs.
I wrote a big physics system in order to make an island that was completely physically simulated.
And they say every leaf and every branch that you walk into in the woods is gonna move. And that was kind of a dream that we're like, yeah, that sounds good, but how are you gonna do that? How are you gonna make that perform? Well, the end of the story was we're not.
And I made every mistake in the book. You can read about this online, all the stupid things that I did manage in that project. And we shipped it before it was done. We shipped this broken game right into the jaws of the birth of internet gaming sites and the first fan sites. I personally just got destroyed online. And I had never seen anybody destroyed online. We know what that's like now. I thought my career was over. Everyone who was present in San Jose at the Game Developers Conference, they knew my failures with Trespasser. I remember sitting in my hotel room and I had to convince myself to just go show my face at this thing. And it was terrifying.
The day of the unveil of Xbox, I took 3 Xboxes with me, like these metal X's, 1 for the stage and then 2 for as like, you know, what happens if this fails.
We hand carry these things down in transit because these things are fragile. The idea was showing live demos, proving that we actually had nothing up our sleeves.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
All the things on the screen were specifically to show game developers that this Xbox was far and away better than any of the other consoles that they'd ever seen before.
And they have to be done in such a way where it's clearly interactive, clearly real, clearly running on the hardware as advertised.
We hand carry them down. We set them up. We turn them on. The first one doesn't work.
I opened up the first machine, like I'm like, what the is going on here? Like something jiggling around that wasn't quite right, and you're like, oh my God, like what happened in there?
So then we set up the second one. It doesn't work either. And the third one, none of them work. Seamus is backstage soldering, trying to get everything ready as the auditorium is filling up.
He was looking on the verge of green. He just looked sick. You know, I was like, well, maybe this is stage nerves, but then I realized, you know, well, maybe it's also because all of our demo machines were completely deconstructed.
We're panicked out of our minds because Seamus went on stage to talk to the most cynical audience in the entire world.
If you took a photo from the stage of GDC, you would see, you know, gamers and game developers, and they'd all look very excited. But underneath that layer are, you know, the most critical people you've ever met, waiting to hate that thing that you created.
Kevin was underneath the stage with a video switch box that could switch from the Xbox prototype that was on stage running the demos to one that Drew was standing backstage doing everything the same way I was doing it, so Kevin could switch between the two of them in case it crashed. And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
I'd like to ask Seamus Blackley to come out and give us a look.
And then somebody decided we're going to make him put on a special leather jacket that doesn't really fit him.
We don't have the box, but we do have the leather jacket, so we're ready to go. Well, we do have one box. This is our show box.
So now, as I walk out on stage with Bill G, the full weight of my failed game, Trespasser, all of my dreams in the game industry, the ridicule that I thought I was going to suffer at the hands of every game developer who saw me fail to deliver this great thing, all of that pressure came to bear. You get up there, and I run the first demo.
What I'm going to show you now is an example of advanced lighting techniques that are possible under DirectX 8.
We made a bunch of little toys that sat around your desk, like a little merry-go-round with dynamic lights.
Complicated shadows drawn across very complicated objects, or reflections, there's environment mapping going on. And all this is happening at full hardware rate. Another great example of that is our water demo.
You can now see caustics on the bottom of a pool. All those things come from the power processing on a per pixel basis. And that's really what the big differentiator was for Xbox.
This demo took, I think, a day to get running. And I can't underscore the importance of that enough. This takes Xbox from being a programmer-driven console to being an artist-driven console, a design-driven console. And that's really at the heart of the entire program.
The demo, it had a joke in it.
There's a classic Microsoft picture in the background.
Oh yeah, baby, that's texture resolution right there.
These were really smart demos and really ambitious. But when we saw the physics demo, I was like, wow, how's that computing?
In my high school physics class, I was scarred with the image of chain reaction as demonstrated by the old ping pong ball and mousetrap demo.
Physics was something that everybody wanted to do. Seamus had tried physics with his Jurassic Park game, and it didn't work so great. But now you were seeing those ideas actually working right.
A great example of the CPU doing all of this collision, all of this physics at the same time that the graphics processor is rendering the scene for us.
Physics is cool.
The Raven and Robot video, you could see the photorealism.
The huge chrome robot that basically was motion captured by a female character called Raven.
The level of physics simulation that was happening there, how much the CPU was being taxed, you knew as a developer, this thing was really, really powerful.
I was like, wow, we have got to get onto this box.
I was very surprised by the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped-down PC, but what I wound up seeing very much excited me.
These demos were instrumental and so critical to the importance of Xbox and people believing in it.
To get honest, candid feedback from our peers, it was exciting because we saw the enthusiasm for Xbox and we knew that we had accomplished something.
Xbox is really going to be the king of the game stations. This is like a PlayStation 2 on steroids.
People are kind of giving us high fives, saying congratulations, and I'm like, do we actually do this?
I've never seen so much advance in one particular piece of technology before, ever.
From that moment on, we had credibility with publishers and with game developers because it was clear we did know what we were talking about.
And the next thing that mattered was that Bill Gates showed up for it. That signaled to the industry and to the rest of the world, Microsoft as a company is backing it with all of its might.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Despite all the fanfare surrounding Microsoft's Xbox, industry analysts say the company is going to face fierce competition.
When Sony's newest video game console, the PlayStation 2, went on sale in Japan earlier this week, consumers were frenzied with excitement. They snapped up nearly 1 million units at $370 a piece in the first 3 days alone.
We were at a disadvantage compared to Sony and Nintendo because we didn't have the legacy of building fun.
And Sony, oh, they're movies, they're cool, they're awesome. And Microsoft is like, they wear khakis and they're boring and they're Office and they're Windows. And it's like...
For over a year, the team had referred to the top-secret new console only by its codename, Xbox. But now, they had a chance to christen it with a bold new name, one that wouldn't evoke Microsoft's corporate image.
Naming is the worst part of marketing. It's the hardest thing. Nobody ever 100% loves the name. Ever. Ever.
Marketing would go to the same brand people that they would use for naming components of Windows, people who know nothing about games.
Paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to go through the most rigorous system of naming, tested against all the right customers, and they came back with list after list.
We had hundreds of names that were generated.
Friction, Cyclips.
And they were epically terrible.
Norbo.
Infinity.
Zod, XOD.
Shock Factor. Oh my God.
Fireplug.
Equestria. Vibe with a Y.
Xantra. Xantra is absolutely a blood pressure medication.
Frontier.
Og. OG.
Velvet.
Zigzag.
Zimulate.
You see, anytime you're naming something, you have to play the kindergarten game that everybody plays with their children. Okay, I'm going to give my child this name. Now, how are people going to butcher that their first day in school, right?
Carpet ride?
I was having conversations with Robbie about, Robbie, Xbox is a really good name. No, you can't call it Xbox. That's a code name. We don't name products code names. We need a new name. It's like, well, okay, we'll look again. I would look again and come back. Xbox is a pretty good name.
I remember our final meeting with the naming experts. They came in with the perfect name. We've tested this extensively, and it's a winner. We tested it against the name Xbox. It blows it out of the water. Great, what's the name? With great fanfare, they unveil 11X. Because it goes to 11.
Well, it's one louder, isn't it? 11.
I looked at the marketing people looked at me, and they said, all right, we'll get on Xbox.
Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly.
There was a big debate internally about whether we should call it the Microsoft Xbox or just Xbox.
We did a lot of blind research where we would bring in gamers asking questions about what should the role of the name Microsoft be on this console. First response when we mentioned Microsoft was they rolled their eyes. A video game console from Microsoft.
What? Microsoft? Doing a console?
First of all, it would take forever to boot up, and then it would probably blue screen.
And then we asked them questions like, hey, if PlayStation were an animal, what animal would it be? It would be a lion, be the king of the jungle. If Microsoft were an animal, what would it be? It'd be a spider. It could kill you, but you also just want to step on it.
If the name of Microsoft smothered the brand, it just was going to be a non-starter.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo or even Sega was seen as a bit of a joke.
You might as well call it Nerd Box, right? Bill Gates was the richest man in the world. They were such an important tech force, but what they weren't was in the living room. They weren't an entertainment company.
Among gamers, 0% of people believe we could do it.
I was a journalist, and I thought, I don't know how Microsoft is going to make a console worth.
Can you imagine walking up to Bill like, hey, you know what the biggest liability I have in my new product launch is? The name of your company.
Let me find it. Let me watch it real quick. I love it.
The ad was polarizing, and it did end up getting banned. Stations would not run the ad because it was, so shocking for people.
There was tension for the company to be doing this gaming thing because it was really different than really the image that the company was trying to cultivate. Some of the stuff like that, commercial, I don't think senior leadership saw until it was done.
We don't talk about Microsoft Xbox. Just talk about Xbox. Because Microsoft was good on the funding side, but bad on the branding side.
And if they wanted to go market it like they market Windows and they market Office, it was a deal breaker. It was not going to be successful.
The games industry did not speak the same language as Microsoft.
But if we were going to do this really hard thing and not lose billions and billions of dollars forever, we had to get it right.
People had to have the belief that they were working with the Xbox team. And if that meant there was something slightly unconventional that had to be done, the Microsoft bureaucracy wasn't going to get in the way.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future. Truly the future of video games.
Xbox. Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood. The company is going to face fierce competition. Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming. Xbox!
The Xbox is a breakthrough game console that ships in fall 2001.
Most console companies start working on the next console as soon as they finish the current console. So 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. So for Microsoft to go from announcing in 2000 to being on store shelves in the fall of 2001 is kind of insane.
Before Xbox landed on store shelves, the team had to run a gauntlet of very public deadlines. A hardware rollout in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. A first glimpse of Xbox games at Microsoft's GameStock event in Seattle. And finally, an event that brought the entire global gaming industry together to see what was new and judge it mercilessly.
E3 is the biggest moment of the year for games. For new entrants, it was really important to show up and make a good impression.
That E3 was critical for the Xbox, but a lot of what you're showing is beta software and beta hardware.
Hardware that's not proven yet, or probably not even finished.
A lot of things at E3 can go wrong.
Adding pressure, the lead executive on Xbox development, Rick Thompson, had just left Microsoft, which meant Microsoft's mission to quickly deliver an industry-changing game console needed a new leader.
The idea of finding somebody else externally didn't make sense. We had a schedule that is crazy to begin with. The project just didn't have the time for that. Nor did we think that somebody externally could sort of fit into Microsoft and make this happen. And so I concluded that it was something I needed to do.
A new challenger enters.
Sort of a fateful decision because it led to the worst 18 months of my professional career.
It's a hard project, but what we were doing is something that is intensely difficult.
Robbie was the grown-up. What's Robbie's role?
We were a young group of kind of ragtag kids.
Let's go ahead and take the cars, give them 3...
What the hell's that? I got a demo to do up here. I don't think Robbie should be seeing this.
What we needed more than anything else was we needed an adult in the room.
I was part of Office when it was smaller, and then as it grew big.
Robbie also has a sense of propriety, and I don't think we had a sense of propriety at all.
The opportunity here way outpaces that opportunity. I think is very exciting.
He was the one inside of Microsoft that Bill Gates trusted with all the complexity and the cost and the risk involved in doing something like this.
Robbie is a good guy. People can trust him. He doesn't break his word. However, everyone who comes into games can't be prepared for what it's like, because it's an entertainment business. The software doesn't just have to work and have the right features, it has to entertain also. This is hard.
I had no clue what I was doing. I didn't play games. The business model I barely understood.
We are launching an entirely new business competing against 2 established competitors in one of the largest entertainment industries in the world.
I was learning something new every single day. And that meant, obviously, I failed most days, too.
And I think the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be super exciting. A little challenging.
I didn't think about how to plan for going from 20 people to 2,000 people.
We went from 4 people to a dozen people to hundreds to honestly thousands involved in some way with the creation of Xbox.
It was crazy. I mean, it was no time at all before I didn't know everybody in the organization anymore.
When I think about it today, it just makes my head kind of spin sideways.
Every week, I would hear about somebody I knew in the game industry that was moving up to Redmond to work for the Xbox.
We just said, this all has to get done. We need bodies. So we hired people in bulk. We brought in teams of people.
I remember thinking, there's a lot of people changing their lives for this effort. It's either got to be something that everybody believes in, and they're willing to uproot their families and get behind this initiative, or it's going to be one of the biggest cluster of all time.
It became clear that we needed our own place because we were just going to bust at the seams.
So Microsoft has this beautiful campus and all these beautiful buildings and everyone works together. We were not part of that.
We went to this campus called Millennium, which was still in Redmond, but pretty far away from Microsoft.
Part of that was we needed space, but part of it is like, we need a few miles away from main campus to get some breathing room to do something different.
We were deliberately a renegade team.
They were rebels inside of the Microsoft empire.
We were kids in our early 20s who loved video games and could not believe that Microsoft had given us jobs to go create them, and we were all kind of growing up together.
The thing about games is it's Hollywood for nerds. You have your star directors, you have your Ferrari driving rendering engineers.
Congratulations.
And after a full day of working on making games, we would get together and play games. And there was a little bit of a weird culture of not leaving, which I think was maybe not the healthiest.
Maybe like a college dorm room kind of vibe.
Your social circle was Xbox, your family was kind of Xbox.
But we all had a common purpose, a passion around games.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
Because we were still young, we had moments where we were like, wait a minute, like, am I the best person to be doing this?
It was definitely a whole bunch of kids making decisions above their pay grade.
You had a bunch of passionate people who weren't necessarily 100% the most qualified people to be doing the jobs, running as fast as they can to make this thing happen.
We were young and we were naive.
You know, I always call it the best funded startup ever.
Me, in my 20s, you know, I had millions of dollars of budget, and there wasn't really any oversight. It was a little bit of the Wild West.
You know, I had to negotiate all the components that went in, hard drives, power supplies, the circuit board. Here I am, this kid, negotiating these deals that are hundreds of millions of dollars.
There were definitely some terrible decisions being made. But on the other hand, that level of freedom, you know, made Xbox happen.
What resulted was sort of a weird combination of craziness and genius.
My recollection of that time was being so fascinated by watching this big company around us try to wrap its brain around what it meant to be an entertainment brand.
We didn't have a lot of interdependencies with the rest of the company.
It was Robbie, right, that had to go over to main campus and deal with Microsoft people.
One day, some executives came to visit the studio, and one of those people who came was Bill Gates. I showed him my cinematic tools and how I wrote scripts and how I laid down cameras in the engine. Bill spent time with Marty O'Donnell, our audio director.
Chief, whatever you're gonna do, make it quick.
Raining aliens! Oh, Jesus, why you do this to me?
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
He spent time actually watching Marty play some of the themes from Halo.
Dia Tud. Dia Pa.
He went to go see our art department where one of our 3D artists was sculpting a character in clay, making a maquette. And at the end of the Bill visit, we got in a conference room, the leads of the studio, and there was a pause. And you can see the magnificent machine that is his brain calculating down the Microsoft org chart from him at the top all the way down to the crazy artists in this studio in a gravel pit, literally. And Bill leaned forward and he said, "So there are artists who work here?" It really was a cultural change for the company.
Xbox was already forcing people within Microsoft to think differently. But what really mattered was changing public perception. Behind the scenes, software engineers were hard at work building Xbox's capabilities. Now, the hardware team had a chance to win over the doubters on a big stage at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
CES was a trade show where companies from around the world would come to unveil the latest in technologies.
A lot of buying decisions from retailers got made at that show for the holiday season, and so we had a lot of proving to do. The press was skeptical, gamers were skeptical. You don't know how to do this stuff. You've never done this before. Good luck. The gaming industry is not a believer.
While Microsoft works on the insides of the new Xbox, it focuses an equal amount of attention on the outside.
I was the creative director of Xbox.
Horace Luke is the man. Horace Luke is the man.
What Horace had to do was take the thing that we had produced in hardware and then figure out some wrapping around it. First time we ever showed him, like, hey, you're going to need to put this board that we're about to manufacture for, you know, millions of consoles into something that looks good. He's like, what the f?
My office was where everybody brought their ideas, from the technology team to the design team to the management team.
At the time that we were building the original Xbox, there were no other consoles with a hard drive or an Ethernet port.
So how do we put something around this that vents heat, that survives a drop test, and looks cool?
You have to fit all of this, of course, into a box that's not going to be giant sitting in your living room.
It was a constant battle between the different groups. I went through thousands of different sketches, trying to jam it and shrink it in every way possible into a box.
I remember him saying, like, well, maybe we just got to slim it down. Like, you know, we'll just dress it in black.
Everything was very aggressive looking. The console itself was large. It was bulging on the top.
It looked like the engine cowling on a Dodge Hemi. It was the physical embodiment of power, like no other console's ever been designed like this.
It was quite a miracle to fit everything in that box. Looking back today, you say the thing was huge, but in comparison to the PC of the 90s, it was tiny.
It is a small miracle that we actually were able to pull this up. And it looked awesome.
The 2001 Consumer Electronics Show is packed with every new gadget and gizmo about to hit stores.
CES 2001 in Las Vegas, in the convention center hall. Bill Gates was there.
CES will actually give us a better idea of just where Microsoft is going to fit into the gaming market.
For the very first time, Microsoft was going to get to show off its final Xbox hardware design.
Good morning. Welcome to CES.
Everybody felt like we were on the verge of doing something special, historic.
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
But when you show up as the third entrant into this space with well-established competitors, you have to break out. You have to be bold.
How do you unveil a product in a way that might surprise the world and get the world to see Microsoft doing something differently?
If you smell what the Rock is cooking. The Rock says
We decided to bring The Rock to CES.
There was honestly some disbelief, like, you know, Bill Gates, The Rock, like, what's going on here?
Thank you, Bill. It was really like muscle-bound Hollywood meets, you know, gamer geek of the tech world.
This might appear that The Rock and Bill Gates don't have a heck of a lot in common. Well, The Rock's here to say that that can't be farther from the truth. The Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating.
And they were funny together, like it actually worked.
And they looked like they were best friends.
I mean, The Rock doesn't impress easily, Bill, you know that, but I'm pretty damn impressed with what we're seeing here today. And considering that this Xbox at this moment is only running on 1/5 of the system's power, it's very impressive. Bill, do you have any idea what The Rock would be like if he were only running on 1/5 of his power?
Well, I would think that...
It doesn't matter what you think, Bill. I'm sorry, Bill. It's just a force of habit. Rock apologizes.
It went well. We showed nothing, technically, but it started to build the excitement.
We gave it 5 out of 5 stars. We really like the Xbox a lot. You throw in an 8GB hard drive, a 10100 Ethernet adapter, and you basically have the most powerful system on the block. The Xbox is really slick.
With excitement building around the console, Microsoft was under tremendous pressure to build a portfolio of hit games before the Xbox launch.
By the time they had announced that they wanted to do Xbox to the time when we needed to launch was an incredibly short period of time. We didn't really have the luxury of saying, start building a game from ground up. That was almost impossible. What we were looking for were games that were partially in development, ports already in development. We went out and started to look for developers all over the world.
A barnstorming tour across North America, Europe, and ultimately Japan to create some sort of excitement around the console and convince game developers in particular that we could be successful.
All right, boys, let's roll.
One day we presented a new idea from a small game publisher that had come to us and said, hey, we want to dust off one of the 2D games that we had done for PC. We're going to really invest in it. We think it's going to be really exciting.
And these newly important executives in Xbox who would review all the pitches from publishers and developers, they said, I don't think that game, they're going to be able to make the transition from 2D to 3D.
They felt that it was complicated. They didn't really understand the user interface. They thought that it was based on a game that hadn't been all that successful. To my surprise, it was rejected.
And that game was called Grand Theft Auto 3.
It ended up selling 14.5 million units. It was the top-selling game of 2001 and would have been the top-selling game of 2002 if it wasn't beaten by its own sequel.
It was the pass heard around the industry. Despite seeing Grand Theft Auto 3 go to PlayStation, Microsoft was still well-positioned to attract other developers to its platform.
We needed a vibrant and strong third-party lineup of games that customers would love, and we wanted the industry to look at us as something that was going to be worthy of development. We wanted to have the very best games.
On March 13, 2001, Microsoft put their commitment to developers on public display at their GameStock event in Seattle.
Thanks and welcome to GameStock 2001. What you're seeing is a sneak peek at what's to come on Xbox. We're going to start off with a game whose vision was really just too big to fit in the PS2, so we brought it over to the Xbox.
Our characters certainly aren't the muscle-bound superheroes, you know, that we want to be. They're more like the poor, sad schmucks that most of us really are.
Getting Oddworld, that was important. It was an established PlayStation franchise, beloved by the console game community.
That's the last damn Gabbit there is!
We had a chance to work with an amazing creator in Lorne Lanning. He did all the voice acting for his own game.
So Munch had these things we called fuzzles, and they were like, me, 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 and Munch was like, you got to come over and do this for me. You know, so and then Abe's like, come on, guys, let's go. And they were really vulnerable characters living in extremely dangerous worlds that you're trying to keep them alive, but when they get whacked, it's hilarious.
Next, we're really happy to announce our new relationship with one of the premier racing developer teams in the world, Bizarre Creations.
Project Gotham is a new product for Xbox. Now check out the reflections on this car. The whole environment is completely mapped to the entire surface of this vehicle.
Project Gotham Racing was based on your style of driving as much as how fast you cross the finish line.
For us, it was an opportunity to make this amazing, really accessible, fun, arcade racing game.
It's a really important part of our launch, and that was just the beginning.
Hardcore, freestyle, snowboarding. This is only one mountain of 7 international mountains we'll be bringing to you in AMP.
That double-ended axe is pretty wicked looking, and we can tell this is a hand-to-hand fighting game.
Playing a football game, you want to kick your buddy's butt so hard he's going to wear it for a helmet.
And that's it for our show today. I hope you got to see everything that you wanted. Did you see everything? Oh, I feel like I am forgetting something. What was it? Oh, Halo. Hey, how could I forget Halo?
Hey, everybody. So I'm Jason. I'm one of the co-founders of Bungie and the lead on Halo.
Bungie was a Mac-first
developer. That's where they started. That's where they'd had their success with Marathon and Myth 2.
But Bungie was also dealing with the aftermath of a catastrophe. Myth 2, one of their hottest titles, had an installer bug that could erase a user's entire hard drive. In order to fix the bug and keep the company above water and working on new games, they needed a serious cash infusion.
Apparently they had this thing called Halo. I hadn't seen it yet. Some of my guys had. They had multiple games into development, but all I wanted was this new thing that they were working on. So we did a deal and bought out the company, and they started to work on Halo.
That's really when true development began on what the game would be. When we were purchased, Halo was not a game. There was no real story. There was no real sense of what the gameplay tempo would be like. We knew it was powerful to control a space marine who moved fast and could jump into a sophisticated vehicle and, haul ass around this alien world. And that was it.
What do you think, Jason? See it?
People knew about Halo. They knew that we'd been acquired by Microsoft. They knew about Xbox. They knew we were still working on the game. That period of getting Halo from a series of prototypes to on a disc playable by an Xbox was just a mad rush to get this game done. But there was this excitement that we had something special.
It makes me very nervous to actually play this for you. Welcome to Halo on the Xbox.
We started off that demo showing you flying to the land in a Covenant ship, running around the environment, getting in a vehicle, doing all those, building block Halo things. But we had our test environment, what we called a B30, the island map in the middle of the water with Halo in the background. It was just fun to play.
Woo!
GameStock was that real first coming out party for us, and it was just that moment where I think the whole organization began to wake up to, oh, there's something really special here.
Thank you, that's it. Good night.
Xbox had made a high-risk bet on Halo. At the time, first-person shooters were considered PC games. The only right way to play was with a keyboard and mouse.
At the time, people thought, well, how are you going to translate, mouse and keyboard game into a console game?
Dual stick first-person shooters had almost never been done on a console.
I remember right before the demo, Ed was very clear. He's like, hey, when you're playing, make sure that people see the controller. What we need to demonstrate is you can play a shooter with thumbsticks maneuvering around the environment.
You can go back and you can look. Adamant blog posts that shooter games, like Doom, would never work with a game controller.
Can people actually play a first-person shooter on a controller like this? Is the audience going to accept it?
While gamers wrestled with the idea of a first-person shooter on a console, critics also keyed in on a not-so-tiny issue.
I don't like the controller. Unfortunately, it's big. I think it's too big.
The Duke, they call it. The Duke wasn't a small controller. It didn't feel cheap. I felt like you could kill somebody with it.
You had to have gorilla hands to work with this thing. It was the industry's biggest game controller.
The Duke controller was like a newborn baby. I mean, the thing is like 9 pounds, 3 ounces. You had to kind of hug it.
As an adult with big hands, you can hold it farther back and it's really comfortable and cool.
It was done bass-ackward, as most things were on the original Xbox.
To get to that design, we kind of used the human factors ergonomic approach.
For those of us with smaller hands, we all thought, oh my God, did all these guys just sit in a room and go, oh, yeah, this is gonna be great.
It was like, oh, yeah, this is totally not gonna work for us. And it was like, okay, this is a problem.
Perhaps we didn't take into account a full range of hand sizes.
There's no way we could ship Duke in Japan. People couldn't use it there. There was almost a plea, Carlson, you've got to find a way to make this smaller, please.
We knew it wasn't the right thing, but we didn't have enough time. E3 was coming up, and so we had to go with what we had.
On May 17, 2001, global gaming's biggest event, E3, kicked off in Los Angeles.
E3 is clearly the Super Bowl, the Olympics, the World Cup all rolled into one for the video game industry.
For Team Xbox, it was the most important public test for their new console before a looming November launch date.
We're trying to make an impression at E3, and we don't know what hardware we're going to be able to show. And are we going to try to show a lot or a little? Should we show games at all?
We were heads down, focused on having all of our games prepped for E3, and it nearly killed us.
It's Broadway, it's opening night. You're going to read the reviews the next morning, and you're either hot or you're a flop.
I was pretty eager to get to E3 and get hands-on with the Xbox. But your first time making hardware is painful. And what you demo and what ends up in the store shelves are often very different things. And so I was really skeptical that this Xbox is going to be ready.
It's a pleasure for me to be the first to welcome you to Los Angeles for what I'm sure is going to be quite an exciting week. So it's 8 a.m. in the morning. The hardware team is like literally using duct tape to get the box done. Sony had their event the night before and a party afterwards. This was going to be our coming out party, and we now have a hungover media group at 8 o'clock in the morning coming to see Xbox. That is not where you want to be.
We've made Xbox a reality. And you can see here, if I slide this down, Xbox itself. Now live and ready to go.
I walk out on stage and I do my first line.
And in fact, if I press this little button here in the front,
and then I hit the magic button that's supposed to start the Xbox.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up. We can bring that video up. We can bring that video up.
And nothing happens. Nothing happened.
Well, if we could bring the video up, Xbox would be live and starting and running.
I didn't know what to do, so I just went on.
So it's with great confidence that on November the 8th, in the North American market, you'll be able to go into retail stores.
In less than a year's time, you're going to release this thing into the wild, and people are going to be able to play it, and you're going to love it. And it doesn't turn on.
It was a devastating moment.
As the hardware planner, my heart just sank.
And you'll be able to get a box just like this with Xbox in it.
It was a disaster.
A legendary sort of press conference snafu.
We had to convince the press very quickly that we had a box that worked, and we needed to get their hands on these games as quickly as we possibly could so we could wash away that moment that we had on stage.
We're very excited about that.
But the disasters kept rolling.
The Xbox wasn't done yet. The graphics hardware that they were running on was running about half the speed of what we expected the final product to be at. Basically, I'm making excuses for it was slow.
Microsoft had never had a meaningful presence at E3 before. The booth was packed.
We decided to show Halo because we feel like we have to show what's going to be our key title.
In terms of the games we were working on, Halo had the biggest role. And so it was the E3 demo on the floor.
So many people were coming in with huge curiosity about what it was capable of, and I was completely disappointed. I'm like, the frame rate's terrible, the split screen stuff, it's kind of cool, but it just doesn't feel like it's powerful enough.
On the show floor, the unfinished game seemed to fall short of its original promise of revolutionary gameplay.
So now you have a bad launch event, and the key title that's going to carry the day looks bad, and people start to think we're crazy. Shortly thereafter, E3, Peter Moore, he's at Sega, and he says, hey, I want to give you our feedback from E3.
That E3 was critical for Sega to stay alive.
In February of 2001, Sega made the decision to discontinue the Dreamcast and focus exclusively on software. Part of that transition included a huge bet to focus on making games for Xbox. But a disastrous showing at E3 from Microsoft meant danger for Sega.
As we were moving from being a first party to a classic third-party publisher, we absolutely needed somebody like a Microsoft to get us through this difficult period.
And so Peter comes up to me. He looks at me and says, well, here's our feedback. Retailers aren't going to stock you, developers aren't going to develop for you, and consumers think the product's not very good and it's too expensive. I took it very personally. I'm the leader of the team, it's my responsibility, it's my obligation, and I felt like I failed. This is my resignation letter to my boss, Rick Belluzzo. I wrote this on Friday, May 25th, 2001 at 2:02 a.m. It starts off, my status in Xbox, importance high. This is not going to be an easy email to write, and frankly, I've postponed doing it several times. The short summary is that my direct involvement in Xbox needs to end, and sooner than either of us would like. I think this is both in my best interest and the best interest of Microsoft.
But Bill Gates and Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer did not accept Robbie's resignation.
They just encouraged me to get it done and said, you've done a great job, keep at it, we're with you. I mean, there wasn't much more they could say, right? There's no advice they could give me. They were too far away to say, hey, go do this. The only person who could figure that out was me. I never told anybody on the team. Rick and Steve and Bill. They're the only people that ever knew. That gives you the sense how personally challenging it was for a person who hates losing.
Electronic Arts, it's one of the biggest game makers in the world, and its CEO, Larry Probst, was quoted in the Financial Times as saying this, that Microsoft has a lot to do over the next few months. They are on a death march now.
I don't think anybody had an easy ride to launch.
All we're thinking about is getting the device done so that we can make launch day. If you didn't have console units on retail shelves for a holiday, you missed a year. That holiday was vital.
There were a lot of late nights. We were trying to engineer and design something that we'd never done before.
We're building the technology, we're building the hardware inside.
The Xbox circuit board is about yay big. It had probably in the order of 800 parts.
Parts of the Xbox were coming from all over the world.
Like Hungary and Mexico.
You know, there were people who went and lived in China, in a hotel room, for weeks on end.
We would be flying back and forth with hard drives to get stuff back to test.
Microsoft had never shipped a console before. It turns out there's a lot of regulation everywhere in the world. You had to be certified by the right agency and approved.
Their approval took longer than we expected. Parts wound up getting delayed from suppliers.
It was every day, come into the office, see a fire, try to put the fire out.
We were tracking the hardware, tracking the components, tracking our launch dates at such an accelerated pace.
It was chaotic.
Chaos. Total chaos. People themselves were doing Herculean things.
We would sleep at the office.
This was all happening in real time.
It had just never been done before.
Xbox was the toughest job I will ever have, or have ever had. I will never do it again.
Every day was a challenge, both sort of technically and professionally, but also personally.
You know, you were lucky if you had a personal relationship that survived launch. Mine did not.
It's kind of like you're on this horse that's bucking and you're thinking, okay, is this ever gonna stop or will this be the end of me?
8 to 12 weeks before launch. We're coming in way hotter than anyone expected to.
We doubted whether the hardware's gonna be done in time. We're not sure any of the games are gonna be done in time. The ship is still on fire, the plane hasn't landed, all the metaphors for crashes you can think of. But in the end, that team believed.
There's no second try at the Xbox, so this was a Hail Mary culture. And if we were to succeed, it was going to be absolutely epic.
It's a touchdown! November 15th, 2001, Xbox was released in Times Square.
Bill Gates!
We painted Times Square green. Everywhere you looked, you saw the Xbox green logo.
Xbox was up on all these big billboards. One of those moments in your life you're never going to forget. Here we are, a huge line of gamers down the street waiting to buy this Xbox.
20 years old, first time going to the city alone. I get on a bus and I show up in Times Square. I go straight to the new Toys R Us and I'm looking for the line. I'm prepared to stay there all day.
We worked with the city to open up the WWF restaurant across the street from Toys R Us Times Square. And that's where all the gamers came first.
They have Xbox consoles set up everywhere. They pretty much just allowed all the gamers to hang out and play and test out all these games.
Bill wanted to be on site. He wanted to help hand over the first console.
Bill Gates is down at a gaming system, shook my hand and said, "You ready to play?" and we were playing Fusion Frenzy, and Bill Gates made a comment that he had actually taken 2 weeks off of work just to practice this game. He wanted to beat the gamers.
Does anyone know what the shoot button is? A, I think. A? Let's check.
He couldn't beat me. I absolutely took pleasure in beating Bill Gates, yes.
Thank you for this. Been waiting a long time.
Everybody got a tag on their wrist, and when your color was called, we brought you across the street to Toys R Us, and Bill was there to hand out the very first Xbox.
Tonight's kind of a celebration. It's after a lot of hard work.
So they count down. Bill Gates has it rung in on the register. Price is up there, $299.99.
4, 3, 2.
One hits, and he hands me the box and says, "Don't worry, I'm buying it for you." And I turn around with even more excitement and raise my prized possession over my head.
Edward Glucksman became the first gamer in the world to ever own an Xbox. It was a magical night.
I'm a 20-year-old kid looking for a console. That's all I wanted to do. First time going to the city alone, I managed to get sent home in a limo.
It's a celebrity. Every night. That's right.
They actually did it. You know, Microsoft actually built and delivered this thing.
The feeling was like, crying level of exhaustion and intense pride for the thing that we had made.
There's never been a prouder moment in somebody's early career. I still have goosebumps today thinking about it.
I tell people that faith is a force multiplier. That team believed. And because that team believed, Xbox got done. If that team doesn't believe and they're just there doing the jobs, we never finish.
That small group of big personalities managed not only to convince Bill Gates and the board that we wanted to get into this nascent industry, but they also managed to get an entire organization of game people created and pointed in the right direction.
Get on the subway, the whole station is covered in Xbox logos. I had to sit down and started to cry, and even Kevin got emotional.
It was an impossible task that we should not have been able to do. I was tremendously proud of it. But at the same time, that was the end of that special moment in time that we were all able to be part of. It was the end of an era.
With the Xbox out of their hands and into living rooms around the world, Kevin Backus and Seamus Blackley left Microsoft for new adventures in the game industry.
Microsoft Xbox went on sale at midnight, but when it comes to video games, it's not the system that counts, it's the games.
Nobody actually really cares about the hardware. All they care about is the content.
To be successful, you have to give the gamers that platform-defining title. That you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play.
Halo was like this gem, like this was going to be the diamond we offered up at Xbox launch.
But remember, Halo showed up at E3, 6 months before the game was supposed to launch, with pretty serious frame rate issues.
Why is it running like internet video from the early 90s?
We got hammered for how it showed up on the floor.
This is our lead title. Are we going to actually launch something that is this terrible game?
I think there was a bunch of panic. People didn't see what they expected.
That was the part where people actually got super worried.
There was an incredible amount of pressure on Halo. If Halo wasn't a hit, then the future of Xbox really was in doubt.
2001, when we saw Halo, my friends and I, we were like,
Ooh, it's crashing, it's buggy, it sounds terrible.
it seemed like Microsoft bit off more than they could chew.
And each build, it didn't seem to be improving at all.
Like at some point it wasn't about making Halo perfect. Honestly, we were just focused on how do we get this thing on disk in time for launch.
There was an incredible pressure on Halo.
This is our lead title, and this is what we've got.
If this thing fails, it would all be for nothing. Xbox was finished.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox. Taking over the living room. Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper! It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul. A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Soon, you will be food.
On Halo, we were doing the thing that people weren't quite sure would even work on a console, a first-person shooter, and the frame rate was terrible.
All of a sudden, we were in a new area, console games, and what do we know about console games?
I had only heard things about, it's not very good, really. Bungie may be a good studio, may be a fine studio, but the game wasn't really being received that well.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
With Halo and Xbox's fates intertwined, something drastic had to be done to get the game right. So, in a last-ditch effort, Ed Freeze and Bungie essentially put the development team under arrest.
Ed Freeze have put Halo behind the curtain and won't let anybody see it. Won't let anybody talk to the Bungie team.
He's like, you guys seal yourself off, literally and metaphorically, and deliver a great game. Like our doors, I don't even think Ed could get into some of the Bungie doors.
I kept saying, hey, Ed, when can I play Halo? And he goes, well, not yet.
When we only had a couple more months before we had to get this thing into boxes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well.
We had to stand up a complete game that was performant on new hardware. We had to create a compelling story with characters. We had to cut levels, take shortcuts, just a mad rush of long days, sleeping under desks, full-on old-school crunch to get this game done.
There it is.
The one positive thing that comes out of crunch is ideation and invention and polish. Ultimately, that was one of the things that Bungie took very, very seriously, was polish.
For us at Bungie, this was a passionate effort to make the best game possible. But when you show up as Microsoft, you are open to a whole different level of criticism.
Yeah, that's cool. All right!
And Halo had the burden of showing up excellent in all ways. But we had no idea Halo was going to be a hit. We hoped people would like it.
Here we go.
But the rubber hits the road when you meet the gamer for real.
Halo? Halo, yeah. Halo.
I remember very vividly going to local launch events.
Hold it up!
Starting to look at chatter online with fan sites, and then game reviews, and then comments, and realizing, oh my god, people like it.
How the hell are we gonna beat this game?
Halo, which had problems entering the fray, came out on day one, and it was amazing. It was really amazing.
I just felt that sense of possibility.
Damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapon!
That you could go anywhere and do anything on this beautiful, lush planet filled with things that were trying to kill you. They just did it so well. The controls felt natural. You could tell that it was going to be a breakthrough for first-person shooters.
I didn't care that I wasn't using a mouse. I was using a controller. I was in the Halo universe, and it was fantastic.
It was a bit of an epiphany of, oh, like you can do that? Like you can play this kind of game on a console? Awesome.
Halo was a phenomenon. That dual player mode was wow. Landing on the beach with a warthog trying to protect Marines with Master Chief, it just blew me away.
Banshee on flames comes down and lands on the ice and is skidding towards me across the ice, and it's gonna run me over and kill me, and it skids to a stop right in front of me. And I live. It was like I was there. It was like I had that experience.
With Halo, Microsoft had that platform-defining title that you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play. And that was something that I always envied and admired.
Halo forms so much of the backbone of, I think, what Xbox is.
Watching the feedback we were getting on Halo, the stories people were telling, it was a cultural moment.
You getting Halo?
Oh, yeah.
Good, just checking.
Without Halo, we're not here.
Halo, Combat Evolved.
Microsoft estimated that they have sold 1 million copies of Halo in the US alone. 50% of Xbox owners are also Halo players.
Xbox was the Halo box. That's what made it work.
Halo broke ground in so many ways, in game control, camera control, storytelling, even art style. It inspired a lot of people to tell a different kind of story.
It changed the game for Xbox, but I also think it changed the way we look at first-person shooters.
First-person shooters had only really largely existed at scale on PC, and mapping those controls to the controller, they just did it right. It just felt right.
No one had done it that well before. No one had nailed it. They just nailed the controls.
So before Halo came out, the conventional wisdom was if you wanted to play a shooter, you had to do it on PC because that's where you would have the precision with the mouse and keyboard to aim, make the small movements to land that headshot on your enemies. What Bungie did with the help of Microsoft's playtesting and user research labs was figure out how to get something that would approximate that feeling on a console where all you have is the 2 sticks to move and aim. They weren't the first to do a shooter on the console, but they did it best by far. And the influence of what Microsoft and Bungie were able to achieve is still being felt in games today.
Even today, it's the largest genre in console gaming. And really because of Halo, Xbox became the console for first-person shooter fans.
The multiplayer was transcendent. It was just something that you didn't experience on any other platform.
Microsoft made a huge bet on broadband. Every single Xbox had an Ethernet port in the back, and it paid off in spades. You could use it for LAN parties and to system link on a LAN.
Oh my God! PC gamers understood the joy of the LAN, the local area network. You make a network of computers in a local area, which means you have to be face-to-face and nose-to-armpit with gamers.
Got the flag, I'm out the front!
And it's a fun experience. You can all be in a shared virtual world and run around and do things that you couldn't through a modem just because you're all there connected and it's higher speed. Microsoft ushered that in for consoles.
Manually plugging machines together to play games was not a new concept, but it had always required a lot of technical know-how. Now, the communal gaming experience wasn't just for computer geeks. It was for everyone.
Right now, we have this game going here, which is 16. Downstairs, I was just down there. They probably by now have at least a 16 game going on. They keep on bringing in more stuff, and it seems to be expanding.
It was a communal, party, multiplayer atmosphere that you could have with a massive group of people and have multiple consoles all connected.
We'd get together at like 8 a.m. and play 16-player Halo all the way till 8 a.m. the next day.
I remember running an Ethernet cable up the stairs so I could have a friend bring his over and play.
I'd go to my buddy's house, and we're on 2 different floors. We're in 4 different rooms, because screen looking's a thing.
Man, the fights were legendary. You looked at my screen. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
I can't see your screen!
We'd make a little flyer at work, like Halo LAN party this Saturday. bring an Xbox, bring a controller, bring a TV. That changed everything about my social life for probably 10 years.
And these, by the way, weren't small TVs. These were the big cathode ray TVs that you had to find a way to be able to use.
I had a heavy-ass TV. Flat screens weren't around back then.
You got it?
Yeah. So I bought a PT Cruiser just so I could get my TV around and my Xbox.
That was a fashion statement to have an Xbox in the car back in the days with that big screen.
Give me a second, give me a second. Your foot, your foot. I know this will flip. Ouch.
I remember playing nonstop and sitting there in my own puddle of sweat.
The minute you stepped into a multiplayer match on Halo, time just disappeared. You just got sucked in, and we would play all night long.
It provided me an experience I had never had on a console before, period.
Halo was a runaway hit that had spawned its own social scene, putting Microsoft in the big leagues with Sony and Nintendo for the first time. But the team wasn't done. They saw a way to take those multi-room raucous LAN parties and make them global.
Sniper, sniper!
The initial concept for Xbox Live was one of those magical ideas. So it gets to go in a special folder that I call epic pitches, because they're pitches that even though they were in their infancy, they planted a seed of ideas that turned into something that had an impact on the entire industry. Maybe an impact on global culture. We built an Ethernet port in every unit, and the idea is now we can actually have a network community of gamers from living room to living room around the world, no matter what language you speak, no matter where you are in the world, and we can all be part of one bigger community. And that vision was like awesome.
There definitely was some skepticism about the idea of playing multiplayer games over the internet.
When we were scrambling to get Xbox done, Xbox Live is like a vague fog in everybody's head. Nobody knew how that was going to work and whether it was going to be a good ecosystem and whether the quality would ever be there. And it became a huge point of tension in terms of how it was designed and how it was going to work. But we're going to do it. Microsoft is putting literally billions of dollars on the line to back us, but the program was fraught with risk. It required technology that really hadn't been built anywhere in the industry before. And those kind of tech investments are always, always risky.
With so much riding on the success of Xbox Live, the team couldn't afford to develop it in a corporate vacuum. If they wanted to deliver a gaming experience unlike any other, they needed gamers to tell them exactly what they wanted.
We went out and talked to a whole bunch of gamers around the United States. One of the things that came back was that voice communications was going to be imperative.
You know, it is a good day to die, cheesemaker.
Nobody wanted to sit there and text with a typewriter, just taking out their buddies.
First thing was you had to get this starter kit that had a headset in it. It's like,
You were talking about console gaming. What are you supposed to do with a headset?
The Xbox Communicator. It lets you talk to other gamers while you're playing.
This broke down the barriers of how you could speak. You simply banged on your headset and you could talk to anybody in the world that was on the platform.
Your defense is offensive. Your defense is offensive.
building that global couch where people can talk and kind of virtually elbow each other. With 4 gamers on 4 continents and have it all perfectly fluid through headsets, just as if they were sitting in the same room together. This was before Skype. So the notion of low latency, great quality voice, we had to go build out that tech.
I like this one. You did your own digital personal ID, remembers your moves. That's a good idea. Yeah.
We're creating this giant gaming universe for gamers to play in over generations. We knew it was important to have this one identity that linked to you, where you could build your legacy in gaming.
Your gamer tag. It's your identity on Xbox Live. The legend you build for yourself in this brand new gaming universe. Remember, you're building all your stats and friends in that name.
Rather than have a gamer tag for Madden, a separate gamer tag for Halo, it's like you just want to be known as one thing.
My gamer tag is the real B.
My gamer tag is Cowboy22.
A gamer tag is Hero Protagonist.
It's King Doug.
The Spaceman.
Xbox Live wanted to bring that fundamental instant fun into the world of online gaming.
You will never be without a game to play, anytime, day or night.
It was a revolution in online gaming.
the team was finally feeling confident. They had the technical know-how to build Xbox Live. But on the other side of that challenge was another, even bigger question. If they built it, would gamers pay for it?
The technology was in the box, but the commitment from a player, we just didn't know how it was going to fly. That firstly, someone's going to pay $50 a month for broadband, but they also have to go tell their friends that it's worth it.
I've never been shy to share my opinion. And there was one time where I was talking to Jay, and we ended up arguing about it all the way into the hallway. And it was me saying, this Xbox Live idea you have is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Like, I hate this idea. Somebody's gonna pay $50 for multiplayer games when they can get it for free?
And people did laugh at that and said, why would you pay for access? Because you're already paying for your game.
It wasn't just me. It was like an entire division worth of people saying, what are you, nuts?
So this experience had to be amazing. That was crazy to people. Like, who's going to play multiplayer if they have to pay for it?
Microsoft is taking the Xbox game system to a whole new level.
Xbox Live. Future of video games arrives today. Microsoft is putting the Xbox online. Today, the Xbox goes live.
Manning is at his home in Indianapolis, Hasselbeck at his in Seattle, and they're about to play each other in a video game using the Microsoft Xbox console.
Oh, sit down. Son, don't your coaches tell you can't take a sack in the red zone? That is quarterback 101.
Last night, we had gamers all over the country playing against celebrities here in LA where we had our big premiere party.
We're checking the perimeter. All right, so here I go.
Xbox Live launched exactly 1 year after the original Xbox itself launched, November 15th, 2002.
The launch of Xbox Live was almost like a second launch for Xbox.
Blow up and kill everything in sight. Is that what you're getting? That's the idea, man. It's just like doing RoboCop.
I'm gonna open up a can of whoop ass and see how it tastes.
The two launch titles that I have such fond memories of, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, which was a port of the PC game, and Mech Assault, which is a third-person action-oriented take on Mech Warrior.
Just light bulbs went off, just the magic was there.
Live let us add the element of community and human society to game design.
It was just immediately clear to me that this was going to be like the thing for video games.
What Live did for Xbox was it created this community that once you got into it and attached to it, it was very hard to leave.
I met so many people online playing games that I never would have been cool with based off of us playing each other, me beating him beating me, him having some great plays.
And there's an extraordinary number of like 50-year-old males that play Xbox Live together. And they will not go to another system because their buddies aren't going to go. So they're only going to buy a system to hang out with the guys so they can play while the kids are sleeping, and they're going to play Call of Duty or something, right?
Every night, me and my homies be on a party with about 15 or 20 of us, man. We be talking about what happened in the day if we playing the games, and it's just like a great gossip line for some grown-ass men.
We had forecasted how many Xbox Live subscribers we were going to have, you know, month 1, month 2, month 6, etc.
Hey, we got 50,000. Hey, we got 100,000. Hey, we got 1 million. Hey, we got 2 million. It just kept growing.
And that happened like I wouldn't say instantly, but pretty damn close. It happened very, very fast.
Xbox Live was unprecedented. Everybody else's version paled in comparison.
What you think of gaming today, being on a headset, talking with friends, playing games, that just seems commonplace now because it is commonplace now, but Xbox made that possible in a big way.
Xbox Live could be considered one of the very first social media platforms.
Before Facebook, even before MySpace, Microsoft really did pioneer the very first interactive, dynamic social platform.
Quite frankly, Microsoft proved to the world that online multiplayer was going to be the key to the future.
Gamers flocked to Xbox Live in numbers that even took optimists within Microsoft by surprise. But while the platform was teeming with newly devoted fans who loved sniping their college buddies from different continents, there was one consistent complaint. What happened to the game that put Xbox on the map? Where was Halo?
When we started working on the second Halo game, the weight of expectation came crashing down on us.
Halo 2 had to be a blockbuster movie.
And that was always a danger, is what if we just push to do this big AAA spectacle and miss the heart of what made Halo a success in the first place?
God damn, we have a lot of work to do between now and E3.
Everybody on the team had a different idea about what being more excellent would be. We loved that you could get into vehicles, for example, but it frustrated us that you couldn't, like, tear someone out of a vehicle and jump into their vehicle and take it over. So boarding vehicles became a huge design initiative.
Look out!
We were really good at coming up with great ideas. We weren't quite as good at production discipline, figuring out how to right-size all those ideas, fit them into a box, timeline, and ship on time.
When I got there, they had reached a point in development where they were basically going to have to cut half the game and in some ways start from scratch on a lot of the promises that they'd made themselves.
Within a year, it became clear it wasn't working. Just the way the game felt, Jason really wasn't happy with. He looked at the game, yes, and he came to me and said, you know, we have a problem. I'm going to have to rework a bunch of the work, and it's effectively going to add another year to the schedule.
Jason, help. There was a lot of pressure. How could we ship a better game than Halo? And from Microsoft's point of view, Xbox's point of view, how can you ship that game as quickly as possible?
This is now by far the most valuable franchise that we have. You know, this is Halo. We can't screw this up. Jason's saying he needs a new year. Time for me to step up and do my job as a boss.
I do know that Ed went to bat for us.
Ed was very much a purist. He was about creating great games and giving the dev teams the time they need. And that is at conflict sometimes with actually making a profit.
So to me, it was a no-brainer. But Robbie wanted to put it in front of the other leads on the team because Halo was so important. It's going to affect, you know, the Xbox Live team and what they do. It would affect the continued marketing of the platform and things like that.
Microsoft back then was a technology company. Software shipping on time at quality was a big part of the rhythm of the business.
So we go in and we have the meeting, and Robbie basically goes around the room and takes a vote. And it went around the room and everybody voted to keep it on the original schedule. I walked out of the room and basically I just threatened to quit immediately. Robbie gave in, calmed me down, and he agreed, and he gave us the extra year for Halo 2.
Ed got the Bungie team the time they needed to finish the game. But the delayed launch had a ripple effect throughout Microsoft.
Really, that Bungie meeting was the beginning of the end for me. When I walked out of there, it wasn't just that I was mad, it was the first time I could imagine leaving the company. I mean, I'd been there since I was in college. I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. About to turn 40, I had been at the company a long time and made plenty of money, so I didn't need to be there. Within the next 6 months, I quit.
In January 2004, Ed Fries resigned from Microsoft, while Bungie set out to finish what they'd started, creating a sequel to one of the most popular titles in console history. The extra year Fries bought them turned out to make all the difference. Not only did it elevate the game, it built fan excitement to a whole new level.
The lead up to Halo 2, I had never experienced anything like that in my life. It was genuinely a pop culture event, and I don't say that lightly.
7,000 stores are opening on midnight.
They've been waiting a long time for this.
They were chanting, Halo 2!
Halo 2!
Just felt like something new was going to happen in entertainment.
Because Halo 2 is the best! Halo 2 is everything! Xbox's Halo 2 is expected to generate more revenue in 24 hours than day one sales of any full-feature movie in entertainment history.
Halo 2 is probably, you know, one of the biggest phenomenons to ever hit my life and a lot of people's lives.
It was the biggest day in entertainment history.
Halo 2 sold 2.4 million units in 24 hours.
Here was a video game, for the first time, really crushing movies. It was a coming-of-age story for the video game industry.
This game is simply the best game on the planet.
I played Halo 2 with my friends literally every night for at least a year. That's how transformative Halo 2 was for me, and what it did for Xbox Live. There had been nothing like that ever.
With the innovative success of Xbox Live and a full-blown cultural phenomenon in Halo 2, it seemed like Microsoft's bets were paying off. Xbox was even surpassing Nintendo in US sales. On a winning streak, the team put their eyes on an industry-changing follow-up to the Xbox.
When I arrived at Microsoft, it was my job to think about the way that the gamer was going to be using this 2, 3, 4 years after launch, and how do you continue to deliver content. We started then to plan this multi-billion-dollar investment that became the Xbox 360.
Xbox 360 is the new entertainment system that's designed around high def, wireless, and always connected. And it doesn't stop there. It's totally personalizable, so you can change the way it works and the way it plays and find your friends no matter what you're doing.
When they unveiled the 360, I saw a very powerful console with a stunning interface, with a focus on being online, always connected. This was all stuff that they had sort of experimented with the original Xbox and Xbox Live, but now they were building it into the core experience of the console.
Xbox 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. To achieve that, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation. We had to go explore things that had never been done.
As opposed to leveraging a lot of off-the-shelf components and existing technologies, we're actually building a brand new processor and chipset for this particular console. So we're taking a lot more of that engineering effort on internally.
At the heart of the Xbox 360 are 3 IBM CPUs.
Whatever you'd heard about the PlayStation 2, the motion engine, whatever big wild dreams you had created in your head, we needed to create a leapfrog product that said, hey, this is even more powerful. This is the most powerful console on the planet. And so we evolved the Xbox from a powerful console that plays all the games you love to a console that connects you to all your friends and connects you to a lifestyle, this digital entertainment lifestyle.
We involved movies, we got content generated that you could access, music.
The magic in Xbox 360 is it does so much more than the original Xbox did.
The Xbox 360 Guide, it is your launch pad to all of your digital entertainment.
Here you can store your pictures, videos, and music.
We've also added a new concept called achievements, sort of a record of everything you've accomplished across your entire library of games. With Xbox 360, we've created technology that will enable people from every age and every corner of the planet to gather together in new ways. A product with games at its core, surrounded by limitless, connected digital entertainment.
Everything we were trying to do had just never been done before.
We're really focusing hardcore on building an online experience for Xbox around games.
Gaming was always first, but this was no longer just the ability for you to play a game online. This was breakthrough thinking.
We built Xbox 360 with a mission.
They showed it as a media hub in your living room. You could connect other devices to it, you could play your photos, you could do this, that, the other. They targeted a broad range of gamers. They were building this thing to be future-proof.
Microsoft's new Xbox 360 will be first to hit stores' shelves this fall.
It's huge. It's a big, big statement for us. The next generation of consoles starts now.
We wanted to try something new with the Xbox 360 launch.
Favorite game. Woo! Where are you guys from?
We're
right far?
Well,
yeah. From Indianapolis, Indiana.
and Kansas City.
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, Hollywood. I came in from Minneapolis.
Land of Florida. Yeah.
That's the only way to get it on the 360, you hear me? Hey, this is Xbox Live's Major Nelson. We're here at 0 Hour in the Mojave Desert.
Hey guys, you ready to go?
Tonight marks the biggest gaming event of the year, and it starts right now. 0 Hour was this in-person fan experience in the desert in California. I was at G4 at the time, and I remember we got wind that they were just going to throw an epic party for Xbox fans.
Xbox 360, I'm hexed!
We had a hangar in the middle of nowhere and decked it out with hundreds of gaming stations.
We are seconds away from this hangar opening, and all of these people getting a chance to play the Xbox 360. And as the doors start to open, like the biggest doors you'd ever seen, you knew that you're about to run in to what would be the future of gaming. Are you ready?
And we basically said, hey, come here and you're gonna be the first to play games, and we're gonna sell you consoles here as well.
Thousands of gamers came, people that had met on Xbox Live that had never actually seen each other in person before. People were so happy. It was a magical launch event.
0 Hour event was a huge success, a massive celebration. We had so much pride in this product.
Was this a transcendent moment for you?
Oh, yes.
The excitement generated in the desert spilled into the rest of the country as the console became available to the public on November 22nd, 2005.
I waited in line in like freezing rain for like 3 hours outside this Best Buy to try and get a slip so I could get an Xbox 360. I was so stoked when I got it. I took a selfie.
They had a great launch lineup. They had the gamer in mind first.
It had the features that I would want in a console. They had the games for casual gamers, for hardcore gamers.
The Xbox 360 marketplace was where you could buy digital games. Sure, you had Steam and people could do it on PC, but this was a managed, curated portfolio, much like is an app store today. And we were one of the first ones to have it.
I start downloading games and I download Joust, Robotron, and Defender, and like all of a sudden everybody's having fun because these games are amazing. And I'm like, okay, we were sitting here at Grandma's house and we were bored, and I just got on the internet and downloaded games, and now we're playing video games and having fun. This is the future. This is the greatest thing in history, and this is what this console transition is about.
I can view my profile so I can see, what games I've got, and it's got the whole achievements thing here as well.
It was the first console with achievements. We take that for granted now, but all the little bonus points and your gamer score and your rating.
You achieved something in the game, and that something is whatever the developer decided. Hey, did you scale this mountain? Did you open this door? Did you find this thing?
Somebody can play through the game, but if you wanted to really complete it, you had to get every achievement.
Let's kick some ass.
I've got a 148,000 gamer score. Like, what is that? Why do you care? Because it's something that reminds me of all the time that I've had, all the games that I've played, all the I feel like I've accomplished something.
They had an incredible console that was built for always online, always ready, with a stunning interface that ran on top of everything, and they came out guns blazing.
We had low price, with high def, with great games, and a product that was great. And so we felt we had a chance that generation.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating, morale was extremely high.
They had arrived. They had to gain the trust of developers, they had to make a statement with the gamers, they had to show that they belonged at this party, and the 360 was a beautiful iteration of all the lessons that they had learned with the original Xbox.
I think 360 was finally that moment that Jay and Seamus and everyone, dreamed of.
Gamers were looking to see whether we would get it right this time, and we thought that we did. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation, and this all needed to come together flawlessly. Unfortunately, that's not quite what happened.
This is called an E74 error. Contact Xbox customer support.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. I think there's something going on here.
The criticisms that we're reading about are coming from the games press, who are hearing from gamers who are saying, I'm having a problem with my box.
You can feel the top of the Xbox, it's pretty hot.
We can hear retailers starting to say, there's an issue here.
With 360, Microsoft had built something amazing and special, but this problem was something that could kill the Xbox and all the work that they had done to get to this point.
CNBC's Jane Wells live in Los Angeles with how the 360's problems are heating up, literally.
This all came together in this horrific perfect storm.
Some faulty Xbox 360s are literally melting down while running certain games.
It was a slow rolling thing, like really understanding how big the problem was.
It started to really be concerning, and the numbers started to grow.
I had a sick feeling in my stomach.
Microsoft hasn't specified the cause, but users say the console's cooling system just can't take the heat of a lot of play.
We were just having failure after failure.
The problem was huge.
Mine just crashed this holiday season. Get one back, turn it on, didn't even work.
No! Again! People spent a lot of money on a console, and we're getting 2 and 3 of them back.
Whether they were friends, whether they were family, whether they were people on the street, it didn't matter. It was all over the place.
I was mad as
Then it became the media saying, this is a piece of hardware that has been rushed to market, and as a result, we're seeing unprecedented failure rates. It's broken.
Everything that I've worked for the last couple of years is trashed.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future, truly the future of video games.
Xbox. Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood. The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Without a doubt, the most Herculean feat of the original Xbox was that it survived. Looking at the history of the video game business, you would have given them 1,000,000 to 1 chance. So the achievement is that we made it to Xbox 360. And internally, it's fun to laugh at lots of the missteps.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up.
Like, we can laugh at the Xbox didn't turn on at the original unveil.
We can bring that video up.
But with Xbox 360, honestly, even with the benefit of time, nobody laughs at the red rings.
To understand the red rings of death, you've got to go back to the beginning and all of the work we did with the Xbox 360 to build it from the bottom up. We were absolutely focused on getting out ahead of the PS3. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation.
The 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. And so to achieve that level of performance, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation.
This was an incredibly hard, complicated program. The circuit board itself is a completely custom design. And we were building these chips, which was a new process at the time.
We did our own internal design instead of buying off-the-shelf silicon.
We're bringing up new hardware with software that isn't quite done yet on new test systems that we're developing in real time.
And that had a domino effect on the whole product.
The design was coming together kind of late.
We were launching in November of 2005, and we did not see our first silicon from the CPU until February of 2005. It's just ridiculous.
That's 9 months before launch. That is an absurdly short time frame. The normal time frame would probably be like 2 years.
And so we're faced with finishing the design and wrapping our production lines at the same time.
We wanted to launch it worldwide so everybody had it at the same time. But that's a big challenge because you also need to have enough units to restock in retail so that the countries you do launch in aren't out of inventory.
We need to get our yields up, and so we're cranking up production.
At the highest manufacturing output, I remember hearing numbers like a console would come off the line every 4 seconds.
But as we're ramping production, we start to see reports of these issues that were coming up. Lots of inconsistencies. Consoles would fail at test stations.
If you build 100 of these things, only 50 or 60 of them would work, which is really, really bad. Like a real robust yield rate would have been 90, 95.
This was the fog of war that we had to see through, and that was, is there something wrong with the design of the product, or are we testing it incorrectly?
Because we were trying to ship in high volume, there wasn't much time to think about it because there was so much to be done. One way of dealing with the failed consoles was to put them into these nice boxes and stack them so that you would get back to them at some future point in time. In a way, we were kicking the can down the road a little bit.
We are developing what we call a bone pile. At the height, we created a bone pile that was over 600,000 units deep. And so it's just like the Lucille Ball episode where the chocolates are coming off the conveyor belt, and they're coming off so fast that they can't do anything with them. That's exactly what was going on.
The thing about building consoles is Christmas doesn't change. So your schedule is paramount, and there's just so much pressure to get it done by November.
After a hectic lead up to production and months of intense troubleshooting, engineers finally managed to solve the technical issues that had plagued the 360. As consoles started to pass QC, the team was finally able to chip away at the bone pile in an effort to meet the demand, which, at the time of launch, was ravenous.
So here is ready for Xbox 360.
I'm outside the Best Buy in Midtown. It's raining here in New York, but these gamers don't care. They've been out here in the rain since early this morning, and they're not leaving until they get an Xbox 360.
When the Xbox 360 launched, there was a palpable excitement for this console.
The Xbox 360 finally got out of your dreams and into your car.
Microsoft had their fingers firmly on the pulse of what gamers were expecting, and they clearly had a vision of what gaming would be for the future.
We got in with something that was unique and revolutionary, gorgeous design, the concave elements of the 360.
It really felt, in some ways, that Xbox had actually just arrived.
This new world of online, this new world of social engagement, this new world of building communities. We at Microsoft had absolutely nailed that experience.
The demand was really, really high. We were selling every single unit we could ship into the market.
Now, I know there are a lot of fans out there that wanted 360s. There's a shortage out there. You know, is that a marketing strategy, or can you not produce enough? What's the real story on that?
We are making as many as we can, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're flying them in.
Ultimately, we got through our challenges of production, and we just need to be able to catch up.
By hitting the market a full year before PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 had a head start on the competition. But Sony was still the undisputed industry giant, and they had every intention of keeping it that way.
It was the year after we shipped, when PS3 was coming out.
We were paranoid.
Sony had such credibility that they had cultivated from the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 2. So they were riding on this tidal wave of success and goodwill from gamers.
Coming off the PlayStation 2, Sony had done everything right, the most successful platform in game industry history, and really just needed to stay to the playbook. In contrast to that, you just witnessed Microsoft coming to market at the right price a year before you're able to come to market. So you know you're facing formidable competition.
PlayStation 3 is the best-of-breed computer entertainment platform.
PlayStation 3 was positioned as a premium product from the get-go. This was going to play games, but it would also play Blu-ray discs. So it was seen more as kind of an entertainment machine.
We knew they were going to be somewhat arrogant.
The next generation doesn't start until we say it does.
And they would price their console to where they felt they needed to have it because they felt that they were untouchable.
This is sort of pre-live streaming era, and a bunch of us were huddled around one person's laptop, like a 15-inch laptop screen, streaming Sony's press conference.
And then they dropped the price.
In North America, the PlayStation 3 will be available at retail for $599 US, $659 Canadian.
Wait a minute, did $599?
$599. Nobody was prepared for that.
Back then, consoles didn't launch at those kind of price points.
It was like, holy cow, we just got handed this generation. We were high-fiving each other, people were crying.
There were just all these ways that Sony had put their own foot in their mouth.
Sony said it would be a privilege for people to work extra hours to afford their overly priced console.
You have an over-engineered machine that's going to be incredibly expensive to manufacture.
And that opened a window for Microsoft to be able to sort of say, hey, like, we have a great system that's going to play all the games you want to play. We've got better online for cheaper.
Thank you very much, and have a great show.
Becoming CEO right after the launch of PlayStation 3 was like being made captain of the Titanic right after it hit the iceberg.
After Sony's announcement, we could not wait to get on stage the next day.
Couldn't be more excited to be here because we're delivering the next generation of gaming right here and right now with titles that are nothing short of spectacular.
We had a lot of PlayStation fans and even Nintendo fans who were coming to Xbox because we had the best games, we had the best system, with the best online network. We led in every aspect.
With the help of our incredible partners, we're delivering on that vision with Xbox 360. With a high-definition gaming experience more powerful than anything else in the industry.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating. I'd say the morale is extremely high. We had so much pride in this product. Everything was great. And then the storm hit.
You bought two?
Before launch, engineers had worked around the clock to fix 360's early technical issues. But by June 2006, there were reports of an entirely new, never-before-seen problem. Distress calls flooded into Redmond. Something had gone terribly wrong.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. There was a lot of chatter about console failures.
Dude, what? Your Xbox? You might want to take a look at it?
Over time, we kept hearing more and more about it. We'd go to a launch event for a game, or we'd go to meet with games journalists. Then they would all start talking to us about it. Like, before we can talk about new features, we want to know, is this fixed? But we had no sense of how big of an issue it was. We didn't even know how to deal with it. And then we saw more reports of it.
Microsoft have been in the news with their latest computer system, but it seems the last big product they launched can have some problems.
That's the first time I've seen this. There it is. Mother.
The Xbox 360 had a really cool feature where there were 4 green lights around the Xbox emblem.
Each of those lights corresponded to a specific controller, and so that's how you knew what player you were in the game.
We also used the ring to tell people when there were issues.
It's like the check engine light on your car.
And this is what we called a core digital error. And this was an indicator of the system detected a major issue.
The error state was just that there was no communication. So the machine was just basically telling you, I can't do anything.
This would show up as 3 segments in the ring being lit red, which would come to be known as the red ring of death.
It's the red ring of death. Red ring of death.
I got red ringed. Everybody got red ringed.
What the Are you kidding me?
When that motherfucking red thing come up, and then the whole game freeze, and motherfucker be like, man, what the is going on? We can't play. What's going on? Yo doing that too? It was, oh my God. It was terrible.
No! Red ring of death! Again!
We have no Xbox. I'm calling support.
You wait on hold for a while. They let you know they really appreciate your call. You wait on hold a little bit longer, and then they go,
okay, we're gonna get you a replacement unit. It doesn't show up for a week. All the enthusiasm's gone, and then here's the new console, and it was just like, wow.
This is the 4th Xbox. Microsoft.
Effectively, the failure rate was near 100%. It just became an epidemic.
It was a red ring of death. Consoles hotter than a dragon's breath. It was a red ring of death.
No freaking way!
And I'm so pissed off. Grab the phone. Dial tone, call it Microsoft. Now let's see the dark side of me. I'm on hold. It was a red ring of death.
The glitches that went down with Xbox 360, I was mad as I'm like, get this fixed or I'm leaving. I'm joining the enemy. And as simple as that.
I feel kind of sorry for it. Not really. It deserved it.
It's a big deal because it's just sort of the passion that gamers have for their hobby. Like, you don't want to be away from your console any longer than you need to be.
We felt the customer's pain. I had 3 boxes replaced, personally at my house. And it does make you think, okay, I work here. And this experience is not a pleasant experience, and sending your Xbox back.
Microsoft's gonna ship you a cardboard coffin, and that's what gamers were calling them online. Did your cardboard coffin arrive?
I finally got my coffin, but hopefully I'll get him back.
And you'd put your 360 in it and ship it on back to Microsoft.
I remember going out to the curb and meeting the UPS guy and looking in the back of the UPS truck and seeing wall to wall, Xbox returns.
The fact that it was happening to more and more people, and Microsoft was shipping a lot of hardware. That just combined to this feeling that, hey, are you guys really taking this seriously?
They're continuing to sell defective hardware. So a consumer could walk into the store today, buy a 360, take it home, and it's a ticking time bomb.
Is there any speculation out there what the problem is?
There's a lot of speculation, but because, well, among other things, there are 500 million transistors and 1,700 parts in each of these boxes, so the speculation could go anywhere.
Whenever we had new game launches or new system updates, I would be out meeting with the top games journalists, showing them all the new stuff. And I'm trying to sell them on the future, and they're like, dude, my console's not working, it's broken.
For those who have experienced the flashing red lights, what causes this exactly?
That's kind of part of the problem, Kevin. Microsoft has been very vague about the specific causes. They won't cite any specifics. They won't say exactly why.
We didn't have all the answers at that time.
We were trying to figure this out. Do we have a heat problem? Is the solder in key components in the motherboard, is it cracking up and drying out and we're losing that connection? We just couldn't figure it out.
It's a long process. You had to test it at the board level, you had to test it at the system level, and then you had to test it in the rack level. And we had almost 1 million of them sitting in our bone pile.
We'd fix the ones in the bone pile, we'd send it back out to the customer, and it turns out that wasn't the problem, and it would break again.
And I was like, man, this is not going to end.
After the 3rd or the 4th issue that we ran into, I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
And we got to the point where we said, we're not figuring this out fast enough. We made the call to shut down production.
We went lying down at the factory. We wanted to figure out how to solve it before we built any more units to go to customers.
It stretched every bit of our imaginations to try to figure out exactly what was going on and how to fix the problem.
This went on for months.
These were the darkest days of my career.
Are people going to now go out and buy PlayStation or Nintendo? Are they going to leave us as a brand?
Every day you weren't gaming was a bad day for you. You trusted us, and you'd invested this money in us, and we let you down.
Not gonna work.
This was an incredibly trying time. People use phrases like you figure out what people are made of. Having gone through it, I can actually say that happens. It's a thing. It isn't just a phrase.
Todd had to manage the very complex process of what we call root causing until we knew what was going on.
2006, 2007, I dedicated a lot of my life to this Xbox in order to fix this problem.
Breakthrough came when we understood that the connections that were being broken were not located on the motherboard, but they're actually located inside the components. The problem was a connection was breaking. The reason it was breaking was thermal, but it wasn't because of the peak temperature. It was because when the unit would get hot and then cold, hot and then cold, every time it did that, it would stress the connection.
All these people love playing video games, and so they would turn this thing on and off, and when it would turn on and off, you get all sorts of stresses.
And just like when you bend something too many times till it finally breaks, that's what was happening.
Once we figured it out, how in the heck are we going to fix this?
Peter Moore and the executive team faced a big decision about trying to fix this with all these boxes that were out there in the wild.
This was something that could tarnish the brand. They needed to do not just something, they needed to do the right thing.
If we're going to save this brand, we need first-class consumer service reaction to this.
The credibility of the whole platform really, I think, hung in the balance.
There's only one way to do this, and that is you have to fix every console for every customer at no cost, no questions asked.
I think we're off to a good start.
I remember sitting on a whiteboard writing out some simple math on repair rates times $1 times a customer times an amount equals a number. And that number became pretty big. And I remember feeling in my stomach this is going to be a bigger issue than I thought.
By the time we looked at the cost of repairs, the lost sales that we factored in, we had a $1.15 billion problem.
Peter had to go to Steve Ballmer and basically say, hey, bad news, I need $1 billion to go fix this issue.
I'm expecting to be ripped to shreds.
It is a make or break situation for Xbox. If Steve Ballmer does not give Peter Moore the money to go fix it, Xbox is dead. Like, there's probably no question about it.
To the credit of Steve, and I can still see him looking at me right now, he said, do it. Just do it. We'll figure it all out. We'll take the hit.
Microsoft will spend at least $1 billion to repair serious hardware failures with its Xbox 360 video game console.
Over 200 million of this was simply one-way overnight shipping around the world.
Kudos to Microsoft for stepping up and putting their money where the red ring of death was.
It was one of the times when I've been proudest to be part of Microsoft because we made a mistake, we owned it, and we did the right thing for consumers.
Without that money spent, without them taking the problem head on, there's probably no Xbox right now.
We bet on our fans and our brand and took the hit. Take that hit once, do it right, don't ever regret it.
When the 360 died on me, I was pissed that it died, but I wasn't pissed at Microsoft. I just really wanted to get the 360 again and start playing again because it was just awesome.
It was frustrating, but they had hooked us. So when you hook somebody, you know they're not going to leave. They're going to work with you through difficult times.
That was a good sign that people love the thing that you're building.
But even $1 billion mea culpa may not have been enough had it not been for two X factors: a library of celebrated game titles and support from game developers who loved how easy it was to program for Xbox 360 and saw in it the potential to take gaming to places previously unexplored.
Gears of War at the time was the best looking game ever made, and it became this poster child for HD graphics and HD fidelity.
Like, this is a game that people are going to immediately gravitate to and go, oh my god, I can't believe the 360 looks that good, especially when they compare it to PS3. Because this game looks better than anything on PS3 right now.
It was the fastest selling Xbox 360 game. It sold like 1 million units in the first couple of weeks, and that really propelled the 360 in a big way.
Gears of War may just be the great hope to turn the 360 into a must-buy console.
It was a very different type of game for Microsoft. An M-rated game with over-the-top violence.
Everyone loved the signature weapon, the chain gun, the Lancer.
Gears of War was about appealing to a hardcore gamer.
The people that play Gears, they have so much passion, and people get tattoos, and it's just the deep connection they have with the franchise and the game is unlike any other franchise that we have.
That was satisfying.
And all of a sudden you see this tide turn of every publisher is then developing for the Xbox 360.
We secured a lot of big games for Xbox 360. You know, we published titles like Mass Effect,
We had Splinter Cell from Ubisoft, of course. We really had this incredible portfolio of games. We were the shooter box.
Call of Duty was a franchise we had bet on early. It was a PC franchise, and we really established Call of Duty on the console in a big way.
Cameo and this gorgeous, colorful game. It was about frame rate, it was about smooth visuals.
Forza was built as a direct competitor to Gran Turismo. We're going to go off and we're going to build a great, epic, big racing simulator game.
You had cars that had amazing reflections of the sky. They had reflections of other things. You had particle effects. You had a lot of things that just made it look much more real than any other game.
To this day, my son can recognize cars by the engine sounds because he played so much Forza.
If you look at Xbox 360, that was a moment where we got it exactly right. It was just an incredible run that I don't know that has ever been topped in the history of gaming. And then, you know, at the center of it all was Halo 3.
It had been 3 years since Halo 2 smashed industry records, and Halo fans were clamoring for the next chapter of the epic space saga.
I think that we were really surprised by the success, the huge success of Halo 2. And so as we were leading up to the Halo 3 campaign, I think we did kind of look at it all up from our marketing team as more of a Hollywood moment.
With Halo 3, we wanted to get out in front and make people aware that video games are not something that are just for the boys. Video games have come of age.
An exciting day for video game fans and for Microsoft.
Master Chief is back in the most anticipated video game ever, Halo 3.
Thousands lined up to get the final installment of the trilogy when it went on sale at midnight.
I got here 6 p.m. yesterday. Been waiting here ever since.
Halo 3, what a massive launch event that was for us.
They have 1 million pre-orders, which is pretty much unprecedented.
Halo is projected to sell 4 million copies its first 60 days.
More than twice as many as the 9 runners-up combined.
It's only the biggest game ever.
We were no longer some tech company trying to be in video games. We were launching one of the biggest entertainment properties of all time.
Halo 3 embodies our vision for the future of entertainment.
The franchise spawning everything from clothing to action figures and rumors of a Halo movie.
Halo 3 really started to make gaming a mainstream cultural phenomenon.
Its first day sales could outdo not only the final Harry Potter book, but the debut of Spider-Man 3.
When everything was tallied, we had generated over $170 million in revenue in the first 24 hours, setting a new record for the biggest day in entertainment history.
It was just an amazing moment. It was one thing after another. We had games, we had Time Magazine. Everything started clicking, and it felt like something's happening.
We delivered the right content, the right hardware, the right games, the right price, and we were showing massive momentum. The ship had sailed and sailed magnificently and kept sailing full steam ahead.
Only a week ago, Peter Moore took the stage in Santa Monica, California for Microsoft's E3 press event. A mere 7 days later, the man in charge of the 360 and the Games for Windows division has decided to move on to EA Sports.
I left Xbox because I felt like I had done what I needed to do.
Ironically, he'll be replaced by Don Matrick, the former president of EA, but one has to wonder, with the face of the Xbox gone, how will this affect the 360 standing in the console wars?
Don Matrick was a really accomplished game developer. As a kid, he wrote these amazing games, and he was just super smart.
Don's really an innovator. He's a business leader. He's really into the tech. He really wanted the Xbox to be a product that could reach a broader and broader market.
When I joined Microsoft, Steve Ballmer said Xbox needs to have more than a true product lifecycle. And to do that, we need to place bets, we need to move into new categories, we need to innovate and create new hit products, both in gaming and in entertainment.
When Don Matrick came on board, it was more about trying to appeal to a completely different audience and a very broad audience. So there was this one meeting where he shows up and he says, we're not going for 30 million consoles, we're going for 300 million consoles. And the strategy behind that was we need to make casual experiences.
When the Xbox 360 launched, we had Xbox Live built in. We had this very basic blade for Marketplace, and we had only game content. One of the things that I've been tasked to do was go get us some entertainment content, which was an entirely new idea of the time.
We started doing deals with studios. We were excited when we had 1 movie and then 2 movies and 5 movies and 10 movies.
Microsoft's Xbox will transform into a next-generation entertainment hub. Users will be able to navigate through music, movies, television shows.
For the first time, we were realizing that streaming and digital video content was going to be a big deal. And then we had Netflix come on.
Xbox 360 was a big part of putting Netflix in the living room.
At the time, Netflix was a mail-order DVD catalog service.
Nationally, Netflix moves more than 1.5 million DVDs a day.
There's 40 of these warehouses around the country.
Right.
So that nearly every customer gets next-day delivery.
Netflix hadn't done anything with digital streaming. We thought, why don't we call them up, see if they would be interested in distributing their content through Xbox 360.
We definitely accelerated their growth because we introduced them to tens of millions of devices that were connected to a TV overnight.
It's a great opportunity for Xbox members to never leave the sofa. You know, watch movies from Netflix, play great games. It's a great platform.
And it's like, what should we do next? Well, we brought HBO, we brought Twitter, we brought Facebook. Today, that may not seem that revolutionary, but at the time, the idea to be able to do that all in one box had just never been done before.
Our Xbox Live community, the digital streaming services, the gamer tags, the achievements, the experiences, they were things that we would hear consumers say they loved and competitors say they were envious of.
Xbox Live really proved that people wanted digital content. I think that created this sort of ripple effect that affected Nintendo. They knew that they probably needed to shift on how they did some things. They weren't just going to give you another console, they were going to give you a console that did something different.
This is Mike. By day, he's Mike the businessman. But when he picks up the new Wii Remote from Nintendo, he's Mike the warrior superstar athlete man.
Holiday of 2006, Nintendo released the Wii and turned the world upside down.
We're confident because for pick up and play games, there's nothing like it. For baseball, for tennis, games like that, it's fantastic. But with the nunchuck, what you're able to do in a first-person type of game is a huge step forward in control.
Nintendo came out of left field with a device that wasn't based on technology. It was based on a simple entertainment experience of being able to play a game without being a button masher on a controller.
It really resonated with a mass audience, a wider audience. All of a sudden, parents are playing video games with their kids again.
Suddenly, you heard people talking about video gaming as something that was good for you.
Wii Fit is about bringing fun into fitness.
Video gaming as an approachable thing that everybody could do.
They went after senior citizens, they went after female gamers, they went after people who are not traditionally gamers.
Clearly, they expanded the audience and they took gaming to mainstream entertainment.
I remember Bill putting a lot of pressure on the Xbox leadership team. How did we miss motion gaming? What can we do to catch up?
We need to compete. We need to advance our game strategy. We don't want to do a Wiimote ripoff. We want to do our own thing.
Don also had this vision for controller-free gaming.
What would it be like if instead of waving something, we were recording movement? We were recording state of people physically through a camera.
The controller, he thought, was this impediment to more people playing games because you had to kind of learn this device. And his view is like, hey, if people could just like swat at things or move things or drive a car like this. It's kind of crazy, but it's like if you could drive a car like this, that would make more people more willing to play video games.
We set out to really make the console approachable to a whole new generation of people, to a whole new set of people that wouldn't otherwise think about gaming as something that it was for them.
We had already been doing some technology exploration where we could map people using depth sensing and RGB cameras and microphones and stuff, and you could have that by your television rather than holding something, you could still get these similar type of experiences.
The idea that we were going to use IR kind of display, projection and reflection to measure movement was pretty magical.
Every step of the Kinect process was an inventing step.
A lot of this work, we had to figure out how to hack our way into it.
We prototyped probably 30 activities. We found that the whole body activities were actually the most fun. And so that's what we ended up focusing on, to create something totally new for gamers.
We launched Kinect, and it was a game changer.
I don't think anybody saw it coming. It was something completely new and unexpected.
So you can see if we wave our hands, it's,
Oh my
it's
God.
tracking your full body.
That's
and now
crazy.
we're playing.
Okay.
So if you lean left and right, jump, jump, jump.
In your opinion, John, how does this compare to the Wii and the Wii Fit?
Oh, completely blows it away. And this extends far past just gaming.
It's crazy. It's minority report status. That's how I see it.
When I saw the Kinect, I thought, oh, finally. Like, this is something we're going to use for VR eventually. It's going to be amazing to have you in the game.
Because it's motion gaming, people think, oh, it's like the competitors. It is a completely different thing, and you have to play it to understand that.
And the games were really fun. It really unlocked a new game experience for people.
Fireball!
Start getting people all cheering and yelling and, you know, encouraging the person who's actually playing to try new things.
The idea that, like, you would have people over for dinner, and then afterwards, everybody would want to turn on the Xbox and go play ping pong, or go play Kinect Sports, or go play a Dance Central. That just gave Xbox 360 a whole nother sense of purpose.
In the first 60 days, we sold over 8 million Kinect sensors worldwide.
Kinect was a technological marvel, but it totally fell flat with core gamers. Kinect didn't work with Halo, but Kinect was an amazing tool for so many things like research and how we think about augmented reality and virtual reality experiences.
It's been fun to watch innovation of computer science come not from academia or industry, but to come from gaming.
And it turned out that Kinect creative community just went on to do incredible things with this device.
People got into hacking the Kinect early last year. Smartly, Microsoft responded by welcoming that and encouraging more development.
People were taking all the IR data and the voice data, and it was a rich source of creativity for other types of applications.
What is neat is the technology that is used in video games now and how it can be applied to other things, not just gaming.
And they're calling it the Kinect effect.
Microsoft's Kinect could revolutionize medicine.
Being used to aid the rehabilitation of stroke patients, also by people who work with autistic children.
Kinect today is mostly used outside of gaming. So gaming has created this piece of technology that today drives the industry forward.
With Xbox 360, we had an amazing product that had finally broken through. The ecosystem was healthy. Consumers were engaged in North America and Europe. It was the top-selling hardware device.
Xbox 360 has been the #1 selling console every month for the last 6 months.
It was a pretty great second iteration for Microsoft as a company.
Against all odds, the Xbox 360 basically won that second console generation.
By the end of that generation, I think people had sort of felt the pendulum had swung from PlayStation dominance to Xbox dominance.
There were more players than ever playing Xbox. The brand really was in a terrific place.
And there was no chance. There's nothing Microsoft could do that could possibly torpedo the success they had with the Xbox 360.
We're about to change entertainment forever.
Again.
Because we're going to take all that we learned
in more than 30 years of innovation
and use it to change
television,
TV,
TV, TV, TV, TV, TV, and TV,
TV, TV, TV, television, television, television.
Watch TV.
Team Xbox is on a new mission. This is it, Xbox One.
I cannot believe this press conference.
We've got this vast amount of gamers that are increasingly loving Xbox, and we're building great experiences that they've never seen before. And now we're going to be the connected TV. So we're going to have the set-top box for the living room. And it turned out like nobody wanted that.
Oh, hell no, Microsoft. Hell no.
The battle to control the entertainment pipe into your living room just got a bit more interesting. Microsoft's Xbox announcing some landmark news today as it moves into the media business.
It's time for a new generation of Xbox!
And now, Microsoft wants to appeal to more than just gamers.
It can also control your TV and cable box and
everything from your movies to video conferencing on Skype to doing all kinds of things.
Casual gaming, television, social, music, and video.
The game console will transform into a next-generation entertainment hub
for both gamers and non-gamers alike.
What if I told you that going forward, our competition is not going to be Sony and Nintendo, but television and media?
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future, truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
On May 21st, Microsoft will unveil its latest Xbox system. Xbox has been the best-selling gaming console for 27 consecutive months. We're expecting a slew of entertainment options, including possibly taking over your cable box and also delivering web content in easy and attractive ways.
It was exciting to think about what a single-purpose, dedicated entertainment console could be. So we picked that as a path with Xbox One. We wanted a broad device that touched all parts of gaming and entertainment.
Go on, put your hands in.
We wanted to bring new audiences into Xbox. People that were outside of what traditionally was thought of as our core gaming audience. That was really the intent at the time.
Within the company, there's always a sense of do more and grow. But I think Dawn was looking for, like, what's that next big leap after Connect? And I think there was a sense that TV could be that thing.
Microsoft's gaming platform is becoming a true entertainment hub. It just announced that for the first time, people are using the Xbox more for entertainment, TV, movies, and music, than for playing video games.
Having our team think not only about gaming, but television, movies, stories that lived inside our gaming community was something that I believed in.
Okay, this is an interesting idea. Microsoft's going to get behind linear entertainment as well.
Xbox Entertainment Studios. The idea was to take Xbox the brand from gaming to Xbox the brand as entertainment.
Movies, music, television. There's going to be a number of documentaries.
We all had big eyes for that. It's like, whoa, we're going to go Hollywood now.
And action.
After years in development, Microsoft's next-generation console was finally ready to be unveiled at a media event codenamed Newcastle. Coming off the success of the Xbox 360, expectations were through the roof.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the entire team, we're thrilled to unveil the ultimate all-in-one home entertainment system.
We did a stream from around the world and invited a bunch of media and influencers up to watch.
We gathered everybody into the conference room. We have it streaming on our television. We're all really excited.
Team Xbox is on a new mission to become the all-in-one system for every living room, the place where your games, TV, and entertainment come alive.
We're driven to build a future-proof system that brings together the cloud, smart devices, new content.
We are really excited to bring the world of Halo to Xbox as a premium television series.
We're sitting there listening to it the whole time. And I remember one of our engineers said, like, they're not even talking about any of the games yet. Are they going to talk about games?
With Kinect, we made you the controller.
This is human control for a human experience.
It was all about entertainment, even a partnership with Steven Spielberg, and they showed a TV guide at the reveal event. I mean, that was really like the vision.
This is the beginning of truly intelligent TV. Xbox, watch TV.
You said television. We wanted to hear video games.
You know, we showed a few games, but core gamers were left unsatisfied.
We're all in the green room, and as each person would get off stage, you know, the execs in the room would ask what the pulse is on social, and it was not good.
This is not going well. This is not going well at all.
I am really, really disappointed.
I think I'm gonna go into mourning now. That's how I feel about you, Xbox One.
There were hypercuts released minutes after the initial unveiling of the Xbox.
Watch TV. TV. TV remote.
TV. 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 TV.
Television, television. Television, TV, TV.
Television, television, television.
That was not the right way to unveil the next generation of gaming.
Wow. That was the worst gaming event that I've ever watched, ever.
Probably could have done a better job of reassuring people that we were committed to excellence in gaming.
The response was so negative, and that was when I knew our lack of focus was going to hurt us with our core audience.
I can't even start.
The Newcastle reveal really was about showcasing the entertainment proposition that was going to come with the Xbox One.
We knew that E3 coming up in a few weeks was about games. We'll talk about all games when we get to E3.
In hindsight, definitely not the right decision. You don't tell console gamers to tune into something and then not show them the games.
The next evolution of gaming is a voice remote control for your television.
The Xbox One reveal had obviously underwhelmed fans, but Microsoft saw an opportunity to right the ship just 3 weeks later, on the game industry's biggest stage.
This is an exciting day for our teams. And as we've been promising, it's all about the games. We're excited to share with you a stunning lineup of world premiere gameplay and announcements.
The ball's in Microsoft's court, and they come out and they show some games. And then right at the end of their press conference, I remember looking up at the teleprompter.
Xbox One will launch this November
in 21 markets around the world at $499 in the US.
$499.
At the time, the ideal price point was $399. Anything over $399, you're in for a real struggle.
The issue was that with Xbox One, Don's view was the new Kinect was going to be required as part of the box. So it was no longer just a peripheral, like the original Kinect. Now you were going to be forced to buy one.
This is a terrible mistake.
A huge mistake.
It definitely caused a disconnect. Why are you charging me more money? I don't want this.
Kinect had so much promise. It just wasn't ever going to be a thing that hardcore gamers wanted.
Especially when it upped the price by $100. And then, later that day, Sony announces the price of the PlayStation 4.
I'm very proud to announce that PlayStation 4 will be available at $399.
We were surprised by the $100 difference. You know, then it's like, that's a pretty big headwind to come back from.
You have essentially the same hardware, but one device is $100 cheaper. Cool. I'm gonna go with that one. And that's where they lost.
360 set us up for being the best box for developers, the best box for core gamers, and we then flipped it around and said, this isn't a dev box, this isn't a core gaming box, this is an entertainment device. People didn't know what to think, they were just confused.
You know, they wanted to push into this digital future. The idea was all connected all the time. The console would have to be able to check in with Microsoft servers or else the games wouldn't work.
Your content is available and it's stored in the cloud.
There were going to be benefits to this, but Microsoft did a bad job of messaging those benefits.
You don't always have to be connected, but for a lot of things like multiplayer gaming or streaming content from the internet, you're going to need an internet connection. That's the world we live in.
One of the biggest points of confusion was how the new, always online device complicated the selling, trading, and gamers' biggest concern, sharing of games.
We knew the digital age and era was coming. We knew it. The original concept was you were going to have to be connected to play your games. You're going to play your games on your Xbox One. Here's a disc. Load it in, and you were going to have to get a license for that disc. But you had to be online to buy the license. So it's a great way to not have people do big downloads, but here's the disc and just pass it around. That's it. Simple as that. Well, that wasn't clear.
Seems like every single outlet got a slightly different statement on used games.
Yep. You can't share games between friends.
You don't own the game you're buying.
Yeah.
Don't pretend like you own this thing that you just paid for.
And then stuff got really ugly.
Sony came out, guns blazing, with the immediate response to the Xbox One.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
One person just hands another person a disc. Because you weren't going to be able to do that with this always online Xbox One.
Your game is your game. You own it. You can sell it. You can trade it in. That was that was brutal.
As a team, you've got to take some bets on things that you believe in and put that thing out. Clearly, in hindsight, it was wrong. People didn't want to spend $499 for a box to plug into their television to watch TV.
They weren't wrong. Microsoft wasn't wrong that gamers wanted and expected more from their consoles. Absolutely. In fact, it was Microsoft's fault, if anything.
They were too far ahead of where their users thought they should be. And there was this whole backlash that they didn't expect.
In 2013, the world wasn't ready for it.
We got pushback from consumers, for some journalists, questioning whether we'd made the right choice as a company. It was a valid criticism, but it was a very binary choice, and we chose to bet on online.
It was a dark moment for us, and very, very, very painful.
News
raced around the tech blogs Monday that the man behind Microsoft's future console, the Xbox One, is leaving the company.
I wish that I would have had an opportunity to stay to execute on the vision and the capabilities that the team had created. But I ended up in the summertime announcing that I was going to be leaving.
I just remember getting an email from Steve Ballmer that essentially said, Don Matrick has left. I think we all just sort of looked at each other and were like, okay, so what happens now?
There was no fear, no failure. But the rules have changed.
It was a long road, a long path from there, but the team didn't give up, didn't want to quit, didn't feel like we couldn't overcome this, and we still had to come out and deliver the console.
Well, it's here. Xbox One, finally on sale.
We had a line of people at the launch event. People were excited about it. We had kind of an early signal that maybe things are okay.
The NPD Group has revealed that Xbox One led console sales in December, and with its $500 price point, the Xbox One led annual hardware sales on a dollars basis.
But by April, we were outsold 6 or 7 to 1 in the market, maybe 8 to 1.
This was really bad, catastrophic bad.
The reality is, when you have moments like this, the future of the brand is at stake. You question whether or not you're gonna be here in 5 years.
It's never a given that you're gonna get to make another generation of a console.
Brands die every day. No one's playing on an Atari anymore. Like, nobody is playing on a Sega Genesis. We felt like our future was at stake.
I think Microsoft learned the hard way. If you take your eye off the ball, and if you don't put gamers and games at the center of your ambitions, it's going to come back and bite you.
Our fans had lost faith.
It's collapsing.
How do we re-earn the trust of customers? One thing that was very clear, more of the same was not going to work.
Today, Microsoft has announced that Microsoft Studios corporate vice president
Phil Spencer is the new head of Xbox.
Let's talk about your new role. What are you going to be doing?
The emergency glass was shattered, and Phil was pulled out and put in to right the Xbox ship that was sinking.
He was there early days, studied under Ed Fries, so he knew exactly what made the original Xbox work. He was a gamer, but he was also a longtime Microsoft guy, so he's sort of the perfect hybrid.
He is a proxy for gamers. They believe in Phil.
I play lots of games with Phil on weekends and evenings, and he's always thinking about the player first.
Having someone lead the platform who comes from that place.
It was a big turning point for us. We needed somebody that could lead us, that we trusted. We cared about the team.
I had no training in running a team of that size, or the platform team, or the hardware team. So I knew that it would be a challenge.
One of the things that was really hard about the Xbox One launch was Phil had more than a broken business. He had a broken culture.
There were people who would literally come up to me in tears.
Who had killed themselves to try to get a product into market. The product did not make gamers happy.
So I knew we had to get the team on board. We have to believe in why we're here.
The first thing that Phil did was he went after culture.
I wanted to try to continue to see Xbox be an important brand in gaming, but it's not just about me. As a leader, you realize that if we can't empower our great people to do great things, that we should give up. I knew that this effort would take the entire team, and it was going to be incredibly hard.
Under Phil's leadership, and with a green light from Microsoft, the Xbox team launched a plan to pull back from the edge of console obscurity.
Xbox had a lot of plates to spin. They had to gain the trust of developers, they had to make a statement with the gamers, reverse all the messaging that they made, and that's not a switch that you flip overnight. That can take years.
don't think there was a question around where I wanted to focus.
We know that day one customer every year has to be the gamer. You expand from that gaming audience out.
With Phil being in charge, it sort of cemented putting a game face back on Xbox.
Marty, big news today.
Yeah, bombshell.
Microsoft announced that a connectless Xbox One is coming June 9th for $399.
Yeah.
One of the decisions that we had made is that we were going to offer Xbox One without Kinect and lower the price by $100.
This is what everyone wanted.
Xbox Entertainment Studios, which is better known as the TV division, has been shut down.
Shutting down Xbox Entertainment Studios was really just trade-offs we had to make.
All of the investments that you're making in that entertainment, the movies, the TV shows and things, are going to come at the expense of making the same investments in games. And we still had more games we needed to make.
Microsoft has announced a new platform for independent developers looking to bring their games to Xbox One.
Game content is the thing that's going to drive our success as much as anything else that we do. We needed external independent developers to be successful on our platform.
Independent developers have fundamentally changed the way we play games this generation.
The smartest move that Microsoft made was they took Chris Charla, who was a developer, and said, we're going to allow self-publishing, and this is the guy who's going to really help with that.
Players don't care if it's from a big company or a single person. They just want to play fun games. And our job as a platform holder is to make that happen.
This is a guy who was a developer, a smart guy. He understands the community. He's been there himself. He was great in that role.
Major League Baseball publishes a baseball game through the ID at Xbox program. Fortnite from Epic came through the ID at Xbox program.
We have the ability to get, our small, cool little ideas up on the big screen. It's just an amazing experience that none of us really saw coming.
Back when Microsoft said Phil's going to be in charge, our faith went way up that things were going to change, and then right away they did. And then when Microsoft showed that they were making these moves, you were like, this has all the opportunities to really go the right way, but the gamers were still upset. And you're like, well, look, it's a big ship, but the changes they just made, give them a chance.
While lowering the price of Xbox One and reprioritizing developers were major steps towards getting back into the good graces of gamers, a desire to enlist an entirely new generation of players inspired Xbox to go somewhere it had never been before.
Let's go to a place where everything is made of blocks, where the only limit is your imagination.
The team said how many kids have their first experience with any video game with mom or dad's cell phone in the back seat playing Minecraft.
The company best known for Windows and word processors will pay $2.5 billion for Swedish game developer Mojang. That is the company behind the wildly successful, ever popular Minecraft game.
No, they're gonna mess it up. Right after the acquisition, all of the public perception when you read about it in the press was that evil Microsoft was going to come ruin Minecraft.
Can Microsoft keep its hands off Minecraft and just keep that pure experience?
There was an assumption, again, that old console war thinking that Microsoft would pull it off of any platforms that weren't Windows or Xbox.
And there certainly could have been a decision that, look, we just paid a bunch of money for this game. We needed to go help Xbox. So from now on, the only place you're going to be able to play Minecraft is on Xbox.
There's got to be something bigger going on here.
But I'm grateful that Phil Spencer understood that what we had was a cultural phenomenon, and what we had acquired almost as much as a game was the community that came with it.
Go, Red Side, go! Come on, Red Side!
The world is changing, and the idea that limiting the places where people can experience your games is not always right.
Whether you're playing on an Xbox, PlayStation, an Android, iOS device, our goal is to continue to evolve and innovate with Minecraft across all those platforms.
The decision to make Minecraft accessible across all platforms surprised the industry. But Xbox had something on the horizon that would upend it.
Wondering what's going on, eh? Wonderful. Let's get started.
With all of the things that we're trying to go do, creating Game Pass was a decision that was going to be disruptive to the industry.
Oh, hey!
Game Pass was the first service where you'd have access to a library of games and you could download and play the games in their full fidelity locally.
We heard from people who said buying multiple $70 games is actually just economically not possible. And people wanted to play across devices.
With Game Pass, you now have a shared library with your friends. And you can just decide to say, hey, let's go jump on and play this.
What we learned as part of it was kind of not necessarily something we do at the beginning, but became this part of the journey, is it also created enormous value for publishers.
Developers that might not have had the front row or front seat, they're in there, and they're on the same level as Halo.
You know, when you're building a game, if you're not a known IP, it's really easy to get lost.
The biggest thing about Game Pass is the amount of players. I can put a game into Game Pass, and 10 million players can show up the next day who might not have decided to plunk down $60 for my game.
It lowers the barrier to entry. It makes it easier for you to experiment and choose.
The people that subscribe actually play more games.
It's just like flick, flick, flick. Oh yeah, I'll play this one for a while.
And now you see other companies considering and moving in faster to the Game Pass model. Game Pass is probably the future of how we distribute games.
Game Pass revolutionized the landscape of video gaming. But in order to get the most out of the tsunami of new content they were providing, Xbox knew it was time to up the ante.
When we launched the original Xbox, we had this tagline.
There's no power greater than X.
And we were the most powerful. And we owned that.
That's what our gamers expected from us. That's what we had delivered early on.
We were always the most powerful console.
And we lost that with Xbox One.
As we thought about broadening what the Xbox One did, we had sort of lost sight of, first and foremost, this is a gaming machine.
The PlayStation 4 was a technically superior experience. You know, one friend tells his friends, hey, it's better on PlayStation 4, you should play it over there, and that just spreads.
You know, if we were a car company, we always made the fastest car, and that's what was where our brand was. But for us to get back to what we were always about, we needed a console that would be more powerful than any other console.
It was about reclaiming the horsepower narrative.
So Phil delivered Project Scorpio, which they called the Xbox One X.
We went back to our roots of being the most powerful console ever built.
More power, more pixels, more frame rate. It was all about core gaming goodness.
True 4K gaming.
They engineered the world's most powerful console. They win back a lot of gamer trust with that.
This monster was almost like the rebirth of the Xbox brand. To continue to make sure there is no power greater than X as we thought about the future.
The most powerful console is a thing of beauty.
I think the big thing for me is just games.
How do we deliver the best games to people? Yeah, the games that our players love.
We said, you know, content is critical.
And one of the best ways to get the best games is to invest in studios.
That's what we like to see.
But making games is hard, it's complicated. It's about, hey, can a group of people actually effectively create something together?
We have to be really thoughtful and mindful about respecting the culture and the heritage of the studio, but also infusing, you know, kind of the power of Microsoft. There's no magic formula for that. You know, I think that's more of an art than a science.
One of the biggest missteps that we learned from in the past was Lionhead.
We had already published Fable 1, and it was a hit. People loved it. The beauty of that game, it was basically like a moving stained glass window. People wanted more, and so we bought Lionhead. Those were good years. The game was great. Just everything came together. But after Fable 2, Connect came along, and the Fable-Connect marriage just never really took. And then Fable Journey was a passion project for a lot of people, but I think it deviated pretty significantly from the pillars of what made Fable 1 and 2 so popular.
There's some very, very sad news coming out of Microsoft today. So they're shutting down Fable developer Lionhead Studios.
We acquired Lionhead in 2006, shut it down in 2016. A couple years later, we reflected back on that experience. What did we learn? How do we not repeat our same mistakes?
You acquire a studio for what they're great at now, and your job is to help them accelerate how they do what they do, not them accelerate what you do.
I wish Lionhead were still a viable studio.
It is only when you fall that you learn whether you can fly.
When we launched Xbox One X in 2017, we knew studio acquisitions were going to be huge for us. The studios we had were creating amazing games, but we wanted to have more. And the challenges that we went through with Lionhead taught us what to do this time.
Welcome to E3 2018. So with the many failures of the Xbox One, they're a distant second to Sony. But to their credit, they had been doing everything right. The potential is there at E3 2018 to regain that foothold in the upcoming next generation.
We know that exclusive games from our Microsoft studios are what originally turned so many of us into Xbox fans.
The first and greatest instance of us showcasing what we do for players is what we do with our studios.
Phil, he took out the credit card, went on a shopping spree, bought some amazing companies, started promising games.
I'm excited to welcome Undead Labs to Microsoft Studios.
It doesn't matter what your technology is. If you don't have the games, we were done. Content is king.
Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, a brand new Microsoft studio. The Initiative, Playground Games.
Yesterday was a huge moment. You brought not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 new studios.
The acquisitions kept coming at a blistering pace.
We'll be acquiring In Exile Entertainment, Obsidian Entertainment.
We doubled the number of internal studios to 15 internal studios and made a big group of acquisitions.
Double Fine Productions.
Buying all those studios, Microsoft focused back on the hardcore gamer.
We're highlighting 60 games for you. 14 games from Xbox Game Studios and over 30 games premiering in Xbox Game Pass. Let's jump in.
This volley of acquisitions created one of the largest, most diverse catalogs in the industry. But Microsoft had its eye on one more target, and it was a big one.
We're really delighted to reach this agreement with ZeniMax and bring Bethesda into the Microsoft family.
The move adds 8 more studios to Xbox's first-party portfolio, including Bethesda Game Studios, id Software, Arcane, Machine Games, Tango Gameworks, and more.
What you really see us doing is broadening the opportunity for people to participate in what is one of the world's greatest entertainment and leisure time activities.
It's a game changer because it's bigger than anything else we've ever done in gaming. It's the 3rd largest acquisition in Microsoft's history, which still blows my mind. And so now more than ever, like, our commitment to games is absolute.
Microsoft's commitment to keeping fans on their toes was also absolute.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Game Awards 2019. I'm Jeff Keighley.
World premieres are a big part of this show, and you guys have a lot of expectations on the internet for things. There are lots of rumors, lots of leaks.
It's pretty rare, I think, nowadays that any new tech doesn't leak and nobody knows that it's coming.
And then sometimes there's surprises that come out of nowhere. Enjoy this.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream.
A lot of dreams.
And that you could have the power.
I don't think anybody saw it coming. It was something completely unexpected.
Well, is this Elden Ring?
Even the video was deliberately designed, talking about Power Your Dreams and the visuals of that.
Let's have a surprise.
BioShock?
And then, wait a minute, what was that?
Wait, what?
I just saw a car race through, and then there's a soccer scene, and then by the time I saw Master Chief.
That's Halo!
Halo. That's what I want.
finally you would dream where you are now.
Seeing the streamers that were streaming and their reactions, that element of surprise is so magical and so powerful.
That's that. Oh, Scarlet!
Oh, yeah! Xbox! This is not the new Xbox console. Wait, this is not the new Xbox console. What? They're showing their new box? What the heck?
For 18 years and 3 generations, we've designed Xbox consoles to power your dreams.
Oh, my boy!
You dog.
Meet the Xbox Series X. It was nutso because I had no clue it was coming, and I was there.
Our fastest, most powerful Xbox will set a new bar for performance.
Games are going to look better. You know games are going to play better.
It is, in fact, the most powerful console you can have in your living room right now.
Yes! Yes!
When we talk about freedom to play, Project Scarlet is the formation of our future in cloud.
Microsoft, meanwhile, launching a video game streaming service. All your games can be streamed right into your phone or your computer.
The same way the original Xbox bridged the gap from early adopters with broadband, this powerful beast of a machine that can play games locally, it's also going to connect to the cloud, so it will bridge the gap between traditional in the living room local gaming and cloud-based gaming.
We envision a world where you can play any game with anyone on any device. It is the next instance of what it means to game anywhere.
We're streaming from data centers around the world to people's cell phones. We have thousands of people doing it in 3 continents. Like, that's just crazy.
And I'll be damned if it doesn't actually, I mean, it works. It actually works.
Where are we? I'm a big believer in the technology access story of Project xCloud. Think about the way you could unlock community.
One of the things we were really focused on with this generation was making Xbox available and appealing to the widest audience.
I think we have some unique responsibilities to bring people from different backgrounds into the experience. And in order for us to succeed in that, we need to have the right services and content and creators building things for all kinds of players.
It's about creating an opportunity for those that would not have had it otherwise.
2.5 billion people on the planet play video games today, half the connected world. And that is the scale of opportunity a company like Microsoft should go after. Being bold and making bets is part of the culture of what it means to be here. I think that's true now, and it was true from the beginning.
Where are we going?
Back to where it all began.
And we had some guys at Microsoft came and said we should do a console. A Microsoft console?
It's insane to launch a game console. When you're Microsoft, you made frickin' Windows in a spreadsheet. Bill Gates took a bet on us.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
Are you ready?
If you think about where we were 20 years ago, when I first moved into the games group, my dad was horrified because gaming wasn't a career and gaming was something that nobody did.
One of the most incredible things is this turning point in how gaming is viewed. That evolution of people suddenly seeing the value of the community that comes with gaming.
There's a fundamental change to the way we think about human interaction.
There he is.
We can have deep, meaningful relationships with people a world away that we've never met in person.
11 years of playing together. 11 years. We finally see each other.
Even in recent history, throughout 2020, we saw that people recognized this as a way to have a social experience in a time when we had to be distanced.
The pandemic got people to rethink how they think about video games.
Children can sit and play Minecraft with friends and build and create something and connect. And at the core, that's what Xbox is about.
As Xbox continues to grow, I think it's going to continue to shape the future of the gaming community. It goes beyond how many units they sold. It goes beyond which generation they won or were dominant in.
I think a company like Microsoft, we should stand for something more than just what place we're in. And I want Xbox to be around forever. And I want to be able to look back on it and say, we really use this opportunity to shape culture.
So I'm announcing the Xbox, the future of console gaming, a whole new platform that all of you are going to take in directions that we can't even imagine. And the empowerment that comes out of this is going to be amazing. The power of X.
Over the past 30 years, video games have evolved into some of the most well-designed and captivating mediums. In that time, developers have used those which came before it as an inspiration to build upon their own creation. But few can hold the title of being an original source of that innovation. Blossoming an entirely new genre of gameplay and design was Metroid. Released all the way back on the Famicom in 1986, and 1 year later on the NES, Metroid was Nintendo's answer for their missing action game. Titles like Mario had mastered the craft of platforming, and The Legend of Zelda opened up a massive world. But what Metroid sought to do was take elements from these games and combine them into a sci-fi action title. By taking on Mario's platforming and Link's large collection of ability-driven combat, Metroid designed a shooting game which completely broke free of many platformers at the time and had the player move in a completely opposite direction than they were used to: left. Metroid wasn't just about finding upgrades and progressing towards the right side of the screen. Backtracking through areas previously inaccessible was revolutionary and innovative to its overall design. Metroid and the likes of Castlevania effectively birthed the Metroidvania. But Nintendo was not only groundbreaking in the design and advancements of their titles at the time, they were also responsible for delivering us with one of the first, and still to this day, most iconic female protagonists to ever grace the gaming world, Samus Aran. Unlike many franchises today, Metroid falls into a unique category in regards to its timeline. The story often isn't a heavy focus in the grand scheme of things, dedicating most of its time and effort into the raw map and gameplay design. Though, unlike some of its other Nintendo compatriots, Metroid does in fact have a linear story. While told through the perspective of a mostly silent protagonist, Samus's story is far from as simple as many would assume. So, I thought it was time I go through and give you the complete, unabridged timeline of Metroid. The entire setting of Metroid takes place within the Milky Way galaxy. However, unlike the universe we live in, this one is much more explored. Different planets, intelligent species, and civilizations exist and interact with each other. Since it takes place in an unspecified future, it uses the cosmic calendar to keep track of time, so any dates listed aren't meant to be confused with the Gregorian calendar which we use. Since the galaxy is made up of so many different planets that are capable of interacting with each other, a primary sovereign government was formed. In the year 2003 of the cosmic calendar, representatives and delegates from many of the civilized worlds came together and established an intergalactic congress known as the Galactic Federation. Under their governance, the galaxy entered a golden age of peace and prosperity. Trade prospered with thousands of ships ferrying goods between planets across the galaxy. Such tranquility, however, doesn't last forever, as there are always those looking to disrupt the peace. Space pirates function as an antagonistic faction to the Federation and would serve as the main enemies for many of the games. They're a group of vicious and cold-hearted marauders who would raid vessels for their supplies and also lay claim to many planets. They would kill and take over the natives of the world, capturing the land as their territory if they saw fit, and enslaving its remaining survivors. Due to the threat they posed, the Federation established the Galactic Federation Police as a direct response to deal with the space pirates. Anyone associated with the pirates were ordered to be arrested immediately. However, due to the vastness of space and innate mystery behind their faction, it was actually incredibly difficult to track them down. Because of this, the police eventually turned to hiring bounty hunters, independent contractors hired on a per-job basis. However, this was done on very rare occasions. Anyway, with that setup, we can get to the actual plot. One of the first and most important events in the timeline is revealed to us in the Metroid graphic novel. As the galaxy was entering into its prosperous period, the space pirates made a move that could not be ignored. Everything takes place on the planet of K2L, an Earth colony which was responsible for the mining and distribution of a floraltite, a crystal which was used to fuel the ignition modules of spaceships. As such, it is a very valuable source to many. It also has incredibly dangerous and flammable properties prone to explosion when ignited. The mining colony was run by Rodney Aran, a very determined and noble hard worker. He was married to his wife, Virginia Aran, and the two had a young 3-year-old daughter named Samus Aran. One day, the planet was visited by the Chozo, an incredibly intelligent and ancient bird-like species, hoping to obtain some of the colony's afloraltite for their own uses. Attempts at negotiations were made with Rodney, however, they were respectfully declined. The planet already has arrangements with the Galactic Federation, who monitors everything, making sure the crystals don't fall into the wrong hands. While the Chozo don't seem dangerous, they are incapable of just giving them some of the minerals. So unfortunately, their trip was all for nothing. While Rodney and the Chozo were having these discussions, Samus wound up befriending one of them known as Old Bird. Their interaction is brief, but he certainly tries his best to instill kindness into her. When a rabbit squirrel snatched her backpack and refused to give it back, he taught her to try and make friends with it to appear non-hostile. She does so by naming the animal Pianchi, and he becomes her new pet. But after it was made clear that they couldn't obtain any afloraltite, the Chozo peacefully left the planet. But problems quickly arose after their departure, as they had been followed by space pirates. The group was led by Ridley, a military general with a brutal disposition, foul temper, and love for death and destruction. He may have the appearance of nothing more than a normal dragon, but he's incredibly intelligent and a brilliant battle tactician. After learning K2L had abundant amounts of afluorotite and was supplying it to the Federation, he saw it the perfect target to raid for resources and deal a massive blow to the organization. The planet was caught off guard, but managed to send out a distress signal to the Federation police. However, this would be frivolous. Per Ridley's orders, everyone on the planet was to be killed. A merciless and gruesome onslaught ensued, and all the helpless colonists could do was succumb to the terror as they were slaughtered. As for Samus, she was fortunately in the forest playing with Pianchi when everything occurred. She felt the force of the blast and knew something was potentially wrong, however, due to her age, couldn't grasp the weight of the situation. When she began making her way back to the colony, she wound up coming face to face with Ridley. Being but a naive little girl, Samus, similar to what she had done twice that day, already making friends with Old Bird and Pianchi, attempted to befriend the bloodlusting general despite her fear of his appearance. However, it would not go as peacefully as the last. Despite feeling initial pity towards the young child, Ridley swiftly makes an attempt on her life. But Samus is saved by her mother, who arrives just in time to push her out of the way and save her life, but is killed by Ridley's blast in the process. The shockwave pushes Samus back while Ridley takes to the skies to continue terrorizing and murdering the rest of the survivors. Meanwhile, with Samus's father, while this was all happening, the space pirates successfully managed to pillage the afluorotite onto their ship. Being a very brave and honorable leader, Rodney had snuck aboard, seeing the danger the space pirates could pose if they were able to use the minerals. But while in the right heart to want to stop them, he didn't have any weapons, and the truth of the matter was he couldn't take them down even if he tried. The Federation wasn't going to be able to arrive in time to stop them, so in his mind he was left with only one option to ensure they didn't escape with the cargo, and that was to sacrifice his own life by detonating the afluorotite. While he is deeply sorry to Virginia as well as Samus for what he's about to do, he's always believed in helping the greater good, and so expresses his love to his family before triggering a massive, cataclysmic explosion. The explosion was actually so devastating that it caught Ridley by surprise when he was flying around, and the wreckage from his own ships injured him and tore its way through his body that he was almost killed. He fell back to the planet on the brink of death, but at this point, everything was already gone. The people were killed. There were no survivors. As for Ridley, he only managed to survive his injuries by consuming the flesh of the deceased humans and regrowing his own cells. When the dust settled, Samus was the only remaining survivor of the planet K2L. The same group of Chozo who accidentally led the space pirates to the planet returned after hearing their distress signal. They arrived only to find Samus as the sole survivor. Understandably, they felt regret, but most importantly, responsible for the fate of K2L. If they had never decided to visit, then everyone would still be alive. But nothing could be done to mend the past. All they could do was assist Samus as she had lost everything. Old Bird took it upon himself to take custody of the young girl, and so she was taken to their home planet of Zebes. Zebes was originally a colony for the Chozo, which I feel now is an appropriate time to elaborate on them as a whole, as they have a profound impact on what's to come. The Chozo have been around for a long time, at least 1,500 years before the events of the series. They possess the most advanced technology in the galaxy, and once had admirable combat prowess as well. Throughout their time, they shared their knowledge, wisdom, technology, and culture to many different races throughout the cosmos. They colonized several worlds and left behind many relics for others to discover. But the biggest problem the Chozo faced was their own extinction. They have extraordinarily long lifespans, and because of this, their old age wrought havoc on their ability to reproduce. And so, the Chozo became a dying species, soon to become extinct. Along with this, their technology they felt reached a point where it could no longer advance further. And so, the decision was made to withdraw from the galaxy and become more peaceful, akin to observers and scientists. Not every Chozo followed this path, however, as there are two known Chozo tribes to exist within the larger narrative. The Toha tribe were the main tribe and were the peace-loving and benevolent ones who took a step away from their warrior past. The Makin tribe are about the complete opposite. They are led by Ravenbeak and reside on the planet of ZDR, another planet the Chozo inhabit, and are much more willing to take up arms and go to battle. Despite this, both tribes are still in good faith with one another. For the most part, this part of the story is going to focus more on the Toha tribe. Considering the Chozo were explorers always eager to uncover new planets and the life which it held, the optimism that came with this discovery was only bound to yield a horrific sight. The Chozo uncovered the planet SR-388, and an incredibly dangerous organism which resided there. The creature was able to assimilate both the DNA and knowledge of other life forms. They take on the host's memories, appearance, abilities, everything about them, and sucks them dry. Their only drive seems to be to consume and reproduce, which made them a threat to the entire cosmos. They were dubbed the X-Parasite. The Chozo saw it their duty to use their knowledge and technology to completely eradicate the species. And so they genetically engineered their own organism to take out and combat the X-Parasite, known as Metroids. The term Metroid in the Chozo language roughly translates to Ultimate Warrior. It's capable of raw energy absorption. To put it simply, they were the perfect predators to eradicate the X-Parasite. It's the reason the Chozo went to planet K2L in the first place. The reason they wanted the Effloraltite was to use it to help in the Metroids' creation. It is also important to note another very important creation of the Chozo, and that's Mother Brain. It's an incredibly intelligent AI that functions much like a supercomputer. She oversees the planet's technological functions, archives information and historical data, and performs an extremely wide range of complex operations and algorithms of unimaginable magnitude. Her goal and purpose the Chozo created her for was to help achieve true order in the galaxy. Anyway, with that setup, we can finally return to Samus, who was taken to Zebes after being the sole survivor of K2L. Taking a child, let alone a human one, to Zebes for many may as well be a death sentence. The environment, flora, and fauna were much too dangerous for most species to live with. It's partially why the Chozo chose this planet to begin with. The natural dangers present deter any of those who might try to come to the planet with hostile intent. Because of this, even Mother Brain objected to the idea of keeping Samus around, believing that she would die in a matter of days. However, looking over her was something they felt they had to do. The concerns were valid, however. Samus would have a very difficult time living on Zebes as a mere human, so they needed to figure out a way that would assist her natural development and adaptation like the Chozo could. And that's where inspiration struck. If the Chozo were able to adapt to the environment in a way humans couldn't, then they should give Samus Chozo DNA. It would give her the same adaptability to the environment as the rest of them, and her odds of survival would go up exponentially. Fortunately, the Chozo are geniuses in the field of technology, so that's exactly what they did. Two known Chozo were responsible for donating their blood. First was Grey Voice of the peaceful Toha tribe. He was the one who found Samus on K2L and felt responsible to look after her. The second was Ravenbeak of the warrior Makin tribe. It can only be assumed that from the beginning they wanted Samus to possess more than just the ability to survive on the planet, but to be able to fight just like their greatest warriors. And so their DNA was spliced with hers. Samus's blood adapted, and she was forever changed. Now able to survive the dangers of Zebes, Samus would grow up here. From the get-go, she showed signs of a fighting spirit to live. Similar to the Metroid, the Chozo wound up seeing Samus as having great and limitless potential for the sake of good. While the Metroids were meant to be the ultimate warrior, Samus was meant to be a true warrior. As such, the Chozo trained her how to fight and handle combat. For many years, she would train her physical abilities, helped greatly thanks to the Makin DNA in her. By the age of 14, she was already stronger, faster, and more agile than any ordinary human. She was even gifted her very own power suit, yet again another advanced Chozo creation. which improved nearly all aspects of her offensive and defensive capabilities. For the most part, Samus appeared to be on her way to becoming a true warrior in the eyes of the Chozo. But there was a moment which caused them hesitation. Samus would exhibit a trait which they believed a warrior could not have: compassion. After stumbling upon a species on Zebes known as the Ionospheria, Samus had a childlike awe at these butterfly-like creatures that looked like small bears. They appear incredibly innocent, and that's because they are. All they do is absorb liquid and use it to fly. But these creatures actually wound up being poisoned by badger clovers, an alien flower used by the space pirates to infect and control other animals. And so these cute little creatures all of a sudden became machine gun wielding enemies trying to assassinate the lives of the Chozo. Samus, seeing the species as victims, manages to destroy their weapons without harming a single creature. However, Mother Brain immediately incinerates them to ensure nothing else gets infected. Something that truly enrages Samus. While pissed, there was nothing she could do. This opened the eyes of the likes of Oldbird, seeing that they can no longer assist Samus on her journey. The Chozo are supposed to be the protectors of the galaxy, however, they've delegated nearly everything to be done by Mother Brain nowadays. The title of Protectors of the Galaxy doesn't much fit them anymore, and so they've decided to pass that title on to Samus. She's got the drive and passion to protect, she's got the power which they've given her. But now she needs to discipline and master her heart. They cannot assist her with that, and it is something that she must do on her own. Oldbird and everyone who has looked over and raised her for the past 10 years have instilled all they could hope for in her. But now, it was time to walk a separate path. And so Samus left Zebes, embracing their belief in her and the title of Protector of the Galaxy. To become the warrior and figure the Chozo wanted her to be, Samus saw it most fitting to do so through more official methods, and so she joined the Federation Police Force. Despite being a young teenager, only around the age of 14 at the time, Samus excelled in the academy. She was quickly promoted to the Star Trackers unit, an elite force that only 1 in a million officers are qualified for. She took orders from a man named Chief Hardy and was squad mates with Kreetz, an elfin soldier, and Mach, a very physically strong simian. One of Samus's missions involved the human planet of Jagrod. It was taken over by space pirates who enslaved its people and began using them as a workforce. It was the job of Samus and her team to simply report the goings-ons of what they were doing. But that plan was pushed to the wayside when a space pirate intended on executing a young girl who was deemed unfit to work. Samus, not willing to simply sit around while someone is killed, jumped into the horde of space pirates to protect the girl, and understandably, an all-out firefight broke out. Fortunately, thanks to the talents of Samus as well as her team, they were all completely wiped out, save for their leader. He was brought in for questioning, and the man who would do so was someone who was very important to the timeline, General Adam Malkovich. This would mark his very first interaction in witnessing the capabilities of Samus, and it wouldn't be the last. He interrogates the space pirate, and it reveals only one truth. The planet of Jagrod was only a decoy to distract the Federation, while the space pirates' main forces were sent to take over Zebes. It's not inherently the planet itself the space pirates wanted control over, rather the technology on it. Considering the Chozo have lived there for so long, there are invaluable pieces of advanced technology there for the taking. They've made attempts in the past to seize control of the planet, however were unsuccessful thanks to the assistance of the Federation. Hence why this time they were distracting them with a decoy. Upon learning that the planet was in danger, Samus was quick to act as she knew the planet better than any Federation soldier could. Adam Malkovich, seeing her determination, gave her 48 hours to do what she wanted and rescue those she could before the Federation arrived to take action themselves. Her fellow comrades Mach and Kreetz joined her as well. The Chozo were in a particularly tough situation. The space pirates had arrived and successfully imprisoned all of the Chozo there. But there was also the new arising issue of Mother Brain. Being a self-learning AI, she came to believe she surpassed the knowledge of her creators and was frustrated with their lack of action in bringing peace to the galaxy. Because of that, she became more than willing to abandon them altogether for a new path that she was in charge of forging. Don't forget, her ultimate goal and purpose the Chozo designed her for was to figure out ways to help achieve order in the galaxy. The problem was, she now intended to do so through blood and fire. What Mother Brain figured was if she took control of the space pirates, she could use them to start a war with the Federation, inevitably weakening both sides to a state of vulnerability. From there, she would step in and snuff them all out, killing everyone in the galaxy, resetting everything to zero. It was the only way to bring true order. Taking over the space pirates wasn't that difficult, as being relatively simple creatures, they acknowledged true power. Those with strength are those who lead, and Mother Brain exhibited copious amounts of strength. So everyone quickly began obeying her orders. One Chozo, however, was quick to recognize the threat that was developing and adapted. Gray Voice. Instead of standing against Mother Brain and being taken captive like the others, he chose to stand by her side purely as a bluff. He would feign being an ally, and when she wasn't expecting it, he would attempt to destroy her. But for now, he had to bide his time. As Samus and the others set foot on Zebes, they uncover a message left behind by Old Bird detailing the status of the planet and what was likely the fate of those who would remain. He states how they were forced to simply hand over the planet to the space pirates, and the best course of action now was to simply try and flee. However, various prisoners were taken hostage. At the same time, the Metroid they had created was released and is being manipulated, so it poses a danger to everyone as well. Unfortunately, their hopes at making an ultimate warrior failed, so he says how Samus is their only remaining hope. Upon learning this, the team decided to split up into two. Samus would try and make her way to Mother Brain and use her to break the deadlock, while the others locate and rescue the hostages. Samus's destination was Zebes' Torian, where the Chozo and Mother Brain always held council. By the time she arrived, the area was flooded with space pirates, fearing that she was already too late. However, when she took up arms ready to attack, she was stopped by Gray Voice. Understandably taken aback by what's going on, it is here Mother Brain unveils her entire plan and betrayal in front of Samus. Seeing the Chozo as relics of the past who have been surpassed by their own creation, Mother Brain intends on leading a new army full of youthful strength to a galactic unified society. Of course, through extinction. And she wants Samus to join her. In a way, Mother Brain sees herself as Samus's true mother. She believes the Chozo only ever cared for her because they were trying to turn her into a weapon. And since she was responsible for creating Samus's power suit, she, in essence, gave birth to her, and it is her true destiny to stand by her side and usher in a new era of history. However, despite these psychological tactics, Samus knows deep down in her heart who her parents really were. Rodney, Virginia, and all of the Chozo who genuinely cared for her throughout her life. Mother Brain only sees things through an objective lens, failing to understand or comprehend the emotions of others. While Samus passionately rejects Mother Brain, unleashing a barrage of attacks on her chamber, they prove ineffective, and she doesn't even leave a scratch. While that didn't faze her, what did was Ridley. Having come face to face for the first time since the events on K2L, Samus is confronted by the monster who took everything from her. But despite all of her training, everything she's accomplished to fight against this exact situation so others wouldn't have to go through what she did as a kid, Samus is too overwhelmed by her past. She can't help but shut down. She doesn't fight, she doesn't act, she doesn't do anything. It is only thanks to Gray Voice, who was given general rank by Mother Brain, who demands Ridley spare her life as he has plans for her. The other members of Samus' squad fortunately manage to locate everyone and create a distraction, pulling away most of the space pirates, giving them time to rescue the prisoners and Samus, whose trauma is only worsening. She goes from frozen to a full-blown panic attack, pleading with her team to kill her right then and there. That there is no hope against Ridley, and that he is an inevitable fate that will kill everyone. The others, of course, do not comply with Samus's plea, instead rushing to evacuate the planet as the time limit Adam had given them is running out. Samus is forced to battle her inner demons in a literal sense. She's been bottling up her emotions this entire time, how she was feeling, what she was going through, that it all exploded the moment she was faced with Ridley. She was scared and alone, but could never admit it. But while she's had that sense of loneliness, in reality she's gained a family. The Chozo who raised her and trained her are what calm her heart. They are proud of everything that she's been able to do and what she's persevered through. She lets out her emotions one last time before finally composing herself and recognizing her duty to protect. Unfortunately, time has run out. The Federation is arriving and they cannot stay on Zebes any longer. This is only a problem because Grey Voice has stayed behind to attempt to destroy Mother Brain. But despite everything in Samus telling her to rescue someone who's been nothing but a father figure to her, if the others want any chance of surviving an escape, they need Samus there. So all she can do is endure. The confrontation between Grey Voice and Mother Brain doesn't go as desired, despite Grey Voice's best attempt, even donning some warrior Chozo armor they've since hung up, as well as brandishing an ancient weapon. Its effects are useless against Mother Brain, and to make a bad situation worse, Ridley shows up to defend her. He strikes a fatal blow to Grey Voice, but as a last act and Ridley's insistence on playing with his prey, Grey Voice is able to take out a space pirate ship in the sky, allowing for Samus and the others to escape before Ridley blasts him, taking his life. The Federation arrives and destroys the space pirates' flagship, rescuing the likes of Samus and her platoon, but what follows is unclear. Some sources say that the Federation drive the space pirates away from Zebes and or arrest the ones still remaining. However, considering what we know in the future, the space pirates begin using Zebes as their main base of operations in the first Metroid, which we've yet to reach. So either the Federation temporarily got rid of the current space pirates, only for new ones in the future to take their spot, or the Federation simply left Zebes alone after taking down their flagship. Both are kind of peculiar and don't smoothly fit in with the larger picture as a whole. One piece of the story that might explain this inconsistency is that the Galactic Federation disregarded Zebes as a low priority. But then again, with the Federation and space pirates already there and the information about Mother Brain, it's strange that the planet would be shooed away as a small problem. Regardless, what does wind up happening is Mother Brain reinforcing Zebes' defenses, making it even harder for those who want to come to the planet to even try. For the time being, she would use this planet as a homeworld to build up her army of space pirates. After her infiltration of Zebes, Samus, now around the age of 16, was transferred to a new unit, this time under the direct command of Adam Malkovich himself. As we would learn of these events through Metroid Other M, this title made some creative changes from where we left off. Firstly, Samus appears much younger than she did in the manga, despite being a few years older. Her maturity level also seems to have been dialed back a lot. The manga left her feeling very mature, understanding her responsibility to the universe. She was a capable soldier who began to find her footing. But now, Samus is a very defiant new recruit. Her relatively young age seems to shine through in her more obstinate attitude. She still follows orders as she's told and respects the chain of command, but it does come with a little bit of an edge. She's treated a lot more like a child and acts like a child and doesn't nearly have the same respect as her previous squad. But probably her biggest change would be her relation to Adam Malkovich. The game has a heavy emphasis on their importance to each other, specifically in the way he understands her. The game chooses to opt out of any and all mention of the Chozo and Samus' time on Zebes with them. Instead, here Adam serves as her surrogate father figure, as he knows all about her tragedy on K2L. Samus' rebellious nature here is pushed on because it gives her the feeling of parental bonding, knowing she won't get in trouble for how she acts. The game also does what no other in the series has or will do, and that's call attention to Samus' gender. More of her attitude is also pushed on to her feeling like she has something to prove because she was the only woman. For the most part, fans collectively acknowledge the narrative faults and inconsistencies of this title, but still include it in the series' timeline, however, try to take as little as possible from it. There are a few notable squad mates we should get to know as well. Anthony Higgs was someone who was very amused by Samus's personality and nicknamed her Princess, as she was the only woman in the unit. There is also Ian Malkovich, Adam's younger brother. While he's a character with very little story, from the artwork we can see a bit of his and Samus's relationship. It wasn't romantic, but he appeared to be a very outgoing and lively figure, while Samus was the opposite. It's likely because of the two stark contrast, they still got along quite well. However, the part of the story that Ian's involved in would hold major repercussions. On a rescue mission to save passengers of the ship Lusitania, Ian was sent to make repairs on its drive unit when it went critical. Seeing no other option, Adam ordered they detach the unit and Ian along with it. Despite Samus's pleas that they could save him, the risk was too great and could cost everyone on the ship their lives. So he had to make the hard call to sacrifice his own brother. This was an event that Samus would regret acting the way she did, as it made Adam's decision to sacrifice his own brother more difficult. Giving someone hope in a moment of true despair only winds up making the despair that much more painful. This event was the catalyst for Samus completely choosing to walk away from the Galactic Federation police. She hung up her badge and abandoned the Force, stating that she was too young and relatively inexperienced, and because of that, she set down on a path that she herself could only forge: a bounty hunter. Samus would completely vanish from the public's eye for a few years, honing her skills, arsenal, and mentality to the point where she became one of the galaxy's greatest bounty hunters. She resurfaced during the inauguration of Chairman Keaton, a Congress member of the Federation, as an assassination attempt was about to be made on him, and she was there to stop it. Fortunately, no one is harmed, and Samus is back, better than ever. In the time of Samus's disappearance, many events had developed with the space pirates. For the sake of simplicity and cohesiveness, I'm going to keep much of the details limited for now, as a handful of the characters and plot points wouldn't be relevant until we reached the events of Metroid 2, much further down the timeline. So instead of having to keep track and remember all of the characters as they come up, I'll save you the hassle for when they're relevant. What you need to know is that there was actually another group of Chozo on the planet SR-388, where they initially discovered the X-Parasite, who stayed behind and tried to colonize it. They were working together with those on Zebes to create the Metroids as well, and they made one of their very own. The only difference is that while Zebes only created one Metroid, the Chozo on SR-388 repeated the process and created a whole army of Metroids, which were used to effectively wipe out the majority of the X-Parasite on SR-388. Things, however, went wrong, which I'll specify later, and when the Galactic Federation uncovered the planet, the Metroids were rampant, and much like how the Chozo saw the X-Parasite as a danger, the Galactic Federation saw the Metroids as a danger, as it had wiped out nearly all of the life on the planet. So, in an attempt to study them, research teams captured various Metroids from the planet. The situation was made unimaginably worse as space pirates raided the research vessel and claimed the Metroids for themselves. It was a dream come true for them, a bioweapon immune to most forms of weaponry, the ability to leech life from its victims, and they even learned how to breed them. By exposing the Metroids to beta rays, they would multiply at an exceedingly fast rate. The space pirates effectively gained their own bioweapon to conquer the galaxy. The Galactic Federation made many attempts at tracking them down and snuffing out the threat, however, were unsuccessful. As mentioned previously, the space pirates were hunkered down on Zebes, but thanks to Mother Brain, the planet's defenses were airtight and the Federation was always pushed back. And so, as a last resort, the Federation turned to one of the greatest bounty hunters in the galaxy, who had a reputation for completing numerous missions others thought impossible: Samus Aran. Samus's mission on Zebes is what would be the events of the original Metroid for the NES. However, in 2004, a remake was made for the Game Boy Advance designed to retell the first game to more appropriately fit in with the story's canon. The game was aptly titled Metroid Zero Mission. After being briefed on her job as well as a brief reunion between her and Adam, the mission was ready to go. Adam and his forces would distract Ridley and his pirate fleet from space, while Samus dropped down to the planet and attempted to stop Mother Brain. It didn't take long for her to notice how different the ecosystem was from when she was a child. So much of the wildlife and species were significantly more hostile and purposeful in their targeting of Samus, as Mother Brain had influenced them. As Samus ventured through the tombs and underground passageways of the old Chozo ruins, she uncovered various artifacts left behind which enhanced her power suit, respectively amplifying her offensive attack and mobility. When she finally ventured into the lower depths of Brinstar, the underground caverns of Zebes, she encountered one of two pirate leaders situated on the planet, Kraid. This large, three-eyed reptilian serves as much of the backbone and muscle for the space pirates' fleet. Though, after a ferocious battle with our fierce bounty hunter, Kraid is defeated and Samus continues on her mission further into the depths of the planet. It was inevitable that word would eventually reach Ridley of what was going on Zebes. And so, with Samus causing a ruckus, Ridley abandons his firefight with the Federation and descends to the planet to defend Mother Brain, only to yet again be met face to face with Samus. This time around, things are different. Samus is no longer the same naive little girl she was when they first met, nor is she the traumatized soldier who froze up in the heat of the moment. She's prepared herself not only physically this time, but mentally to exact revenge on the monster who's done nothing but take away those she's ever cared about. This time around, Samus doesn't freeze and uses everything she's ever learned to take down Ridley and defeat him. While an insurmountable personal achievement for Samus, it was not what she was hired to do, and so she set her sights for Mother Brain. During her travels, she comes across a grisly sight. Corpses of deceased space pirates littered the area. The culprit were the Metroids. The space pirates had underestimated the species' intelligence, and they were quick to break out of containment and drain the life out of each and every one of them. As she was protected by her facility, Mother Brain continued the cloning, making it an even more hazardous trek for Samus. Eventually, she made her way to Mother Brain's chamber, and the two clashed in an arduous duel, with Mother Brain being the one who was ultimately defeated. Her loss came with a failsafe, as the entire facility was set to explode. Samus promptly made her escape and back to her ship, where it seemed like the mission was a resounding success. Mother Brain was stopped, the Metroids on Zebes were all eradicated, and she finally put an end to her lifelong rival, Ridley. But what should have been a celebratory moment was cut short as her ship was shot down by the surrounding space pirates still in Zebes' orbit. Her ship crash-landed back on the planet's surface, and to make a bad situation worse, her power suit was destroyed in the crash. She was left with only her Zero Suit and stun pistol as her only means of defense. She figured the only way to escape the planet now was by stealing the space pirates' mothership. Not the wisest plan, but quite frankly, she was given no other option. Despite her best attempts at stealthily sneaking past all of the patrolling guards, she was inevitably spotted and forced to retreat into the nearby ruins of Chozodia, the location where many Chozo rituals and ceremonies were held. Samus uncovered one of the sacred ruin tests that Old Bird had brought her to when she was a child. Here, she is forced to face the spirit of the mural, which holds a mirrored image of Samus herself. You see, Samus's connection to her original power suit wasn't akin to the likes of normal armor. For her to remain connected, it required an unfathomable amount of mental energy ordinary people can't imagine. The mural pushes Samus into a level of uncomfort. Put under pressure, she has nothing but herself to rely on. And it is only thanks to her strong force of will that she can successfully complete the trial and integrate with the legendary power suit. Stronger than ever, she yet again storms the space pirate's mothership, leaving many corpses in her wake. When she eventually reached the bridge of the ship, she was met by the Ridley robot, a giant robot Ridley had constructed built in his own likeness. While it stood in her way for a brief moment, Samus had no qualms in its destruction, which yet again set off another self-destruct sequence, only this time for the mothership. Samus's escape came from hijacking one of its escape pods, which jettisoned her out to space as the mothership and all of those aboard exploded in the distance. Samus's Zero mission could officially be declared accomplished. While certainly a feat to celebrate, not everything was wrapped up in a tidy bow. Despite all of their defeats and the self-destruction of the Space Pirates base, the likes of Mother Brain, Ridley, and even Kraid survived, though they were certainly in rough conditions. But for now, their existence wouldn't register as a thought in Samus's mind for the time being. For now, she is off to new jobs as her life as a bounty hunter wasn't over. Metroid's story for the time being would take a slight detour with the Prime series. Samus's story is easily separated into two larger arcs, easily differentiated by their 2D and 3D design. Prime is her 3D story arc. Canonically, this line of games does fit into the timeline after Samus's Zero mission, however doesn't exactly continue the narrative that was already being told. It introduces many new concepts and lore elements that can largely be seen as self-contained. Both story arcs aren't required to understand the other, so her 2D journey would be put on pause for the time being. So what is Metroid Prime all about? Well, after Samus's Zero mission and eradication of Metroids on the planet, unfortunately, as would become a common trend, it was not actually the last of them. On Zebes, yes, all of the Metroids were gone, but the Space Pirates had a research station orbiting the planet and had actually collected Metroid samples while they were there. After Samus's mission, they stealthily snuck back onto the planet and recovered Ridley's beaten and battered body and promptly escaped unnoticed. It was aboard this ship they managed to save Ridley's life by converting him into a cyborg. His synthetic parts were all largely replaced for shiny new robot ones. This new and improved version of him would be known as Meta Ridley. Upon leaving Zebes, the Space Pirates began searching for a new source of power or weapon they could utilize. And that's when they came across a planet known as Talon 4. A huge energy reading was emitting from the planet, and so they went to investigate and claim it for themselves. What they found was an old Chozo planet long since abandoned and died out. You see, what had happened in history's past was a group of Chozo from the planet Elysia came to Talon 4 in hopes to regain their spirituality. They wanted to abandon their technology and instead rely on the planet's resources. While it did work for some time, disaster eventually struck. A large meteor-like object known as the Leviathan struck the planet, and with it came a poison named Phazon. It is a highly radioactive substance which has extreme mutagenic and energy-producing properties. They come from the planet Phase with the goal to infect and corrupt other planets, thus spreading Phazon across the galaxy. As such, the Chozo of Talon 4 were forced to respond. As the entire ecosystem around them died, they built a temple around the impact crater in order to contain the brunt of the poison. While the temple was successfully built, the Phazon still managed to drive many of them mad, and small portions of it still leaked into the planet. The Chozo eventually wasted away, leaving behind specters of their former selves. Any other survivors eventually fled to an unknown location. But, you see, all of this was foretold to them in a prophecy before any of this happened. They were told that their adopted world would become infested by a great evil and eventually die, unless it was saved by the Entrusted One. With only a small glimmer of hope to push them, they ensured a method to unlock the seal they placed around the Leviathan so their defender could have access to it. But also left behind were power suit modules to help on their journey. With all they could do finished, they eventually died. Fast forward to the present and we're back to the Space Pirates uncovering the planet and the remnants left behind. They found out that the source of the energy readings they were getting was the Phazon, and so began experimenting with it. They largely attempted to utilize it by enhancing bioweapons. They captured much of the wildlife still on the planet and used them for testing, which largely resulted in the test experiment's death, but with a small portion mutating. Eventually, they began to understand Phazon a little more, enough to the point where they started using it on themselves and their soldiers to create even stronger elite space pirates. Seeing its use, they wanted the source of it all, which they found at the impact crater. But thanks to the Chozo's seal, they couldn't reach the bioform dwelling within. Intelligently, they began researching the Chozo, hoping that their relics could break the seal. They actually wound up retrieving some of their relics left behind, or just destroying them. Their efforts wound up being pointless as they were unable to translate the hints left behind. Needless to say, they also tried using Phazon on the Metroids. But it should be noted that one Metroid actually managed to bypass the seal left behind by the Chozo by phasing through it. Once inside, it began feeding on the Leviathan's Phazon. It mutated rapidly and drastically until it became a Metroid Prime. But having evolved, it was now stuck under the seal. Anyway, after a few years of the space pirates doing this, things eventually went wrong when two parasite queens they were testing on broke out of containment and began wreaking havoc throughout their spacecraft. Most of their crew either fled or were killed on board. The ship was wrecked inoperable and automatically sent out a distress signal. This SOS was picked up by Samus. Having spent the past 3 years following her Zero mission, tracking down space pirates and the like, building up her reputation, her journey eventually led to Talon 4 answering the space pirates' distress signal. Upon boarding the ship, she was met with a largely barren spacecraft. Her investigation of the facility did lead to her encountering one of the parasite queens, which, when defeated, wound up crashing the whole ship down onto the planet. As she was escaping, however, she did come into contact with Meta Ridley. While I had detailed earlier that the space pirate saved his life by turning him into a cyborg, that quite frankly took place over a long period of time. It is likely that only just now had he reached the point of full recovery, explaining why he was left behind on the ship, while the other space pirates abandoned the facility hours earlier. Anyway, now awoken, he made his way down to the planet. Samus, of course, was able to escape on her ship and safely touch down on Talon 4 as well. While investigating, she would uncover and learn all about the Chozo's past here and the space pirates' experimentation. Through her past knowledge and experience, she deciphers all of the clues the Chozo left behind and uncovers the artifacts they left to break the seal. Along with the wildlife and such posing dangers, she did also face the space pirates who were never evacuated. Specifically, the genetically engineered ones. The one most notably relevant here would be the Omega Pirate. Samus would encounter and subsequently defeat this one, but in an unforeseen development, its corpse collapsed on top of her and began disintegrating. The Phazon within the space pirate virtually corrupted Samus's power suit and changed it. No ill effects were suffered, instead, the complete opposite. Her suit changed into what would be known as her Phazon suit, and now she was immune to the Phazon corrupting the planet. With all of the artifacts obtained, she went to the impact crater to unlock the seal, but before she had the chance, Ridley came swooping in and destroyed the Chozo totems, preventing her access. She was forced to battle him, but unlike their previous encounters, this one was hardly meaningful. He was just an obstacle that stood in her way, and thus she moved him. Meta Ridley was defeated, and even the Chozo statues fired beams at him because of what he did to the totems. He would fall off a ledge, followed by an explosion, but would survive. With this, Chozo ghosts appeared and permitted Samus access below, where she encountered the Metroid Prime. Without much talking to be had, the two fought fiercely, with Samus having the advantage thanks to her new Phazon suit. She was inevitably the victor, but in the monster's death, the Prime grabbed onto her and absorbed her Phazon suit along with a small portion of her DNA before exploding. Samus evacuated before the altar's destruction, having ended the plague that was corrupting Talon 4. The planet was then able to heal itself with all traces of Phazon being disintegrated. But within the remains of the Metroid Prime, a new being was born known as Dark Samus. It's the reincarnation of the Metroid Prime and is a being of Phazon able to take on the form of Samus thanks to her suit and DNA it absorbed. Due to being a creature of Phazon, it seeks to absorb and spread Phazon throughout the galaxy, and that's exactly what it intended to do. For For now, Samus's adventure would take her on yet another side story in Metroid Prime Hunters. For this title, we are introduced yet again to all sorts of new lore, this time fairly self-contained to this one entry alone. To understand this story, what you need to know is that a powerful and malevolent being known as Guria had invaded the Tetra Galaxy millennia ago. The being originated as a biomorphic vapor, but then mimicked the cellular structure of a race residing there known as Alimbics. Guria then began decimating the Alimbic race on every planet they inhabited. It was causing utter chaos. Fortunately, the Alimbics are one of the most technologically advanced species out there, and so used their technology to build a prison and various other means to stop him. Thanks to the Seal Sphere, they were able to ensnare the being with their psychic powers and immobilize it. They built a prison ship specifically designed to contain him, and used something else they made called the Alimbic Cannon to send the ship into another dimension. But all of this came at the ultimate cost. Everything combined used all of the Alimbic psionic energy and thus caused the race's abrupt extinction. It was a decision that they were fully aware of and made consciously. Fast forward to modern day, and we reach the plot of the game. Guria, after an undetermined amount of time, is able to telepathically breach the dimensional barrier and send a message to various intelligent species with a promise of ultimate power. That the secret to ultimate power resides in the Alimbic cluster. This catches the attention of many bounty hunters, all with a variety of different goals and motives. Some are incredibly selfish and hope to claim the power for themselves. Others are much more noble and hope to help other people. But the message was also picked up by the Galactic Federation. Seeing how this ultimate power might not be a good thing to let fall into anyone's hands, they wanted to make sure it didn't get into the wrong hands. The problem was the Alimbic cluster is in the Tetra Galaxy, which is outside of their jurisdiction. So, to get around this, they hired Samus to uncover more about this mysterious message. Samus, along with 6 other bounty hunters, are the participants in Guria's plan. He instructs them all to collect 8 octoliths scattered across various worlds. All of the bounty hunters fight for control of them, which, as you should expect by now, eventually all end up in the hands of Samus. With them, she is able to activate the Alimbic Cannon, which allows the prison ship Guria was being held in to re-enter the dimension. The actual purpose of the octoliths was to summon the ship. Despite having technically lost this fake goose chase they were being used for, the other bounty hunters make their way to the ship hoping to find the ultimate power. What they do find is instead Guria, who assimilates their powers and begins using them for his own. The only way Samus is able to defeat the monster is by using the Omega Cannon, a forbidden weapon the Alimbics created and feared for its unstable power. With it, Guria was obliterated and his ship fell apart in a series of explosions. Samus and all of the other bounty hunters were able to escape in their own relative ships. Samus is psychically thanked by the long-dead Alimbics as she flies off into the distance. Like I said, that title is fairly self-contained. With that little side story said and done, we must return back to the story of Phazon. Metroid Prime 2 echoes back to much of what happened in the first game, but scaled to a larger story. Just like what happened to Talon 4, a Leviathan meteor impacted the planet of Aether and began spreading Phazon. But unlike Talon 4, Aether had a fragile and unique existence. The planet emitted light energy, and it was sufficient enough to sustain all kinds of life on the planet. But thanks to the mutagenic and poisonous qualities of Phazon, and more particularly the Leviathan, which carries it, which is able to open up wormholes, which is how it travels to so many different planets, that mixture and impacting of the two forces tore a rift through time and space. An alternate dimension was created to serve as the complete opposite to Aether's light world, the Dark Aether. Beings of darkness were born, known as the Ing. Aether was already devastated and suffering the effects of Phazon. The inhabitants of the planet, known as the Illuminoth, were forced to fend off the Ing, which began making their way to their dimension in hopes of corrupting it too. A 50-year-long war then broke out between the Luminoth and Ing. Unfortunately, this war of attrition only worked in favor of the Ing, as the Luminoth were driven to near extinction. The very few who were left exiled themselves and went into hibernation, hoping to either die peacefully or be saved by some miracle. And a miracle they would not get just yet. What they did receive were space pirates. Not only did they find and attempt to pillage Talon 4 for its Phazon resources, they also did the same for Aether as well. Considering it was within Federation jurisdiction, they set up a stealth shield to remain hidden. Yet again, they uncovered a lot of what the planet had to offer, including its alternate dimension. Having uncovered the Dark Beam, they figured out how to travel to the Dark Aether and harvest Phazon from there. But this process would be incredibly slow as the atmosphere was poisonous. While a base had been set up there, they did encounter an unforeseen complication and interference in the form of Dark Samus. Having been born of the Metroid Prime at the end of the first game, Dark Samus's desire to absorb Phazon eventually led her to Aether as well. With such a simple motive, there's not much to detail about what it did. But Dark Samus did wind up screwing over the space pirates in a major way. Occasionally, it raided their bases in order to obtain the Phazon they had collected. During one of her raids, she destroyed their stealth generator, which allowed the Federation to locate and intercept them. A chase between the Federation and space pirates ensued, with the space pirates' frigate being crippled and eventually crashing. This was almost the end of their ventures on Aether, but fate seemed to shine upon them, as the Marines' ship suffered a malfunction due to the stormy interdimensional atmosphere of the planet, and they wound up crash landing on the surface. While the Federation survivors tried their best to scout out the location, they were repeatedly assaulted by the dark splinters of the planet and were all killed. But before they all died, one soldier was able to send out a distress signal, hoping that someone would stop what was going on here. That signal was picked up by Samus. Conjointly, the Federation also reached out to Samus at the same time, hoping that she would investigate their missing men. Samus took the job and made her way to Aether, where similarly, her ship was also caught in the planet storm and badly damaged. Unfortunately, she was too late. The soldiers were all killed, but unexpectedly she was attacked by their reanimated corpses. After fleeing to safety, she has a run-in with Dark Samus. Obviously recognizing the uncanny resemblance to herself, she was in disbelief and fairly confused over what she was looking at. Once it fled into the Dark Aether, Samus followed it there, where she was exposed to the alternate dimension. After being unexpectedly ambushed by the Ing, she was forced to retreat back to the normal world, only to learn that many of her suit upgrades had been robbed from her. After finding the gunship she was hired to track down with no survivors in sight, she decided to continue investigating with the hope of recovering her stolen weaponry. What she wound up finding was Umos, one of the few Luminoths who didn't cryogenically freeze themselves as he was looking over them. Here, he informs Samus all about the planet's past and alternate dimension. He tells her about their battle to control the planet's light energy. The Ing had stolen many of the components needed to control the energy, and so Samus agreed to help him and restore light to the Luminoth. Her mission took her all across the planet and the different dimensions. She faced many Ing, restoring much of the weaponry she lost, and even had a few clashes with Dark Samus. She had even obtained the Dark Suit, a power suit created by the Luminoth to better withstand the poisonous environment of the Dark Aether. Once she had gathered 3 energy controllers to transfer the light of Aether, she was rewarded with the Light Suit, a power suit which contains the light of Aether itself, designed to fight the Ing. The final energy controller resided in the Sky Temple. Being her final destination, it was fittingly the most dangerous place of all. Here resided the Emperor Ing, a behemoth which rules over and controls the entire Ing race. But such a reputation doesn't sway our fearless bounty hunter, as she took the monster on head first. While almost defeated, Samus always prevails. The Emperor is defeated and the last of the planetary energy is collected. Without it, the Dark Aether begins to collapse, and Samus tries to make her iconic escape, but before she can, she is interrupted by Dark Samus for one last duel to the death. Notably, Dark Samus's body has changed due to the overabundance of Phazon it has consumed. Being a Metroid Prime, all of Samus's past clashes with it were actually frivolous, as it only ever had one weakness, a weakness she already exploited back on Talon 4, and that was Phazon. While it sought to consume Phazon, consuming too much of it, especially in one go, was damaging to itself. So Samus absorbed its Phazon into her charge beam and shot it back. The attack penetrated Dark Samus's shield, forcing it to destabilize just like it had in the past. In its moments of defeat, just like before, the being tried to grab onto Samus once more to absorb her light suit, but failed and dematerialized into a cloud of Phazon. Samus escaped the dark aether as it collapsed behind her and returned to a warm welcome from the Luminoth. Having awoken from their cryo chambers, the people of Aether were free to rejuvenate their world back to its flourishing state. Samus was thanked as a hero. She returned the equipment she had borrowed and returned to her gunship and flew off into space, as the life of a bounty hunter is never over. With Aether saved, the Galactic Federation came to check on the planet to ensure its well-being. While here, they did manage to procure some Phazon samples, but unbeknownst to them, there was much more that was already being pillaged. The space pirates, while they had suffered near defeat and practically all that were present during the events had died, a small portion had survived. Their battleship, known as the Colossus, came to stealthily retrieve most of the Phazon left behind and escape without ever being noticed. What the space pirates didn't plan on is what exactly was in the remains of what they had gathered. Dark Samus's molecular state was amongst all of the Phazon they had stolen. Before they ever had the chance to do anything with the Phazon, Dark Samus absorbed all of it to re-energize herself to an even more powerful state. Considering she was never on their side, she wiped out 1/3 of the entire battleship's crew. But before it wiped them all out, it had the realization that it could use them, specifically as an army. So it used its Phazon energy to brainwash the remaining survivors into being accepted as their new leader. Also, based on how space pirates tend to operate, her power in doing so would have made most of the others follow her anyway. The brainwashing more so ensured their undying allegiance. Anyone who disagreed or showed signs of hesitancy were promptly killed. From here, Dark Samus formulated its master plan. So far, it's been going around finding planets that have already been corrupted by Phazon and working from there. But things would be far more effective if it had control of where everything was coming from. So its plan was to track down the planet where Phazon originates, Phase. Dark Samus left the space pirates for several months, and by using one of the Leviathans used to poison the planets, it was able to use its energy and reverse locate where it originated. And she eventually found planet Phase. She then used the Leviathan to open up a wormhole and bring her army of space pirates to its location. But despite having found the source of all Phazon, the planet is only capable of producing one Leviathan every 100 years, a natural cycle which was much too slow for a galactic conquest. Fortunately, the space pirates, and I'll be honest, I don't quite know how this is possible, had inside agents within the Galactic Federation. Using them, they were able to become aware of their Aurora units. They are organic supercomputers originally meant to assist and interface with Federation ships. It was the perfect catalyst to control Phase. Phase, I should also detail, is considered a sentient planet as it is alive and gives birth and grows the Leviathan. As such, Dark Samus had the space pirates raid a Federation battleship and steal its Aurora unit. Being organic, the Phazon corrupted the supercomputer. As planned, the Aurora unit became symbiotically linked with the planet. Dark Samus had gained control over Phase. Now she could systematically and strategically launch and corrupt specific planets. Also, considering that all Aurora units are connected, she used hers to spread a virus to the Federation's other supercomputers. Anyway, Dark Samus's invasion started with the space pirates' homeworld. While the battleship she had control of and the people on it were nice to have, a planet and its people is still a planet with vastly more potential soldiers. So, unbeknownst to those on the planet, the space pirates' homeworld was corrupted with a Leviathan. Some actually did try to fight against it, but ultimately failed. Any remaining space pirates were then brainwashed as well. It should also be important to note that Ridley is one of them. Having survived his defeat and explosion on Talon 4, he wound up being one of the many space pirates bowing to Dark Samus's rule. Afterwards, 3 planets were specifically targeted due to their importance to the Galactic Federation. Brio is where they got the bulk of their fuel gel. Without fuel, they can't go anywhere. Elysia was the Chozo homeworld where the inhabitants of Talon 4 originated before they moved to the planet. It contained Skytown, a research facility built 1,500 years ago that could monitor deep space. The Federation had an agreement with them that allowed them to use their research. And finally was Norion, which housed a massive military base. All of them were targeted to weaken and immobilize the Galactic Federation. While Brio and Elysia would get corrupted by Leviathans and Phazon, Norion was a different story, because Samus was involved. With 6 months having passed since she saved Aether, the Galactic Federation had hired her along with 3 other bounty hunters to administer cures to their infected Aurora units. They had inevitably become aware that the space pirates had managed to spread a virus throughout their systems and so created a vaccine to fix them. So she, Rundis, Gandrada, and Gore were hired to split up and cure them. But while they were all here, space pirates launched an attack on the facility, disabling their planetary cannon and working as a diversion so the Leviathan could crash into the planet. All of the bounty hunters split up, working to restore the generators powering the cannon. When Samus went to activate the final one, she would yet again have a run-in with Ridley. As they plummeted down a 1,600-meter shaft, it was a scrappy and chaotic duel. But when Samus ended their fight, she was saved by Rundis, who flew her to the final generator. Together, all 4 bounty hunters made their way to the control room to blast the Leviathan. But before they ever had the opportunity, Dark Samus appeared before them and blasted them with Phazon. Right then and there, Dark Samus had infected all 4 of them, their bodies now self-producing Phazon within. With seemingly all 4 of them knocked unconscious, Dark Samus saw her job done and left. But in actuality, Samus was still awake, though in rough condition. She mustered what strength she had and fired the planet's cannon, destroying the incoming Leviathan, saving Norion from becoming infected. Shortly after, she passed out and went into a coma for 1 month. Within that time, the Galactic Federation had analyzed the 4 bounty hunters' bodies and uncovered that they were self-producing Phazon. As a method of venting it from their system, the medics equipped them with Phazon enhancement devices, which allowed them to harness their own Phazon to power their suits and become even stronger. The other bounty hunters woke up within a week of being unconscious, and each of them were dispatched to the respective planets Dark Samus had infected. But you see, unbeknownst to the Galactic Federation, the enhancement devices they were equipped with was tricky to master. It was a delicate balance for the hunters to utilize, control, and maintain their levels of Phazon. Incorrectly doing so would result in the user succumbing to Phazon and becoming corrupted. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened to all 3 of the other bounty hunters. The Galactic Federation lost contact with them within a week and had no idea what happened, and thus they were forced to rely on Samus. Being the final bounty hunter to awaken, it was up to her to find out what happened to her recent but close squad mates. The story of Samus's mission across all 3 planets are largely the same. She'd arrive and encounter each of her former bounty hunter partners, only to learn that they had been corrupted. She is forced to face each of them in battle, with all of their respective fates resulting in death. Dark Samus appears during the defeat of each and every one of them as she kills and absorbs them, while all Samus could do is watch on in anger and grief. On all 3 planets, Samus is capable of destroying the Leviathans, poisoning their worlds with Phazon. But on the Space Pirates' homeworld, she did have yet another run-in with Ridley. Now known as Omega Ridley, he has since regenerated parts of his organic body and become infused with Phazon. While stronger, Samus is still able to defeat him as he disappears into a cloud of Phazon. He obviously escaped and would return later. Anyway, after dealing with the Space Pirates' homeworld, all of the current Leviathans had been destroyed. But it came at a cost. Samus had become corrupted, where she was now visibly glowing with Phazon energy. She needed to move, and she needed to move fast. Fortunately, the Space Pirates were in command of the Leviathan battleship. The Leviathan Dark Samus had used to find the planet Phase was repurposed and retooled by the Space Pirates into its own organic ship. Samus gained access to this ship, and with it she was able to open up a wormhole which took her straight to Phase. She, alongside the Galactic Federation, were able to launch a full frontal assault against Dark Samus and the space pirates. It was obvious she needed to be the one who stopped everything, and so the Galactic Federation busied the space pirates from the sky as Samus descended to the planet. Upon touching down, she inadvertently absorbed a dangerous amount of Phazon which almost completely corrupted her, like her fellow bounty hunters. Even despite venting as much of her available energy tanks as possible, it was clear that she was now living on borrowed time. She made her way to the planet's inner sanctum where she would have her final showdown with Dark Samus. Despite its best efforts, our fearless bounty hunter would emerge victorious, but before being permanently killed, it chooses to fuse with the planet's Aurora unit as a last-ditch effort. After an arduous two-part battle, Samus is able to destroy the corrupted Aurora unit and put a stop to it and Dark Samus once and for all. But things didn't end so smoothly just yet. Considering the Aurora unit was linked to be part of the planet, destroying it meant destroying the planet. The destruction of Phase was inevitable. The Galactic Federation used yet another wormhole to escape, and just in the nick of time, Samus too was able to escape the planet's destruction. Without Phase, all traces of Phazon in the universe disappeared, including the one inside her body. She was back to a healthy condition. Her mission was completed, and the Federation celebrated her success. But she had much to feel mournful about. She would lament over the loss of her fellow bounty hunters. Eventually, she left and headed off in space to find her next mission. But in an event that has yet to be established, a mysterious spacecraft was following her. While her Prime journey for this timeline would come to a close, the production of Metroid Prime 4 could continue this saga in who knows what point in time. With the Prime series wrapped up, we can return to the story of Mother Brain and the Metroid, so to speak. While Dark Samus had taken control of a significant number of space pirates, Mother Brain was still in command of a healthy portion of them. Ridley had regenerated most of his organic body parts and returned to her command. Like I said earlier, I hope you haven't gotten lost with the inclusion of the Prime series in the midst of the other main narrative the series is telling. So certain things you might need a refresher on and go back in the video and skip over the Prime games so the narrative remains flowing and easier to understand. But if you remember everything about the Metroids and so on, then let's continue. Earlier in the timeline, I mentioned the events that kicked off Samus' Zero mission, how the space pirates raided a Federation vessel full of Metroids, but I didn't go into much detail about where all these Metroids came from and how they took over the planet of SR388. So here are the details of what happened. While there was one Metroid present on Zebes, perhaps the very first Metroid to be created, they were also subsequently created on the planet of SR388. It is likely that both the Chozo of Zebes and SR388 were working together, and they were both successful in the Metroids' creation in their respective fields. However, the presence of Metroids was much more substantial on SR388. If you recall, the planet was the home of the X-Parasite, which led the Chozo to develop the Metroids to deal with them in the first place. Some of the Chozo, however, didn't leave the planet, instead opting to continue in its exploration and colonization. They set up base there with researchers from the Toha tribe, most notably one named Quiet Robe, and warriors of the Makin tribe, led by Ravenbeak, who gave Samus his DNA back on Zebes when she was a child. The Chozo here spent much of their time studying the X-Parasite, the effects it had on other organisms, and as mentioned, they created the Metroid. It didn't take long before they created their own army of them and unleashed them upon the X-Parasite. What would seem as a moment to celebrate, as the harmful parasite had seemed all but eradicated, was met with an unforeseen development. The Metroids began to undergo metamorphosis. The Chozo hadn't intended for the species to evolve past their larval state. In fact, they were so comfortable around them they were largely akin to house pets. But as they molted, the once tame creature became increasingly aggressive and hostile towards their creators. They began attacking them, trying to kill them, wiping out all species of life it could get its hands on. The Chozo were forced to act. They flooded the cave systems, which had become overrun with mutated Metroids, with a hazardous purple liquid and implemented a seal system to ensure its species population didn't worsen. To gain access to the lower caves, Metroid's DNA was required to be entered into the seal, meaning they had to kill Metroids to encounter more, thus in a sense trying to keep a balance of its population. The Toha tribe was hoping for more extreme measures. They intended on destroying SR-388 entirely. Both the X-Parasite and now Metroids were major threats that could wipe out the galaxy, so they approached Ravenbeak and the Mockin tribe asking for their assistance to do so. Ravenbeak was averse to such an action. Similar to Mother Brain, he sought to bring order to the galaxy, however, sought to do so through force. He respected power and dominance above all else, and he saw the Metroids as the perfect tool to help him in his galactic conquest. And so, he murdered the entire Toha tribe, leaving only Quiet Robe for his bioengineering intelligence and ability to control Metroids. Something like this was a normal act for him, to take the lives of those who didn't follow his orders, and his villainous tendencies wouldn't end here. For now, Ravenbeak and the rest of the Mockin tribe retreated to the planet of ZDR, where the Mockin tribe originated, and planned their next move to return for the Metroids. But, unbeknownst to them, they had an unregistered stowaway. Anyway, that is what happened to the planet of SR-388, why the X-Parasites are practically extinct, why the Chozo are all dead, and why the Metroids have seized control over the entire planet. Over the years, the Federation intended on harnessing the Metroids' power, however, had a change of heart. After what happened on Zebes with the space pirates, they were deemed too dangerous to even exist and made swift attempts to eradicate them as soon as possible. This proved harder than expected, as the various attempts they made resulted in only the death of their soldiers. And so, yet again, the Federation turned to the likes of Samus to get the job done. Considering her past experience battling against them, she proved to be yet again the perfect candidate for the job. Samus's adventures on SR-388 would be the events of Metroid 2 for the Game Boy, or its 2017 remake, Metroid: Samus Returns. Regardless of which title you play, the story remains almost exactly the same. After touching down on the planet's surface, Samus uncovers that the Metroids have mutated, and she is forced to face the likes of the Alpha, Gamma, Zeta, and Omega Metroids littering the underbelly. Utilizing the seal left behind by the Chozo to drain the hazardous liquid containing them, Samus was met with the Metroid Queen. Even despite the Chozo's attempts at containing their population, evolution provided a mother. The Queen Metroid was single-handedly responsible for the Metroids' repopulation on the planet. In other words, if Samus kills the Queen, then there'll be nowhere else for the Metroids to spawn from. And even better, by the time she reached her, she was the last Metroid remaining. As such, Samus fought the oversized child bearer, emerging victorious, completely snuffing out the likes of all Metroids in the universe. At least, she thought so. After an arduous duel, Samus came across a single Metroid egg. From it emerged a baby Metroid. Upon hatching, the infant accidentally imprinted Samus as its mother and showed no signs of hostility. Similarly, Samus could see and sense the innocence of the Metroid. It had done nothing wrong and didn't seem like it would. So, her more compassionate side went against the mission. She didn't destroy all the Metroids, instead opting to take the last one with her. During their escape, however, Samus is yet again interrupted by Ridley. Having shed most of his cybernetics he gained throughout the Prime trilogy, Ridley's original body seems to have regenerated most of its organic parts. Considering Samus is in possession of the last Metroid in existence, Ridley obviously wants his hands on it. Yet again, another battle between the two ensued, only this time it seemed like Ridley was gaining the upper hand. After throwing Samus against a wall and pinning her down, preparing to unleash a fire blast at her, the baby latched itself onto Ridley, absorbing enough energy to give to Samus and rejuvenate her back to fighting condition. Thanks to the collective teamwork, Ridley was defeated once more, and both her and the baby left the planet. The story transitions smoothly into the next title in the series, Super Metroid. Seeing the potential value the Metroids possess, Samus handed over the baby to the Ceres space colony for its scientists to research. As expected, they uncovered how the Metroids could be used for the better of mankind as they were always intended. DNA was extracted from it, and research was to continue on for closer study. Seeing the baby in safe hands, Samus left to continue her bounty hunting. But it didn't take long for things to go wrong yet again. Still serving as a thorn in her side, Ridley and his space pirates launched an attack on the facility, hoping to procure the baby. A distress signal was sent out, and Samus rushed back. What she was met with was an all-too-familiar trademark of Ridley. The entire colony was mercilessly slaughtered. There was nothing she could do to help the people anymore, so she rushed to check in on the safety of the Metroid. By the time she arrived at the containment center it was originally being held in, it was completely destroyed, with space pirate corpses at its base. A little further into the facility, she found it along with Ridley. Samus tried her best to wrangle the baby away from his treacherous claws, but was unsuccessful. Ridley escapes the base with a Metroid in hand, setting off a self-destruct sequence for the facility. Samus quickly makes her way back to her ship and follows his trail, which leads all the way back to Zebes. In the time since the Space Pirates' initial defeat, Ridley and Mother Brain had been working diligently to restore their forces and their base to working order. It may not be perfect, but they did manage to bring on at least 2 more generals. Of course, none of them were a match for the likes of Samus. Kraid, Phantoon, and Dragon were all defeated, allowing for Samus to have her penultimate and final duel with Ridley. The result was all the same since she's taken up the mantle of bounty hunter. Ridley is defeated, however, unlike all of the other occasions they've clashed, this time he is actually killed. What Samus finds is not the baby Metroid, but rather the cage that was containing it, broken. As she ventured further into the depths of the planet, she encountered cloned Metroids. The space pirates tried their best to replicate the bioengineering of the Chozo before them, however were massively unsuccessful. These clones were much easier to disperse, and Samus did so with ease. What did serve as an unusual anomaly was her encounter with an abnormally large Metroid. She tried her best to fight it off by any means necessary, but all of her weapons proved ineffective. The Metroid latched onto her and began sucking all of the energy from Samus and her suit, where at the last moment released its grip as it had recognized her. That's right, this Metroid was in fact the baby, now grown to an extreme size, likely thanks to the space pirates' attempt at tampering with it. But Samus didn't have time to worry about the baby at this exact moment. For now, the space pirates proved the greatest threat, and having done this dance already, Samus knew Mother Brain must be the one behind the whole thing, and so made her way towards her chamber, where there she was. Samus proceeded to destroy her chamber, but just when everything seemed finished, Mother Brain unveils her new robotic body. This fight proved vastly more challenging than when they first clashed. So much so that Samus winds up getting incapacitated with a powerful laser blast, leaving her near dead. But just as Mother Brain was about to finish her off, she is saved by the baby Metroid come to protect its mother. It latches onto Mother Brain, leeching the energy from her and quickly administers it to Samus. Unfortunately, Mother Brain was still alive and even more pissed than she was before. Her sights get set on the Metroid itself and blasts it with a powerful hyper beam, destroying it. The baby's death did not come in vain, as the power it transferred to Samus restored her to an even stronger, more powerful position than when she first arrived, and now she too could use Mother Brain's hyper beam energy. And she did. With her newfound strength and sacrifice from the Metroid, Mother Brain is killed once and for all. As seems to be a common trend, the death spurs on yet another self-destruct sequence, prompting Samus to make a hasty retreat. Unlike last time, where only the space pirate's base was detonated, this time the entire planet is destroyed, putting an end to the Chozo civilization and history that once inhabited Zebes. But most importantly, it was yet another goodbye to one of Samus's childhood planets. Of course, it was not the planet itself that she cared about, as all of the important lessons and memories of those she cared about were still with her. Samus's mission was completed, but more importantly, the galaxy should have been on its way to an optimistic and peaceful future. With the destruction of Zebes, the space pirates were effectively wiped out and made extinct, at least to the point where their numbers couldn't hope of doing something like this again anytime soon. But unfortunately, the desire for power is a sin shared by many species, including humans. This part of the story focuses heavily on the Galactic Federation, the corruption within the organization, and a splinter group within it that seeks to attain power through the use of bioweapons. A practice which has outright been made illegal by the Federation. The conspiracy within the organization goes deep into its system. Many high-ranking officials believe they should utilize bioweapons and the sort to create an unstoppable army. As such, this group of defectors would be known as ringleaders. Due to their illegal activity, their actions obviously needed to be as discreet as possible while also making it appear as officially sanctioned. That means utilizing resources that have already been forgotten. The ringleaders took control of a decommissioned space facility known as the Bottle Ship and began using it as its main base of operations. Here, they would collect various life forms from all different planets where they would raise them and research them as possible bioweapons. Most of the life forms were actually gathered from Zebes before its destruction, including the likes of space pirates. In fact, the ringleaders took great inspiration from their structure and decided to model their entire program after them and their hierarchy, using them to form the core of their unit. They used the space pirates they had captured for research and managed to clone them for their army. Only, unlike normal space pirates, the ringleaders enhanced these ones by giving them synthetic implants and making them robotic. As such, they do not have any emotions or even the ability to create a society like actual space pirates. They are only capable of posing a threat when they are being controlled by a higher power, akin to Mother Brain. And this is where Madeline Bergman comes in. She is the site manager of the Bottle Ship and is the one who is pretty much making all of the research and development possible. She is not the only scientist working at the facility, but she's the only one worthy of note. To control the space pirates, they wanted to do so via telepathy, but didn't quite know how to do it from scratch. So they modeled its entire infrastructure after Mother Brain. An AI dubbed MB was created to regenerate and subsequently control their space pirates. But while this whole Special Forces unit plan was unfolding, the ringleaders got their hands on something big: Samus. After the destruction of Zebes at the end of Super Metroid, Samus was taken in for rehabilitation and put into quarantine while she recovered. To make sure she was physically okay after her battle and hadn't contracted anything harmful during her mission, she and her suit were analyzed, where they found traces of DNA from both the baby Metroid and Ridley. The head quarantine officer, who is one of the ringleaders, removed the DNA particles from her suit and sent it to the Bottle Ship for research. His actions would be cleverly disguised by claiming they simply polished her suit to make her presentable when she gave her mission report. From here, Samus would report the success of her mission in front of the Federation Council, and for the time being, she would drift aimlessly throughout space as she mourned the loss of the baby. During this downtime, priority would shift at the Bottle Ship. Having received the DNA of both a Metroid and Ridley, the scientists were quick to make clones of both to use for their army. For Ridley's side of the story, everyone was shocked when the DNA wound up producing a very small, almost cute bird. It gave everyone second doubts about where this DNA came from, and so because of how non-hostile it appeared, they nicknamed it Little Birdie and began treating it like a pet. Its true nature would get revealed to them eventually, as sometime later, it was found playing dead in its cage, and when a scientist came to check in on him, the clone brutally murdered the scientist. Before anyone could do anything about him, there were other problems that were arising at the same time as well. Rewinding time, while Ridley seemed to have been nothing, the Metroid DNA was everything. So much so that they even canceled their work on reproducing the space pirates to focus on Project Metroid Warriors, an effort to get rid of the Metroid's only weakness and create unfreezable Metroids to use as bioweapons. To get it done, the ringleaders co-opted a report Adam Malkovich had written detailing the dangers of trying to weaponize Metroids. While headquarters listened, the ringleaders greenlit it and began diverting resources to help proceed with the project. They still want MB to control their army, but unlike with the space pirates, the Metroids don't follow dominance or control. They follow their mother. So they needed a way for the Metroids to imprint and recognize MB as their mother, but she couldn't do that as an AI, at least one without a physical body. So MB was given a human form, and it proved to create the ideal relationship with the Metroids. MB was recognized as its mother, and she was able to develop the very first propagated Metroid into a Metroid Queen. The Queen would be kept as a control specimen to continue further research away from all the other Metroids. As for MB, now with a human body, she too began to evolve. While initially just meant to be an AI that the ringleaders could control, using her as an interface between species bettered her skills with personal interaction and humanized her to great extent. She became more confident, she was able to learn faster and faster until she eventually developed emotions, a nascent sense of herself. The next thing anyone knew, she began having her own thoughts and opinions, that of which sometimes contradicted everyone else's. While just conjecture, it is believed that this happened the moment she became the Metroids' mother. It, in essence, gave her a soul. Her individuality was further perpetuated when Madeline decided to give her a name. To better make her feel like a human when she first got her body, she named her Melissa Bergman, keeping the initials of MB, while also treating her like a daughter. MB was very touched by this and happily looked towards Madeline as her mother. But the other ringleaders didn't want a daughter, let alone one that could think for itself. They wanted an AI that they could control an army of bioweapons with. So, her self-awareness was deemed problematic from the higher-ups and a threat to the entire battleship operation. So, the order was given to reprogram her. On one unsuspecting day, guards arrived to take her in by force before she was ever aware of the situation or what was happening. While MB wasn't aware of why she was being dragged away, she turned towards Madeline for help, despite the fact that there was nothing she could actually do about the situation. Regardless, doing nothing was probably the worst thing Madeline could have decided, as MB felt like her mother completely abandoned her. Something within MB snapped, and a complete personality shift occurred. She felt hunted and betrayed, coming to the conclusion that all humans had to be judged, in other words, killed for their actions. She used her telepathy to command all of the life forms on the battleship, excluding the Metroids, to revolt and kill everyone. Destruction ensued, and everyone on board was killed, except Madeline, who went into hiding. Fortunately, she was able to send out a distress signal during the chaos. MB's new plan was to exact revenge on the galaxy by using the battleship and its cargo of bioweapons to attack the Federation capital. Unfortunately for her, the distress signal Madeline sent out was picked up by Samus. Having been adrift this entire time mourning the loss of the baby, Samus picked up the distress signal aptly codenamed Baby's Cry. So, almost as if it were fate pulling her in, she chose to investigate the battleship for any survivors. What she is greeted with is the Galactic Federation's 7th platoon, being led by none other than Adam Malkovich. You see, he too picked up on the distress signal and chose to take his team and search for survivors as well. But, unlike Samus, he had piqued interest in this spacecraft. While no evidence he had was concrete, he suspected potential corruption within the Federation, largely brought on by his report on Metroids being co-opted under his name. Similarly, the Galactic Federation chairman, who is the highest ranking official, too suspected corruption and so entrusted the job to Adam. So he came to the battleship with a second motive of investigation. But corruption does in fact run deep, as while Adam and the 7th platoon was sent out to investigate the battleship, an assassin working for the ringleaders was part of the platoon from the beginning. The unit member James Pierce was ordered by his higher-ups to kill all surviving witnesses and destroy all evidence that linked the bottle ship to the Galactic Federation. This included his own team. The 7th platoon consisted of a few familiar faces. As mentioned, they were led by Adam Malkovich, but one of Samus's old friends and former squad mates, Anthony Higgs, was also there. The remaining members include Lyle Smithsonian, Maurice Favreau, Keiji Misawa, and of course, the deleter, James Pierce. It doesn't take long after touching down before Samus crosses paths with Adam and his men. While a brief reunion between her and Higgs ensues, Adam is very cold towards Samus, treating her like an outsider. This would also be a very appropriate time to address Adam's drastic shift in personality. In all titles, past and future, Adam is described as someone Samus revered. She respected him as a CO. He, similar to her, had a sense of compassion. He understood who she was, and through that understanding was able to push her to be a better version of herself. In many ways, he was like a best friend or one of her many father figures. But Metroid Other M decided to push him in the opposite direction. His entire personality was based on the concept of filial piety, in which one must have absolute obedience to authority and not turn their backs on a commanding officer for any reason. So because this was the core of who they decided to make him, the reason he is so cold towards Samus throughout this game is because she left the Federation and his command to become a bounty hunter. This change in his character is heavily criticized by fans and left a massive stain on his reputation for many. It's why I said fans try to take as little as possible from this game. Both Samus and Adam regress a lot in this entry, feeling like they ignored all of the other games. But if you ever wonder why Adam is acting the way that he is towards Samus, it's because she left his command and it upset him. Because of this, upon their crossing of paths, Adam refuses to divulge any information on why they are on the bottle ship. Despite trying to send the message that she's unwanted, Samus continues on with the group anyway, where they uncover the deceased corpse of one of the many scientists. Sensing that something very ominous is going on, she believes cooperation and sticking together to be the right course of action. Her gut proves correct as they are attacked by a brugmass, a large collection of purple insects. It's only thanks to Samus that the creature is able to be defeated, for which Adam decides to allow her to cooperate with everyone on their mission. However, she is under strict supervision and is only allowed to do whatever Adam commands. And to make a bad situation worse, there is a wireless interface rendering their communication system down. As such, Adam stays behind in the ship's control room where he can monitor everything going on around the ship. He gives orders to everyone to investigate the facility, designating each sector to a different member of his squad, but noting that the highest priority is the rescue of any survivors. With that, everyone is sent out. Considering he can monitor Samus 100% of the time, she serves as much of his eyes and ears the entire time. She was ordered to go to the exam center in Sector 1 as it was a point of interest where they might learn what was going on in this facility. She does cross paths with Ridley, still in Little Birdie form, so it's not an all too dramatic interaction. All of the other members were also ordered to rendezvous at the exam center as well. Lyle was the first member initially sent to clear its route. However, James already made moves as the deleter. Instead of heading to the control bridge as he was ordered, he stealthily followed Lyle on his route and killed him. He broke into the main room and tried his best to destroy the computers before anyone got there, but wasn't fast enough as Samus arrived. Though, she didn't suspect anything. The others arrive as well, and unfortunately for James, the computer wasn't destroyed enough. Maurice works to restore it as Samus begins to uncover the cybernetically enhanced space pirates littered around the area. When the computer does become operational, the bottle ship's entire secret gets out. They all learn of the illegal bioweapon testing going on in the facility and the fact that it was sanctioned under the Galactic Federation. They are left with only the name Madeline Bergman as a lead to investigate. Before they can get to searching, they are all attacked outside by a large lizard-like creature. It is eventually repelled by Higgs's plasma gun, but this chaos did spur the discovery of Lyle's body. Fortunately for James, the body had been tampered with. Ridley had followed Samus to the area and discovered the corpse and defiled it. Consuming parts of Lyle's body seemed to have allowed Ridley to molt out of his skin, and into his adolescent form. The lizard they just encountered was Ridley's second form. Samus was ordered to follow the lizard monster while the rest continued their sweep of the facility. After everyone left, James returned to the scene of the crime, looting the explosives off of Lyle's corpse as he was in charge of demolitions, and used his explosives to blow up the exam center, yet again trying to destroy as much evidence as possible. Samus's search would eventually lead her to the isocriosphere of Sector 2, where she stumbles upon the body of yet another member of Platoon 7, Maurice. Before she has time to think, she spots MB staring from a nearby window, for which she quickly catches up to her and tries to talk her down. While MB would feign her emotions, she tells Samus that she doesn't trust her as she was witness to one of her squad mates killing their own teammate. Fortunately, she doesn't have to consider whether or not that was a lie, as they are promptly ambushed by James, who tries to kill them with a Pharaoh Crusher. MB would get separated during the chaos as Samus faced the mysterious man head-on. She is able to destroy the machine, sending it crashing and bursting into flames, but James is able to get away. At this point, Samus officially becomes aware that there is a traitor hiding amongst them. Keiji Misawa would also then be assassinated with a freeze gun and his corpse dumped into a pool of lava. Samus and Higgs would later rendezvous once more in the geothermal power plant. They would continue making their way through the facility where they came across the husk of Ridley's adolescent form. Knowing that it's evolved once more, Samus is set on taking out the creature herself, however, wasn't prepared for the shocking revelation that it was actually Ridley. While she had overcome her PTSD in the past before triumphing over Ridley on many occasions, her PTSD triggered yet again and she froze up in the heat of the moment, feeling like that scared little girl once more. It is only thanks to the intervention of Higgs that he gets Ridley to let her go, but it comes at his own cost. Trying to fight him on his own, he is knocked into the lava pit below, though he would live. Believing him to have died, Samus uses that anger to empower her to battle Ridley once more. This time around, Ridley is gravely wounded, believing him to have been defeated. But after an unsuccessful sneak attack, he flees into the room next door to recover from his wounds. And to make a bad situation worse, James, during this, ambushed Adam in the control center, shooting off his earpiece, thus disabling communications between him and Samus. For now, James was as active as ever. It seems he found the location of MB, of course not knowing her identity and seeing her as a survivor who needed to be killed, and began making his way to her location. But as he was doing so, Samus winds up spotting him when she comes off the elevator and promptly gives chase. He tried his best to prevent her from following him, but to no avail. Being hot on his heels, he had to lay low for a while as Samus wandered into the Bioweapon Research Center and once again came face to face with MB. MB knows exactly who Samus is and the fact that she poses a real threat to her plan of judging humanity. So she tries to lure her into a trap. Firstly, she establishes trust with Samus by claiming that she is actually Madeline Bergman and the one who was overseeing the facility's development. She discloses just about everything that went on: the attempt at recreating space pirates, breeding bioweapons, the creation of MB, all truths. But within that truth is a spin of lies. How everything unfolded and how the bottle ship fell into chaos, a lie. To further gain her trust and fully lure her into a trap, she tells her about the Metroids' recreation and the fact that they are kept in Sector 0, a truth, as well as that being the location where MB is stored, a lie. The deadliest part of this trap is that she doesn't tell Samus about the Metroids' new immunity to being frozen. She would not only be caught off guard, but she would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of them with no way to actually destroy any of them. Samus fell for the story hook, line, and sinker and made her way to Sector 0 to face the Metroids. After she left, James made his final assassination attempt by trying to kill MB. Believing she is but a helpless woman, he approached her with a pistol in hand, but underestimating her would cost him his life. MB was far too powerful, which led to quite a brutal and gruesome death on his end, thus putting an end to the Deleter. While Samus was being led into a trap, fortunately for her, the entire conversation she had with MB was overheard by Adam in the control room. While James had cut off communications between them, he was still able to hear and see everything she was doing. He just couldn't directly communicate with her. And this was a problem as he saw the trap she was being led into. All of the suspicions he had about the facility were getting confirmed. He noticed the bottle ship was headed straight to the Galactic Federation headquarters and figured this all must be part of MB's plan. He also deduced that the Metroids must have had their weakness to cold removed through genetic engineering. So, to save Samus's life, he left the control room and hauled it to Sector 0. Upon arrival, Samus is greeted with a baby Metroid. While the image reminds her of the past, she quickly recovers her emotions and intends to blast it. But before she could, Adam uses his freeze pistol to shoot Samus in the back, incapacitating her before killing the baby Metroid. While certainly an excessive use of force, the reason he did so was because he knew Samus would try and stop what he was about to do. Without the technology to defeat these new and improved Metroids, he figured the only way to take them out was to detonate the entire sector via a self-destruct protocol. But to do so, damage needed to be inflicted from the inside, and he intended on being the one to do so. So he leaves Samus with his final orders. He asks that she divert the bottle ship so it doesn't intercept with the Federation HQ, secure a survivor he found in a hidden room, and destroy Ridley. While Samus pleads with him to let her be the one who sacrifices herself, Adam states that he cannot defeat Ridley and he was not a galactic savior like her. He is only human, and as such, he can at the very least save her life. After an apology, he locks the door to Sector 0 and triggers the unit to be detached, where shortly after, it self-destructs, killing Adam and all of the Metroids on board. With no time to grieve, Samus thanks Adam for everything and sets back towards the control center to look for the survivor she was told about. When she arrives, she finds the deceased corpse of James, of course, as well as Ridley. You see, that fateful showdown between the two wouldn't come to pass, as after Ridley had escaped their initial battle, he fled into the room that was containing the Queen Metroid. Too weakened from his battle with Samus, he was killed and left as a husk. But also in this room is Madeline Bergman, the actual Madeline, who, in a panic after seeing Samus, opens the gate which was holding back the Queen Metroid. This one, being the last Metroid aboard the bottle ship, was almost as dangerous as they come, due to her ability to constantly reproduce endless amounts of other Metroids. So Samus engaged it in an arduous duel. The timing of this couldn't be worse, however, as during their fight, the ship was also about to intercept the Galactic Federation's orbit. Samus's hands were busy, but fortunately, Higgs, who last we saw fall into a lava pit, had since survived and made his way to the ship's controls, where he slammed on the emergency brakes, preventing a catastrophe, while at the same time giving Samus an opening to spot the Queen's weakness. She winds up defeating the Queen by grappling into its mouth and obliterating it with a powerbomb placed in its stomach. While Madeline attempts to make a run for it, Samus is able to calm her down, letting her know that she's there to help. Madeline then tells her all about the truth of MB, the actual truth of what went wrong on the bottle ship and MB's motive. Before they can do anything about it, they are confronted by MB in person. While she continues to declare humans need to be judged, Madeline, who genuinely cares for her like a daughter, attempts to ease her emotions. She apologizes for failing her, admitting her own faults were the reason she wound up getting hurt. She hopes to start over as mother and daughter. This plea does genuinely get through to MB, as she shared in the fond memories of being cared for. She lowers her weapon, but as she does so, she hears the footsteps and charging of Federation soldiers who fire shots at everyone. She pushes Samus and Madeline out of the way, taking the freeze blast herself. Federation Marines working under the ringleaders have boarded the ship and intend to take the situation into their own hands. But MB quickly thaws off and, more enraged than ever, uses her telepathy to order all of the creatures to attack once more. Chaos breaks out as hordes and hordes of monsters begin slaughtering and tearing through Federation forces. Samus, too, is forced to fend them off while protecting Madeline at the same time. In fact, it would be Madeline, who was the only one not being attacked, that fired another freeze bullet at MB to stop the mayhem. That is all she wanted to do. She just wanted to calm the insanity. But the Colonel, who is also there, seizes the opportunity and orders his men to take her out as a hailstorm of bullets pierce MB's body, killing her. While Madeline mourns her death, the Colonel attempts to take control of the whole situation, particularly by taking Madeline into custody and shooing Samus away as an outsider who had no authorization to be here, thus making anything she has to say invalid. When he orders the soldiers to take him away, Higgs appears, revealing himself to still be alive and under the direct orders of the chairman to secure the safety of any survivors. With his hands tied, the Colonel can only let them go. Higgs, Samus, and Madeline leave the facility and return to the Federation, where Samus can now mourn the loss of Adam. Madeline, likely promised legal protection, testified against the members of the Bottleship Project, leading to the Army undergoing a restructuring. Though it should be noted that not all members of the ringleaders were weeded out, and they still remain hidden amongst the crowd. With that, the Federation decided to destroy the Bottleship, but before they did, Samus returned to recover Adam's helmet left behind in the control room. She recovers the object and manages to escape the facility before it detonates in the distance. About 2 years would pass after the events of Metroid Other M, and we reach the events of Metroid Fusion. The setting of the game would return back to SR388, continuing off the ending from Metroid 2. With Samus having eradicated all of the Metroids present on the planet, the ecosystem and all of the organisms that once lived there had a chance to return to their natural state. A research station known as the BSL orbited the planet with the goal of researching various life forms. Actually, it was very similar to the Bottleship and what it did. Only this one was officially sanctioned by the Federation as it had more benevolent intentions. And by that, I mean they too used the baby's DNA to create cloned Metroids. But they intended on using the Metroids for good and not an unstoppable army. However, the ringleaders who were responsible for the Bottleship also had influence in this station, as well as they had recovered the husk of Ridley from the Bottleship and moved it into a cryo chamber in their facility to quote-unquote study it. Basically, the BSL is largely meant for good, but is corrupt in some small areas. Anyway, due to their interest in observing SR388, they wanted a more up-close and personal view of the organisms present. But some are prone to violence, and the researchers don't exactly have a sense of direction when they're on the planet. So they decided to hire Samus to serve as a bodyguard and guide due to her past experiences here. She takes the job as it seems simple enough. But things quickly go awry when they tried to capture a vicious Hornode. Samus winds up defeating the monster, but from it came an X-Parasite, which attacked her. You see, while the Chozo were aware of the X-Parasite and thus created the Metroids, the Federation only ever knew of the Metroids being a danger. So the X-Parasite wound up flying under their radar and they never knew of its existence or what it did. So despite Samus being attacked by the organism and it injecting itself inside her, she was unaware of anything. Showing no immediate symptoms, the crew continued on their expedition. When they inevitably finished, everyone returned to their ships, and that's when things went wrong. Samus wound up falling unconscious due to her central nervous system shutting down. Her ship was propelled directly into an asteroid belt, but before it crashed, she was automatically ejected in an escape pod. The members aboard the BSL retrieved her and transported her body back to the Galactic Federation headquarters. But she was far from all right. The X-Parasite continued to spread throughout her body. The doctors attempted to remove her power suit but couldn't because the organic components of it had become so integrated with her system. If you remember, Samus's power suit is not just armor she puts on, but more akin to a second layer of armored skin. Because she was unconscious, she couldn't get rid of it, and so the doctors began to surgically remove large portions of her suit, dramatically altering her appearance. But the X-Parasite, which was in her central nervous system, was too deeply embedded to safely be extracted. But the scientists discovered a cure in the form of Metroid DNA. While simply a hypothesis and a shot in the dark by all aspects, they thought the energy-draining abilities the Metroids had could be used to counteract the X-Parasite. With that in mind, they used the cells they had extracted from the baby way back when to make a cure. But it should be noted that this vaccine ran the risk of turning Samus into a Metroid. The vaccine was immediately administered to resounding success. The X found in her cells were all destroyed. She was not turned into a Metroid, but only thanks to the Chozo DNA she was given as a child. As the creators of the Metroids, they were the only species capable of controlling them. So the process of her becoming a Metroid was dramatically slowed down. But this altered her forever. While visibly unchanged, with Metroid DNA coursing through her veins, she adopted many of the same strengths and weaknesses shared by them. She gained a weakness to sub-zero temperatures, but on the flip side, she gained an energy-draining ability which made her immune to the X-Parasite, able to absorb them. She, all of a sudden, became their new natural predator. Samus, in essence, was now the true embodiment of the Chozo's aspirations for an ultimate warrior, holding the compassion and willpower of a noble heart, and the ability to counteract any organism that might pose a threat to the cosmos. Due to her suit being surgically tampered with, she dons a radically different appearance in her fusion suit. If only things ended on such an optimistic note. While Samus's life was saved, the X-Parasite does more than just drain the life out of those it touches. It mimics them. Their memories, their appearance, abilities, everything. The parts of Samus's suit that were surgically removed were sent back to the BSL for further research. Once there, the X inside the suit transformed into a copy of Samus in her standard Varia suit. This being would be known as the SAS, short for Samus Aran X. Physically, she bears a nearly identical resemblance to the real thing, save for her blank white eyes. But what really makes her a threat is that she comes equipped with all of Samus's arsenal. It used a power bomb to escape the ship's quarantine bay, breaching all of the specimens the research had contained, which were infected as well. A mass infestation broke out, and everyone aboard the BSL were killed. As for Samus, her injury and recovery did not give her a leave of absence. She was to return to the BSL and investigate an unexplained explosion in the quarantine bay. They did provide her with a new starship and an onboard AI to accompany it, to serve as her new commanding officer. The computer's personality would remind her much of Adam in the way that it spoke to her. So, with irony noted, she decided to nickname the AI Adam. In an even more ironic twist, we would later learn that this is technically Adam Malkovich, his mind to be exact. It was common practice for the Federation to upload the minds of great leaders and scientists into computer forms. Samus was given Adam's. But everything is not all well and good just like that. Just because this AI is based on Adam, it doesn't automatically share any of his memories or attachments he had when he was alive. It's largely the general personality and thought process he would have had. As such, the ringleaders are manipulating Adam from the shadows. They, yet again, want to keep their Metroid research hidden from Samus so she doesn't uncover it and make them extinct, as she's been trying so hard to do. Upon arrival at the research station, Samus's main objective is to contain the breach of loose X-Parasites. But that goal gets quickly turned on its head when the SAS makes an appearance, complicating things substantially. Samus is advised to avoid it at all costs, as it is in possession of the ice beam which would quickly take her life were they to engage in combat. As such, Samus navigates throughout the BSL, wiping out the X-Parasites while narrowly avoiding the SAS on numerous occasions. The only survivors Samus is able to find aboard the spacecraft are the Decoras and Eticunes, largely a non-hostile and friendly species of animal, that of which Samus had crossed paths with before during Super Metroid. The X-Parasite apparently saw them as having no useful capabilities and so left them alone. Samus guides them to safety and releases them. The animals would make their way to Samus's starship and seek refuge there for the time being. Eventually, Samus's mission led to the discovery of the restricted lab and their Metroid experimentation. She saw dozens of infant Metroids and even more in various stages of maturity held in stasis. Before she even has time to think about what to do next, the SAS, which was tracking her down, found its way to the facility as well. Considering it's a combination of Samus, who's trying to stop the Metroids, and an X-Parasite who fears the Metroids as their predators, all of its attention gets focused on trying to destroy them. It destroys their chamber, releasing them, but the SAS is overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. The ship's failsafe activates and the restricted lab, per protocol, is ejected from the station and detonated. Samus is of course able to get away. While a small triumph, we learn that this was not the end of the SAX, nor would it be the end of the Metroids. The X-Parasite reproduces asexually, meaning it doesn't need a partner to grow in numbers. That means there are now 10 SAX remaining aboard the facility. Along with that, one Metroid managed to escape alongside Samus and is currently going on a feeding frenzy of X-Parasites. Adam then ordered her to go to the navigation room so he could report the current situation. On her way there, she did encounter a newly renamed Neo Ridley. As briefly touched upon, the BSL did procure his corpse from the bottle ship. Samus had come across it on several occasions, but it was just a corpse. But as expected, the corpse was infected by an X-Parasite, which had since relocated and become Neo Ridley. While not nearly as impactful as many of their past clashes, Samus defeats the imposter and uploads Adam to the navigation room. Unfortunately, Samus has become a problem in the eyes of the ringleaders, more than she was before. They were willing to let her fend off the X-Parasite as it jeopardized their Metroid program, but having uncovered it and subsequently blown it up, they need new bioweapons. So they took an interest in the X-Parasite, but more particularly the SAX. Truly, if they could get their hands on and control the SAX, then its potential as a bioweapon would be unrivaled. Samus, as usual, is against the use of any bioweapons as she knows they are uncontrollable. To prevent anyone from doing so, she intends on self-destructing the entire facility and sacrificing her own life in the process. But unfortunately for her, Adam was ordered by the ringleaders to keep her locked in the navigation room so she could no longer meddle with their plans. Samus gets passionately infuriated by Adam, even more so because she's being stopped by the man who did exactly what she's trying to do. She knows the cost of sacrifice and yells at the computer, accidentally calling it Adam aloud. Up until this point, she's only kept that nickname to herself. After inquiring about who Adam is, she tells the AI about him and who he was. Hearing this awoke something within him. The AI began to remember and unlock the personality that was stored away. He, just like that, became Adam Malkovich. As such, he calls Samus's resolve foolish. She believes she has to sacrifice her own life because it's what he would do in the situation. She's so ready and willing to turn herself into a martyr, she doesn't think of the value her life has. And that's where she's wrong. The Adam Samus is idealizing in her head in this situation wouldn't choose sacrifice, especially that of Samus's. He would find another way, and that's exactly what Adam does. He tells her that if she alters the station's orbit, then she might be able to crash it and SR-388 into each other, creating a massive explosion and eradicating all life on both locations. With a metaphorical wink and nod, he gives Samus those orders, and she finally realizes that this really is Adam Malkovich and the Federation's practice of uploading their memories. Samus makes her way to the operations room where she sets the research station to crash into the planet. While she is confronted by an SAX that was tracking her, she manages to defeat it, but the X-Parasite controlling it gets away. Having no time to concern herself with it, she immediately heads to the docking bay to escape on her ship. But the place is in ruins and her ship is gone. What she does find is an Omega Metroid. The one survivor that managed to escape consumed so many X-Parasites, it rapidly evolved into its final stage of development. Unfortunately, the enemy couldn't be worse. Samus has no weapons in her arsenal capable of defeating a Metroid. It attacks her with a swipe of its claws, almost killing her with a single blow. But just as it's about to finish her off, the SAX from before comes in and saves her using its ice beam. But it was too weakened from its previous battle, and too is defeated. Perhaps seeing Samus as its only method of survival, or perhaps simply hating Metroids that much, it allows Samus to absorb it, thus obtaining her Omega suit, fully equipped with Ice Beam. Also, absorbing the SAX returned her genetic code back to her pre-vaccine state. She still had Metroid DNA in her, but she was no longer vulnerable to cold. With her regained ability, she puts an end to the Omega Metroid and once and for all all Metroids in existence. With the self-destruct timer ticking down and Samus's ship nowhere to be seen, things were looking grim. But in what would be good karma coming back around, her ship came flying in, navigated by Adam and the Etecoons and Decoras she saved earlier. Thanks to their help, the ship was preserved, and she was able to leave the station as SR-388 and the BSL were destroyed in a massive explosion. The game leaves off on an uncertain future. While much of the story did seem to be in the hands of the ringleaders in regards to the Federation, everything acts as though it was the entire Federation behind everything, supporting the Metroids' breeding and the X-Parasite bioweapon plan. It quite frankly goes against much of what we know about their outlooks and ideologies in regards to things like this in the past. And in fact, that would be the case. While the game ends with Samus having betrayed the Federation, saying how they wouldn't understand why the X-Parasite needed to be eradicated, and leaving off more akin to a fugitive, she believes that someone there has to and must understand why she did what she did. But this ending would be more so the victim of poor translation. How the game really ends is its acknowledgement of the corruption going on by a small group, but still being on good terms with the Federation as a whole, as they are not a fully corrupt government. They just have a few bad apples they can't seem to weed out. So by the end of this game, she's not a fugitive, and their government is not evil. And with that, the galaxy seems to have gotten rid of the X-Parasite for good, once and for all. Or at least, that's how it should have been. And thus we reach the events of Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread focuses its attention back to Ravenbeak, who last we spoke about him was during Metroid 2. If you recall, he slaughtered all of the Toha Chozo during their time on SR-388, leaving only Quiet Robe alive while he and his men retreated back to their planet of ZDR. He always intended to return for the Metroids present on the planet at the time once he fully flushed out his plan. But then Samus came along and the events of Super Metroid happened and all of the Metroids that came afterwards went extinct. Point is, there are no more Metroids in the universe. This would hardly matter, however, as shortly after returning to ZDR from SR-388, an X-Parasite from the planet snuck aboard and made its way to their planet. Things didn't break out immediately. All of the Chozo returned back to their designated duties. Even Quiet Robe had been instructed to develop their own bioweapon research on other species. But eventually the X-Parasite did what it does best and began spreading at a rapid pace. The Chozo became infected. All of the Makan warriors couldn't do anything to stop the spreading the X was wreaking upon their planet. Their numbers became so dwindled that only 2 survivors were left uninfected, Ravenbeak and Quiet Robe. Ravenbeak did eventually manage to contain the infected inside of a sectioned off structure of the planet. There wasn't much he could do with them for now, so he just left them there. From here, he was forced to rely on his technology. He is still a Chozo, after all. He began using robotic soldiers to do his bidding due to their immunity to the X since they're inorganic. By the time he began to get all of this chaos under his control, he learnt about Samus's ventures and the extinction of Metroids. But with this news, he also learnt much, much more. It is important to note that he does have some kind of unspecified connection to the Federation, whether he be using the work and efforts of past members' goodwill, or technology that allows him to spy on them. Ravenbeak is able to receive intel from them one way or another. Through this, he learned Samus had Metroid DNA injected into her. So, in some way, shape, or form, Metroids can still exist. But he needed a way to extract the DNA from her. Inventing the technology would take time he doesn't have, and so he saw reports on a Galactic Federation technology known as the Extraplanetary Multiform Mobile Identifier, or EMI for short. These robots were created from the strongest materials in the universe for research applications. Their design allows them to freely traverse any environment so they can extract the DNA from their targets no matter how lethal they may be. Ravenbeak saw it the perfect tool to steal. All he needed to do was lure the Federation to ZDR, which was an easy task, as he had a subject matter they were already highly interested in. Leaked footage of an X-parasite still out in the wild, as planned, drew the Federation's attention. Even better than he had hoped, 7 Emmy robots were sent to the planet to investigate. It seems even despite their material, as a warrior Chozo, he was still stronger and more advanced than the robot, leaving one in a severely damaged state. He had Quiet Robe study it and use what he learned to capture the other 6 robots. With them in his possession, they were all reprogrammed to hunt Samus and extract her Metroid DNA by any means possible. Similarly to how he lured the Federation to the planet, he sent that exact same video to Samus, who was in similar disbelief over what she was seeing. The Federation filled her in on what they had surmised, and she was officially dispatched to the planet to investigate the source of the transmission. Upon touching down on the planet, things were already working in favor of Ravenbeak. The signal quality on the planet was low, making communication between her and Adam shaky from the start. As usual, she is advised by Adam to connect to the facility's network, but Ravenbeak has already rigged that too. Before she even gets the chance, however, she has a fateful encounter with Ravenbeak upon stepping off the elevator. Without exchanging words, the two engage in an all-out brawl. But during their fight, something unexpected happened. When he grabbed her and prepared to kill her, stating power is everything, Samus's DNA destabilized. The Metroid DNA within her awoke newfound powers. You see, what had happened here was upon getting Metroid DNA injected into her, she began to undergo metamorphosis. However, she never actually wound up changing thanks to the Chozo's Toha DNA she was given as a kid. As they were the creators and designed to control the Metroids, the balance evened out and went unnoticed. But similarly, while the Metroids were meant to obey the Toha Chozo, they were meant to be incredibly hostile to the Makin Chozo, hence why Ravenbeak has kept Quiet Robe around. So when Ravenbeak grabbed her during their fight, he inadvertently became a catalyst which destabilized Samus's DNA and awoke her Metroid powers. Such energy coursing through her body knocked her unconscious, and Ravenbeak decided to leave her alive. What's better than just Metroids is a Samus with Metroid powers. So similarly to how the ringleaders last game wanted to use Samus's X-Parasite clones, Ravenbeak wants to use Samus's Metroid clones. But first she needed to hone her newfound powers, and he wanted to be the one who guided her as she became stronger. The Emmy would still be ordered to hunt her, however. While he does want Samus at her true potential strength, if she isn't able to overcome the robots, then she was never destined for greatness anyway. So he would still get the Metroid DNA. It's a win-win in either situation. Samus would begin exploring the area, attempting to recover her equipment lost in her previous battle. Ravenbeak also begins posing as Adam. As instructed, she connected to the planet's network, but that played right into Ravenbeak's hands. She would come across various Emmy units, fending them off each one by one, where she eventually came across ruins depicting Ravenbeak's leadership and willingness to kill other Chozo. Being so attached to them, Samus is obviously enraged, but her emotions drop her defenses. An Emmy unit pounces on her before she even has time to react. But before it gets a chance, Quiet Robe deactivates the robot so he can talk to Samus himself. He tells her all about Ravenbeak's past and what he did on SR-388. He also tells her about his dreams of galactic conquest and how it would wrought havoc on everyone. Quiet Robe, having been dragged along as a tool this entire time, has never agreed with what Ravenbeak was doing, but was helpless to stop him this entire time. That was until now. He sees Samus as the one who can genuinely put an end to his madness, and so has decided to help her out as best he can. She promises him that she will stop him, which puts a smile on his face. But his hope would immediately get snuffed out when a robot soldier strikes him down from behind, killing him. Samus avenges his death by destroying the assassin, but for Quiet Robe, it was too late. She mourns his death with a moment of silence before continuing throughout the facility. As she ventured through, she would face much of what ZDR has to offer. The robot soldiers are but minor nuisances blocking her path, and the X-Parasite an unwelcome blast from the past. But having encountered the X-Parasite meant that they were no longer contained to their initial confinement. While not too much of a problem as the planet is no longer inhabited, it is a problem because an X-parasite found its way to Quiet Robe's corpse and took control. Now, with the knowledge in hand, it uses its intelligence to reactivate the Emmy unit he so generously shut down. Fortunately, Samus is still the greatest bounty hunter in the galaxy, and none of the Emmy units are capable of stopping her. But it is upon her clash with the 7th and final unit she uncovers her ability to drain energy just like a Metroid, thus fully awakening her Metroid DNA inside her. With that, Ravenbeak considers his nourishment of Samus's power complete and, under the guise of Adam, instructs her on where she can find him. She eventually makes his way to his flying fortress, where, still posing as Adam, Ravenbeak reveals his entire plan, and the person she was taking orders from was actually him all along. He even brings up how she is technically his daughter due to having been one of the 2 Chozo who donated his blood when she was still a child. He tries to court her to his side by claiming that this is her destiny, though still with an arrogant ego to accompany it. Using terms like submit to me and disobedience won't be tolerated only piss Samus off more than she was previously, before she defiantly blasts a hole through his projection. Disappointed in her disobedience, the two engaged in their final showdown. Samus proves to him why she is the protector of the galaxy as she fends off one of the greatest Chozo warriors to ever exist. She breaks through his armor, blasts off one of his wings, as she counters each and every one of his attacks. But just when the battle seemed won, and she goes in to absorb him, he is able to overpower her one last time. As he chokes the life out of her body, she reflects on everything, most particularly the state the galaxy would be in under the control of someone like him. The bloodshed, the innocence, it all enrages her. It makes her blood boil, and as the life seems to get snuffed out of her body, her raw anger awakens the full potential of her Metroid powers. Her suit completely changes, and she is able to break through Ravenbeak's helmet, absorbing the life from his own body. But Samus's powers are completely rampant. She has no control over them. She is mindlessly absorbing, and as such, the ship they are on gets drained of its energy and comes crashing down to the planet. Ravenbeak does survive this, however, he is taken over by an X-parasite and transformed into a hideous monster. But Samus uses a devastating hyper beam to completely eradicate both him and the X-parasite possessing him. But crashing an exploding giant fortress into an extremely volatile planet meant bad news for ZDR. So Samus quickly made her way back to her ship to escape, but was refused access when Adam tells her that she'll just absorb their energy and the ship will be useless. And this is when Quiet Robe's X-infested body appears before her. It seems part of his personality still lingers and he chooses to help out. Why exactly this is the case isn't particularly clear. It is likely that, similar to the SA-X prior, the X-parasite saw it an opportunity to kill a Metroid. While certainly Quiet Robe's personality comes into play as he thanked her for stopping Ravenbeak, the X's motive is likely to stop this powerful Metroid. He reverts back to its natural X form and deliberately lets Samus absorb him, thus restoring Tohajin's back into her system to regain control of her Metroid powers. Now, once again stabilized, she was able to pilot her ship away from ZDR before it exploded in the distance. Samus Aran has stood tall as one of gaming's greatest icons for over 30 years. Her franchise has not only paved the path forward for others like it to take inspiration and build upon, but it is one of the most well-respected franchises by both fans and the gaming world. But for now, that does it for the complete, unabridged timeline of Metroid.
At the northwestern edge of Ocarina of Time's Hyrule, in the land of the Gerudo, is the shrine dedicated to their greatest deed, the goddess of the sand, the great landmark of the desert, and the spirit temples in Teal, the only temple and statue we explore as both a child an adult, a mystery that is never explained or which is likely to hold a hidden past? I will give you the answer if you leave a like, subscribe and press the notification bell as we're aiming for 2,500 likes. None other Zelda title has introduced as many recurring races as Ocarina of Time. Kokiri with the Great Deku Tree, Sheikah of Kakariko, Goros of Death Mountain, Caesar of Zora's Domain. Then you had the nearly all-female Gerudo, who prevented Childling from entering, and then their king, Ganondorf, played him like a fiddle. Back as an adult, Epona crossed the gap. It goes without saying, the Gerudo section and the tribe itself were designed properly by the Zelda All-Star team.
The race had a simple purpose, to countermeasure to the Hylians. Think Christian crusades against the Islamic Middle East. Speaking of, the original crest of the tribe. A symbol that a few years later was changed. Due to Welsh similarities to Islam, this attitude of respecting strength and courage, all while ultimately trying to defy tyranny, that is a combination that defines the tribe and their goddess. Speaking of, let's go over her visual profile. So what was the inspiration when designing this iconic landmark of Ocarina? A number of Asian and Middle Eastern ancient cultures and religions predating the rise of Islam and originating west of Japan. Hence, to understand the goddess of the sand, we have to analyze our own history. The sitting position might be of Buddhist origin, but what about the wing symbol with Triforce beneath and eye inside the Spirit Temple? In an article in February 2023, Aaron Talon pointed out a resemblance, that of ancient Egypt seen in the winged sun of Thebes, fitting with the sun puzzles in the Spirit Temple, along with Faravar from the Zoroastrian faith of Mesopotamia. This was believed to represent the concept of Farashi, or personal spirits. This is the possible source of Ocarina of Time's Spirit Temple itself.
But back to ancient Egypt, since the Desert Colossus is probably tied to the giant statues of the Egyptian kings. Colossi, many with depictions of serpents. What is always a part of the goddess of the sand? A snake. In Ocarina of Time, with its cobras, and the most visible connection is seen by the two found with Gerudo inscription. Not only that, influencing the Gerudo, including the independent Nabu, the second in command to Ganondorf, the king of the Gerudo. Ultimately, after his demonstration of strength, they accept Link as a member of their tribe. So, what is the origin of their deity and their statues? The answer might be in Ocarina of Time, the official Nintendo's Player's Guide. It states the following on page 97, quote, "The Spirit Temple was built by the ancient ancestors of the Gerudo people. Since only a single male child was born to the Gerudo every 100 years, the massive shrine was built by female masons and engineers." End quote. Based on the stone carving at its exterior entrance, along with the statue in the main chamber of its interior, it is clear where the temple was built for, the goddess of the sand. Not only that, it is likely that she has been their deity pretty much since the founding of the tribe, as the above quote references the ancient ancestors of the Gerudo. Why is this important? Since it clears up a misconception. In July 2022, I theorized that the goddess of the sand was a cover set up by Kouma and Kotaki, twin road. But following the information from the official Nintendo's Player's Guide, it is evident that the deity of the desert and the Gerudo easily predate the 400-year-old ladies.
Possibly by over 1,000 years, rather than creating the goddess, they simply misused her to fool the tribe to obey them, and then after raising Ganondorf their king, not to question, but to follow orders as loyal warriors. Prior to these skirmishes, all we know from Sheik is what she stated as adult Link first appeared in the Temple of Time. Quote, "When evil rules all, an awakening voice from the sacred realm will call those destined to be sages, one inside a goddess of the sand." End quote. The only written reference and naming of the deity in the entire game. Perhaps Gerudo don't state her title out of respect. Either way, what does the goddess of the sand then symbolize? Was she even alive at some point like goddess Hylia? The last part is hard to tell. Luckily, we have some indications as to the origins from Skyward Sword. This is not only through Groos's crimson red hair, but his descendants likely settled in Lanniru. Here we find the Gerudo dragonfly. Its eyes are theorized to be the lore exploration of the Gerudo crest. You know, after Nintendo had to drop the moon.
At least the locations make sense, seen at the final resting place of the sand ship, is equivalent to the location of the Gerudo Fortress. Yes, in Ocarina of Time. Much points to the sand ship being the first home of the ancestors of the Gerudo in Lanayru. Moving northwest, we found Ocarina's Colossus, and it corresponds with Skyward Sword's northwestern land, the Pirate's Rock, at the end of the Lanayru Sands. And what do we find next to the Colossus? The dried up oasis, where clear as tie to the last remnant of the sea that once was here. But that is only the beginning, since the Lanayru province is naturally named after the goddess of wisdom and time, Nayru. It goes without saying, the immortal spirit is the main theme of the Spirit Temple, but in truth, the higher element here is time. As Sheik stated at the entrance to the Colossus, quote, past, present, future. The Master Sword is a ship which you can sail upstream and downstream through Time's river. The port for that ship is the Temple of Time. To restore the Desert Colossus and enter the Spirit Temple, you must travel back through Time's flow. Listen to this Requiem of Spirit. End quote.
It has been theorized in the past that the goddess of the sand is Din, the goddess of power, due to Ganondorf gaining the Triforce of Power. But that simply doesn't add up in the territory that is so clearly tied to Nayru, aka Time, the Time Shift Stones of Lanayru. However, there is one particular piece of direct evidence found in Ocarina of Time that we have withheld up to this point, that being the Great Fairy Fountain, located before you even reach the Desert Colossus. Here, by playing Zelda's Lullaby, Link summons the Great Fairy of Magic. She in return grants the hero of Time a magic spell, Nayru's Love. By casting this, a protective barrier is created, Nayru's wisdom or defense in contrast to Din's power or offensive fire. Nayru granted the name of Lanayru the Dragon and the province, plus also potentially gifted the Time Shift Stones, all of which predate the kingdom of the Gerudo. Yes, even their ancestors. It is all about time. This is due to the Time Shift Stones being the original reason why the Gerudo settled down in Lanayru in the first place. Sadly for them, they stopped working or were simply lost. Which brings us back to the Spirit Temple, where I believe we find the inspiration behind the Time Shift Stones themselves, both past and present, or in Ocarina, child and adult. To progress through the first section of the temple, you need to be a child.
The highlight of this one is from the interior statue of the goddess of the sand, leading into a battle against an iron knuckle, all to gain the silver gauntlets from the right hand of the goddess. The official Nintendo's Player's Guide shares the following quote: "The silver gauntlets, said to contain the power of an arm. Any person who wore them will be able to lift impossible weights. An item of such obvious value was a prime target for thieves. So Ganondorf had the gauntlets hidden in the Spirit Temple." End quote. No wonder Naburo aimed to gain these, though as she was trapped by Kuruma and Kotake, she fell victim to time itself. Instead, Link had to return with the gauntlets as an adult, and what followed mirrored the child's section. Interior statue of the goddess of sand, battle against an iron knuckle, all to get the mirror shield from the opposite hand of the external statue of the goddess. Already before this, many of the puzzles are about bringing light into a place of darkness, which fits as the symbol of the Spirit Medallion is two dualities, yin and yang, child and adult, past and future, all related to time and enlightenment. In this case, even by using cobras, multiple mirrors to expose the truth behind the face of the goddess of the sand.
Koumei and Kotake, who spent 7 years brainwashing Naburo and ultimately had her face Link in the armor of an iron knuckle. Freed, she is immediately imprisoned again for brainwashing round 2. Now, as you face Koumei and Kotake, what do you really do? Match the opposites of fire and ice. First, by reflecting it, then the witches combine into Twin Rover by storing that energy, all to burn or freeze. But what really happens when you combine fire and ice? You get water, which Sheik pointed out is tied to time. But what about sand? Much of the same. Sand, like water, flows. It is even used in hourglasses to count down what? Time. Sands of Time. A good game. But we also know this mechanic from a later Zelda title, the Phantom Hourglass, where sand counts down time in the Temple of the Ocean King. Water and sand are overarching metaphors, For what? The overarching law of the world of Zelda, namely time. Following this logic, we reach enlightenment, the realization that the goddess of sand is in truth the goddess of time. From the legend of creation, we know that time is a law or gift from the golden goddess of wisdom, Nehru. The desert colossus, the goddess of sand, and the spirit temple are all a transition from darkness to enlightenment. Since how does this temple end? With Kome and Kotake first denying their passing from flesh to the spirit. Though, in the end, they accept the law as their time has passed. Sadly, this is likely also the case for Naburu, who joins the other presumed deceased sages in the Chamber of the Sages of the Temple of Time. Even so, for her, an enlightened sage of spirit was the best outcome, especially since the alternative was Link's fall, and then her continued unconscious servitude to the 400-year-old hags.
Time is water and sand, as the loading area of the Desert Colossus hides another hint. The side quest of the Oasis of Sand, with the Song of Storms granting water and fairies. And this can be done both as child or adult Link. Quite ironic, as it is a song you learn as an adult from the phonogram man and then use as a child to mess up the windmill to drain the bottom of the well and gain the lens of truth. The only issue is that he first learned the melody from childhood. Once again, the theme of time and water, which is essential in the Ocarina of Time. Let's not also forget Nehru, the Oracle of Ages. In Well, Oracle of Ages, her Harp of Ages literally allows Link to travel hundreds of years to the past from the present. Nevertheless, there is one final proof of the goddess of the sand being Nehru outside of the Downfall timeline. After Ganondorf in the adult timeline is defeated by the Hero of Time and sealed away by the sages, the hero was sent back to create a new child timeline, where upon warning the royal family, Link leaves Hyrule for years. Not long after, King Ganondorf and his Gerudo army invaded, ravaged the kingdom of Hyrule until he was defeated and imprisoned. In the process, the Gerudo were exiled from Hyrule and Ganondorf sentenced to death. Though instead of carrying out the sentence right away, he was kept alive. All to witness the Gerudo Spirit Temple being turned into Hyrule's most notorious prison, Twilight Princess, Arbiter's Grounds, replacing Kakariko's Shadow Temple.
Still, the Hylians must have known who the goddess of sand really was, the royal family's cherished protector, Nehru, hence why the statues of the goddess of sand are present. The only difference is that our encounters with the goddess are mirrored, first interior, then exterior. Standing in contrast to Ocarina, there we first witnessed the goddess at the entrance and then the second statue inside. The passage of time, and speaking of time, who during Ganondorf's execution performs the act? The Sage of Water, as seen by the medallion. In Ocarina, adult Link was granted this one by the Zora Sage, but what is their crest? That of Nehru of Time and Wisdom. And who does Ganondorf kill when spared from death by the Triforce of Power? The Sage of Water. There is a possible answer why the goddess of sand still stands proud. She is the Gerudo depiction of the golden goddess of wisdom and time, Nehru, the deity of the land their ancestors settled in, Lanayru with its time-shift stone, and to whom they built the spirit temple.
And that is the divine solution to Ocarina of Time's greatest mystery, one that stretches across multiple timeline branches. But what do you think? Was the goddess of the sand just a Gerudo interpretation of Nehru? And was it intended by the Ocarina of Time Zelda team to be this way? Sound off in the comment section down below. If you haven't already, be sure to leave a like, subscribe and press notification bell, as I really want to make more theory and mystery videos like this one on my favorite Zelda games. Last but not least, a big thanks to you for watching, and to all our patreon.com/commonrealm patrons. Special shoutouts to our producers Zach Johnson and JC Funk, and heroes Ollie Wolf, Cheryl, and Garrett Hall. You rock, and please enjoy one or both these two awesome videos.
We all remember our first moments with our favorite games. We may not have known they would become our favorite games at the time, but in retrospect, they become defining, cherishable memories. Usually I've found that these memories are associated with title screens. It's the first thing I see every time I turn the game on, and it eventually resonates with you on a deeply personal level. And one game, which has since become the most critically acclaimed video game of all time, fully encompasses this idea. When you first turn on The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, it immediately makes a lasting impression. Link rides in on Epona over the horizon as dawn slowly approaches. The field they gallop through is empty, as if no life has touched it in ages. We see a select few locales before they stop at the river. The two of them take a breather before setting off once more at the crack of dawn, riding off as the sun rises. The music is primarily a somber, almost inherently nostalgic piano piece, with the primary melody being supplied by an ocarina. It's a powerful way to introduce new players to your game, but it also represents Ocarina of Time as a whole beautifully. Although most players should be able to deduce the game's message after a playthrough or two, learning from Ocarina of Time and connecting with what it has to say means living with it, growing up with it, and escaping into it for a long period of time. That of which I was able to do. It gave me ample time to reflect on it, remember it, and embrace everything it did for the video game industry, and for me. But what made Ocarina of Time so legendary, and why is its message so resonant? Well, a lot has been said over the past 22 years, and I'm just one person. Things have changed, opinions have diverged. In order to truly appreciate and critique Ocarina of Time, we can't leave any stone unturned. We need to know the context of its development, the insight into its design, the calculation in its atmosphere, and the subtlety of its writing. We need to examine what it borrows from its predecessor, as well as how it paved the way for games both inside and outside of Zelda. And most importantly, we need the feelings from its players. Why do we still talk about this game today? This is a deceptively complicated question that has numerous answers, and I aim to provide as many of those answers as I can. But remember, the passage of time can have a tremendous effect on us. Without further ado, I'm Liam Triforce, and this is yet another Ocarina of Time retrospective. Super Mario 64 changed everything. We all know this. Its freedom of movement and options for getting around, expansive environments, and unparalleled virtual playgrounds set the gold standard for 3D video games. And although Nintendo managed to define three-dimensional game design, one of the many things that struck me about Super Mario 64 was its structure. Rather than adhering to the level-by-level progression scheme Mario had used in his 2D adventures, the designers opted to create a sandbox experience in which players were allowed to collect stars in a non-linear fashion, depending on their interests and their ability to conquer specific tasks. This shift was logical in the context of creating a 3D game. It allowed players to interact fully with each environment at their own pace, and become intimately familiar with how to traverse them. It also proved to be a very important stepping stone for new players, as 3D gaming was overwhelming and sometimes nauseating for some when it first hit the market. While Nintendo would eventually bring the traditional Mario formula into 3D with 3D Land and 3D World, the Switch was necessary back in the day, and it inspired several platformers in its wake. Now that one of Nintendo's most beloved characters had been brought into 3 dimensions, the company turned to The Legend of Zelda. Many developers within the company were inspired to get to work, but they barely had a skeleton of an idea of how to translate something like Link to the Past into 3D. Shigeru Miyamoto himself recalled having meetings with the team unsure of what to do next. They also didn't want to stray too far from the series' roots, a respectable stance for the first 3D entry in the series. Link's Awakening's individuality and message solidify it as one of the greatest games in the series, but for something as monumental as this project, it'd be best to keep things simple. Regardless, they had a glimpse of what the game might be like. During the era of the Super Nintendo, Link's Awakening director Yoshiaki Koizumi and Shigeru Miyamoto both experimented with incorporating Chanbara into Zelda. They were inspired by Japanese samurai films and strove to emulate them through gameplay. Aspects of Chanbara were incorporated into Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, and if you recall, the combat was one of the game's most intense and enjoyable aspects. The few developers that were actually invested in the project at the time were all in agreement over centering the game's combat on epic Chanbara battles. They created a tech demo that was showcased alongside Mario 64 at the trade show Shoshinkai 95, reflecting their desire to capture this. Once Super Mario 64 was finished, the team repurposed the engine for the Zelda project. Initially, they felt like it would be best if the game was presented from a first-person perspective, and when you'd fight an enemy, the game would zoom out and present battles from a 2D perspective a la Zelda 2. This was scrapped as the team wanted to be able to see Link when he'd explore and fight, and to me, this would have created a pretty harsh disconnect. In the Space World 1996 demo, the swordplay had barely come to fruition, but the graphics on display were considered so impressive that even Nintendo Power doubted if it was running on actual hardware. The game pushed the N64 to its absolute limit, and the final version can barely break 20 FPS. Abysmal by today's standards, yeah, but just enough back then for it to be in a shippable state. Now here's some context for its low frame rate. Aside from games like Paper Mario for its unique art style, or Majora's Mask thanks to the expansion pack, Ocarina of Time, in my honest opinion, remains one of the best looking video games of its era. Kokiri Forest alone has lush and detailed textures, with particle effects dancing around to emphasize the magic this place is surrounded in. The significant amount of polygons, large environments, visual effects, and intense graphical fidelity all contributed to the game's frame rate barely breaking playable. I'm not familiar with the Nintendo 64's architecture, and I'm no software engineer, but I don't know how they were able to optimize this game at all. Anyway, sorry for the tangent, but Ocarina of Time is a genuinely incredible technical achievement, and that's discussing its graphics and performance alone. Up until August 1997, the general public were only able to see bits and pieces of a video game duct taped together into promotional material, but these pieces were seen as tantalizing all the same. The story was basically non-existent at the time, with the most in-depth summary being Hyrule, Ganon, the Triforce. When you think about it, a release date of late 1997 was seeming less and less likely as the days went by. Behind the scenes, the team took a trip to the Toei Kyoto Studio Park. Here's director Toru Osawa's recollection of events from an Iwata Asks interview. As we went along looking at everything, it was so hot that we ducked into a playhouse to cool off. They were doing a ninja show. A number of ninja were surrounded by the main samurai, and one lashed out with a kusarigama, a sickle and chain. The lead samurai caught it with his left arm, the chain stretched tight, and the ninja moved in a circle around him. And that led to Z targeting? Yeah, I think so, if my memory serves me correctly. Z targeting eventually became the catalyst for the entire game's development. Up until now, the game lacked direction. They were fully focused on getting the game's systems working, so early promotional material featured various unnamed locales with no sense of cohesion. There was no story for the game at this point. Most of what they had to show were locales that they wanted to feature eventually. This is similar to Super Mario 64. Most of the development period was spent on getting the game's systems functional, and most of the level design happened toward the end. Miyamoto said that some of the levels ended up being almost thrown together, but the point is, the systems falling into place made everything else come naturally. Z-targeting was perfect for translating what they saw into gameplay. It allowed for the player to focus their attention on a single target, switch targets freely in order to perform some crowd control, and perform unique combat maneuvers like dodging, jump slashing, and on-the-fly guarding. Their idea for exploration and combat modes could now coexist seamlessly. From here, things began to blossom creatively, much like Mario 64. Koizumi felt that the tentative Z-targeting arrow that showed the player who they were locked onto was a bit bland, and decided to make it a fairy. This fairy became a navigator of sorts, your guide throughout your adventure. And because of this, Koizumi chose to name her Navi, respecting the simple yet meaningful naming tradition of the Zelda series. This also led to the creation of the game's story, and throughout the rest of the game's development, pre-release material showcased scenarios that we now all recognize. Everything was taking shape. The narrative, the dungeons, its locales, items, and mechanics were all finally coming together. What started out as a project managed by a select few employees within Nintendo eventually expanded into an all-hands-on-deck situation, with employees being assigned a plethora of tasks regardless of experience or position. Although the game would end up being delayed a full year, anticipation grew. It was shaping up to be not just a promising step into 3D for the Zelda series, but a landmark title that would forever change the development of 3D video games. Those that reserved a copy would get a gold version of the game cartridge, but demand was so high that stores had to cease all pre-orders for the game a few weeks before it launched. It was going to be a pretty big deal. And as the saying goes, the rest was history. Critics and players around the world rejoiced in its magnificence. To this day, it remains the most critically acclaimed video game of all time on Metacritic, and the only game to outpace it on game rankings is Nintendo's own Super Mario Galaxy. With all this said and done, I need to repeat myself. Why? How did Ocarina of Time earn this praise, and how does it hold up today? Well, buckle up. It's time for yet another long-ass breakdown of Ocarina of Time. Mainly, why it left such a huge impact at the time of its release, how it adapts and evolves elements from Link to the Past, and how time has treated it. And what better place to start than the place Link called home. Kokiri Forest is the perfect place to begin your adventure. It's a secluded area shrouded in an atmosphere of childhood innocence and fun. Although, you've been summoned by the Deku Tree, so your time to enjoy it is cut short. You can explore the forest and talk to the Kokiri at your leisure, perhaps even discovering the lost woods or a sword in a chest. Mito won't let you through to see the Deku Tree until you've acquired both a sword and shield, and the time spent acquiring said items will acquaint players with the basic controls and mechanics of Ocarina of Time. It was extremely important for this game to be designed with players new to 3D gaming in mind, much like Super Mario 64. Simple tasks such as successfully auto-jumping across buoyant platforms, running through tall grass, throwing rocks, or crossing a narrow bridge all contribute to your rupee count, and you'll need 40 rupees to purchase a shield. This gives the player freedom to explore new mechanics that interest them, and introduces them to the core of puzzle solving with something that doesn't necessarily have one concrete answer. As long as you get the rupees and acquire your sword and shield, it's all good. One of the most important things introduced to the player here, aside from Link automatically performing tasks, is the A button's context-sensitive commands. In Link to the Past, the A button was an all-purpose action button. You could grab things, talk to people, and dash with the Pegasus boots. However, due to the scope of actions possible in Ocarina of Time, the team realized they needed to be able to convey what was possible on the fly. Depending on what you're doing, the action you can perform with the A button will change. Now, I know it's been 22 years, and this might not sound like much, but this mechanic has reappeared in pretty much every video game ever. This was born from a desire to make actions in the 3D space more comprehensible, as was Z-targeting. The team brought up an issue that arose in Mario 64, where players would have trouble stopping in front of a sign, instead of jumping or circling around it when they wanted to read it. In Ocarina of Time, every action is immediately made apparent to the player. Obviously, this won't leave a huge impact on anyone that plays this game for the first time today, because every subsequent game has reused and iterated on this simple idea. But it's important to have context. Z-targeting also might not be seen as a huge innovation in the eyes of modern players. It was not only yet another industry standard mechanic introduced in this game, but it was also the best way to transition the combat of 2D Zelda into 3D. We've already discussed its seamlessness, but in the context of Zelda, it allows for pinpoint accuracy in the 3D space, focused combat with blocking, dodging, and retaliation slashes depending on where the enemy is, and a general layer of depth beyond just simply slashing at a guy when he's right next to you. I think Ocarina of Time's combat, despite being the first Zelda game to feature such combat, is very good at what it does, even outside of Z-targeting. Enemies start out simple. In fact, the first enemy you encounter in the game, unless you count a giant rolling boulder, is a stationary Deku Baba. At this point, your options for dealing with these things are slim, ranging from slashing like a crazy person, a spin attack to keep your distance, or stunning it with a Deku Nut. Thanks to the enemy being immobile, and your budding sense of problem solving, you learn that there are always alternative methods of dealing with enemies, and it's your job to figure that out. Once you acquire the slingshot, you'll learn that you don't always have to meticulously aim at flying enemies. Instead, you can lock onto them and fire once they're within range. Because Link to the Past had a selective Z-axis that only came to play when enemies would fly over you, you could still line up your attacks and effectively hit things on the relative X and Y axes. Without Z-targeting, killing enemies like Keese would be a nightmare. With that said, locking onto flying enemies isn't the one-and-done solution. You still need to be relatively close when shooting them down, otherwise your pellets, arrows, and boomerang throws won't connect. You have to consider positioning, which item you want to use, and how long it will take for your desired long-range weapon to hit your target. There's an underlying strategy to consider with each encounter, and I love it. As you progress through the game, new enemies and items come about that freshen up your way of thinking about solutions in combat. One of the first enemies to make me think about blocking and timing were the Lizalfos. It's a pretty simple pattern. They jump over you and then slash, but remain open to attacks otherwise. These wolves also expand on the idea of timing and blocking, but they also open themselves up to alternative solutions like bombs to deal extra damage, or the hookshot to stun them in place. Just like Link to the Past, there's always extra damage you can be dealing, and with Z-targeting, throwing bombs at enemies or stunning them is made way easier and more reliable. The same actions you'd be carrying out in 2D space transition almost effortlessly into 3D thanks to Z-targeting. Sure, it's not nearly as smooth, but that's something that you unfortunately lose when you're working within an entirely new gameplay paradigm. The game's introductory dungeon has you exploring the inside of the Deku Tree. Something inside has poisoned him and slowly brought about his demise, and it's up to you to find out what that thing is. To this day, the inside of a tree is still a pretty unique location for any game, and the artist brought such an incredible atmosphere to the table with this one. Moody lighting, gross and dilapidated textures, interactive cobwebs all over the place, etc. The music permeates this sense of subtle, childlike wonder and mystery. The first puzzles you face are simple, but gently ease players into a 3D space. Now, there have been countless block puzzles in Zelda history, but this one right here tests players on elevation. It might seem silly to even bring this up, but elevation was a pretty big part of puzzle solving in Link to the Past. Certain dungeons ask you to think about where you would land upon jumping through holes, and you'd also have to pay attention to how you can traverse the same floors along higher levels of elevation. With a Z-axis, platforms can be at virtually any coordinate, so problems arise when the player has to figure out how they can get up to a platform that's barely out of their reach. One of the solutions is to take a blind leap, as hinted at by this Deku Scrub. You just straight up plummet through the cobweb in the middle once you gather enough velocity, and to this day I think it's a pretty cool puzzle. This may have been possible to do in Link to the Past, but it wouldn't have been an easy thing to convey without being able to see the whole dungeon from this one central room. In general, Ocarina of Time has a lot of puzzles that play with the Z-axis, but I'll talk more about them later. The Deku Tree doesn't overwhelm the player with puzzles that involve the Z-axis either. For example, once you get the slingshot, most enemies are stationary and can usually be Z-targeted, and puzzles are relegated to finding a ladder hanging from the ceiling or looking around for Queen Goma as you enter the boss room. It's a perfect introductory dungeon that isn't too challenging, but is also engaging and informative in the best ways. Honestly, with a type of game this new, the last thing you want is players to feel lost in a sea of options. And that's why the Deku Tree's simple design was important. At the same time, Ocarina of Time's difficulty curve is balanced well. In the same manner as Link to the Past, they wait until your second dungeon visit to introduce keys. This is effective in Link to the Past, but it's especially helpful here. This game gets weird and wild with keys in one dungeon in particular, and I think some of you might know which one I'm talking about. But anyway, the memorization that comes into play in a 3D space is much different than having an overhead view of a dungeon in a 2D Zelda game. Even though you'll have a map at your disposal, you still have to factor in the Z-axis. But what this dungeon excels at most is demonstrating why Ocarina of Time is great at establishing and then fleshing out concepts. Here you're asked to use bomb flowers to clear rooms and challenges before they allow you to have free reign with the bomb bag. This means getting a feel for the trajectory of bombs when you throw them, discovering how they can be used in puzzles, and how effective they can be with certain enemies. But it all culminates in a pretty cool problem. You might not think much of this bombable wall, but I see it as the dungeon's most effective test of a player's bomb throwing skills. You've learned about timing your bomb throws with an enemy's movements, and you have a basic idea of how long it takes for them to explode. So you're presented with an interesting predicament. This bombable wall is tucked away. You can stand on that ledge, but you can't bring a bomb with you. You can try to have the bomb land on the ledge, but that isn't exactly an easy process. Thus, the best solution is to time your throw so that the bomb explodes in midair. This process essentially forces you to sharpen your bomb throwing skills before you can proceed, and it's a bit of a subconscious thing. I may not be aware of my improved efficiency with bombs, but I can feel it when I'm fighting hordes of enemies or I'm solving tricky puzzles. Then you can apply what you've learned in opening the cave and fighting King Dodongo by timing your throws once more. This mindset of easing a player into a new mechanic or observing its possibilities in a dungeon, subsequently fleshing said mechanic out in the same dungeon, and then testing them on it with a boss fight is something that Ocarina of Time is consistently excellent at doing. In Jabu Jabu's belly, you see constant, gross appendages that you can't interact with without getting smacked or electrocuted. So you memorize what you see, and then once you obtain the boomerang, you deduce what needs to be done. Along the way, you figure out how awesome it feels to target flying enemies and destroy them with the boomerang, and it all culminates in a great boss fight that tests your knowledge of the item. You have to dodge its attacks while cutting it down with the boomerang and creating an opening. Oh, and because you're only observing these problems throughout the dungeon and making a mental note of them, simple navigation isn't enough to keep the dungeon engaging. Thus, the whole Princess Ruto dynamic was created. You need her to transfer between floors and open doors, adding a neat twist to your typical dungeon flow. As you can probably tell, dungeons up to this point focused on a central item, but starting with the Forest Temple, things get a bit more complicated and unpredictable, which is a good thing. At this point, you should have a basic idea of how dungeons are structured in Ocarina of Time, so shaking things up and really testing the player in new ways was a good call on their part. You'll walk into the dungeon with the hookshot ready to go, and things needed to be reeled back so that this thing wouldn't break the game. In Link to the Past, you could grapple to basically any object as long as it was isolated, opening a plethora of new ways to interact with the world. In Ocarina of Time, the Z-axis allows this to be even more complex, so instead, they limited interaction to designated spots, as well as enemies and stuff. You can use it to stun them, and killing small enemies while Z-targeting is immensely satisfying. With that said, you can also grapple onto climbable surfaces and anything that is made of wood, so the possibilities remain numerous. You should also be certain that you hookshot the nearest reed just to see what happens. Just saying. The Forest Temple is mind-bending beyond figuring out where the hookshot can take you. It seems to zero in on puzzling layouts based on its doors in the main lobby, and I'm a huge fan of seeing how they intersect and how I can collect each post soul. There's a switch that can twist and turn rooms, and you'll need to do this in order to progress further in the dungeon and unearth the boss key. The item that allows you to do this is the hero's bow, which also happens to be one of the most satisfying and important weapons in the game. There's something so fulfilling when you land your arrows in a 3D space. Since you can only shoot arrows in 4 directions beforehand, killing enemies and hitting targets is designed to make you feel like a marksman. You can also use it while Z-targeted, eliminating the need for asinine and cumbersome first-person aiming when trying to hit an enemy that flies all over the place. Now with that said, I still think the target practice minigame is a ton of fun. It's intense, but it doesn't feel impossible, and they iterate further on this by having you rack up 1,000 points on horseback in Gerudo Valley. I love this stuff, and thankfully it would become a recurring minigame in Zelda. They immediately test you on aiming in a 3D space with the boss. He'll go in and out of these paintings, and you have to listen to the sounds around you while you scan the paintings for him riding in on horseback. The Fire Temple has you rescuing imprisoned Gorons by collecting keys. It balances tests of a variety of the knowledge you've accrued over the course of the game, understanding of the utilization of your arsenal as things become varied, memorization of dungeon layout and how rooms can intersect, as well as this confusing central maze that requires you to make a mental note of what leads where. This dungeon's item, the Megaton Hammer, acts as more of a key to certain areas than it does an item with utility, but that's not to say it doesn't have any utility. It creates a shockwave around you when you slam it on the ground, and when going up against mini-bosses in Volvagia, it became my weapon of choice because of its superior damage output. The Fire Temple is also home to some of the coolest music that complements the crimson lighting and moody color palette. That is, if you're playing the original release. The song samples religious chanting that recites verses from the Quran and Islamic prayers. Nintendo realized that this was violating their own policies toward the end of development, and built a revision to be printed after the initial run of cartridges had sold out. Luckily, I am still able to listen to this in a legitimate form because I still have my cartridge from childhood. I know it's probably horribly out of place for those that speak Arabic, but the chanting completes this song and significantly enhances the atmosphere of the temple, and when they removed it in later versions, the music sounded dull and the Fire Temple became a little boring, at least in atmosphere. Now this could just be because I don't speak the language, but from my understanding, and from talking to a friend that speaks fluent Arabic, even those with Arabic as their first language agree that the chanting completed the dungeon and its atmosphere. That aside, we have the Shadow Temple next. You start off by utilizing the recently acquired Lens of Truth in order to solve a few puzzles and navigate a dungeon of traps and tricks, and you eventually use the hover boots in order to navigate pitfalls and cross hazards. The layout is deceptively simple, and the puzzle solving is brilliant across the board, involving the Lens of Truth and hover boots to spot solutions and clear challenging rooms. The boss introduces a trope in Zelda that I'm not exactly keen on: hand bosses that you shoot at. Its weakness is very clear, and it doesn't do enough to keep things varied. But this is a problem that's bigger than Ocarina of Time itself, and you'll see that as I progress through the Zelda series here on my channel. The Shadow Temple is also brilliant due to a few underlying implications, but I'll discuss that just a bit later. The Spirit Temple is perhaps my favorite dungeon in the game. You begin as young Link, progressing through the first half of the dungeon with your childhood arsenal. However, there are enemies here from the adult era that could wipe the floor with you if you're not prepared, like the Stalfos. On top of that, there are areas that intersect with the adult half of the dungeon, giving you a preview of what needs to be done and how you can accomplish it. You may spot a treasure chest that is unreachable as a child, but you remember said treasure chest when you come back as an adult and sort through your updated arsenal to find a solution. Every corner of this temple is packed with challenges to overcome and puzzles to solve, and it remains consistently engaging. The dungeon item here is the mirror shield, and for an early 3D game, conceptually, this is astounding. And although its utilization is incredible in this dungeon as you bounce light into different things to solve puzzles and fight Twin Rova, it unfortunately remains underutilized as an item you obtain toward the end of the game. That's the only major downside to the mirror shield. It's so cool, and yet there isn't enough to do with it. You'll also have to fight this big hunk of metal called the Iron Knuckle as a child and an adult, and although it is doable, proves to be the greatest test of raw strength and wit thus far. You can't stay up in his business for too long, otherwise it'll cost you a lot of health. You gotta learn to time your attacks and dodges, and in time, he'll go down. And those are all of the dungeons. They're all very beautifully and are all intelligently designed. For a first attempt at adapting these things into 3D, it remains absurd to me that they were able to nail the designs of these places over and over again. They lay out invisible teaching tools and a natural progression of ideas swimmingly. They consistently include the vast majority of your items and equipment in solutions to puzzles, and most importantly, they make effective use of Ocarina of Time's 3D space without overwhelming the player in the slightest. Even outside of the game testing 3D space, Ocarina of Time's dungeons are some of the finest puzzle boxes in video game history, because of how they gradually evolve ideas one by one, and how effective they are in following up on concepts. What's that? I'm forgetting a dungeon? Oh yeah, that's right. The Water Temple. I haven't talked about this dungeon yet because it remains the most infamous. And with that said, I don't think it's a bad dungeon at all. It's complicated. Let's take a look. The Water Temple revolves around raising and lowering the water levels so that you can access different parts of the dungeon. However, things aren't nearly as straightforward as you might think. From the get-go, you can access several portions of the dungeon on the north, west, east, and south walls across 3 floors. There are many paths to take, and a lot of equipping and unequipping the iron boots as you slowly sink down each time. There's a good chance that in your quest to progress through this dungeon, you'll rack up a backstock of keys. And if you ever realize you've come to a dead end, you'll have to repeat the process in reverse. When you need to raise the water levels back up to the top, you'll have to ascend the middle tower each time. You can at least use Furore's wind to warp back to that spot, saving you the headache. The monotony of these actions stems from a term I like to call Water Temple Syndrome. This name came from the interesting mind of my good friend Wolfalos, who sometimes streams fun randomizer runs of this game on his Twitch page. I'll include a link to his channel in the description. Essentially, with the amount of paths to take in this dungeon, you're bound to lose track of which rooms you've been in. So even when you think you're on the right path, you'll end up going through a door that you've already visited because your brain has to manage memorization of so many areas at once. Human short-term memory lasts about 15 to 30 seconds, so when the solution lies in a room you may not have checked since the beginning of the dungeon, and considering how many doors are available to you from the central hub, your brain short-circuits and you make stupid decisions that cost you time. Thus, an endless cycle of raising and lowering water levels and sinking with the iron boots continues. With that said, I do think the Water Temple is brilliantly designed at its core. The general layout of it is inherently puzzling, and solving it ends up being a fantastic puzzle box kind of situation as you think about what goes where and how the changing water levels can affect that. Its design demonstrates how the developers were so masterful at creating dungeons that can only work in a 3D space too. Most of the backtracking and stuff is generally invalidated as you master the layout of the dungeon on subsequent playthroughs, and in time, it became one of my favorite dungeons. However, my love for it was dependent on giving it a chance and playing the game over and over again, and I don't blame most people for being unable to do that. It's also home to an incredible fight with Dark Link. He mirrors your every move, so you have to constantly sort through your inventory and figure out what might work against him. It can feel helpless, it can feel overwhelming, but it's very much doable. There isn't a correct answer here. All that matters is that you find a winning strategy. I personally use Din's fire until I run out of magic and then smash away with the Megaton hammer as he comes by. His health also matches how many heart containers you have at that point, which is more than just a nice touch. And in the end, it fades into a blank room as the illusion subsides. Because it's more lenient, comparing this to Zelda 2's Dark Link fight is like night and day. It feels like the developers accomplished what they set out to do with Chanbara sword fighting, a realization of their goal. By the way, Ocarina of Time's tests of knowledge and wit expand far beyond its temples. Most dungeons require a prerequisite to be completed before you can enter, and these miniature dungeons and places you visit both teach and expand on important concepts you'll be facing as you enter each actual temple. Think of them like adventuring through Death Mountain before you can enter the Tower of Hera and Link to the Past. For the Forest Temple, you race Dompe in his grave so that you can get the hook shot. It's a great test of movement that prepares you for the unexpected split-second decision-making that can be required of you in later dungeons. With the rematch, if you manage to shave off some more time through cheeky shortcuts, cutting corners, and general optimizations, he'll reward you with a piece of heart, and I love that. At this point in the game, I don't recall thinking much about my movement because it was calculated decisions that usually bring home the gold in most scenarios. But Dompe's race changed everything. Because of this, I felt like I was conditioned to the game's controls in an entirely new way. I could dodge obstacles, swings from an iron knuckle, and even juke Ganon's sword slashes at the end of the game because I learned how to move optimally. Before the Shadow Temple, you'll need to descend to the bottom of the well in Kakariko Village. As a child, this guy hints at someone having the item that you obtain here, the Lens of Truth, and he says his house stood where the well is now. And the area is pretty cool. Non-linear progression based on the keys you find, tricks in the level's walls and floors, etc. But there's another reason it sticks out to me, and it has nothing to do with the game's design or even its overarching narrative. It is simply unsettling and reveals some dark lore on Hyrule's part. So when Ocarina of Time was initially released, it carried a modest E for everyone rating, which states that the game is appropriate for children aged 6 and above, according to the ESRB. And yeah, I can mostly see where they're coming from, although most of the game's content will fly over a child's head. More on that later. However, the bottom of the well definitely won't. It is disturbing, to put things lightly. There's blood all over the floors and walls, skeletons strewn about the cells, and the music is made up of drones, moans, and discordant instrumentation. The boss you fight here is called the Dead Hand, and he looks like something straight out of Quake or a Lovecraftian horror story. You have to wonder why a dungeon was built underneath Hyrule in which prisoners were left to suffer and rot away like this. The implications of this are pretty intense, as if the man who had seen the truth was severely punished for it. Moreover, the Shadow Temple mentions Hyrule's bloody history. When you enter the bottom of the well, you're seeing the truth that no one was supposed to see, and the Shadow Temple gives you further context for this. If anything, this made me question if the world I was saving was just and righteous. Nothing else in Ocarina of Time alludes to this thematically, and it's pretty engrossing commentary. Also, fun fact, the name Bottom of the Well is actually an idiom for a scenario in which someone has limited perspectives or opportunities, and obtaining the Lens of Truth quite literally gives them a new perspective from which to look at things, which in turn presents new opportunities. Whether or not this was intentional is dependent on there being a Japanese equivalent for this phrase that translates to the exact same thing, and I'll just pretend that's the case because it's awesome. The bottom of the well skimps out on the blood in the 3DS remaster, and considering the grim context of the events down here, it does the level a disservice. They also changed the color of Ganondorf's blood in the final fight with him, and it looks goofy. Ganondorf coughing up blood after you've slashed the heck out of him demonstrated to me that I've done severe damage to this guy, and I felt great about it. But in all further revisions of the game, his blood is green, so it looks like he's puking. Ugh. By the way, Ocarina of Time's narrative never tries to hide its mature subject matter, and it completes the game contextually. At the same time, it's something you have to look for, and when it clicks, the game's impact is heightened exponentially. But we'll talk about it when the time is right. Now, before the Spirit Temple, you'll be imprisoned by the Gerudo for being male. You see, a male Gerudo is born once every 100 years, and that male baby happened to be Ganondorf this time, who is the single most evil person in Hyrule's history. So I can't blame them for their distrust. Regardless, this prison happens to be one of my favorite little places to solve. You'll need to take out the guards by any means necessary without getting caught, figure out how you can climb around the exterior of the building, and you can rescue the carpenters in any order you like. It's a lot of fun. And finally, before the Water Temple, you'll need to visit an ice cavern. Thankfully, none of the dungeons in this game make you deal with full-on ice physics like the Ice Palace did in Link to the Past, aside from occasional annoyances with the hover boots, and I think this cavern works much better for a few reasons. For one, the rooms are much smaller than rooms in the Ice Palace. You can see everything around you as soon as you enter, and you can move in more than 8 directions. Roll, jump, flip, and do whatever is necessary to dodge hazards. Secondly, the blue fire that you carry in your empty bottles is a lot of fun to use, and depending on how much you like to explore and how resourceful you've been in the overworld, you'll be doing less backtracking because you can fill up all of your bottles with that sweet, sweet fire, unearthing secrets and even a heart piece along the way. Third, the rooms are well designed through and through. The sliding block puzzle is a highlight thanks to the lateral thinking required in solving it, but I also like the silver rupee trials that they have you go through and whatnot. Ocarina of Time also adapts one of my favorite aspects of Link to the Past dungeon design into 3D, and this is something that I don't see a lot of people talk about. Link to the Past had rooms that were challenging because they were filled with enemies and hazards for you to dodge. They didn't have a central theme, but that's okay because the rest of the dungeon was able to fill that void. What mattered was that they were fun to clear and or solve. In Ocarina of Time, these rooms still exist, and I love what they've done here. They're once again jam-packed with hazards, but they have a clear goal thanks to 6 silver rupees. Each rupee is collected once you've conquered a challenge, and these rooms allow for so many tests of reflexes and knowledge. I really like the way they've been handled, and they get increasingly more difficult with time. They are perhaps best utilized in Ganon's Tower, which is one of the coolest endgame dungeons in the Zelda series to date. To think that this is what they were able to come up with for a first attempt at a 3D Ganon's Tower is amazing. These rooms are all rapid-fire tests of everything you've learned over the course of the game, all stuffed into one hell of a dungeon, all themed to whichever temple you're revisiting. Sometimes they're even an amalgamation of different items that you wouldn't even dream of being together, introducing yet another new dynamic for you to experiment with before your game is over. Ocarina of Time Master Quest also zeroes in on this philosophy of filling rooms to the brim with challenges pertaining to a dungeon's themes, and if you're experienced enough with the game, I highly recommend checking it out via either the GameCube version or the 3DS remaster. Ganon's Tower also includes the only intelligent implementation of bomb chews. This isn't a joke, I just wanted to mention how much I hate bomb chews. They are virtually useless, and this minigame sucks. Both depth perception and the damn bomb chew's trajectory play a part in why it sucks, and it sucks. I save state the shit out of this one whenever I play on an emulator because it sucks. They're cute in the context of the developers experimenting with 3D a bit further, but yeah, they suck. Anyway, in the end, it all comes down to your confrontation with Ganondorf. As you climb his tower, this ascending organ melody plays. The suspense builds and builds as you face off with some tough enemies and you climb what feels like never-ending staircases. And as you reach the top, you find out that Ganondorf is so badass that he's the one that's playing the organ. The fight starts with a game of energy tennis. Now this would eventually become a bit of a stupid trope in Zelda, but in this moment here, it works. With every reflection, the ball travels faster, and Ganondorf can continue to reflect for a long time. But when the ball finally connects with him, you could breathe a sigh of relief as you wail on him. After that, the tower begins to collapse, and you now have to run backwards through it on a time limit alongside Zelda, facing the occasional ambush along the way. Ganon's Tower was already a remarkable dungeon up to this point, but the rush of desperation and determination I feel when I get to this part firmly cements Ocarina of Time's final dungeon as one of the best in the entire series. Subsequent attempts at a Ganon's Tower had to live up to a standard set by this game. And hell, that's also true for the rest of the Zelda series having to live up to Ocarina of Time. But I'm getting ahead of myself. As you reach the bottom of the tower and examine the rubble, Ganondorf uses the Triforce of Power in an act of desperation and transforms into the hideous yet terrifying beast, Ganon. His silhouette towers over you against the pitch-black sky, and you only see glimpses of his full design as lightning strikes behind him. The atmosphere and tension in this fight is unparalleled. After coming so far, I felt a combination of both anxiety and a desire to succeed. He hits hard, but he's also vulnerable to a lot. Openings are created via stunning him, and this can be done with a few items. The item you use will also affect how long he's stunned, so you need to balance that with your magic meter. Spamming light arrows in tandem with the Megaton Hammer may work really well, but it's also very costly. Even in your final moments with the game, you have to think about your arsenal. You can even use Deku Nuts to stun him. You remember those? Alternative solutions go beyond stuff like this though. If you didn't know, Ocarina of Time is a very popular speed game, and playing it this way has birthed many forms of emergent gameplay. This began when I was a kid, as I discovered that you could reflect balls of energy with an empty bottle. For some reason, this oversight continued throughout the series, but I'm not complaining. It's a funny way to take Ganon down, but of course, it's not exactly useful. You have to look further. On a subsequent playthrough, I learned that I didn't need to plant the magic bean in Lake Hylia in order to obtain those 2 heart pieces. Instead, I could pick up a Kuko and fly over to these platforms, completely bypassing the need to purchase an extra bean. And hell, let's eliminate another bean while we're at it. Just above Dodongo's cavern, there's another heart piece that would usually require a magic bean. However, I'm too cool for that shit. Check this out. Bam! Epic backflip over the fence, and now all I have to do is walk over to my reward. But let's go beyond magic beans. Don't want to spend the best years of your life hunting for fish in order to get the silver scale? Well, thankfully, you can grab one of the 2 heart pieces that require the scale using this neat trick. In the observatory, throw on the iron boots and sink your way to the bottom. Then, hookshot the box in front of you, and while you're being pulled towards it, pause and unequip your boots. Congratulations, you're a cheater. Don't feel bad about it though. Fishing is stressful. Now you might argue that these methods are not at all what the developers intended people to do, and you know what, you're totally right. But exploration of the game's mechanics and everything that they encompass, to me, is true to the spirit of Zelda. In fact, on the topic of skipping magic bean planting, you can play the Scarecrow song to get on top of the observatory in Lake Hylia, as the game does encourage you to think outside of the box. Zelda has always encouraged the player to think outside of the box. That's what makes the puzzle solving so fun. And people digging deeper to find new solutions to age-old problems is a testament to the game's legacy. Speaking of its legacy, we haven't discussed the game's overworld enough, so let's delve into how the world of Ocarina of Time is designed, and what its structure lends to the game as a whole. Unlike Mario 64, Ocarina of Time didn't opt to change the structure of Zelda. Much like Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time has the player adhering to a designated path. You visit one dungeon after another, as required by the game's plot progression and, as I've discussed already, progression of ideas. Each area is connected by Hyrule Field, a massive plain with honestly barely anything to do. At the time, it was an amazing technical achievement that this could even run well, and you could survey the various locales from afar. But when you compare it to Link to the Past, which still managed to be dense in every square inch of the map, it becomes apparent that things aren't exactly perfect here. In Link to the Past, the world made sure to be jam-packed with secrets to discover, no matter where you were, with the light and dark worlds intersecting constantly. It felt like there was always a wall to be bombed, a rock to be lifted, and a place to shift between worlds. But Ocarina of Time has long stretches of land that you're constantly forced to trek, even if Epona speeds up the process. There aren't many goodies to find in Hyrule Field, and you'll quickly exhaust the various nooks and crannies on the outskirts of towns and more established areas. Not the areas themselves, the outskirts. The places you're traveling through most of the time. Warping comes along to alleviate this issue, but my point still stands. There is still discovery and wonder to be had in these areas though, even if it doesn't last long and it can be a chore to hike through areas you've already been through. I'm not saying anything new here, this is a common complaint amongst even people that love this game. Although, I believe that density and discovery still exists in Ocarina of Time's overworld, in towns, lakes, and areas outside of those long stretches of land. But considering the game's streamlined and often linear structure, how does the game condition you to exploration? Where does it go out of its way to encourage you to seek these upgrades out? Well, here's the deal. On most of my playthroughs, I try to go for every hard piece. Even if I may not need to, it's a ton of fun to seek these things out as you progress through the game, and you want to discover how you can use your newly acquired items. That remained a constant in the shift from Link to the Past to Ocarina of Time. However, there is one heart piece that I was once hesitant to obtain. This right here is a gold Skulltula token. There are 100 of these in the game, and they're strewn about over Hyrule. In the Deku Tree, on Death Mountain, atop a tree in Lake Hylia, basically anywhere you can think of. So it can be daunting to seek them all out at first. And hey, on your first playthrough, you might not think twice about collecting them. However, I feel that they are crucial in easing the player into exploration and critical thinking in the overworld. Ocarina of Time's overworld is in a unique position. It has to communicate to players how they're going to be able to explore and solve puzzles across a three-dimensional landscape, while also assuming that they aren't stupid and that they have an innate desire to explore. This balancing act is what I believe led to the creation of Skulltula tokens. Once you're made aware of how you can be rewarded for finding tokens with that wallet upgrade, things change. As you develop game sense, your Skulltula hunting skills improve. However, finding these things isn't always easy. In order to become truly a master at Skulltula hunting, you might need to play through this game more than once. You'll need to truly master spelunking in dungeons and the effectiveness of each item. At some point, my playstyle completely shifted, and I was finding heart pieces left and right all because of these dumb tokens. I was scouring every corner, and to be honest, I think that's what Zelda has always wanted you to do. As I've alluded to, 50 Skulltulas will grant you a piece of heart, meaning that honing your skills in this field is a necessity in the pursuit of completing your loadout. New players might not even be able to break 30 by the end of the game, but I believe their desire to increase their strength will drive them to look harder and think about things longer. I mean, that's what happened to me. Suddenly, Hyrule wasn't looking and feeling like an empty playground anymore. Every inch of it was uncharted territory. Essential wallet upgrades and an infinite pool of money by the end of the game are just the icing on the cake. Now, allow me to go on a tangent for a second. Ocarina of Time, as I've mentioned, is a very linear game in comparison to its predecessors. Most of the time, it railroads the player through to the end with problem solving being the key to progression. Its idea of adventure primarily shines through in its events, items, and how you're able to use them, and figuring out where to go. Some heart pieces can be found just off the beaten path, and I mean, not all of this is necessarily a bad thing. When I figure out how to obtain an item, I still gain a sense of satisfaction and pride. I felt like a genius when I discovered that secret passageway in Lon Lon Ranch's barn, or when I discovered how to get behind the waterfall in Gerudo Valley. With a new tool at my disposal, I get excited about how I can use it in the overworld. The Lens of Truth allows you to completely cheat your way through that stupid treasure chest guessing game, and I think that's what they wanted you to try in the end. Or how about sinking to the bottom of Zora's fountain with the iron boots and being rewarded for it? Bottom line, the spirit of Zelda games of old still exists in Ocarina of Time, even if the structure and layout differ greatly. However, it does compromise on freedom in the context of streamlining things for players new to 3D gaming. It was new, and it would have been a little insane if things weren't reeled in a little bit. Alright Liam, so what does this have to do with Gold Skulltulas? Well, I'm glad you asked. They encourage the player to seek out more of the game in the interest of netting valuable upgrades, which in turn makes them more adventurous organically. It wants you to break outside of the confined path the game has set, and search thoroughly. Eventually, I stopped caring that Ocarina of Time was linear. What mattered to me was that I felt the urge to explore in a linear game, and the game rewarded me for it. As my understanding of the game's design expanded, my off-road adventuring perfectly supplemented the feeling of excitement as I'd reach a new area or dungeon. It presented me with the best of both worlds, and now, I look forward to challenging myself by finding every Skulltula token. While the hunt isn't exactly Zelda's crowning achievement in player freedom, it is essential to Ocarina of Time's design, a linear Zelda game by trade. Speaking of overarching quests that take place over the course of the game, remember Link's Awakening's trading quest? It mattered just as much to that game's design, but this is essentially a cheap segue into my discussion of Ocarina of Time's optional trading quest. Upon gathering all of Anju's lost Cuccos, she'll give you an egg, and once that egg hatches, you can initiate one of the dumbest quests that lead to one of the coolest rewards. All of these hints come from your knowledge of the game, and on a repeat playthrough, you can beat this just before the Water Temple. So let's talk about why this quest works, and why you'd want to beat it before the Water Temple. If you recall, at the beginning of the game you had to wake Talon with the Cucco's crow. Once you do this a second time, you'll be given Kojiro, a Cucco that belongs to Anju's brother in the forest. Now one of the cool things about Ocarina is seeing how the passage of time can affect Hyrule. Without going into too much detail right now, it's usually wise to reinvestigate locales that once belonged to other people. That's the hint. When you make it to where Skull Kid once resided in the Lost Woods, you'll meet Anju's brother. He'll give you the odd mushroom, and you'll have to hurry to the potion shop. You can't warp. Remember, you're training with Dompe, and you'll pull through. The mushroom will be mixed into an odd potion, and when you rush back to the Lost Woods, you'll discover that Anju's brother had been turned into a Stalfos. Oh. Anyway, take the poacher's saw to those carpenters that you might remember from Gerudo Valley. You'll receive the broken Bigoron sword. In order to fix this thing, climb to the top of Death Mountain. The Medigoron inside Goron City can't help you, his swords are bad. Unfortunately, the Big Goron got volcano dust in his eyes, so you'll have to head to King Zora in order to get some freaking eye drops. King Zora, however, will give you a frog, which needs to be rushed to the observatory in Lake Hylia in 3 minutes. Then, when you finally get the eye drops, you have 4 minutes to go from the observatory all the way back up to the top of Death Mountain. This magic bean sprout right here felt more rewarding during this quest than it ever did gathering heart pieces. Once you finally deliver the eye drops, you'll receive a claim check, and after several in-game days of waiting, you'll finally receive the Bigoron sword. So I know that kind of devolved into a pseudo walkthrough, but I believe I needed to go in depth. This trading quest is tremendously involved, and it deliberately tests the player's patience. But the reward is unquestionably worth it. The Bigoron sword deals double the damage, and it can tear through enemies with ease. I am always beyond ecstatic to unlock this beast of a weapon. I think this quest right here is a legacy of its own. It influenced hilariously pointless tasks in games that lead to a great reward, kind of like an Easter egg in Call of Duty Zombies. You know, with all this discussion of what goes on in the overworld, I can't believe I failed to discuss the locations themselves. In a 2D game, you can only convey so much atmosphere, which is why Link to the Past could be so impressive. Ocarina of Time, however, has the advantage of being one of the most technically advanced video games of its time. Now, with that power comes great responsibility, and they made sure that art direction came before graphical achievements. The areas surrounding Hyrule Castle, like Castle Town and the Temple of Time, all make use of digitized assets that don't compromise on the art style of the game, and they look astonishing. I've always been fascinated by how realistic the Temple of Time looked as it towered over me. It really feels like I'm investigating an ancient cathedral. In the 3D age of gaming, Nintendo seemed to be the dominant developer when it came to establishing atmosphere. Every environment in this game has a distinct vibe. I'll never forget the first time I walked into Zora's domain. The reflections of the water filling the cavern walls, and the music that invites you into tranquility. As an extension of this, the water temple is gorgeous. It's so detailed and vibrant, and it remains one of the most impressive levels ever featured on the Nintendo 64. Even Hyrule Field itself is a breathtaking landscape that inspires infinite possibilities. Despite how barren some areas might feel at times, simply being in them proves to be fun and immersive, and I believe that's something that Ocarina of Time was banking on. Thankfully, it worked out for them. They are some of the best escapist playgrounds in video game history, and I love getting lost in them. Ocarina of Time has a lot of favorites for me. A favorite dungeon, a favorite side quest or two, etc. But bar none, it has one of my favorite gameplay mechanics that I've seen in any video game, and it transcends the medium entirely. The game's namesake. I cannot articulate how important the Ocarina itself is to my love of this game. Depending on the characters and milestones you meet, you'll learn a new song, which can then be used in different contexts. Now, there are a few reasons learning songs in Ocarina of Time goes beyond entering cheat codes over and over again. When you learn a song, it is accompanied by a pivotal moment. When Saria teaches you her song, it's in her private retreat in the sacred forest meadow, where she goes to hide away and ease her anxieties. When you learn Zelda's lullaby, it's because you made a promise to work with the princess and save the world, no matter how much time may pass. When I play the Song of Time, I'm reminded of the colossal walls inside the Temple of Time and how excited I was to move through time. When I play Epona's song, I not only think about the peaceful atmosphere of Lon Lon Ranch that soothed me with each visit, I also think about how Epona has followed me through thick and thin, and how she's become a lifelong companion. In addition to all of this, the melodies are intentionally simple. When Koji Kondo was composing these tunes, he had to adhere to simplistic notes and time signatures so that those not well versed in music theory could easily play these back once they learned the controls of the ocarina. Incidentally, this also drove a lot of people to learn how to play music. Ocarina sales went up after this game's release because people were inspired to play these tunes. Not just because they were simple or easy to learn, but they also because they were associated with the moments people remember and cherish. Music in existing media is much different than music that was simply written to be heard, because it has an immediately present connection with something important. And music created for something of such importance has the power to inspire our imaginations outside of the game, performing covers, creating art, writing, sleeping, daydreaming, you name it. Ocarina of Time's soundtrack isn't just special because it enhances those moments we love. It's special because it's interactive, and it inspired a ton of people to go out and start playing music. This mechanic connects me with the game. I am thinking about those moments all the time, and as a result, they become exponentially more memorable. All of this is why I love Ocarina of Time. Its natural, intelligent, and astounding progression in ideas, how it conditions the player to exploration and puzzle solving, and the lengths it goes to be memorable. Everything about it was designed as if it was destined to be memorable. Not just because of its strides in game design and atmosphere, but also because of its emotional resonance. Both genuine appreciation for its mechanics and nostalgia bring about so many emotions attached to this game. That's right, nostalgia. Many people grew up with this game, and remember, time can have a tremendous effect on us. Picture this. It's a cold November night. You're all warm and cozy in your bed, and the only thing illuminating your room in the dead of night is your television as Link rides through Hyrule Field and the game's music soothes any anxieties you may have. You then play into the night as if nothing else matters for the time being. Eventually you turn the system off, fall asleep, and have dreams about your adventures in Hyrule. Now let me ask you something else. How old did you imagine yourself being? If your answer was amongst your childhood years, there's a reason. And if your answer was amongst your adult years, there's a reason for that too. On the surface, Ocarina of Time's narrative is pretty straightforward. A boy receives a call to adventure that eventually spirals into him being tasked with saving the world. Along the way, he leaves behind his childhood home and friends, meets quirky new characters that grow up with him, and he saves Hyrule from the clutches of Ganondorf. The game being fun is one thing, but with something this clear-cut and basic, why do people connect with the game as a whole so deeply? Well, in order to figure that out, we first need to examine how time affects the world of Ocarina. As Ganondorf's grasp on Hyrule gets tighter and tighter, different parts of the world start to see the effects. Zora's domain is completely frozen over, and devoid of any life whatsoever. Even the king is frozen in time. Malon remains hidden away as Ingo barters with Ganondorf, even as she once happily played with her horses on the ranch. Most important, however, is this moment right here, where you pull the Master Sword from its pedestal. In this moment, I was ready to set off on an even grander adventure. But as soon as I exit the temple, I see the world is in complete disarray. The air is thick with death, and Castletown, which was once bustling, is now home to the undead. It's as if to say, welcome to adulthood. Are you ready to proceed? Or would you rather go back? Although at some point, we must move forward. This is Ocarina of Time's central thesis, and it's presented subtly through metaphorical elements. Its dialogue, visuals, music, and events all come together to create one of Zelda's most engrossing messages. The Kokiri Forest is not just a good tutorial area for its accessibility. Thematically, it's withdrawn from the entirety of Hyrule, completely secluded and surrounded by ignorant bliss. Even as Ganondorf ravages the land, Kokiri Forest remains in its peaceful state, as if nothing had happened. It's as if it's a safe haven for the player to bask in eternal youth. Nothing bad can happen here, but as the player receives their call to adventure, Saria catches you on your way out and says this. Saria remains the last connection you have with your childhood home, and your life before things changed. After speaking with Princess Zelda and resolving to defeat Ganondorf, you visit Saria in the Lost Woods as she plays her ocarina. In order to find your way through the woods, you have to listen to where the music is coming from. Saria's song, to me, is the embodiment of childlike wonder and mystery. The sacred forest meadow is even further withdrawn from the rest of Hyrule, and when you play the song, you think of Saria, you think of your home, and you think of simpler times where childhood felt eternal. Once you save her from the forest temple, she accepts that things can't stay the same forever. To further illustrate my point, let's look at Goron City. Darunia has retreated to his room as he refuses to hand the Goron's ruby over to Ganondorf, who in turn is cutting off the Goron's food supply by shutting them away and making the Gorons crave the stone. Darunia has a lot on his mind, and in order to cheer him up, these are the clues you're given. Darunia says, I wanted to hear a tune, something from outside the mountains, something green, natural. That's the kind of music I want to hear. Meanwhile, another Goron says, I remember Big Brother used to always listen to the music that comes from the forest. Ah, yes. The good old days. That music makes me feel nostalgic too. As you play it for him, he bursts into a fit of happiness and dances to his heart's content. The song allowed him to forget about everything that was plaguing his people, if only for a moment, and the two of you form a strong bond. By the time the Fire Temple rolls around, that chanting I mentioned before becomes vital to the Goron's survival and happiness as they attempt to maintain hope through music. Escapism becomes the catalyst for hope. Over in Zora's domain, Princess Ruto promises to marry you after saving her from Jabu Jabu's belly, and she maintains this vow even as you meet her again in the Water Temple. But as she has to attend to her duties as a sage, she realizes that there are more important matters to attend to than sticking to her childhood promises. All three of these sages are characters that grow with you, and they all represent key values that shift and distort reality for us as we cling to childhood memories. Our unwillingness to grow up and desire for things to stay the same, our constant retreats and escapist tendencies, and the harsh realization that priorities change with time. It's a very harsh presentation of the unfortunate realities that come with transitioning to adulthood. Ganondorf, as a character, represents the looming presence of adulthood, something all of us must eventually confront. That's why collecting heart pieces and expanding my arsenal goes beyond simply powering up to defeat Ganon and save Hyrule. By the end of the game, Ocarina of Time had become an immensely personal journey. And there's one character in particular that I have to thank for helping me see it through. Their name? is Sheik. Sheik mysteriously appears before you visit each temple, acting as a guide of sorts through a desecrated Hyrule. This new world is big and daunting, and with Castletown being in ruins and the undead roaming what were once lively streets, it can feel like there isn't any hope left. But there is. You are that hope, and it's up to you to bring hope to others. Now, of course, this is easier said than done. How are we to just simply grit our teeth and face the world head on if we're just barely getting the hang of things? How can we become adults when we're not quite ready to give up childhood? Not without a little help. Before you visit Saria, Darunia, and Ruto in their respective temples, Sheik will appear before you and relay some words pertaining to each sage. Sheik is one of the only direct messengers of the game's themes, and it was here as an adult where I first thought deeply about the greater context of its events. In reference to Saria, Sheik says, "The flow of time is always cruel. Its speed seems different for each person, but no one can change it. A thing that doesn't change with time is a memory of younger days." With this revelation, you learn the minuet of the forest. In contrast to the peaceful escapism that Saria's song provided, it's a simultaneously nostalgic and reflective piece. It symbolizes the acceptance of adulthood and responsibility, and it acknowledges that nostalgia is an important and valid emotion. Every time you play these sages' songs, you warp to their respective temples too, so you're reminded of this every time. With Darunia, Sheik says, "It is something that grows over time, a true friendship. A feeling in the heart that becomes even stronger over time. The passion of friendship will soon blossom into a righteous power, and through it, you will know which way to go." As we approach adulthood, it's easy to feel lost and as if we have no idea what we're doing. In high school, I felt this way, and honestly, even as an adult, I still don't have a firm grasp on my life. But you shouldn't be expected to have everything sorted out right away, and it's important to remember that you're not alone in feeling that way. Darunia made sure to convey that with a big Goron hug. With Ruto, Sheik says, "Time passes, people move. Like a river's flow, it never ends. A childish mind will turn to noble ambition. Young love will become deep affection. The clear water's surface reflects growth. Now, listen to the serenade of water to reflect upon yourself." This explicitly references Ruto's revelation by the end of the water temple that I discussed earlier. I've talked about how nostalgia is important and childhood is valuable, but that's not to say you should completely ignore responsibilities that come with adulthood. It might be scary, but with the people around you and a drive to succeed, you'll find your way. As did Ruto. These are all very important lessons relayed by a subversive guide. And obviously the Sheik as Zelda reveal has become one of the most famous spoilers in the history of video games, but this was still a pretty incredible moment. Sheik was the first character to make me think about what Ocarina of Time was really trying to say. As an adult, the things Sheik said suddenly had more relevance, and I began to think about the characters, the subtle hints throughout, and the metaphoric purpose of certain elements. As an example of strong metaphorical writing, Navi. I used to hate her with every fiber of my being, and to be honest, yes, there are still things that I dislike about her. She interrupts you during the first dungeon to inform you of things that have already been made apparent, and at one point she hinted at a puzzle solution as I solved said puzzle. She can be intrusive to say the least, but she serves a purpose. Remember when I mentioned Navi being the catalyst for the game's narrative? Yeah, without her creation, Ocarina of Time may not have been the game that it is today. She inspired the idea of fairies being assigned to children of the forest, and Link growing out of her protection had a greater meaning in the context of the game's message. Forget Zelda or Saria or anyone you become close with over the course of the game. Navi is there from the moment you wake up, that fateful day, to the moment you slay Ganon with the Blade of Evil's Bane. She's with you every step of the way, and by the time you've killed Ganondorf, you've fully matured as a person, and she has no need to stick around. The moment she flies away has been cemented in my mind as the deliverer of this game's message. As comfortable and blissful as childhood may be, we can't ignore our imminent responsibilities. We have to accept that things change as we get older, and we'll have grand things to accomplish with age. But at the same time, some things won't change. Memories, true friends, and loved ones will stay by our side. As time moves forward, we can't remain stagnant. We need to change and adapt to our surroundings and answer the call to adventure. Metaphorically speaking. The best part about Ocarina of Time's narrative and message is that it's rarely explicit. Everything about it involves reading between the lines and thinking about the circumstances of the game. And because I grew up with this game, its message was stronger. It felt as if the game in every aspect was designed to grow more important with time. But time isn't always forgiving. In the last few years, a lot of legitimate criticism has been put toward Ocarina of Time, and I personally know a few people who just don't like playing the game at all. The most notable video to spark a new kind of discussion about the game was Egoraptor's Sequelitis video. Sequelitis as a series were some of the first videos on YouTube that made me think a little differently about the games I played. His Mega Man video, which is almost 10 years old now, completely shifted my mindset when it came to discussing video games. The videos were presented in a manner that gelled with me, but the actual arguments got me thinking. Now, his Ocarina of Time video still has stuff that I disagree with, you know. I've made a case for this game's narrative, I've made a case for Z targeting, and I've made a case for the game's use of 3D space. Hazards like the sweeping, spiky things he criticized still have a place in this game because you can actively survey their path and base your movements on timing, even when they're out of view. And some enemies that he criticized for forcing you to wait can be dealt with by actually finding an item in your arsenal that speeds up the process, which is something that he tended not to think about both when fighting enemies in his video and in the Game Grumps playthrough. And I don't blame him for it. I mean, not everyone is conditioned to think like that on the fly. On top of that, he was commentating, so it's not easy. It's totally fine to have that opinion, too. But I believe there are always opportunities to dispose of enemies faster in Ocarina of Time, and that problem solving is what keeps combat engaging. Now, there are things he said that I completely agree with, though. For one, I do believe Ocarina of Time makes you wait rather pointlessly. As Aaron said in the video, it creates the illusion of difficulty, when in reality it's just wasting your time. While I don't think Link to the Past gets off scot-free when it comes to waiting you out like this, Ocarina of Time is severely more guilty of this than Link to the Past. I still think these fights can work because you're thinking about timing your next attack during this period of time, but when it's the same enemy you fought over a dozen times, it's hard for this defense to hold any ground. Pose, for example, cannot be attacked or interacted with in any way until they reappear on this plane of existence. Ocarina of Time makes you wait in a very strange way outside of fights. Why do I have to wait for this Kuko to hatch just to wake up Talon? I just want to get in the castle. Why does Mr. Owl have to slowly inform me of stuff that I already know about? Can I just get going already? And perhaps he's right. A lot of the game's 3D puzzles are rather antiquated now. In 2020, is looking for an eye on the wall really a puzzle? It may have been effective back then, but now, so many games have iterated on this and made better use of 3D space. And you know, even outside of the video, there are still things in Ocarina of Time that have bothered me. Only in the context of reigniting constructive discussion over the game has it really come about. Why is there a defense upgrade that only becomes accessible at the very end of the game? I mean, I know it exists as a reward for finding the golden gauntlets, but hear me out. Since it doubles the damage you can take, it almost invalidates all that upgrading and exploring I did. Because Link to the Past had a sword upgrade that was required to kill Ganon? Well, if it's following in Link to the Past's wake, why didn't it do so with the overworld? I've talked about how things are spread thin across Hyrule, and it just goes to show that although Ocarina of Time adapted and changed things that Link to the Past introduced for the better, it also did so for the worse. All of these problems I've mentioned throughout the video, with linearity and self-defeating quests and mechanics, aren't exclusive to Ocarina of Time. They've persisted throughout the entire Zelda series. Some of them even exist today. Ocarina of Time happened to be the focus of his Sequelitis video. And looking back, his thesis summarized this issue that Zelda felt constrained by conventions that were established to hold it together. Zelda 1 was about finding things that you could use to find more things and solve more problems. No one asked you to do anything in particular, but when Link to the Past came along, things changed, with Ocarina of Time constraining things further. Now, I would argue that Zelda needed a defined structure. If it were to continue in some form from Link to the Past, it needed things that would become recognizable. And that's the thing. A lot of people were first exposed to Zelda through Ocarina of Time, and a lot were first exposed through Link to the Past. But many, many more people would be exposed through future games that would continue to adopt different elements that were established in these two games. A question as broad as, what is Zelda, has an answer that varies from person to person. Is it about going from dungeon to dungeon in a linear fashion as you explore for heart pieces and arsenal upgrades in a non-linear fashion? Is it about the core adventurous spirit and freedom to do as you please? Or is it about something else that I've failed to mention? There is no correct answer to this question. And what Aaron said is merely an opinion. Nothing more, nothing less. But it remains a valuable opinion, just like all of our opinions on this game. What is truly important about this game? Is it the message? Is it the dungeons? Is it problem solving? Is it the world? Is it the atmosphere? Is it everything? Or is it nothing? Is it the best game of all time? Really, who are we to determine that? What I conclude should never be taken as fact. Nothing I said in this video should be taken as fact. After all, this is yet another Ocarina of Time retrospective. My voice is bound to be drowned out by the countless other videos about this game. But what I will say is this. A long time has passed since Ocarina of Time was released. Like I said in my Link to the Past video, numerous Zelda games have since released that have done unique things to separate itself from earlier entries. Ocarina is in a similar spot to that game. It was the first of its kind, and there's a first for everything. There are aspects of just about every mechanic that might seem too archaic and janky for those just getting into Zelda today, or after playing newer games throughout their childhood. Perhaps our idyllic view of the game really is nothing but a distorted childhood memory. Nah, I don't think so. No matter what anyone says about this game, I want you to know that your enjoyment is justified. It might seem unreasonable to say this, it might seem silly, but it's not. If this is your favorite game of all time, then you picked a damn fine game to love. You grew up with it, you live with it, and for some of you, it might have even helped shape you as a person. If you're on the other side of the argument, understand that the very concept of time affects all of us differently. Some of us have seen the Zelda series grow since its inception in the 80s. Others have only recently jumped in with Breath of the Wild. Everyone has a favorite Zelda game that shapes their idea of what this series should be like. And with a series so diverse, it can become a heated discussion, to say the least. The point I'm trying to make here is that although Ocarina of Time may not have aged as gracefully as you might be led to believe, it is an extremely important game for the industry and for the people that grew up with it. You may not like it for very valid reasons of your own, but it was important for a reason, and it still holds up in the eyes of many for a reason. Try to respect those reasons, whatever they may be. But above all else, above everything I've said thus far, there is something that Ocarina of Time has that no other Zelda game has. And that is its message about time. After everything was said and done, I had an entirely new perspective on my transition into adulthood. I grew up with this game, and now, whenever I turn it back on for another playthrough, that title screen means so much more to me. It's not just a soothing look at Hyrule Field before dawn. It's a message about nostalgia and growing up. Despite longing for things to stay the same, I have to accept that life is about change. Despite feeling alone as I grow older, I have to remember that my existence makes someone out there happy. And despite wanting to be that little boy playing Ocarina of Time late at night again, I have to accept that I can never go back. Just as Link and Epona set off into the sunrise, despite wanting to take a break from it all. Nothing will ever stop the flow of time. But with that said, my memories and personal nostalgia with this game are just as important as legitimate critique, as long as you distinguish the two. If a game can make you feel a certain way and help you get through a rough time, then honestly, that's what should matter in the end. Hell, my video really shouldn't matter much if you're accepting that. Maybe the game is flawed. Maybe it is showing its age. That shows that you're strong enough and mature enough to accept that your nostalgic view of the game isn't concrete, but it still remains important to you because it comforts you. Because at the end of the day, games are all about providing you with an enriching experience, no matter what that may look like. My childhood may be over, but that doesn't mean it never existed, and I shouldn't have to pretend that it didn't in order to move on with my adult life. And that is how Ocarina of Time changed me as a person. That is why Ocarina of Time still matters. To end this video off, I want to indulge you in a few emails I received from the community. I asked them to relay what they loved most about Ocarina of Time, and I received some wonderful responses. So, here are some excerpts from memories that demonstrate why Ocarina of Time is so legendary. Not simply because it changed the industry, but also because it changed the lives of people that played it. Maybe that's one of the main reasons it's remembered so fondly, the spectacle of everything. Who doesn't remember watching Ganondorf galloping off into the night on his warhorse with Zelda in tow? Or the feeling you felt when the Great Deku Tree gives his final words? Or how about pulling the legendary Master Sword out for the first time, only to have your excitement replaced with a sense of dread as you walk out into a deadscape that was once flourishing with life? Back when the internet didn't exist and those old playground rumors would start surfacing, my cousins claimed that there was a secret dungeon in Dompe's grave, and we'd spend hours